In the midst of a post-apocalyptic world, Guyu awakens to a pair of voracious green eyes staring back at him. Surrounded by the chaos of humanity, despair hangs heavy in the air. Just as he finds himself overwhelmed by the imminent threat of death, a miraculous turn of fate bestows upon him extraordinary powers. He begins by conjuring zombies, green zombies, black zombies, iron zombies, copper zombies, silver zombies, gold zombies, purple zombies, flying zombies, aquatic zombies, and even ones that do not decay. Are zombie hordes truly terrifying? Apologies, but are they as frightening as my own legion of the undead? He unleashes divine beings, mythical creatures, dragons, phoenixes, and qilins angels, demons, revenants, elves, and vampires. Eventually, Guyu turns around and realizes, to his astonishment, just how many races he has inadvertently created. What are those entities? Divine beings? He has unwittingly summoned earthly gods and demons, which is rather daunting indeed. As aliens prepare to reap the rewards of this bleak world, they suddenly discover that the blade in their hands has lost its allure. It seems that they themselves have become the crop to be harvested. 1. The creation of zombies through scientific methods. Yin City. In the surgical room of the Central Hospital, the Guyu lay on the ground, his expression one of utter despair, staring blankly at the ceiling with tears in the corners of his eyes. He had traversed dimensions. He could not comprehend why he had been thrust into this predicament. Reflecting on his previous life, he had all the comforts, food and clothing, everything at his fingertips. How absurd! His family owned a company. He was the privileged scion of both wealth and power. Living a carefree existence, there was simply no reason for such a journey through time and space. To awaken from the soft embrace of a plush mattress only to find himself sprawled on a cold, hard floor was disheartening. Though he might have accepted the notion of traversing worlds, the truth was far grimmer. Had landed in a post-apocalyptic realm, rife with zombies and monstrous entities. Upon receiving the memories of the original inhabitant of this body, Guyu found it impossible to come to terms with his new reality. It was now 6 months into the apocalypse, with zombies and creatures running rampant, making survival even more arduous than at the onset of the catastrophe. The cause of this apocalypse remained shrouded in mystery. However, a prevailing theory suggested that it was triggered by a meteorite from beyond the stars, carrying with it an extraterrestrial virus. Some deranged researchers posited that this was not the first outbreak of such a virus on Earth. The extinction of the planet's former rulers, the dinosaurs, was attributed to this peculiar virus. Initially, the populace was skeptical, yet as numerous individuals presented what they claimed to be evidence, a growing number began to embrace this theory. Unluckily for Guyu, the body he now inhabited was not only a believer in this theory, but also a fervent fanatic. Madness is not inherently frightening. What truly terrifies is a genius among the mad, a mind capable of both brilliance and insanity. In the realm of Guyu, this particular individual harbors a rather audacious notion: the creation of zombies. One must ponder, is such an idea truly the product of a rational mind? However, his concept transcends the simplicity of mere bites from the deceased, for a dead person's bite is futile. Guyu envisions employing an extraterrestrial virus in conjunction with various reagents, subsequently injecting this concoction into cadavers to resurrect them as sentient, controllable zombies. His intention is to combat the chaos of a post-apocalyptic world with the very creatures that threaten it. Initially, his plan was to inject the serum into existing zombies to render them manageable, yet every attempt met with failure, resulting in an array of grotesque mutations. Instead, ultimately, he was compelled to pivot towards utilizing corpses. Aspirations may soar high, yet reality often reveals a stark contrast. Though he once had accomplices, a series of consecutive failures led to Guyu, the eccentric scientist, being ousted from the research team. However, his resolve remained unshaken. He clandestinely resumed his experiments alone. To conduct such experiments, the availability of corpses was imperative, and where would one find the most? Without a doubt, the hospital was the answer. Thus, Guyu found himself within the hospital's confines. Lying on the floor, he cast a sidelong glance at the surgical suite, observing a procession of zombies clad in patient gowns and nurses' attire wandering the corridor. Regardless of their former beauty in life, The transformation into zombies irrevocably severed their ties to the notion of attractiveness. Their visages were twisted and horrific, marred by dark, crimson wounds, exuding a potent stench of decay. The scene was already unsettling, with some bodies having suffered extensive gnawing, covered in festering pustules that sent shivers down one's spine at a mere glance. After an extended period, Yu roused himself with considerable effort, casting a look of utter speechlessness at the corpse secured to the operating table. Upon the table lay a stunningly beautiful female zombie, her mouth forcefully gagged, her ferocious eyes radiating a bloodthirsty gleam, her body tightly restrained by thick iron chains that Yu couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He had to admit, the original owner of this body was truly formidable, yet undeniably insane. He had managed to transform a corpse into a zombie, a feat that could only be considered a partial success. Despite possessing extraordinary intellect, he had chosen a path of wickedness. Guyu's current safety was entirely due to a sonic device designed by the original owner, which used wireless sound waves to disrupt the zombies, causing them to overlook him as a living being. However, Guyu was acutely aware that his survival was limited if he remained here. His food supply was dwindling, with only enough provisions for a single day. After that, he would be without sustenance. The original owner's demise was a result of relentless experimentation, leading to his exhaustion and death. The thought was exasperating. He was a scientific maniac. He approached a lab bench where a fist-sized stone rested, appearing plain and unremarkable, seemingly no different from any ordinary rock. Yet, Guyu knew very well that this unassuming stone was a meteorite from outer space, pilfered by the original owner from the research team. Guyu was either exceptionally skilled or exceptionally daring. Besides, the worst that could happen was death, which was inevitable anyway, that he was eager to discover what distinguished this extraterrestrial meteorite. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. Energy absorption complete. System activation in progress. System activation complete. Ding! Grand creation system activated, detecting the era background. Ding! Detection complete. Post-apocalyptic era identified. System adjusting in light of the hosts. Predicament. A biological species lottery is now available. Please proceed with the draw promptly. Whoosh! A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the area, prompting Guyu to instinctively shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself confronted with a large wheel resembling a roulette. God, demon, angel, devil, vampire, zombie, ghost, undead. The vast wheel was densely inscribed with the names of various species. Guyu scrutinized it repeatedly, overwhelmed to the point of tears. The emergence of a system did not astonish him in the least, given that he hailed from an era characterized by an explosion of information. This merely confirmed that the unattractive author, who lay in bed typing away, had not been deceiving him. Traversing realms indeed came with its perks. Alas, he lamented, he should have been more generous with his rewards in the past. Quickly regaining his composure, Guyu refocused his attention on the grand wheel before him. Lottery draw. As he uttered these words, the wheel began to spin rapidly, its speed bewildering and disorienting, leaving Guyu unable to ascertain where it would ultimately halt. Resigned to the uncertainty, he uttered casually, "Stop." The pointer on the wheel gradually slowed, swaying gently as it meandered past God and demon, ultimately coming to rest on zombie. Guyu silently expressed his disbelief. In a world overrun by hordes of zombies, he was now tasked with creating one for himself. He would much prefer to conjure some divine or demonic entity, which sounded far more impressive. Ding! Species acquired. Zombie. Reward distribution in progress. Instantaneously, a deluge of information flooded Guyu's mind, leaving him with a buzzing headache that nearly rendered him senseless. After a prolonged moment, Guyu regained his composure. Although his face appeared somewhat pale, his eyes sparkled with excitement. How incredible! He exclaimed, shaking his fist in the air. He began to grasp the enormity of this grand creation system. Creating life, through what he presumed to be science, but was it truly scientific? What nonsense! It was evidently devoid of any scientific merit. They spoke of Nuwa, crafting humanity, and God, creating man. Yet here he was, utilizing science to fabricate a zombie? The thought of stepping outside with a lively entourage of animated corpses was both amusing and absurd. After a brief internal monologue, Guyu murmured, "System, please scan for the types of zombies I can currently create." Ding. Scanning in progress. Resource exploration. Ding. Scan complete. Suitable for zombie creation. Green zombie. Required materials: 1 spiritual corpse, 3 level 1 energy cores, 100 pounds of iron, 10 pounds of copper, 1,000 grams of green essence, 500 liters of hydrogen peroxide, and 100 grams of penicillin. Ding. The creation method is as follows. Gu was left speechless, wishing he could slap himself awake, as if he were caught in a surreal dream. In the realm of practice, the creation of zombies had become an absurd reality that Guyu could no longer dismiss, employing scientific methods to conjure the undead. The necessary materials were readily available in the operating room, where, for the sake of research, a plethora of supplies had been assembled, resembling a rudimentary laboratory. As for the sentient corpses, Guyu glanced down at the struggling zombie on the operating table, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Was this not an ideal specimen? Recalling the methods that echoed in his mind, Guyu made his way to a corner of the operating room, where he discovered an array of chemicals and pharmaceuticals, along with an enormous alcohol cup. Following the instructions etched in his memory, he meticulously measured and combined the various materials, seeking out melting equipment to amalgamate the assorted metal implements within the room. While monitoring the melting process, he continued to prepare the necessary concoctions. Although the materials were straightforward, the preparation was intricate and could not be completed in haste. After approximately 10 minutes, the melting of all iron and copper items was accomplished, leading him to the final step. It was time to introduce the energy crystal cores. With 3 energy cores clasped in his trembling hands, Guyu felt a surge of anticipation. This was a pivotal moment. The so-called energy crystal cores were peculiar crystalline entities found within the brains of zombies, harboring a unique form of energy. Though diminutive, merely the size of a thumb, the largest among them was approximately the size of 2 thumbs. However, despite their small stature, the energy contained within was comparable to the explosive force of a bundle of grenades. One by one, he placed the 3 energy cores into the colossal alcohol cup. Suddenly, a black liquid began to bubble ominously, and the crystals slowly dissolved, causing the liquid to rapidly change color, gradually revealing a strange green hue. "This color is rather unappealing," Guyu remarked, his eyes twitching slightly. "Forget it," he muttered, cautiously lifting the alcohol cup and approaching the zombie on the operating table. "System, is this reliable?" Silence ensued. The abrupt stillness in the air was unnerving. Guyu, feeling somewhat disheartened, pursed his lips and gently poured the green liquid over the zombie's body. Strangely, the liquid did not trickle down, but rather absorbed into the zombie's form. Soon, nearly a liter of the liquid had been entirely poured, and the creature before him had undergone a remarkable transformation, its body now a mottled brownish green, particularly its eyes, which had once been merely white, now revealed green pupils. Suddenly, the zombie on the operating table began to thrash violently, its chains rattling with tremendous noise, drawing the attention of the zombies in the corridor. Guyu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily pushed several large objects against the door. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, urgently inquiring, "System, how long will this process take?" 3 minutes, came the reply. 3 minutes may seem brief, yet the timing was crucial. At this moment, every second felt like an eternity of torment for Guyu. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent pounding echoed from outside the door. Guyu realized it was the zombies attempting to break through. 1 or 2 zombies are not truly terrifying. What instills fear is the cacophony that attracts hordes of them. Once ensnared within the clutches of the undead, one's fate is sealed. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the central hospital, a trio of individuals tread cautiously. Clad in rudimentary leather armor, stained with blood, their faces are etched with exhaustion. "Brother, how much farther to the central hospital?" The surrounding zombies are multiplying. One of them inquires anxiously. In response, the scar-faced leader assures, "It won't be long. We are only a few kilometers away. We must hasten our pace." That lunatic not only thwarted our plans last time, but also made off with our crystal core. This time, we shall make him pay. The tall, slender man to the left, brimming with indignation, interjects, the crystal core is of little consequence. Our priority is to seize that meteorite. The scar man replies sternly, let us move swiftly. Lingering too long invites encirclement by the zombies. The two companions silently nod, and the trio swiftly departs, their movements akin to a modern-day Spider-Man, effortlessly scaling the towering edifices. 5, 2, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have created your first species. Zombie, green zombie. Reward. All attributes 10. Creation points 100. Before them, a radiant panel materializes, displaying name, Guyu intelligence, 68 physique, 30 strength, 31 speed, 29 species owned. Zombie, green zombie. Note, the average attributes of an ordinary human are around 20. Gazing at the starkly imbalanced attributes before him, Guyu found himself at a loss for words. With a thought, he retracted the interface and hastened towards the operating table. At this moment, the zombie lying on the table had undergone a significant transformation, or perhaps it had reverted to its original form. Externally, it bore a striking resemblance to a human, at least far more aesthetically pleasing than a typical zombie. The sole distinction lay in its pupils, which glimmered a vibrant green, and its nails, elongated to 5 or 6 centimeters, glinting with an ominous dark hue. Additionally, its skin was adorned with intricate green patterns. Guyu scrutinized the creature and inquired, System, will this zombie bite me? The system replied, no, as long as all beings are created by the host hand. The host becomes their creator and master, and they shall never betray you. Nodding in understanding, Guyu unfastened the iron chains binding the creature. Previously overlooked, upon closer inspection, he found the corpse rather striking. Alas, he felt a twinge of disappointment. No matter how beautiful it might be, it could not alter the fact that it was a corpse. Well, now it was a zombie. The difference was negligible. As soon as the chains were loosened, the green zombie sprang up with astonishing agility. Guyu barely perceived its movement before instinctively closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found a pair of green pupils fixed intently upon him. Startled, he instinctively stumbled back a couple of steps. Rubbing his chin, he circled around the green zombie and chuckled. From now on, I shall call you Little Green. Well, if you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement. He raised his hand and issued a command. Little Green raised its arm, the nails glinting with a faint, chilling light. System, do you wish to scan the information of the species before you? Guyu paused for a moment, instinctively nodding in agreement. Creation point 5, species, zombie, green zombie. Level, first rank, intermediate, constitution, 61 strength, 62 speed, 60. Casting a cursory glance at the panel before him, Guyu was primarily concerned about the creation points and inquired, System, what exactly are creation points? What purpose do they serve? System, all information desired by the host has been transmitted. Please pay attention to receive it. In an instant, Guyu felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, nearly overwhelming him. He silently processed the knowledge, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Bang! Suddenly, the wall at the entrance shattered with a loud crash, and a zombie squeezed half of its body through, drooling and clawing at the air. Damn, it actually got in. It seems these ghastly creatures should not be underestimated, Guyu thought, genuinely startled. Little Green, go forth and slay that zombie, Guyu commanded. Though the green zombie possessed limited intelligence, akin to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, it could readily comprehend simple commands. By leveraging the system's capabilities, Guyu could transmit his thoughts to the brain of the creature he had created through a unique brainwave. Whoosh! A gust of the recently menacing zombie head shattered into 2 halves, black blood splattering everywhere. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. The decapitated zombie head lay at his feet, and he swallowed hard, lowering his hand from above his head. If such a fate befell him, would he not also be split in twain? Remarkable! Guyu's confidence surged as he swiftly cleared the equipment blocking the door, retreating 2 steps to hide behind Xiao LV. Xiao LV, charge forth, Guyu commanded mentally, conveying his intent. Resources were scarce, if they did not venture out to procure food. He would surely perish from starvation in this confined space. Bang! The door to the operating room was forcefully flung open, and 4 grotesque zombies surged in, roaring as they lunged towards Guyu. In an instant, Xiao LV sprang into action. Her figure propelled forward with astonishing speed, her hands extending to grip the heads of 2 zombies, her razor-sharp claws embedding themselves deeply as if squeezing watermelons, instantly reducing them to a pulp. A zombie swung its arms, aiming to grasp Xiao LV. With a tearing sound, its clothing was shredded, yet it failed to penetrate Xiao LV's skin, leaving only a faint scratch. Guyu stood there, utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed he must seriously reassess Xiao LV's capabilities. After all, upon their transformation into zombies, humans lost their sight and sensation but gained enhanced olfactory and auditory acuity, alongside a substantial boost in physical prowess. The skulls of zombies are remarkably resilient. Even a vigorous strike from a fire axe wielded by an adult may not suffice to shatter them completely. A mere scratch from a zombie could result in a significant chunk of flesh being torn away. Yet, when confronted with the claws of the little green creature, they remain utterly defenseless. In an instant, the little green has already advanced to the corridor, where zombies lie sprawled in disarray upon the ground. These fallen zombies share a common trait. Their heads have been cleaved in 2. Guyu gasped sharply, feeling the chill pierce his lungs. With a flourish, he signaled with both hands, exclaiming in excitement. Observing the multitude of zombie corpses, Guyu embarked on a delightful scavenging endeavor. The energy cores nestled within their brains are indeed precious treasures. 1, 2, 3, 10. Following closely behind the little green, a triumphant smile graced Guyu's lips as he disregarded the repulsion, wielding a small scalpel to extract the cores from the zombies' heads. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air, causing Guyu to freeze mid-motion. A gunshot? Startled, he quickly recalled the little green. The sound of gunfire signified the presence of others, and not just any ordinary individuals. In a mere few minutes, the little green had cleared the corridor on the 3rd floor of zombies, leaving perhaps only a few stragglers in the patient rooms. A figure swiftly rounded the corner of the hallway, moving with such agility that there was no trace of stiffness. Were it not for knowledge of her true identity, one would never associate her with the undead. In just a few fleeting moments of fierce combat, the garments adorning Little Green were reduced to mere rags, her body stained with the putrid black blood of the fallen, and her hair was a tangled mess, knotted and disheveled. Upon witnessing Little Green's disheveled appearance, Guyu paused momentarily, caught off guard, but quickly regained his composure, leading her into a room that overlooked the hospital exterior. Inside, 2 zombies awaited. Guyu directed Little Green to charge forth and swiftly dispatch them with precision. Through the window, he caught sight of 3 figures in the hospital square, and his pupils dilated in alarm. It was them. The sound of gunfire had attracted a horde of zombies, converging upon the hospital plaza. The majority of the undead outside the hospital were drawn in, while a continuous tide of zombies persisted to approach. With a swift motion, Pan Chong felled a zombie with his blade, his heart racing as he observed the relentless swarm around him. He bellowed, "Second, third, hurry, get into the building." As he spoke, his weapon danced through the air, severing the heads of the advancing zombies. As a first-tier extraordinary being, he found it easy to vanquish ordinary zombies. However, he understood the principle that a multitude could overwhelm even the mightiest. If they lingered too long, mutated and evolved zombies would soon arrive, and the 3 of them would be outnumbered. To Pan Chong's left, a companion conjured a ball of fire, which he hurled with great force. Boom! The flames erupted, their power rivaling that of a grenade, sending several zombies flying and filling the air with a nauseating scent of charred flesh. Hearing this, Zhao Yang shouted, "Elder brother, hurry. We'll be waiting for you inside." Zhao Yang conjured 2 fireballs the size of basketballs in his hands and hurled them towards the entrance of the hospital. Boom! Boom! The successive explosions sent the surrounding zombies flying. Zhao Yang's gaze sharpened as he bellowed, "Lao San, charge." The man beside him, wielding a firearm, roared with all his might and sprinted towards the building's entrance. Seizing the fleeting moment, the 2 finally dashed into the edifice. "Elder brother, hurry." Pan Chong did not hesitate. swiftly advancing towards the entrance. However, with the zombies regrouping around them, Panchong only managed to close the distance before being obstructed at the doorway once more. The two inside the building found themselves equally beleaguered, as they were surrounded by zombies within as well, leaving them anxiously observing the unfolding scene outside. On the side of the outpatient building, Guyu watched the spectacle below, his heart heavy with worry, his brow furrowing ever deeper. The reason for the trio's visit to the hospital was crystal clear. They had undoubtedly come for him. The sins of his former self were now his burden to bear. The three individuals were extraordinary beings, and he knew his own frail limbs would be no match for them. As for Xiao Lu, he would not allow himself the arrogance of believing Xiao Lu could contend with the three extraordinary beings. Fortunately, they were headed for the outpatient building while he remained atop the emergency building. Yet, a passage connected the two structures, and it was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. With zombies swarming outside, escape was impossible, and he had no intention of fleeing. The only viable solution lay in one course of action: to create zombies. The system initiated a resource detection targeting the third floor of the emergency building. Resource scanning in progress. Ding! Detection complete. Suitable types of zombies for manufacture: green zombie, iron zombie. Green zombie. Required materials are as follows. Iron zombie. Required materials include 3 spiritual corpses, 100 pounds of iron, 50 pounds of copper, 10 pounds of aluminum, 1 ginseng root, 21st grade energy crystals, and 5 grams of extraterrestrial meteorite powder. The manufacturing method is outlined as follows. Guyu was taken aback. What on earth is all this? System, can you vouch for this method? Guyu felt an urge to critique the absurdity of needing ginseng to create a zombie. The aloof system remained silent, prompting Guyu to curl his lip in frustration as he hurriedly sought materials alongside Little Green. Having successfully created a green zombie, he was eager to experiment with something different next. After thoroughly searching the entire floor, Guyu finally gathered the necessary materials. He transported all the components into the operating room and then accompanied Little Green to the 4th floor. They still required 3 spiritual corpses, and it was evident that the deceased zombies would not suffice. As Guyu opened the corridor door, a zombie clad in a hospital gown lunged at him. He quickly stepped back 2 paces, instructing Little Green to charge forward and bind it with iron chains. Bang! Guyu swiftly shut the corridor door, waiting for Little Green to secure the bindings before reopening the door once more. The corridor was eerily silent. Guyu did not dare to be careless. He ordered Little Green to lead the way, fully embodying the essence of caution. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he opened the corridor door just a crack, pressing one eye against the opening to observe quietly. Suddenly, a roar erupted. A piercing roar echoed through the air as a pale, milky eye locked onto Guyu's gaze, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor wafting into his nostrils. Startled, Guyu swiftly slammed the door shut, his heart racing. Good heavens! What a fright! Xiao Lu, go inside and seize it, Guyu commanded. How dare you scare me? If you were human, I'd surely leave you with a bruised backside. Xiao Lu had always served effectively as a tool for combat. Upon hearing his orders, a low, guttural growl emanated from its throat, and it charged forward, bursting through the door with a forceful crash, toppling the zombie that lurked behind. Xiao Lu moved with agility, swiftly subduing the creature and binding it up tightly in mere moments. Guyu stared at the shattered doorway, a frown forming on his brow. Isn't this commotion a bit excessive? Indeed, zombies were not significantly more formidable. They were merely mindless fools with alarmingly low intelligence. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the recent ruckus did not attract any additional zombies. Guyu turned his attention to the bound creature, picking up a jagged piece of wood from the ground. He stepped forward and struck the zombie's head with it. Take that for scaring me. With a resounding crack, the stick shattered upon impact. As he gazed down at the broken remnants, Guyu found himself lost in contemplation. Have I truly lost my senses? As a mere underachiever, he felt unworthy even of venting his frustrations. With that thought, he dismissed the incapacitated zombie and, accompanied by Xiao Lu, continued his exploration of the 4th floor, capturing zombies while seeking out provisions along the way. The 4th floor was somewhat tranquil. After searching 4 or 5 rooms, I encountered no trace of a zombie. However, I did discover a packet of wonkai snow cakes in one of the hospital rooms. Though it was past its expiration date, it was certainly better than nothing. Upon opening the packet, I was greeted by that familiar taste. Munching on the snow cakes, Guyu continued his exploration, pushing open another hospital room and signaling for Little Green to advance, while he stealthily followed behind. Creak, creak. A peculiar sound caught Guyu's attention. Peering inside, he was startled to find a 6- or 7-year-old girl in a pink dress crouched on the floor beneath a hospital bed, her small frame trembling intermittently. A chill ran down Guyu's spine. With each shudder, a distinct sound of chewing echoed, accompanied by the occasional dripping noise. As if sensing the unfamiliar presence, the girl suddenly turned around, her bloodied hair whipping about, revealing her ghastly pale eyes fixed intently upon Guyu, her face contorted in a grotesque expression. Beneath her, there lay a half-decayed, emaciated arm. Ding! An evolved zombie has been detected. Please exercise caution, host. Guyu. The tone suggested that his time might be running out. System, initiate scan. Species, zombie evolved. Level, intermediate first tier, ability, acceleration, physique, 63 strength, 60 speed, 70. Guyu's heart raced as he absorbed the information relayed by the system. He realized that if all attributes reached 70, it would signify an advancement to the high tier of the first level. The zombie before him exhibited a speed that had reached 70, with physical attributes far surpassing those of the petite green figure. With a fierce growl, the little girl lunged towards Guyu, her visage twisted in malice. Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Little Green, now!" As he swiftly retreated outside the door, he realized it was prudent to keep his small limbs at a safe distance. In an instant, Little Green advanced, her nails glinting ominously as she unleashed a powerful strike, accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air. The little girl's focus had been solely on Guyu, and she failed to notice Little Green's approach. Caught off guard, she bore the brunt of Little Green's attack and staggered back to the bedside. Well done. A look of joy spread across Guyu's face. However, that smile quickly faded. The retreating zombie girl suddenly let out a ferocious roar, her eyes ablaze with ferocity, as she charged forward with astonishing speed, her claws slashing menacingly at Little Green. The velocity exhibited in that moment was utterly uncharacteristic of a typical zombie. It was astonishingly rapid. Ordinary zombies, due to their corporeal mutations, had consistently lagged in speed, often slower than an average human. This was why many had managed to escape the clutches of the undead. As long as one could run fast enough, the zombies could not keep pace. Yet, the speed of this little girl zombie was almost beyond belief. Guyu finally grasped the reason behind the panel's indication of her as an evolved being, possessing an acceleration ability. He surmised that the little girl zombie had activated this speed enhancement. Otherwise, her velocity would never have reached such heights. Damn it! In a moment of frustration, Guyu silently criticized the situation. Faced with the relentless assault of the little girl zombie, Xiao Lu could only passively endure. And soon his body was riddled with numerous wounds. Though shallow, these injuries posed a dire threat if the onslaught continued. Even a zombie like Xiao Lu would meet his demise. Zombies, despite their resilience, were not invulnerable. A severed head would spell the end. Witnessing this scene, Guyu was consumed by anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly inquired, "System, do you have any solutions?" The system responded, "Ding. The host may choose to enhance the attributes of a created species with creation points, or use creation points to unlock species abilities." Taken aback, Guyu exclaimed, "Why wasn't this information included in your previous messages?" The system explained, "Using creation points for enhancement is merely a last resort. Their primary function does not lie in this area. The host should engage in the act of creation and development independently. Even species that have already been created can be reforged." A sudden influx of information surged through Guyu's mind, and he quickly assimilated it. He understood in an instant. System, enhance Xiao Lu's speed attribute by 18 points. Creation points, 90. In that instant, as Xiao Lu was being forced backward, he let out a fierce roar, as a splatter of inky ichor erupted forth. Undeterred, The diminutive, verdant figure persisted, its vacant hand once more reaching out to seize another limb, rending it asunder. Bereft of its twin appendages, the young female ghoul's celerity diminished precipitously, leading to its subjugation beneath the verdant entity, as the latter's claws poised to penetrate the cranium of the former. Guyu hastily issued a command to desist. Guyu gazed upon the verdant entity with astonishment, sensing, for reasons unknown, a subtle augmentation in its cognitive faculties. If the antecedent assault stemmed from instinct, the recent conflict evinced a modicum of agility. Guyu scrutinized the entity with meticulous attention. It remained in its characteristic state of vacant idiocy. The sole disparity lay in the utter annihilation of its raiment. Alas, perchance it is but a figment, Guyu muttered to himself, directing the verdant entity to bind the young female ghoul. The absence of a pair of arms posed no immediate threat of expiration for ghoul. So long as it remained animate, it was deemed a spiritual cadaver. Currently, he harbored no intention of further exploration, for the peril was not insignificant. Perhaps he had been excessively presumptuous. It would be prudent to first engender a wave of zombies. Recalling the recent spectacle, Guyu could not help but exclaim at his good fortune. Had he misallocated a single point, his demise would have been nigh. Providentially, the verdant entity and the young female ghoul possess comparable attributes, with the verdant entity's claws serving as formidable blades, and the zombie's physical resilience surpassing that of the ghoul. However, the exaction of 5 creation points for a solitary attribute point was indeed exorbitant. Verily, it was a disadvantageous proposition. Guyu secretly pondered within, instructing Xiao Lu to bring the 2 bound zombies back to the 3rd floor. The moment for scientific zombification had arrived. Upon returning to the surgical room, Guyu directed Xiao Lu to secure the 3 zombies in the corner. As a precaution, he added a hefty iron chain, for the little girl zombie was excessively ferocious, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Even without her 2 arms, he dared not underestimate her. A single bite could transform him into a zombie, a grotesque fate he could not fathom. Activating the smelting apparatus, he commenced the fusion of metals while simultaneously grinding the ginseng, as thick as an infant's arm, into a fine powder. After nearly half an hour, Guyu completed the smelting of all materials. Gazing at the 20 energy crystal nuclei in his hand, a grimace of anguish crossed his face. With the memories of his original self, he understood that these energy nuclei were invaluable, a true currency in the apocalypse. 1 energy nucleus could easily exchange for 10 boxes of instant noodles. Alas, one must risk losing a child to catch a wolf. With a determined grit of his teeth, Guyu placed the energy nuclei into a glass of alcohol, then added meteorite powder to the mix. With the preliminary preparations complete, Guyu turned his gaze toward the 3 bound zombies, inquiring, "System, what should I do next? Surely, I cannot transform all 3 into zombies?" "System, given the host's current lack of creation points, the system will assist, but the rewards will be halved." Guyu was taken aback. What on earth was that? Does this contraption necessitate the expenditure of creation points? How exorbitant! I find myself presently in a state of impecuniosity. Verily, I have been hoodwinked by the machinations of this mercantile system. I lifted the beaker of alcohol, proceeding to decant its contents sequentially upon the 3 cadaverous entities. As I had surmised, the fluid did not cascade off, but rather adhered to their integuments. After a temporal lapse of 60 seconds, I then poured molten iron, aluminum, and copper, respectively, upon the cranial regions of the aforementioned zombies. The incandescent metallic effluence cascaded down their heads, coalescing with the previously applied liquid. The zombies, hitherto engaged in frenetic contortions, abruptly ceased their exertions. Their once white pupils commenced to dissipate as a faint metallic luminescence emanated from their forms. The desiccated, ashen epidermis manifested an eerie iridescence. As time inexorably marched onward, the metallic sheen enveloping the 3 zombies intensified in brilliance. "System, ding, please select a primary subject host." My gaze swept across the trio of zombies, ultimately settling upon the central specimen. A male zombie, endowed with a robust and towering physique, presumably capable of augmented strength in its undead state. The one in the center, I declared. Instantly, a beam of alabaster light erupted from the 3 cadavers, whereupon the flanking zombies underwent rapid deliquescence, transforming into metallic rivulets that gradually merged into the corpus of the central zombie. A profound, Stygian radiance surfaced upon the body of the intermediary zombie. I beheld the spectacle with astonishment, my mandible agape, my countenance conveying utter bewilderment. By Jove, is this within the realm of scientific plausibility? Since when do corpses engage in amalgamation? A truly edifying experience. As Guyu left the operating room, he made his way to the room facing the hospital square, driven by a desire to ascertain the presence of the 3 zombies that had been merging for quite some time. Approaching the window stealthily, he peered outside. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he quickly withdrew his head, pressing his body tightly against the wall, breathing heavily. Damn it, they're indeed not dead. Guyu cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. In that fleeting moment when he had dared to look, he spotted Zhao Yang standing by the window, also gazing outside. Did the other party notice me? Guyu was acutely aware that if he were to be detected, his hiding place would no longer be secure. Alarmed by the thought, he hastily exited the room and headed back towards the operating room. At that moment, only his small zombie could offer him a semblance of safety. He could only hope that time was still on his side. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the outpatient building, Zhao Yang observed a fleeting shadow at the window of the 3rd floor of the emergency building and couldn't resist rubbing his eyes, widening them to look again. What's wrong? Second brother? Have you made a discovery? Pan Chong approached, munching on a chicken leg. Big brother, I just saw a figure over there. Zhao Yang pointed towards Guyu's room. A figure? Pan Chong looked over in surprise, questioning, Second brother, are you sure you didn't missee? There's not even a ghostly shadow there. It shouldn't be, Zhao Yang murmured, glancing up once more. Hey, you probably mistook it. It could have just been a zombie shuffling by. Pan Chong spoke casually. Zhao Yang shook his head, uncertain, and replied, perhaps. Zhao Yang did not dwell on it further. Having repeatedly utilized his extraordinary abilities left him mentally fatigued, and experiencing illusions seemed rather normal under such circumstances. He unscrewed a bottle of glucose that lay on the table and took a hearty swig before asking, Brother, where do you think that lunatic might be? Surely he hasn't left the hospital, right? After all, this news is several days old, and that madman is audacious enough to steal from the Nightfall Research Institute. He cannot possibly linger in one place for too long. Pan Chong assured him, Rest easy. That lunatic won't venture far. I've heard he is a fervent experimentalist, and in Yun City, the only venue available for his experiments is the hospital. Zhao Yang regarded Pan Chong with hesitation and said, Brother, what if he meets his demise at the hands of the zombies? Wouldn't that mean our efforts were in vain? A faint smile crept across Pan Chong's face, though it twisted the scar on his cheek, rendering it rather grotesque. Fear not. I have observed the premises. This hospital appears to have evaded exploration. Even if we fail to locate that lunatic, procuring some pharmaceuticals to bring back would be more than sufficient to yield a handsome profit. Pan Chong patted Zhao Yang on the shoulder and turned, saying, Enough of your overthinking. Let us proceed. The 3rd brother just mentioned he discovered a passageway on the 4th floor. Zhao Yang nodded, casually discarding the bottle, and cast a brief glance at the windows of the emergency building on the 3rd floor before hastily following suit. As Guyu stepped through the door of the operating room, he suddenly paused, astonished by the peculiar form of the zombie before him. The fusion of 3 zombies has been completed, presenting before him a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. This being is exceptionally robust, emanating a dark luminescence, with pupils as deep as night. Unlike typical zombies, this one does not possess elongated nails, yet its hands are remarkably large, resembling 2 chunks of iron, adorned with faintly etched bronze patterns. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating the Iron Zombie. Reward acquired. 15 points in strength, 10 points in constitution, 5 points in speed, 200 creation points. Upon hearing the series of notifications echoing in his mind, Guyu was momentarily taken aback. Such a bountiful reward for merely have points. What might it be if not reduced? With a complex expression, Guyu felt as though he had suffered a loss akin to 10 billion. What a pity. Scanning. Creation points. 5. Species. Zombie. Iron Zombie. Level, secondary tier. Beginner abilities, colossal strength, under a state of explosive power, strength doubles. Constitution, 84 strength, 85 speed. 80 secondary tier? While astonished, Guyu also felt a tinge of exasperation. Why must he always expend creation points? Couldn't there be a complementary option? Approaching, Guyu patted the Iron Zombie's shoulder, instantly feeling as though he had struck a solid rock. How unyielding. A hint of envy welled up within him. With such a physique, countless wealthy women from the past would have surely been captivated. With earnest intent, Guyu declared, from now on, you shall be called Big Iron. In the realm of naming, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. Just listen to this name, subtle yet luxurious, perfectly embodying his essence. A deep growl resonated from the robust throat, the sound lingering in the air. Guyu smiled with satisfaction, his spirits high as he declared, Decay, it is now your turn to perform. To err on the side of caution, he decided to first test Decay's strength against the zombie. Should Decay prove inadequate, he would create 7 or 8 little greens, overwhelming them by sheer numbers. With Decay under his command, Guyu ascended to the 4th floor, flanked by the tattered little greens and the imposing figure of Decay. He had no desire to search for clothing. After all, once a fight ensued, even the finest attire would be reduced to rags. Crossing from Zone 1, he ventured directly into Zone 2. Guyu cautiously took a step back, instructing the little greens to guard him closely, with Decay leading the way. As he explored the hospital rooms, Zone 2 was soon thoroughly investigated. Yet Guyu found it peculiar that he had not encountered a single zombie. Where on earth have they gone? Have they perhaps gathered for a feast? He pondered, perplexed. Logically, it seemed implausible. In such a vast 4th floor, surely there could not be just a handful of zombies. After a moment of contemplation, Guyu decided to return to the staircase with the little greens and Decay to continue his exploration of the 5th floor. As he approached the corner, a faint yet piercing sound of friction reached his ears. Although subtle, his keen senses picked it up immediately, since enhancing his physical attributes. Both his vision and hearing had significantly improved. That sound was unmistakably the grinding of teeth against bone. Taking a deep breath, Guyu commanded Decay to advance ahead, peering intently. There, a woman of striking figure stood with her back to the staircase railing, gnawing on a large femur, fragments of bone scattered about her. Before the woman could react, Guyu quickly instructed Decay to charge at her. However, sending him forth was utterly out of the question. After all, what use would his subordinates serve? Guyu adhered to the principle of abstaining from physical confrontation whenever possible, silently honing his skills, awaiting the moment to astound all. Behold, let the admiration flow. Guyu's imagination conjured a vivid scene, a foolish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A low growl from Decay jolted Guyu back to reality. Just as Decay was about to strike the woman's head, she suddenly turned. Her exquisitely shaped face was contorted in a grotesque expression. With a furious roar, she lunged at Decay with both hands. The speed of this zombie woman astonished Guyu. Could she be yet another evolved being? Scanning. Species, zombie, variant, cannibalistic, level. Advanced first stage ability. Absorption, capable of absorbing the strength and abilities of her kin. Intelligence, far more cunning than an ordinary zombie. Believing herself the hunter while in truth, she is merely prey. Physique, 81 strength, 78 speed, 77 dam. A variant? A cannibalistic zombie? Quite the ferocious creature. Guyu retreated 2 steps, not out of cowardice, but to provide Decay with the necessary space to engage in combat. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, their speeds remarkably matched. Thus, Decay could not gain an advantage in that regard. However, Decay's physical prowess was undeniably formidable. The female zombie's claws merely left a scratch upon his resilient body, while his own strength was immense, causing the hard concrete ground to shatter like a spider's web with a single punch. Yet, the female zombie, being a cunning undead, was acutely aware of the power behind Decay's fists and swiftly evaded each of his missed strikes. Guyu watched in astonishment, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth?" He was convinced that, given enough time, the female zombie would inevitably be defeated, crushed into a pulp by Decay's relentless onslaught. Yet what he lacked most was time. Guyu's eyes were keen, and his heart raced. The commotion was far too loud. If this continued, not only would they attract more zombies, but the three individuals nearby would surely take notice as well. At that point, defeating the undead would be the least of his concerns. He would be in grave danger himself. Recalling the message from the system earlier, Guyu resolved to make an attempt. Utilizing the system's abilities, he began to issue commands to decay through brainwaves, a form of indirect control. In an instant, he felt a vague consciousness expanding within his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What a peculiar sensation. That was a zombie, not his own child. There was nothing familial about it. Drawing from his past experiences with fighting games, Guyu began to mentally simulate the actions he wished to convey. With a feigned maneuver, Guyu caused the female zombie to miss her strike. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded the Iron Giant's arm to swiftly extend and grasp one of the female zombie's arms. Applying sudden force. Crack! The grip tightened around her limb, and with a powerful twist, the arm was wrenched off, dark, foul blood splattering across the Iron Giant's face. Raising his leg, he delivered a sharp knee strike to the zombie's chin. Accompanied by a distinct sound of cracking bone, her jaw was violently dislocated. The bones on either side piercing through the skin, the stark whiteness of the exposed bone evident. What a splendid opportunity! Guyu's eyes brightened as he hastily transmitted commands to the Iron Giant. With a hand like a fan, the giant clenched his fist and swung down with tremendous force, striking the top of the zombie's head. Bam! Like a watermelon bursting, the giant's punch shattered the female zombie's skull, penetrating into her brain. The zombie struggled momentarily before falling still. Guyu quietly exhaled, relieved. This encounter had utterly challenged his previous perceptions of zombies. Alas, how deceiving cinema can be, he mused. These zombies were nothing like those portrayed on screen. Just moments ago, he had dismissed them as mindless fools, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Before long, the after-effects of controlling a zombie manifested. Guyu felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, as if he had spun in place 50 times. This was precisely why he was reluctant to connect his consciousness with that of a zombie. Ultimately, they were two distinct species with fundamentally different essences of life. The consciousness of a zombie was steeped in chaos, brutality, and slaughter. One's consciousness is intertwined. One is inevitably susceptible to certain influences. With the passage of time, one may find themselves perilously close to madness. Battling through the haze of dizziness, I reached into my pocket and retrieved a sharp scalpel. Crouching down, I probed the brain of the female zombie. Eureka! I was somewhat astonished to behold an energy crystal core approximately the size of a quail's egg in my hand. Its size was unexpectedly substantial. Unlike previous energy cores, this one before me was a striking milky white, laced with crimson veins. A thunderous roar disrupted my contemplation. 3 zombies were barreling towards me in the corridor outside. Their movements were an unsettling mimicry of human running, characterized by a stiff, jerking gait. Daki, go and crush them, I commanded. The enormous Daki, previously frozen in place, sprang into action, his formidable frame charging at the trio of zombies. With little effort, he obliterated their heads into a pulp. After extracting the energy core, I did not linger, hastily making my way back to the 3rd floor. Guided by the memories of my former self, I knew there was a passage on the 2nd floor leading to the outpatient building, a corridor specially designated by the hospital. I instructed Daki and Xiaolu to capture 2 more zombies, and I once again embarked on my zombie creation endeavor. Despite Daki's formidable strength, I deemed it prudent to produce an additional pair. Armed with the experience from my first attempt, the second endeavor unfolded with ease. And soon I successfully created 2 more green zombies. Compared to Little Green, the 2 zombies exhibited a greater number of green patterns across their bodies, possibly a consequence of their male attributes, which rendered their claws slightly shorter. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the newly created green zombies appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly more foolish than Little Green. Henceforth, they will be designated as Green 1 and Green 2. With the 4 zombies in tow, Guyu strode confidently towards the passageway on the 2nd floor, a sense of assurance enveloping him. Upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, He was met with the sound of heavy objects colliding. Guyu paused, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. They were coming. This realization struck him like lightning. After a brief moment of trepidation, his gaze sharpened with resolve. He glanced at the rubbish room to his right and, without hesitation, slipped inside. Just as he closed the door behind him, the door at the corridor's entrance burst open with a resounding crash. Pan Chong emerged, his body smeared with dark, grimy blood, wielding a long knife as he strode forward. Damn it, these zombies are utterly repulsive. Even in death, they manage to soil my clothes, he muttered, cursing under his breath. His voice faltered as he caught sight of Decay and Little Green standing in the corridor, a sudden alarm rising within him. Old 2, Old 3, hurry over. We've got a situation. Inside the rubbish room, Guyu heard Pan Chong's voice outside and took a deep breath, immediately commanding Decay to charge forward and attack. No sooner had Pan Chong finished a shout than he felt a powerful gust of wind, a massive fist hurtling towards his face. Almost instinctively, Pan Chong swung the Tang Dao in his hand downward. Having survived in the brutal apocalypse for so long, one would have perished long ago without even this modicum of combat awareness. Bang! Pan Chong's pupils constricted as he stared in horror at the fist that met his blade. A dark, ominous glow emanated from the fist, and the formidable Tang Dao, which had effortlessly severed countless zombies, could not pierce through the iron-like hand. Are you an extraordinary being as well? Pan Chong could not help but exclaim. The only response was a low growl, accompanied by another fist hurtling through the air. Brother, dodge! A shout echoed from the passage, just as a spinning rocket shot forth. In an instant, Pan Chong bent low, his body swerving to the side. Boom! The rocket struck the massive figure's chest, erupting in a fierce explosion, the flames and shockwave forcing the giant to stagger backward, his chest charred black. A surge of volatile, furious consciousness surged into Guyu's mind, leaving him both astonished and seething with rage. Shout LV, LVE, LVR, all of you attack. The three zombies, who had stood idle like wooden dummies, suddenly sprang into action. Xiao LV lunged at Pan Chong, long claws glinting with a chilling light. Just as Pan Chong rolled aside, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Damn, my kidney! Pan Chong bellowed in furious agony, delivering a mighty kick to Xiao LV's chest, sending him flying 3 meters away, the impact visibly caving in his chest. Goodness, is this what it means to be extraordinary? A sliver of a gap in the dilapidated door revealed Guyu peering outside, captivated by the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, Greens 1 and 2 had surged towards Zhao Yang, launching somewhat clumsy attacks. Great Iron, with eyes reddened, assaulted Pan Chong, activating its brute strength ability, instantly doubling its power. Guyu keenly perceived the transformation in the zombies. A scarlet hue was reflected in Great Iron's once dark pupils. Guyu's gaze swept towards Pan Chong's hand-covered flank, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Was it due to blood? Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots, nor can a zombie resist the allure of blood. With the stimulation of fresh blood, Guyu distinctly sensed changes in the greens. As a pure fire type transcendent, the consequences of being approached by enemies were predictable. Therefore, upon seeing Greens 1 and 2 charging, Zhao Yang decisively retreated, falling back behind the doorway. Zhao Yang had retreated, but Pan Chong's situation became dire. Already wounded, he was utterly defenseless against the enraged Great Iron. A punch from Great Iron struck Pan Chong's chest, and with a sickening crack, Pan Chong's sternum fractured. His face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. Instantly, Great Iron's pupils became a sea of scarlet. With a guttural growl, 2 chilling fangs extended from its mouth, sinking viciously into Pan Chong's neck. Hiss! Pan Chong's eyes widened, bulging grotesquely, his face turning ashen, and his body visibly deflated. Pan Chong feebly hammered at Great Iron with his hands, his strength waning. Monster! Pan Chong groaned with utter despair, his breath ceasing entirely. This scene petrified Zhao Yang and Song Xiang behind the doorway, both wearing expressions of utter terror. Song Xiang's hand trembled as he held the gun, stammering, "What in the world is this? A new breed of mutated zombie?" Zhao Yang, jolted by urgency, shouted, "Third brother! Shoot!" Previously, Song Xiang had refrained from firing for fear that the gunshot would attract more zombies, but now, he could no longer afford such concerns. Responding to Zhao Yang's command, he raised the AK-47, the hollow muzzle aimed at the large figure, and a fierce tongue of flame erupted from the barrel. "Dodge!" Gu Yu quickly ordered, simultaneously commanding Green 1 and Green 2 to advance. Boom! 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 A thick cloud of blood mist erupted around Green 1 and Green 2. Within mere seconds, both zombies were riddled with bullets, blood pouring forth. Green 1's arm was shattered by a barrage of gunfire. Zhao Yang's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Third brother, aim for the head." A ball of fire coalesced in his hand and was hurled towards Green 2. The fireball arced gracefully and detonated above Green 2 with astonishing speed, flames bursting forth in all directions. In an instant, Green 1's skull was nearly obliterated by bullets, yet he persisted, tenaciously charging towards Zhao Yang and his companion. Witnessing this, Gu Yu's pupils constricted sharply as he established a mental connection with the large figure, beginning to direct its assault. I was careless. It seems I underestimated the power of firearms. The large figure knelt, then propelled itself from the ground, leaping 6 meters in a flash, closing in on Song Xiang. With a swift kick aimed at the gun, its right hand lunged forward, striking at the throat. Crack! With a sharp crack, Decay's fist struck directly at Song Xiang's throat, causing him to fall to the ground with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Though it seemed to unfold over an eternity, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yang's eyes blazed with fury as he conjured a crackling fireball in his hand, roaring, "I'll fight you to the end." The bond among the three brothers was forged through life and death, and even in this apocalyptic world, their camaraderie remained unshaken. With the demise of their elder brother and the youngest, how could he refrain from seeking vengeance? In response to Zhao Yang's wrathful strike, Gu Yu offered a cold smile. He commanded Decay to pick up the rifle that lay at his feet and unleashed a hail of bullets toward Zhao Yang. Although many shots went astray, a number found their mark amidst the barrage, with one bullet striking Zhao Yang's heart. The fireball he had summoned faltered, and he collapsed. Zombies wielding firearms, an unsettling thought indeed. Creak! Gu Yu pushed open the door to the refuse room, taking just a few steps before stumbling forward, half kneeling on the ground. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the floor. Battling against the dizziness and nausea, Gu Yu ordered Xiao Lu to carry him while Decay hoisted the three corpses, hastening their departure from the second-floor corridor. Just as Gu Yu had left, over 20 zombies surged forth, followed by sporadic stragglers. The lingering scent of blood in the corridor provoked the undead relentlessly. Fortunately, Pan Chong and his companions had cleared the nearby zombies in advance. Otherwise, the sound of gunfire would have summoned a horde in an instant. Retreating to the third-floor operating theater, Gu Yu secured the door with Decay and succumbed to an immediate slumber, utterly spent. Unbeknownst to him, Decay and Xiao El resumed their sanguinary feast in his absence. Zhao Yang and Song Xiang were swiftly reduced to desiccated remains. Upon Decay's char chest, flesh stirred and regenerated, while Xiao El's sunken chest rebounded to its former fullness. A novel strain of undead night descended, the silvery moon aloft, amidst a firmament of twinkling stars. Muffled growls reverberated throughout the hospital. Within the emergency room on the third floor, Gu Yu stirred, awakening to a realm of darkness. Save for the faint luminescence seeping from beyond the door. "How long have I been asleep?" Gu Yu muttered, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. Did an entire day elapse in the blink of an eye? He had only just laid down when it was broad daylight. As he turned his head, Gu Yu recoiled in shock, bolting upright from the floor. Good heavens! What is that? In the gloom, a pair of verdant eyes gazed intently at Gu Yu. He hastily reached for a surgical lamp, bathing the room in light, which immediately eased his apprehension. The obscurity had evoked a sense of disorientation and an involuntary surge of solitude. Catching sight of the two desiccated corpses and the vacant expressions of Decay and Xiao El, Gu Yu's lips twitched. Have even the undead become so cunning these days? Yet he acknowledged that bloodlust was intrinsic to their nature, an immutable aspect of their being. Observing the restoration of Decay and Xiao El's injuries, Guyu was taken aback. Can blood-sucking restore injuries? Guyu exclaimed in astonishment. Scanning. Species, zombie, iron zombie, level. Intermediate tier 2 ability. Great power. Under a state of explosive force, strength can reach 3 times the original. Physique, 98 strength, 97 speed, 92. Species, zombie, green zombie, level. Advanced tier 1 ability. Fire toxin, fingernails contain a potent zombie fire toxin. Physique, 71 strength, 75 speed, 73 Guyu's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the information before him. Upgraded? Moreover, even the abilities seemed to have enhanced. And Little Green had gained an additional power. Was it necessary for the zombies he created to suck blood in order to level up? Guyu inhaled sharply, feeling a slight pang in his teeth. This seemed to set him on a path to becoming the enemy of all humanity. Though the strength of Big Iron and Little Green had increased, Guyu found no joy in it. In the face of formidable firearms, Big Iron's mere tier 2 strength was hardly sufficient. He had witnessed the tragic fates of Green 1 and Green 2 under a hail of Gatling gun bullets. Big Iron would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Guyu stroked his chin, deep in thought. At present, he saw 2 paths to power. One was to lead Big Iron and Little Green in a frenzy of blood-sucking, striving to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. However, he shook his head decisively, deeming it too perilous. Regarding the characters of Big Iron and Little Green, they appear unremarkable at first glance, but a cursory inspection reveals their non-human nature. Thus, it is impossible to bring them into a human sanctuary, and the likelihood of encountering solitary humans is exceedingly slim. If humans cannot be found, he would inevitably succumb to the jaws of the undead. Therefore, he contemplated a second course of action. I shall create new zombies. Guyu mused. In truth, he yearned to forge a new species, yet his capabilities were regrettably limited. As it stood, he possessed only the zombie species and was uncertain when he might acquire another. System, initiate resource assessment. Target, emergency building. Resource scanning in progress. Ding, scanning complete. Suitable zombie variants. Green zombie, iron zombie, flying zombie. Green zombie, materials required are as follows. Iron zombie, materials required are as follows. Flying zombie, 1 mutated bird corpse, 2 extraordinary corpses, 1 active corpse. 200 pounds of iron, 100 pounds of copper, 30 first-level energy cores, and 2 second-level energy cores. Guyu suspected he had misheard, for the requisites appeared rather reasonable this time. The extraordinary corpses were readily available, albeit 3 desiccated remains. However, since the system classified them as resources from the emergency building, they must be viable. As for the second-level energy cores, Guyu contemplatively cast a glance at the 3 corpses and bent down to meticulously search them. 1 minute later, Guyu surveyed the 3 corpses, now reduced to mere undergarments, and fell into profound contemplation. Had he miscalculated? Guyu awkwardly scratched his head. It shouldn't be. His gaze shifted, and he suddenly noticed the bulging crotch of Zhao Yang's trousers, and his eyes lit up. Well, aren't you a clever little imp? This method of hiding things reminded him of his school days when his classmates hid cigarettes in their crotches. Removing Zhao Yang's boxer briefs, as he suspected, there was a small pocket sewn into the front of the boxers, containing 2 milky white crystalline cores the size of quail eggs. These are tier 2 crystalline cores. They don't seem any different. Guyu held up the crystalline cores, examining them closely. Incomprehensible. A thought stirred within Guyu. He recalled a study he had heard about at the Nightfall Institute. After zombies infected with an alien virus, the virus destroys the original human genetic chain, constructing a new one, a form of malignant mutation. After infection, human consciousness ceases to exist, with only the alien virus within dictating commands. Of course, these alien viruses also promote human evolution. When humans are infected with the virus and the genetic chain is damaged, the body also repairs and resists. Certain human genes differ, or rather, are different from ordinary people. Because of that particularity, those people not only successfully resisted the virus, but also gained evolutionary abilities, underwent profound genetic changes, and obtained various extraordinary abilities, becoming transcendents. Zombies are a form of deformed human evolution, or perhaps the product of failed evolution. Zombies are equivalent to a virus container. The more zombie virus in the body, the stronger the container. Naturally, the energy contained within the energy crystal core grows stronger. Simultaneously, this crystal core functions akin to an energy absorber, ceaselessly drawing in certain energies from the external environment. The virus within the zombies, stimulated by the energy absorbed from the outside, undergoes evolution and enhancement, thereby augmenting the zombies themselves. This can be described as a cyclical process. Initially, this theory circulated among various research institutes and subsequently garnered widespread acceptance. However, Guyu is aware that this notion first emerged from the Nightfall Institute, which still retains certain experimental evidence supporting it. The origins of the Nightfall Institute are shrouded in mystery, reputed as a cradle for geniuses and a sanctuary for the deranged. Even those who hail from the Nightfall Institute possess scant knowledge about it. Within just a few months, the Nightfall Institute became a household name, celebrated globally. While it has established branches across the world, the true location of its headquarters remains unknown to all. The individuals associated with this institute are both geniuses and lunatics, each possessing a modicum of eccentricity. However, these lunatics are driven by a fervor for scientific research or exhibit some form of obsession, unlike the original, who is utterly deranged. A calamitous experiment nearly led to the downfall of the Nightfall Institute in Yun City. Consequently, the original's artificial zombie project was halted and all experimental endeavors were terminated. This ultimately led to the original's theft of meteorites and defection from the Nightfall Institute. Gathering the energy crystal core, Guyu hastily devoured the stored bread, flashlight in hand. He ascended to the rooftop of the emergency building accompanied by Decay and Xiao Lu. Since the mutated birds were resources belonging to the emergency department, their presence could only be anticipated on the rooftop terrace. For the zombies, nightfall has never posed an obstacle. Rather, it is the daylight that renders them conspicuous. In the pitch-black corridor, Guyu stealthily advanced with Decay in the lead and Xiao Lu following closely behind, ensuring their protection with utmost vigilance. In the apocalyptic world, one must learn the art of survival to endure. As the chaos of the end times surged, it was a testament to the instinct for self-preservation. Who would willingly forsake the warmth of a cozy blanket, if not compelled by dire circumstances? Regrettably, the interference device created by his original self required electricity. Otherwise, his safety could have been significantly enhanced. The emergency building comprised 12 floors, signifying that he still had to climb 9 more. The mere thought of it was exhausting. Guyu felt a twinge of regret, pondering that he should have constructed 2 more green zombies to carry him up the stairs. He internally lamented as the silence of the corridor was broken only by the sound of their footsteps. After a safe and uneventful ascent to the 10th floor, Guyu took out a bottle of water and gulped down a few swigs, beads of sweat beginning to form beneath the fine fuzz on his cheeks. "Decay, what are you doing?" he inquired, noticing Decay slightly hunched over. Just as he finished speaking, Guyu was jolted to attention, unbuckling the rifle from his back, readying himself for action. The vigilance of zombies far surpassed his own. In the dimly lit corridor, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, a dark shadow gradually elongated. Its form grotesque. The sound of footsteps echoed crisply through the hallway. Tap, tap, tap. The silhouette on the wall drew ever closer to Guyu, who widened his eyes, staring intently towards the entrance of the corridor. What on earth is that? Guyu stood frozen in astonishment. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed again with renewed focus. A creature, resembling a black bird the size of a rooster, perched upon the staircase, looking down upon Guyu with an air of curiosity. Its appearance was peculiar, featuring a sharp little beak, soft yellow feathers adorning its body, and a glossy black tail held high. Could this possibly be a mutated bird? Guyu murmured to himself. Scanning. Species. Mutated bird. Lightning dove larva. Level. First-tier beginner ability. Electric control. Harbors potent electrical currents within, capable of absorbing lightning. The currents in its diminutive frame could instantaneously kill an average adult. Physique. 56 strength. 58 speed. 54 this. Guyu was at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, it truly was a mutated bird, far beyond his expectations. And its ability, was extraordinarily impressive, was it not? Jealousy gnawed at him like a relentless specter. He pondered when he might awaken his own powers. Lacking a formidable ability left him feeling insecure. Every time he created a new zombie, it merely served to enhance his attributes, which he felt was not of substantial utility. Imagine if one could wield the power of lightning. How magnificent that would be. Of course, the kind that involves wielding a hammer is out of the question, as it does not align with my refined demeanor. With these thoughts in mind, Guyu discreetly stepped back, positioning Xiao Lu in front. What constitutes an ordinary adult? He is indeed an ordinary adult. The moment Guyu moved, the previously innocent-looking Lei Jiao sprang into action, charging downward. Guyu's expression shifted slightly as he urgently commanded Tai and Xiao Lu to intercept Lei Jiao from both sides. Xiao Lu leapt into the air, her elongated claws turning a vivid crimson, an unsettling sight. Her sharp claws raked across Lei Jiao's surface, leaving a gash that exposed bone, prompting a pained cry from the creature. This was dire. Guyu's heart plummeted. Having provoked the young one, now the elder was upon them. A misty purple light emanated from the feathers at Lei Jiao's tail. A powerful current surged forth, striking Xiao Lu squarely in the chest. In an instant, her chest was scorched black, and her body was propelled backward. On the rooftop terrace, scattered remnants of shattered bones lay strewn about, faintly discernible as human remains. The moment the cry of the young Lei Jiao pierced the air, the creature that had been quietly crouching on the ground suddenly rose, its wings unfurling to a span of over 2 meters. Its piercing gaze radiated ferocity as it let out a fearsome screech. Retracting, the imposing figure of Tai sprang from his position, swinging his fist down fiercely toward Xiao Lei Jiao. Although Xiao Lei Jiao was weaker in strength, his intelligence was not to be underestimated, as he sensed Tai's ferocity and hurriedly evaded the attack. At that moment, Xiao LV, who had retreated to the side, suddenly charged forward, hands raised, and a flash of fire erupted, causing the temperature in the air to rise dramatically. Bang! Tai's fist struck Xiao Lei Jiao's body. But due to Guyu's orders, he refrained from using excessive force, merely rendering him unconscious. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing shriek echoed through the corridor. "Well done, Tai!" Guyu shouted, commanding Tai to take Xiao Lei Jiao and swiftly descend the stairs. They had to leave immediately, otherwise they would face dire consequences. And Guyu had no desire to be reduced to a mere pile of refuse. Just as Guyu departed, Lei Jiao squeezed through the stairway entrance, his massive form nearly filling the entire corridor. Sensing the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, the red glow in Lei Jiao's eyes intensified, and his sharp claws dug deep grooves into the hard concrete floor. With a shriek, Lei Jiao pursued the scent of blood that hung in the air. However, by the time he reached the 7th floor, he lost track of his target. Enraged, Lei Jiao could only vent his fury on the zombies attracted by the commotion. In an instant, the entire 7th floor was engulfed in a terrifying storm of lightning, with electrical appliances erupting in a cascade of sparks. Feeling the tremors of the floor, Guyu exhaled a sigh of relief, still shaken. Fortunately, he had reacted promptly, using the foul blood of the zombies to mask the scent on Xiao Lei Jiao. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Without further delay, Guyu hurried to the 3rd floor. To err on the side of caution, he took a stroll around the 4th floor and stacked a substantial number of items to barricade the stairway. Regardless of its effectiveness, it provided him with a sense of psychological reassurance. Upon returning to the operating room, Guyu gazed at the small lightning pigeon held in the Iron Giant's grasp and smiled with satisfaction. He realized he had previously been overly reckless. It was indeed easier to manipulate the smaller creatures. After hastily consuming a modest meal, Guyu immersed himself in his tasks. He began by melting various metals, iron and copper, having expended considerable effort to procure these materials, bringing back numerous pieces of hospital equipment. He gathered all the copper he could find, estimating that after crafting the zombie, he would need to expand his search radius for future creations. It took over 2 hours to complete the melting of all the iron and copper, raising the temperature in the operating room by several degrees, akin to a colossal furnace. He instructed Little Green to bring in several corpses and asked the Iron Giant to fetch a zombie from outside. While waiting, Guyu commenced the preparation of the reagent for dissolving the energy crystal nucleus. A crucial aspect of zombie creation lies in the dissolution of the energy crystal nucleus. Moreover, the processes differ for various types of zombies. Admittedly, Guyu found these methods to be rather unscientific. Nevertheless, he could not deny that although the system's proposed techniques lacked scientific grounding, their effectiveness was indeed remarkable. Even within the confines of the Nightfall Research Institute, he had yet to hear of anyone successfully dissolving energy crystal nuclei. The best results he had encountered involved merely extracting the energy contained within. The dissolution of the level 2 energy core was demonstrably slower than that of the level 1. The Tai had already returned with a zombie. Yet the level 2 energy core was only halfway dissolved. After a brief interlude, once the energy core had completely dissolved, Guyu eagerly amalgamated it with the successfully smelted iron and copper. Subsequently, he submerged the little thunder dove into the mixture. System, commence fusion. Creation points, 100 crit. The moment the little thunder dove entered the liquid, a violent reaction ensued and a violet aura emanated from a bucket. The little thunder dove's feathers dissolved rapidly, followed by its flesh and blood, all of which integrated into the liquid, leaving behind only a skeleton. Guyu glanced at it briefly and then shifted his attention to the two transcendent corpses slowly merging in the corner. The bodies transformed into a crimson fluid that gradually flowed into the zombie's mouth, enveloping its body in a dark, spectral light. Guyu was no longer fazed by this somewhat macabre scene. Compared to the apocalypse and the overwhelming number of zombies, this was a mere trifle. Moreover, he felt a strange, inexplicable excitement while watching this unfold. The transformation did not last long. The black spectral light on the zombie's body soon morphed into an eerie crimson hue. A mere glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine and make every hair stand on end. He glanced at the bucket at his feet, which now contained only a small amount of liquid. Correspondingly, the little thunder dove's skeletal remains exhibited a distinct metallic sheen. Upon the vividly colored remains, a faint purple current coursed through. Is it completed? Guyu murmured in astonishment. This represented an exceedingly pivotal step. It was imperative for the corpse of the Thunderbird to absorb a sufficient amount of energy. As he reached out to grasp the remains, a subtle change flickered across Guyu's expression. How heavy? He could not lift it with one hand. It was roughly estimated to weigh around 50 pounds. With both hands, he hoisted it and cast it toward the zombie, radiating a crimson glow. The moment they made contact, the remains of the Thunderbird began to dissolve rapidly, merging seamlessly with the undead. Simultaneously, a layer of flesh and muscle enveloped the zombie completely. Anyone witnessing the spectacle would undoubtedly scream in terror, for that layer resembled skin being torn from muscle. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Guyu felt a surge of relief and joy. It succeeded. He could only wonder what level of power the resulting flying zombie would possess. Instructing the Tai and Xiao Lu to keep watch, Guyu climbed on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, everything unfolded. Time flowed quietly by. The following day, a beam of sunlight filtered through the crack of the door, illuminating Guyu's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, rubbed the sleep from the corners, and hurriedly glanced towards the corner of the room. What the hell? Guyu instinctively exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. Before him stood a captivating woman, adorned with a pair of bony wings upon her back. A mane of dark crimson hair cascaded down, complemented by black bony wings extending over a meter in length, their surface etched with enigmatic black patterns. Those violet eyes, devoid of turmoil, yet imbued with an eerie vitality, were now fixed upon Guyu. It was a gaze reminiscent of a creature beholding its progenitors, brimming with dependence and affection. Clearly, the intelligence of this flying zombie surpassed that of the Tai and Xiao Lu by a considerable margin. Suddenly, the long-forgotten system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating a flying zombie. Rewards: Strength Attribute Points, 30, Constitution Attribute Points, 25, Speed Attribute Points, 25, Creation Points, 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving an attribute score exceeding 60 points in all categories. Would you like to unlock abilities? Note, the higher the attribute points, the stronger the unlocked abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating a third-tier zombie, unlocking the bloodline of similar species. The sudden influx of happiness left Guyu momentarily bewildered. A thought surged through his mind. The essence of life lies in the unexpected delights that can soothe all suffering. In that instant, Guyu felt that perhaps the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. Scanning. Species, zombie, flying zombie. Level, advanced tier 3 physique, 145 strength, 150 speed, 155 abilities. Flight, with its wings, it soars through the sky. Lightning, the dual wings on its back harbor tens of thousands of volts. Any entity below tier 3 that touches it will face certain death. Eagle Eye, inherited from the thunder pigeon, it possesses extraordinary vision, capable of discerning objects from 1,000 meters away. Guyu found himself utterly at a loss for words. He admitted to feeling a tinge of envy. A zombie outshining him. Where is the justice in that? Although he recognized it was a creation of his own making. Discontent lingered within. Guyu circled the flying zombie, scrutinizing it thoughtfully while stroking his chin, pondering what name would be fitting. Little Flyer? No, that felt overly masculine. Little Bone? A bit peculiar. Guyu tugged at his hair in frustration, pacing back and forth. What a bother. If only he had captured a male zombie instead. Alas, the tie was indeed a bit dim-witted. As a zombie, he still fell prey to aesthetic ideals, opting to bring back a female zombie. Guyu silently mocked, catching sight of the flying zombie's violet pupils, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. From now on, you shall be named Little Purple. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your agreement, he chuckled merrily. In a southern corner of Yun City, at the Yun City shelter, the sturdy steel gates slowly lifted and armored vehicles, modified for enhanced performance, roared forth. Several zombies loitering at the entrance were instantly hurled into the air by the impact, soaring upwards before crashing down with a sickening thud, reduced to a pulpy mess. Hot-tot-tot, hot-tot-tot. Atop the vehicle, a figure manned a heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of incandescent fire that swiftly obliterated the wandering undead into a gruesome mire. Ha-ha, you worthless scum, meet your demise. Whoop-whoop. Ha-ha, brothers. Let's roll. Charge. Dozens of armored vehicles rampaged through the zombie horde, before scattering in various directions. One such vehicle detached from the group, heading towards Yun City Central Hospital. Inside, a burly, unkempt man with a bristly beard slammed shut the roof hatch, spitting vehemently. These wretched zombies are gathering in ever-increasing numbers lately. Ha! This armored vehicle is truly formidable, worth every penny. Captain, isn't venturing to the municipal hospital a bit too perilous? A diminutive man inquired tentatively. Their Firewolves exploration team was merely a D-level outfit, and they were largely ignorant of the conditions at the hospital, making such a rash expedition exceedingly dangerous. Zhao Qing clapped the slender man on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Skinny, fret not. I have inside intel that suggests the hospital has a sparse zombie population, with most being relatively weak. The only real threat is a mutated bird, but it's usually perched on the top floor. As long as we don't provoke it, we should be fine. Besides, we have this behemoth." Zhao Qing patted the armored vehicle, his face brimming with confidence. "As long as we can retrieve the pharmaceuticals from the municipal hospital, we will be able to exchange for a few extraordinary reagents, thereby undoubtedly enhancing our strength. However, you, Slim Monkey, are excessively cautious," remarked Ding Xian casually while driving the armored vehicle. "Captain, do you think if we manage to secure the medications, we could purchase this vehicle?" The man in the passenger seat retorted mercilessly, "Don't even consider it. This has been specially modified, and it would take no less than 22nd level crystal cores to acquire it." "Is it merely 20 crystal cores? Once we procure the supplies from the municipal hospital, we could easily exchange for 200, Zhao Qing interjected. "In this apocalyptic world, aside from food, the most critical resource is undoubtedly medicine. All right, everyone take a moment to rest. Ding Xian will switch shifts in an hour." "Understood." 11. The true power of Shao Zi. Guyu found himself in a quandary. pondering whether he should activate his abilities. Prior to the possibility of activation, he had eagerly anticipated it, yet now that the moment had arrived, he hesitated. This was primarily due to the system statement. The higher the attribute values, the more potent the activated abilities. If given the chance, who would not wish to possess formidable powers? However, if he were to end up activating a subpar ability, he would find himself at a disadvantage. After much contemplation, Guyu ultimately decided against activating his powers. At this juncture, even if he were to tap into his abilities, his strength would not see significant enhancement. After all, he had zombies at his disposal. Worst case scenario, he could simply amass a horde of them and overwhelm his opponents through sheer numbers. To speak of ability, the capacity to create species stands unparalleled, a truly unique power. One must concede that the extraordinary intelligence of the original self endowed a rational capacity for thought. Had it been the former self who arrived in this apocalyptic world, rational thinking would have been a distant dream. The very mindset would likely have shattered. With a decision firmly anchored in his heart, Guyu ceased his contemplation and ascended the stairs with Xiao Zi, decay, and Xiao LV in tow. The third-tier prowess of Xiao Zi instilled in him a profound confidence. Unlike decay and Xiao LV, who exhibited menacing visages at the slightest proximity, Xiao Zi remained steadfastly close to Guyu, a comforting presence. Decay and Xiao LV, intimidated, instinctively recoiled, not daring to utter a sound. Guyu marveled at Xiao Zi's intelligence, pondering if the stronger zombies he might create in the future would possess intellect on par with that of humanity. A hint of anticipation flickered within him. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he scoured the area, yet not a single zombie was to be found. Reluctantly, he pressed onward to the fifth floor. In the grand hall of the fifth floor, Guyu voraciously devoured a chicken leg scavenged from a hospital room, silently bemused. How peculiar it was that not a single zombie could be located. In days past, they were abundant. What could possibly be happening today? Could it be that they were all gathered for a communal feast? Unbeknownst to Guyu, at the moment when Lei Jio unleashed his fury, nearly all the zombies instinctively flocked to the seventh floor, only to meet their demise. Guyu brazenly thrust open the door to the duty room, and suddenly, a menacing shadow lunged toward Guyu with astonishing speed. Guyu's eyes widened in surprise, and almost instinctively, he lowered his head and dove to the right, executing a flawless roll. Thud! His head collided with the desk in the duty room, the corner making intimate contact with his forehead, leaving a vivid crimson mark. "Is this a zombie dog?" Guyu exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the creature before him. Once a mere pug, it had undergone a grotesque transformation due to the zombie virus. Its size now rivaled that of a wolf dog. Patches of fur had fallen away, revealing eerie splotches of blood, and greenish liquid dripped from its mouth, while its eyes glowed with a fierce, menacing red. A glance at the duty room revealed two incomplete zombie corpses, and Guyu's understanding crystallized. It appeared to be yet another creature that feasted upon its own kind. Scanning. Species, zombie dog variant, cannibalistic, level, secondary stage, beginner physique, 81 strength, 82 speed, 88 ability, absorption capable of absorbing the strength and abilities of its kind. Acceleration. In a frenzied state, speed attributes increase by 20%. Secondary stage. Guyu's gaze flickered with uncertainty, a wave of relief washing over him. That was perilously close. He suddenly comprehended that the enhancement of attribute points was not without merit. Had this encounter occurred earlier, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the attack of secondary stage zombie dog. Xiaoji attack, Guyu commanded. Originally guarding beside Guyu, the petite figure of Xiao Zi surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The zombie dog emitted a chilling howl from its throat, its visage growing increasingly grotesque. Despite the formidable nature of the zombie dog, which could triumph over numerous adversaries of its own rank, it paled in comparison to the third-tier Xiao Zi. As it leaped forth, revealing its fearsome countenance, Xiao Zi seized its body with both hands. Her sharp claws instantaneously penetrated the zombie dog's flesh, and with a sudden surge of strength, splash, the creature was cleaved in two, dark, putrid blood splattering against the window of the duty room. Guyu stood frozen, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Third tier. Is it truly that powerful? A flicker of understanding dawned upon Guyu. No wonder the rewards for creating the third-tier Shao Zi were so abundant. The third tier represented a significant transformation, a qualitative leap that was not merely a matter of ascending one level. Regrettably, the original self lacked substantial memories regarding extraordinary beings. Otherwise, he would possess a greater understanding. Alas, the lack of knowledge had proven disadvantageous. Witnessing Shao Zi's formidable strength, Guyu felt his confidence swell. Perhaps it was time for him to embrace a touch of arrogance? He pondered while stroking his chin. Having nearly grown weary of the expired snow cakes, he resolved to enhance his quality of life. Without further ado, Guyu, accompanied by Shao Zi and the others, made his way directly to the second floor, traversing the corridor towards the outpatient building. The supplies in the emergency building had been largely scavenged, and he dared not venture any higher. He had a certain intuition that the thunderous dove was indeed extraordinary. For the sake of his own life, it would be prudent to refrain from further involvement. As he had anticipated, the supplies in the outpatient building were indeed more abundant than those in the emergency department. After merely exploring 2 floors, Guyu's large backpack was already brimming. Naturally, he would never carry such a burden himself. Xiao Lu, being robust and sturdy, was the perfect candidate. Suddenly, Guyu recalled that the system had rewarded him with a new species, the bloodline. Having been preoccupied with observing Shao Zi, he had momentarily forgotten about this. However, he was uncertain if this bloodline was akin to what he envisioned, capable of transforming into a bat at will. With this thought in mind, Guyu hastily summoned the detailed information regarding the bloodline. System: create bloodline, conduct resource assessment, target: outpatient building. Scanning for resources. Insufficient resources. Guyu was taken aback. Insufficient resources? In such a vast hospital, could there truly be no resources to create a single bloodline? He gazed out the window, pondering whether he should venture outside. To be candid, since his arrival in this apocalyptic realm, he had yet to personally explore the surroundings. Each morning, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted not by serenity, but by the sight of either zombies or the undead. Casting a glance at the adorably naive Shao Zi beside him, Guyu resolved to step outside. On another note, if he wished to create more zombies and bloodlines, he could not confine himself solely to the hospital. Relying solely on the resources available within a hospital would only allow him to produce green zombies and iron zombies. After thoroughly exploring the 4th floor, Guyu and Shao Zi, along with a few others, exited the outpatient building. As they stepped outside, they were immediately confronted by several wandering zombies. Without needing any prompting from Guyu, as the zombies approached, Shao Zi spread her wings and swiftly darted through the throng of undead. With a crackle, the electric currents emitted from her wings caused several zombies to convulse violently, releasing a pungent stench that filled the air. Guyu was immediately overcome and wretched. The odor was utterly overwhelming. Not a moment longer did he linger. He swiftly departed from the scene. Resolutely, Guyu vowed never to allow Shao Zi to unleash her electric powers on zombies again. A few more encounters like that, and he would surely faint. After running for more than 10 meters, the acrid stench began to dissipate. He finally released his grip on his nose and exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. To his left stood a modest hotel, while to his right loomed a 5-story shopping mall. After contemplating his options, Guyu ultimately decided to head towards the hotel. Regardless of anything else, he needed to satiate his hunger. As Guyu entered the once tranquil hotel, a flurry of subtle disturbances erupted throughout the premises. From various corners, a horde of zombies emerged, numbering nearly 20 upon a cursory count. Guyu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a considerable presence within a modest hotel. The tattered garments adorning the zombies suggested they were once hotel staff. Big Iron, advance, he commanded. For mere first-tier zombies, there was no need for Shao Zi to take action. Ignoring the menacing undead, Guyu, accompanied by Shao Zi and Xiao Lu, hastened towards the staircase. Elevators were best avoided. Should they become ensnared, complications would surely arise. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Guyu made a beeline for the dining area. Here, The number of zombies was noticeably fewer, with only a handful present. The strongest among them was merely an intermediate first tier, which Xiao Zi dispatched effortlessly. Drawing a sharp scalpel, he meticulously extracted the crystal cores from the zombies' craniums. While Guyu busied himself within the hotel, an armored vehicle thundered onto the street adjacent to the hospital. The powerful roar of the vehicle attracted numerous shrieking, grotesque zombies. Yet, without exception, upon encountering the armored behemoth, they were either pulverized into a gory mash or left grievously injured. Zhao Qing leaned half his body out from the top of the armored vehicle, wielding a heavy machine gun, poised to eliminate any formidable zombies that dared to approach. Although the armored vehicle boasted formidable defenses, becoming ensnared amidst a throng of zombies would render escape a daunting challenge. In the distance, Zhao Qing spotted a series of towering buildings, their entrances marked by prominently erected stone tablets. "Attention everyone, we're approaching the municipal hospital. Prepare for engagement," Zhao Qing exclaimed. Accompanied by a thunderous rumble and a slight tremor in the ground, the armored vehicle bypassed the hotel and proceeded towards the hospital. Startled, Guyu, who was cheerfully scavenging for supplies in the kitchen, paused abruptly. He rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. A vehicle? Tossing the sprouting potato into Xiao Lu's large backpack, Guyu hastily moved to the window. Through the glass, he could clearly see an armored vehicle, stained with dark blood and littered with dismembered limbs, parked in the hospital square. Several figures were emerging from a vehicle. Zhao Qing and two others dismounted. Zhao Qing patted the driver's side door of the armored vehicle and said softly, "Be vigilant. If anything goes wrong, extract us immediately." "Understood," Ding Xian replied with a nod. "Oh, Captain, if there are any cigarettes in the hospital, grab some. It's been ages since I've had a smoke." "Rest assured, I won't forget you," Zhao Qing said. He spat forcefully on the ground, waved his hand grandly, and declared, "Let's move, brothers." Drawing a long blade from his back, he took the lead, with the other two following closely behind. From the hotel window, Guyu watched this scene silently, a hint of anxiety in his expression. Although he couldn't discern what they were saying, their direction indicated they were heading towards the emergency building. What would they discover upon ascending the stairs? Traces of his presence. Guyu never underestimated anyone, especially those who had survived the apocalypse. How many among them were simpletons? Even if attributable to fortune, chance remains an integral facet of capability. Particularly, those audacious enough to navigate the post-apocalyptic landscape possess a certain degree of prowess, for the inept would have long perished. His prior discovery by that group was purely circumstantial. Indeed, the original inhabitant had maintained a remarkable level of concealment since his escape from the clutches of the Nightfall. Having once resided within Nightfall's confines, none could comprehend its influence as acutely as he, and without considerable strength, he harbored no desire to be located by its denizens. Guyu was acutely aware that their ascent to the third floor would inevitably expose his presence, revealing to them that the hospital harbored living souls. As one seeking to cultivate his abilities in obscurity, this was a scenario he vehemently wished to avoid. Gazing upon the armored vehicle stationed within the hospital plaza, Guyu's eyes darted about thoughtfully. The vehicle represented a formidable instrument of destruction. The heavy machine gun, mounted atop the vehicle alone, was sufficient to instill trepidation within Guyu's heart. Two courses of action presented themselves. Either eliminate these individuals or divert their attention, perhaps even dissuade them from proceeding. After careful deliberation, he resolved to attempt to lure them away. He harbored no moral qualms regarding the act of killing. Having arrived in this desolate era, any reluctance to take a life would be tantamount to self-destruction. His concern lay in the potential repercussions of eliminating these individuals, which might attract even more formidable adversaries. Guyu lifted his gaze towards the summit of the emergency building, the abode of the region's apex predator, the Thunder Condor. This presented an opportune moment to evaluate the Thunder Condor's capabilities. With his decision reached, Guyu promptly instructed Little Purple to depart and ascend to the summit, drawing the Thunder Condor's attention. He believed that by provoking the thunderous pigeon, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue once the creature detected the presence of living beings in the vicinity. As he observed Little Purple darting out of the hotel, and circling towards the top floor, Guyu began to connect with Little Purple's consciousness. Although Little Purple possessed considerable intelligence, Guyu was unwilling to take any risks in this endeavor. Unlike the vague consciousness of Big Iron and Little Green, Little Purple's awareness was remarkably clear, likely rivaling that of a young child. Intriguingly, despite her high intellect, Little Purple's consciousness remained pure and untainted, akin to a blank slate. Yet beneath this surface lay a predatory and ferocious nature akin to that of a bloodthirsty zombie. Through Little Purple's perspective, Guyu clearly beheld the thunderous pigeon atop the building. Upon sighting the creature, he realized just how astutely he had made his prior decision. The thunderous pigeon lay in slumber, and seizing the moment, Guyu commanded Little Purple to dive down, her sharp claws leaving a crimson mark upon the creature's body. With a powerful flap of her wings, Little Purple soared directly towards the armored vehicle. Inside, Ding Xian's countenance shifted dramatically as he spotted the shadow descending from the heavens. Instinctively clutching the rifle beside him, he remained in the vehicle precisely because he was an ordinary person. To his astonishment, the shadow abruptly altered its course mid-dive, ascending into the sky instead. Anxious, Ding Xian wasted no time and fired a shot out the window. The gunshot served as a signal. At that very moment, it became evident that something significant was unfolding. Zhao Qing and his companions, who were exploring the second floor, also changed their expressions, abandoning their search for supplies and hastily descending the stairs. As a few individuals approached the entrance of the building, they beheld Ding Xian in the vehicle, frantically gesturing. It was their unique signal, a warning that a new variant of zombie was afoot. Xiao Zi's appearance was so peculiar that no one would associate her with humanity, which was precisely why Guyu felt secure allowing her to venture outside. If it had been to Tai and Xiao LV, there might have been some suspicion, for at a quick glance, they bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to humans. The recent gunfire had drawn a horde of zombies from the surroundings, prompting the trio to hasten towards the armored vehicle. Staying within the confines of the hospital was far less secure. Hiding there would be akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. As the three made their way halfway, the enraged Lei Jiao, incensed by Xiao Zi's assault, noticed them. With Xiao Zi's whereabouts unknown, Lei Jiao unleashed its fury upon the group. A piercing cry rang out, echoing ominously. Not good. It's that Lei Jiao. Zhao Qing's face paled as he urged, "Quick, get in the vehicle." The trio rushed frantically towards the armored transport, while Lei Jiao swooped down from the sky, its shadowy eyes brimming with ferocity and malice. "No, that won't do. She is a zombie." Zhao Qing vociferated. Ding Xian opened fire. Even as Zhao Qing's command echoed, Ding Xian had already ascended to the vehicle's roof, manipulating the heavy machine gun to unleash a torrent of fire upon the Thunderhawk. The weapon roared, its dark maw spewing forth a deluge of bullets. With astonishing agility, the Thunderhawk executed a rapid pirouette in the air, its wings generating arcs of violet lightning that surged around its form. The incoming projectiles were deflected, impacting the surroundings and leaving pockmarks upon the walls. Where the barrage was most intense, the sturdy concrete crumbled into fragments. Exercise caution. This beast possesses considerable intelligence. Zhao Qing barked, pivoting to confront the Thunderhawk, wielding a blade in both hands. Withdraw immediately. Understanding flashed between them, and without uttering a word, the others hastened towards the armored vehicle. Ding Xian maintained a relentless assault on the Thunderhawk, buying Zhao Qing the necessary interval. With a sudden, guttural roar, Zhao Qing's muscles swelled, his frame expanding into that of a towering giant, easily over 3 meters in height. His skin, now a bronze hue, shimmered with a metallic sheen. "Ha!" Zhao Qing advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble, and with a mighty heave, he hurled his greatsword towards the Thunderhawk, sensing the impending threat amidst the hail of bullets. A glint of savage cunning flickered in the Thunderhawk's eyes. It ascended rapidly, soaring into the heavens. Its wings beat powerfully, releasing a bolt of violet lightning that collided with Zhao Qing's throne blade. The impact reverberated with a resounding crack as the greatsword was repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Qing successfully reached the armored vehicle. Just as he leapt into the confines of the armored car, The slender monkey had already ignited its engine, and with a resounding roar, the vehicle surged forth, belching forth a cloud of black smoke. The Thunderbird emitted a prolonged cry, soaring after the armored car. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a bullet hole in the Thunderbird's leg and a few specks of blood upon its wings. Clearly, Ding Xian's heavy machine gun had inflicted some degree of harm. Observing the Thunderbird and the armored vehicle recede into the distance, Gu Yu smiled with satisfaction. He then cast his gaze upward toward the rooftop of the emergency building, instructing Xiao Zi to return as he ascended directly to the top floor. A delightful moment of opportunity had arrived. During the recent skirmish, he had scanned the Thunderbird, and the information revealed was astonishing. The Thunderbird had indeed reached the 4th tier, and, judging by its attributes, it was not far from the intermediate 4th tier. This also indirectly reflected the formidable power of modern firearms. Even a 4th-tier Thunderbird could sustain injuries from a heavy machine gun, let alone Xiao Zi, who was merely at the 3rd tier. The more powerful weapons had become unusable. Otherwise, the zombie plague would have been resolved long ago. When a meteorite descended upon Earth, the explosion generated an anomalous pulse that instantaneously obliterated at least 70% of electronic devices. The more sophisticated the electronic apparatus, the more severe the damage incurred. The so-called nuclear bomb now resembled a dud, utterly inoperable and relegated to being buried deep underground. Even some large-scale missiles were rendered unusable. Only a handful of small missiles and vehicle-mounted missiles remained operational. However, due to the military personnel also being infected by the virus, many formidable firearms were rendered unusable in time. Fortunately, the weapons themselves remained unaffected, allowing humanity to swiftly establish shelters and survive in the face of the apocalypse. It can be asserted that without these firearms, the number of survivors would have been halved at the very least. For the first time soaring through the skies, Gu Yu felt an exhilarating rush as he gazed upon the distant, sprawling architecture, experiencing a sense of being on top of the world. Alas, this feeling dissipated swiftly as Xiao Zi descended with him. In the nest of the thunder pigeon, a dazzling array of energy crystals lay scattered, almost blinding him. Notably, none of these energy crystals were below the 2nd tier, each roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. The energy crystals within the zombies' craniums not only served as a vital resource for humanity, but also constituted a significant energy source for mutated animals. The thunder pigeon's formidable 4th-tier strength owed much to these energy crystals. Hee. Now, they all belong to me. Gu Yu chuckled to himself in delight. He hurriedly approached the thunder pigeon's nest, shedding his clothing and scooping up the energy crystals, hastily tossing them into his attire. Fearing a sudden return of the thunder pigeon, he indiscriminately gathered several, favoring the larger ones, and prepared to make his escape. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Yu finally exhaled in relief. Safe at last. Glancing at the bundle of energy crystals at his feet, he broke into a grin reminiscent of a foolish air. I'm rich. This endeavor was undeniably worthwhile. Not long after Gu Yu's departure, Lei Jia returned, dragging his injuries behind him, one wing stained a vivid crimson, appearing quite unnatural as he soared through the air. Upon landing on the rooftop, he gazed at the desolate nest, a flicker of human-like confusion flashing in his avian eyes. Lei Jia began to question the nature of his existence. What had transpired? Caw! The sharp, piercing cry of Lei Jia resonated, its echo clear even hundreds of meters away. Gu Yu, within the confines of the hotel, listened to Lei Jia's furious shrieks, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. Cry all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, your crystal core shall not return. He instructed decay to carry the crystal core, and thus commenced his life of scavenging, transporting the preserved supplies from the hotel. For him, the hospital remained a safer haven. Due to Lei Jia's presence, high-level zombies were a rarity there. Only ordinary zombies lingered, posing little threat, merely serving to fuel his ambitions of creating more zombies. After finishing his search for supplies, Gu Yu rewarded himself with a can of the scarce beef he had. Fortunately, the zombies he had created did not require sustenance. Otherwise, he would surely be consumed by worry. Finding an unoccupied room, He instructed decay to stand guard, then sprawled out on the bed. At last, he could enjoy a restful slumber, just as Guyu pulled the blanket over himself. He sensed the sudden presence of another being beside him. Instinctively reaching out, he encountered the soft flesh of Xiao Zi's wing. Huh? Guyu's face reflected bewilderment. Xiao Zi, what are you doing? A low growl responded to Guyu, and then Xiao Zi drew even closer to him. Beside him lay a slumbering zombie, and Guyu was utterly devoid of drowsiness. He reached up to touch his neck, pondering whether two holes might suddenly appear. Silently, he shifted to a distance and turned his back to Xiao Zi. In an instant, he found himself ensnared in Xiao Zi's embrace, akin to an octopus, tightly clinging to him. With tales of Su Xian taming snakes and Ning Kaichun confronting ghosts, was he now to engage with a zombie? Guyu shook his head in trepidation. This simply would not do. Despite Xiao Zi's striking beauty, an unsettling sensation loomed over him. Guyu had always prided himself on his chaste demeanor, famously known as the Iron Monk. In his previous life, despite the numerous starlets and youthful models his wayward friends had introduced to him, he had steadfastly remained unyielding. How could he now entertain the notion of succumbing to a zombie? He resolutely commanded Xiao Zi to keep her distance, disregarding her expression of dismay, and promptly succumbed to slumber. In the dimly lit room, Xiao Zi's pupils emitted an eerie purple glow. In the People's Square, several kilometers away from the city hospital, an armored vehicle stood silently beneath a colossal stone statue. The vehicle bore numerous claw marks, with fragments of its sturdy alloy armor strewn about. After a prolonged moment, Zhao Qing poked his head out from the top of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings before calling out, "Everyone can come out now. The beast has departed." A figure emerged from a crevice in a rock formation. It was the lean monkey. Ding Xian pushed open the vehicle's door, still shaken, and remarked, "Captain, that creature was truly formidable. I feared for my life today." Zhao Qing sighed softly, his expression heavy with sorrow. It is a pity about Juzi. His face was clouded with grief. They had been too complacent, believing that their armored vehicle would ensure their safety, unaware of the monstrous strength possessed by that mutated bird. Had it not been for Juzi, who valiantly wounded the creature with a heavy machine gun, it was uncertain whether they would have survived. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts were turbulent, rife with manipulation and deceit, yet it was precisely this that intensified their bonds. They had known each other long before the world fell into chaos, supporting one another through thick and thin, and just as they began to achieve a semblance of success, calamity struck. Though they had long prepared for the specter of death, the reality of losing a comrade stirred a complexity of emotions that only they could grasp. Ding Xian lay quietly on the ground, leaning against the armored vehicle, and suddenly exclaimed with bitterness, "Captain, this cannot be left unavenged. We must seek retribution for Juzi." "Retribution? How shall we achieve that?" The lean monkey wore a bitter smile, his demeanor despondent. "That beast is likely at the 4th tier. We are no match for it. No, there is a way. We can spread the word that a mutated creature has recently given birth in this area, and those formidable pioneer teams will undoubtedly come." Zhao Qing's expression shifted. Ding Xian. "This approach. Captain, are you not eager for vengeance for Juzi?" Ding Xian interjected. With his head bowed, Ding Xian's expression remained obscured. No one felt the loss of Juzi more deeply than he did. The individual who often challenged him, who had lifted him from despair, was gone forever. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's do it. I might as well risk my miserable life. Let's take a short break, and we will return shortly." As night fell, Guyu gradually regained consciousness, taking a hearty sip of mineral water to rouse himself. He fumbled to switch on the flashlight and beckoned Xiao Lu and a few others to don their backpacks as they made their way back to the hospital. Upon returning to the operating room, Guyu promptly instructed decay and Xiao Zi to capture zombies, specifically targeting the more robust specimens. It would be even better if they could encounter evolved or mutated zombies. So far, he could only produce green zombies in large quantities. Recreating iron or flying zombies was beyond his capabilities. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. While Xiao Zi and the others engaged in capturing zombies, Guyu took the opportunity to scavenge for supplies within the hospital. By the time he returned from his search, Over 30 zombies had congregated in the small operating room, including 2 evolved ones, much to Gu Yu's astonishment. "Ah, it seems I have my work cut out for me," he murmured softly before getting to work. Time slipped away as if under the influence of intoxication. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Yu poured the last batch of materials over a fallen zombie. As he anticipated, the resources proved insufficient, yielding only 20 green zombies, the majority of which were of the initial intermediate level, with merely 2 evolved ones reaching the advanced stage. The plan for a formidable army lay in ruins. After consuming a couple of bites, Gu Yu quietly led his zombie squad out of the hospital. The need for discretion stemmed from his fear of attracting the attention of the thunderous pigeon. In this vast world, life remains paramount. This time, Gu Yu resolved to venture into the shopping mall, hoping to uncover materials for the creation of new zombies. He commanded the 2 zombies at the forefront to push open the mall's entrance, and a swarm of zombies surged in. The few wandering zombies within were swiftly torn apart, with left little purple, right big iron, and a small green one with a backpack trailing behind. Gu Yu munched on a chicken leg as he stepped into the mall. Witnessing the scene before him filled Gu Yu with delight. Having a band of little brothers is indeed advantageous. Alas, their intellect left much to be desired. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. System: initiate resource detection. Target: shopping mall. Resource scanning in progress. Ding, scanning complete. Suitable types for zombie creation: silver zombie. Suitable types for blood clan creation: Luo clan. Silver corpse: 10 spiritual corpses, 1 level 3 energy crystal core, 10 level 2 energy crystal cores, 30 level 1 energy crystal cores, 10 pounds of pure silver, 10 pounds of vegetable oil, 10 bottles of liquor above 50 degrees, and sea rock stone require synthesis. Blood clan: 1 mutated rat, 1 spiritual corpse, 5 level 2 energy crystal cores, and 1 kilogram of milk powder. Gu Yu suddenly froze. Blood clan? Are there items here that can create the blood clan? Before Gu Yu could recover from his astonishment, he heard the subsequent required materials. He summoned the panel, gazing at the array of materials listed before him, and fell into deep contemplation. Is this really scientific? How on earth do these bizarre materials give rise to new species? System: are you certain the materials provided are correct? Gu Yu persisted. System: host need not doubt. Creating a new species merely requires certain components from these materials. Any superfluous elements will be automatically eliminated during the fusion process. Gu Yu found himself at a loss for words, and, along with Xiao Zi and others, commenced the search for resources. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, he heard a faint sound, the unmistakable noise of an animal gnawing on bones, a sound he was all too familiar with. With a thud, a shadow sprang from the freezer and landed gracefully on the ground, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Gu Yu. It truly is a mutated rat. Have you ever seen a rat the size of a dog? While others in the Blood clan swiftly transform into bats with a bang, he, on the other hand, simply turns into a large rat with a swoosh. The creature known as the mouse is far more ferocious than it appears, particularly the mutated varieties in a post-apocalyptic world. Without needing to guess, Gu Yu is acutely aware that this particular mouse has undoubtedly feasted on the flesh of the living. Before Gu Yu could issue any commands, the mutated mouse lunged at a green zombie with startling swiftness. With a sharp thud, its incisors sank deeply into the zombie's neck, viciously tearing at the flesh. Xiaozi, charge! Gu Yu commanded. A small mouse seemed to defy the odds. In an instant, Xiao Zi sprang into action, its agile form launching forward, claws glinting ominously. Just as Xiao Zi was about to strike, the mutated mouse abruptly released its grip on the green zombie's neck and deftly evaded, causing Xiao Zi's attack to miss its mark. Gu Yu's expression darkened as he quickly ordered the nearby green zombies to converge around him, forming a protective circle. The speed of this mouse is astonishing. Gu Yu realized he had gravely underestimated these mutated creatures. Their intelligence surpassed that of the typical zombies. He had summoned over 20 green zombies, enhancing his physical attributes once more, yet he remained reluctant to expose himself to the looming peril. This does not align with my expectations of the Blood clan. Gu Yu had first-hand experience of Xiao Zi's remarkable speed. However, The fact that this rodent could evade capture was utterly unexpected. After failing to secure a strike, Xiao Zi seemed to be incensed. A suppressed growl emanated from its throat, and with a swift flap of its wings, it accelerated, enveloped by a shimmering purple electric net. Although the mutated rat eluded Xiao Zi's claws, it could not escape the powerful current, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Observing the twitching creature, Guyu promptly instructed Decay to deliver a couple of punches. After binding it with a hefty chain, he resumed his exploration of them all. Ah, radio? Excellent. Let's take it back. Hiss. I didn't expect to find such a device in the mall. Splendid. Let us bring that along too. In a mere span of minutes, Decay and Xiao Lu's large backpacks were brimming with treasures. Fortunately, Guyu stumbled upon several sizable mountaineering backpacks within them all, and after filling 5 of them to the brim, he left feeling quite satisfied. He was eager to witness the new zombies and blood clan. Perhaps influenced by his original self, each creation of a new zombie ignited a peculiar exhilaration within him. Upon returning to the emergency surgical room, Guyu instructed Decay to secure the mutated rat in a corner before commencing the preparation of materials. Driven by curiosity, he decided to create a blood clan first. Glancing at the powdered milk in his hand, he hesitated for only a second before pouring it entirely into the alloy barrel. The purpose of this infant formula remains a mystery, leaving Guyu utterly speechless. He instructs Xiao Zi to fetch a nearby zombie, inflicting a wound upon its neck, from which a stream of tainted blood spurts forth into a metallic barrel. Concurrently, he adds the prepared liquid energy crystal core. Instantly, a rich, iron-like aroma wafts from the barrel, curiously intertwined with a subtle fragrance. Guyu is taken aback. Could it be that a chemical reaction is occurring? His 30 minutes of chemistry knowledge leaves him astounded. Suddenly, a somewhat irritable growl resonates beside him. What is all this ruckus? Upon lifting his gaze, he is met with pairs of glistening green eyes, radiating a fervent, greedy light. What on earth is happening? Just as confusion settles in, a vague thought echoes in his mind. Eat, eat, eat. What is there to eat? It is not yet mealtime, Guyu retorts with annoyance. Wait a moment. Whose voice is that? Alarmed, he slowly turns his head, catching sight of Xiao Zi, her eyes shimmering with violet intensity, causing his heart to skip a beat. No way. Could it be losing control? Following Xiao Zi's gaze, Guyu realizes she is fixated on the metallic barrel. Glancing down at the liquid within, he ponders aloud. Is it due to this peculiar substance? Indeed, the scent of blood. Zombies are irresistibly drawn to fresh blood. They possess no resistance to it. Had they not been deprived of his command, they would surely have rushed forward in a frenzy by now. As the most intelligent being, Xiaozi found it challenging to suppress an instinctual urge, which led him to contemplate food. This was also the first time he realized that the zombies he created could transmit thoughts to him as well. Of course, this required a sufficiently high level of intelligence. Upon sealing the alloy barrel, the metallic tang of blood in the air dissipated in an instant. The previously agitated green zombie reverted to its vacant demeanor, and a flicker of human-like confusion crossed Xiaozi's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Guyu finally confirmed that the recent aberration in the zombies was indeed caused by the liquid within the barrel. He herded all the zombies into the corridor, leaving only Xiao Zi behind, and reopened the alloy barrel, tossing the mutated rat inside. With a sizzle reminiscent of frying dough, the mutated rat emitted a series of sounds upon contact, its body splitting open with gashes resembling knife wounds. The crimson liquid within the barrel continuously seeped into the mutated rat's form. Guyu glanced at it briefly before sealing the lid again, turning his attention to preparing the materials for the creation of silver zombies. In comparison to the Blood Clan, the materials required for silver zombies were more numerous, and the process considerably more intricate. As Guyu successfully assembled the materials, the alloy barrel suddenly began to tremble violently. With a crack, the sturdy barrel shattered into pieces, and a shadow leaped forth. Guyu, observing the large black rat that landed gracefully and began to dig into the ground, Guyu felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. System, show yourself. Don't tell me this is the Blood Clan. He was utterly astounded. The bloodline he had created was unmistakably akin to a large rat. appearing far less fierce than the previously mutated rodents, and significantly smaller in size. Indeed, the most undesirable outcome he had dreaded had materialized. System, please, host. Take a moment to appreciate the essence of creation. This is the bloodline you have forged, truly one of a kind. The limited materials have constrained it to this extent. Truly unique, my foot. Guyu inwardly scoffed, nearly spewing forth a mouthful of blood. For reasons unknown, he felt as though the system had just belittled him, as if it were insinuating, do you not possess any self-awareness regarding the materials you selected? Scanning. Species, bloodline, Luo clan, level, intermediate 2nd rank, physique, 96 strength, 97 speed, 99 abilities. Transformation, a unique biological structure allowing it to shift between animal and human forms. Infection, having absorbed the zombie virus. It possesses a special blood toxin capable of infecting living beings to render them subservient. Healing. This extraordinary race wields remarkable regenerative abilities. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the creation of the bloodline Luo clan. Reward acquired. Immunity to viruses, 1,000 creation points. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment. It could transform? Ah, this is so impressive. Come forth, little rat, he exclaimed, having lost the inclination to ponder a name, settling instead on simply calling it Little Rat, given its resemblance to a large rodent. Before him stood a vampire that utterly disappointed him, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions of such beings. A surge of black light emerged, gradually revealing a figure. In the blink of an eye, the creature that had been incessantly burrowing like a rodent transformed into a man of approximately 1.5 meters in height, adorned with elongated whiskers at the corners of his mouth and narrow, slanted eyes. Is this it? A flicker of disappointment crossed Guyu's gaze. Indeed, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disillusionment. Drawing forth a scalpel, he approached the diminutive figure and instructed it to extend its hand. He then made a precise incision, from which a pale yellow fluid began to seep. Guyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yellow blood? In no time, the freshly inflicted wound healed at an astonishingly visible rate. Oh, this ability is rather impressive. Although it fell short of the immortal prowess he had envisioned, this remarkable regenerative power was certainly commendable. The Zombie Transformation Project delved into the creation of a self-generating blood clan, and Guyu redirected his focus towards the creation of silver zombies. While other materials were readily available, the only challenging component was the sea rock stone, which required synthesis. He opened his small green satchel and poured out a collection of jade stones, bracelets, necklaces, rings, and a pair of stone sunglasses. These were the synthesis materials for the sea rock stone as provided by the system. To put it plainly, it was merely a heap of stones from which components could be extracted to synthesize the sea rock stone, giving it a semblance of high technology. System, commence synthesis, he instructed. With a burst of energy, a sphere of white light suddenly enveloped the surroundings, transforming all the items into liquid. In the span of 2 breaths, the white light dissipated, revealing a sea rock stone the size of a fist on the ground. Holding the sea rock stone in his hand, Guyu felt a peculiar coolness and moisture, and the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. A natural refrigerator, Guyu murmured softly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He seemed to have discovered a new purpose. If he could gather a multitude of stones, could he not create an artificial refrigerator? In a post-apocalyptic world, electricity remained a persistent dilemma, rendering many electrical appliances useless. Even if there were refrigerators, they were inoperative. However, with the sea rock stone, the preservation of food would become feasible. Regrettably, the materials at hand were insufficient. Hastily rummaging through several backpacks, he found that the remaining components would only suffice to synthesize 4 more sea rock stones. It appeared he would need to seek additional materials for the synthesis of sea rock stones in the future. Guyu pondered quietly as he observed Xiao Zi dragging a zombie back with a heavy iron chain. He casually tossed the Haiyan Tianshi into the energy crystal liquid. Casting a glance at the 10 zombies that were incessantly howling, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Lu standing vacantly to the side. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Guyu's mind, and he was struck by a bold idea. System, Would it be feasible to utilize an already created zombie as the foundation to generate a new one? This thought had just occurred to him, and he was eager to experiment. After all, Xiao Lu was the very first zombie he had created, the one who had rescued him. He couldn't simply abandon her. Could he? The system responded. Theoretically, it is possible, but once a zombie is transformed into another, its original abilities will be lost. That's of no consequence. Guyu replied nonchalantly. Given Xiao Lu's meager strength, any new form would surely surpass her original capabilities. He promptly administered the specially prepared liquid to Xiao Lu. System. Commence the fusion. The 300 immobilized zombies instantly transformed into a crimson liquid, which slowly merged into Xiao Lu's body. Guyu, seizing the opportune moment, poured the refined pure silver over her. The previously motionless Xiao Lu suddenly began to thrash violently, her pupils oscillating wildly between silver and green. Xiao Lu, hold on. Guyu shouted. If a zombie were undergoing the fusion, the scene before him would not unfold, for zombies are devoid of sensation. However, Xiao Lu was different. Despite her low level, she possessed awareness and could perceive pain. Upon receiving Guyu's command, the previously restless Xiao Lu instantly fell silent. Though his body still exhibited sporadic twitches, Guyu observed quietly as the green patterns adorning Xiao Lu's form gradually dissipated, transforming into a silvery hue. Simultaneously, the nails on his hands fractured inch by inch, and his entire being underwent a metamorphosis akin to shedding skin, with the outer layer flaking away to reveal a new skin that glimmered with a metallic sheen. As time elapsed, 20 minutes passed before the transformation ceased. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a silver zombie. Rewards. All attributes reach 100. Abilities can be activated. Ability transfer can transfer the abilities of one possessed species. Creation points, 2,000. Did it succeed? Guyu paid no heed to the rewards and immediately initiated a scan on Xiao Lu. Species, silver zombie. Level, stage 4. Beginner, physique, 175, strength, 180 speed, 172 abilities. Metallic physique. This unique physique provides formidable defensive capabilities. When activated, the body's defense is doubled, allowing for complete metallic transformation. Metal manipulation. Possesses the ability to control metals. Although there are only 2 abilities, their descriptions clearly denote that both are exceedingly powerful. With Xiao Lu's physique already at 175, when doubled, it would surpass 300, a threshold only attainable by stage 5 beings. The capability of metal manipulation is undoubtedly formidable as well. After observing the little green creature, Guyu finally recalled the reward he had just received. The activation of his abilities filled him with astonishment. After such a long wait, he could finally unlock his potential, and the excitement within him was palpable. Becoming an extraordinary being would grant him the power of self-preservation, alleviating the constant anxiety he felt. System, activate my ability, he commanded. Beep. The activation of abilities will require 1 day. Is the host prepared to proceed? The system replied. What? A whole day? Guyu hesitated. System. Is there any risk involved in this activation? There is none. However, during the activation process, the host will fall into a deep sleep. A day's time, surely nothing untoward would happen. After some contemplation, Guyu gathered his belongings and called upon his subordinates, making their way directly to the underground level. With a day of slumber ahead, he needed to find a secure location. What could possibly be safer than a basement? Upon arriving in the basement, he summoned all the zombies to surround him and climbed into a large iron box. Before lying down, he issued a command to the zombies. Eliminate any living being that comes within 10 meters of me. Xiao Zi and Xiao Lu stood guard on either side of the box. Guyu exhaled deeply and said, System, proceed with the activation. Beep. Activation in progress. The moment the notification echoed in his mind, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through him, causing Guyu to faint. A faint, mysterious white light enveloped him. In the silent, desolate underground chamber, rows of zombies stood motionless. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes emitted an eerie glow, cold and merciless. This was the sanctuary of Cloud City. A whisper of news quietly circulated through the streets and alleys. a powerful mutated bird had been discovered at the city hospital, and it had recently given birth. Everyone understood the implications of a newly birthed mutated creature. Wealth. Enormous wealth. In comparison, the value of mutated beings far surpasses that of zombies at the same tier. After all, zombies are abundant, whereas mutated creatures are exceedingly rare, particularly in urban areas. The nature of rumors is to escalate. The more they spread, the more exaggerated they become. Ultimately, the tale transformed into one of a rare sixth-tier, mutated creature accompanied by a nest of offspring. Within just half a day, numerous pioneering teams departed from the sanctuary. In the city of Yun, a sanctuary has been established through the collaboration of the local authorities and the military. Since its inception, this haven has successfully withstood 5 significant waves of zombie assaults. Currently, nearly 50,000 souls reside within its confines, among whom there are several thousand extraordinary individuals. Nestled in the lower district lies the Pioneer Tavern, a venue specifically designed for these adventurers, where ordinary citizens are deemed unworthy of entry. In any gathering of people, conflict is inevitable. Thus, to mitigate friction between the ordinary and the extraordinary, designated areas have been established solely for the latter. These establishments are sanctioned by the sanctuary's administration, and their formidable backing dissuades extraordinary individuals from causing disturbances. In this apocalyptic world, human life is paradoxically both the least and most valuable commodity. The worth of an individual varies greatly. Some are prized, while others are as fragile as paper. Presently, the tavern is enveloped in an eerie silence, occupied only by 3 individuals seated in a secluded corner, lost in contemplation. As they peruse the newspaper, the lean figure, nicknamed the Thin Monkey, murmurs, "Captain, it seems we are embroiled in a bit of trouble." Zhao Qing responds with a wry smile, acknowledging that the situation is far more dire than mere trouble. He never anticipated that a simple falsehood would spiral into such absurdity. What drives these people to engage in such idle gossip? Rumor has it that personnel from the sanctuary's research facility have been dispatched, intending to retrieve a 6th-tier mutated creature. If it were to be revealed that this was a mere fabrication, and they were discovered as the originators of such deceit, the repercussions are too grave for him to fathom. Ding Xian whispered, "Captain, rest assured, no one will uncover it. To wish for secrecy while engaging in wrongdoing is futile." Zhao Qing sighed. "Do not be deluded into thinking that in this apocalypse, investigations are impossible. If one truly desires to uncover the truth, nothing remains hidden." Ding Xian replied with conviction, "Captain, have no fear. The messenger has been discreetly dealt with, and no one will trace it back." Zhao Qing's expression shifted slightly. "Ding Xian, to kill indiscriminately within the shelter, do you wish to forfeit your life? In the shelter, extraordinary beings possess privileges. Yet even such privileges do not grant the freedom to take lives at will. Moreover, you are not even an extraordinary being." Zhao Qing felt a surge of frustration. Instinctively glancing around, he lowered his voice. "Ding Xian, we must leave the shelter at once. We will escort you to another refuge. In Yun City, there exists more than just one shelter. However, the Yun City shelter is the only one with official backing and is the most formidable of them all. Since the onset of the apocalypse, numerous shelters have been established. Some of the first awakened extraordinary beings formed factions, establishing various powers that hold dominion over their territories, their influence intertwined. Although some of these groups have vanished in the chaos of the apocalypse, others have persisted. The stronger among the extraordinary beings also established shelters. And while they nominally acknowledge the Yun City shelter as the main authority, it is widely understood that they operate under a facade resembling local tyrants. The Yun City shelter turns a blind eye to this reality. Life may be arduous in the other shelters, yet at least survival persists. In this wretched apocalypse, merely surviving is a feat in itself, leaving little room for excessive contemplation. Furthermore, with no other sanctuaries to share the burden, relying solely on the Cloud City shelter means that the daily consumption of food for such a multitude is staggering. The greater the congregation of people, the more likely it is to attract hordes of zombies. Should a massive tide of the undead arise, even the Cloud City shelter would be unable to withstand it. Ding Xian shook his head and reassured, Captain, fret not. That individual is merely a newly arrived refugee, yet to register their identity. No one will pay them any heed. Just as Zhao Qing was about to respond, the tavern's door was suddenly flung open, and 4 individuals clad in leather armor surged in. Damn it! What bad luck to encounter a zombie horde on the way, exclaimed the bald man leading the group as he entered. Boss, come out here. Bring me 3 bottles of Erguo 2. With a resounding slap, he placed several energy cores on the table. Despite his fierce demeanor, for someone of his standing and strength, indulging in a bottle of Erguo 2 was indeed a luxury. The bald man turned and surveyed the surroundings. Oh, is that not old Zhao? Zhao Qing clasped his hands in greeting, indicating Captain D. Di Hao strode over to Zhao Qing's table, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a smile, inquiring, It's been a few days. Where has Captain Zhao been making his fortune? Zhao Qing offered a bitter smile, responding, What fortune? I've lost a brother. Condolences. Di Hao remarked casually, his expression indifferent. In a world beset by the apocalypse, death is a daily occurrence, and the demise of comrades has become all too commonplace. Zhao Qing wished to avoid further discussion on the topic and deliberately shifted the conversation. Noticing Captain D's furious expression, he inquired if something had transpired. Speaking of which, it incenses me. Recently, there have been rumors circulating about a mutated creature giving birth at the city hospital. We intended to take a chance and investigate. Who would have thought we would encounter a horde of corpses along the way? I've heard that within this horde lurks a corpse king, and many pioneer teams have perished en route. Zhao Qing's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, A corpse king? The implications of such a being were all too clear to those living in the apocalypse. At that moment, a woman clad in a qipao approached gracefully, carrying 3 bottles of liquor. The fabric of her dress, cut daringly high, revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin and a profound cleavage as she placed the bottles on the table, slightly bowing in deference. Your drinks, she said, her body subtly leaning closer to Di Hao, her gently curved form pressing against him. Sir, she uttered with a soft, alluring murmur. These exchanges were tacitly accepted norms within the tavern, a matter of mutual consent. For ordinary individuals seeking a better life, aside from the perilous path of becoming pioneers or transcendent beings, the only alternative lay in aligning themselves with the powerful. For those unwilling to strive, the only option is to yield and serve the strong. Regardless of their shortcomings, a transcendent being remains distinctly superior, creating an insurmountable chasm between them and ordinary folk. While Di Hao could afford the luxury of consuming liquor crafted from energy crystals, the average person could not. 1 energy crystal could sustain an ordinary individual for 10 days, and they could live quite comfortably with it. Confronted with the allure of a woman in a qipao, Di Hao exhibited little interest, casually waving his hand to dismiss her. After taking a few hearty swigs from the bottle on the table, he remarked, You should have witnessed the scene back then. It was a sea of darkness, teeming with numerous evolved zombies, and several B-grade pioneering teams were left in utter ruin. As he recounted this, a look of lingering trepidation crossed Di Hao's face. Zhao Qing, seemingly pensive, inquired, Are you suggesting that no one reached the city hospital? Di Hao, oblivious to Zhao's peculiar demeanor, replied nonchalantly, Of course not. However, I have heard that an A-grade pioneering team has set out. Suppressing his shock, Zhao Qing clenched his fists beneath the table and replied hoarsely, Captain D, you may take your time. We shall take our leave. Very well, Di Hao said, smacking his lips before resuming his drink. Zhao Qing rose and, accompanied by Shouho and another, hurriedly departed. As Zhao Qing exited, an individual behind Di Hao suddenly spoke up. Captain, don't you find them somewhat peculiar? And what of it? Diao retorted. It's of no concern to us. As he spoke, he tossed out a few energy crystals. Go and unwind. It's on me. Captain, you're so generous. The 3 promptly lavished him with praise. At last, this aligns with my extraordinary abilities, Zhao Qing remarked as he led the 3 out of the tavern. Just as Shouho was about to speak, Zhao Qing hastily gestured discreetly. Meanwhile, Ding Xian gently nudged Shouho. The implication unmistakable. Shouho instantly grasped the situation and quickly fell silent. The trio returned to their quarters in the sanctuary, finally breaking the prolonged silence. Captain, should we still consider leaving? Shouho hesitated. The absence of anyone heading to the city hospital suggested that their affairs would remain undiscovered. Zhao Qing shook his head, took a couple of sips from the water on the table, and sighed. I am uncertain. None of them anticipated that a mere casual exchange of information would escalate to such proportions. Ding Xian pondered aloud. Captain, should we not also investigate? Did Dihao not mention that an A-class pioneering team was en route? In the Yun City Sanctuary, any team classified as A-class would undoubtedly include fifth-tier extraordinary individuals. After much contemplation, Zhao Qing ultimately dismissed Ding Xian's suggestion. No, it is best we remain in the sanctuary. This matter has surpassed our capabilities. Very well. Ding Xian sighed with a hint of reluctance, his eyes flickering. Zhao Qing approached and patted Ding Xian's shoulder, exhaling deeply as he departed with Shouho. He was well aware of Ding Xian's sentiments. He too mourned the loss of Zhuzi. Yet, the deceased could not be revived, and those who remained must continue to live. In the immediate aftermath of Zhuzi's demise, he too felt anger and discontent, but upon reflection, he recognized the impulsiveness of their actions. Should an expeditionary force genuinely venture forth, only to discover the information to be spurious, they are highly likely to direct their indignation toward them. Ultimately, this is the apocalypse, where the paramount objective for each individual is survival. The rhetoric of fearlessness is easily proclaimed, but few can genuinely confront death with equanimity. Ningping Street, situated several kilometers from the municipal hospital, this once bustling and prosperous thoroughfare is now desolate. The alluring fragrance of blossoms is absent, as is the savory aroma of the venerable 30-year-old noodle shop and the tantalizing scent of scallion pancakes, redolent with scallions, that once permeated the air. The prevailing atmosphere is one of sickeningly dense miasma of blood, the putrid stench of decaying victuals strewn about, and the cadaverous odor of dismembered bodies ravaged by the undead. A panorama of desolation and deathly stillness unfolds. Across the expansive street, a scattering of the undead ambles aimlessly, emitting sporadic guttural moans. The slightest sound is enough to draw a swarm of zombies. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh, a series of subtle sounds of air being displaced resonate as figures descend from the towering structures. Upon impact with the ground, the sturdy concrete surface instantaneously fractures into a web-like pattern, scattering motes of dust. For individuals in total, each bearing a broad-bladed greatsword upon their back, exuding an aura of unwavering resolve and sanguinary menace, with piercing eyes that convey an inexhaustible sense of intimidation. An aquiline-nosed man surveys the surroundings and states impassively, "Map." A diminutive man behind him promptly steps forward, retrieving a pristine map of modest dimensions from his rucksack. The man hesitated, speaking to the vice captain. We are not far from the city hospital, and I've heard rumors of a mutated bird giving birth there. Should we eliminate it while we're at it? The hawk-nosed man coldly scoffed, responding, Do not forget our objective. Let us not complicate matters. Our mission is to acquire the meteorite in the possession of that corpse king, as well as to deal with the corpse king itself. Everything else must take a back seat. The diminutive man awkwardly smiled. Understood, Captain. As they conversed, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. A sea eagle, the size of a basketball, gently landed on one man's shoulder. With his eyes closed for a moment, he suddenly raised his arm with force. Go! The sea eagle took to the sky once more. The man, now opening his eyes, said, Vice Captain, Xiaoqing has just relayed a message. The Corpse King has fled near the department store and is currently gathering a large horde of zombies in that vicinity. Zhou Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his voice icy as he remarked, This fellow is indeed cunning. They were part of a pioneering team affiliated with the military, composed of formidable soldiers and willing civilian warriors. Previously, the Corpse King had battled their captain and was injured, fleeing in a panic. They had pursued him relentlessly, only to see him escape time and again. Now, he had taken refuge near the department store, which was swarming with zombies. In the aftermath of more than half a year of apocalypse, humanity had barely managed to stabilize its foothold. In this vast city, At least 80% was under the dominion of the undead. Before the apocalypse, Yin City was a bustling metropolis, particularly renowned for its numerous tourist attractions, resulting in a population exceeding that of comparable cities. Although shelters were established, ostensibly offering safety, the true circumstances remained known only to the formidable pioneers and the upper echelons of the shelters. An uncomfortable reality was that, aside from urban areas, they were equally unable to venture into the wilderness. The mutations were not confined to humans. The mutated creatures and the undead in the wild were no less prevalent than those in the urban landscape. The man who had just spoken hesitated. Addressing the vice captain, "Should we withdraw? We are unaware of the situation at the department store." "Absolutely not," Zhou Feng replied decisively. "That beast holds a deep grudge. If we do not eliminate it now, it will undoubtedly become a future threat once it grows stronger. But the department store is very close to the city hospital. If we inadvertently provoke that mutated creature, we could find ourselves besieged." The mutated beings that had given birth were particularly sensitive. Zhou Feng raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "There is no need for further discussion. Let us first assess the situation." While they spoke of merely checking things out, the others understood that Zhou Feng was clearly intent on seeking an opportunity to slay the Corpse King. With Zhou Feng enjoying significant prestige within the team, his decision was final, and they ceased to voice any further objections. After comparing their maps, the group leapt into action, their figures vanishing from sight. In the dimly lit basement of the city hospital, Gu Yu, having slumbered for a day, gradually awakened, rubbing his head as he rose from the box. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that nothing untoward had occurred, he let out a sigh of relief. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the interface. Name, Gu Yu level, Tier 3 Beginner, Wisdom, 100 Physique, 115 Strength, 116 Speed, 114 Ability, Gate of Life and Death, a miraculous portal that allows one to evade death, transferring all inflicted damage to a designated entity. In the event of injury, one can utilize the vitality of the specified being to heal. Species owned: zombies, green zombie, iron zombie, silver zombie, flying zombie. Blood Clan. The mention of the Gate of Life and Death elicited a look of astonishment from Gu Yu. To his surprise, he had only just awakened his extraordinary powers, yet he had already reached the 3rd tier. He had initially presumed he was at the 1st tier. As he contemplated the newly awakened ability, a sense of enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized he could bind 3 of the creatures he had created, allowing them to absorb damage on his behalf. Gu Yu inhaled deeply, his mind reeling. In this apocalyptic world, this was truly a formidable ability. After all, as long as one lives, all possibilities remain. For him, a pierced heart would signify a fatal crisis, yet for a zombie, a shattered heart would pose no issue at all. Simply put, he effectively possessed 3 additional lives. Of course, this transfer of damage necessitated support from his internal extraordinary power, imposing certain limitations. However, overall, it was overwhelmingly advantageous. With a throng of subordinates at his disposal, he often found himself needing to lift a finger. His sole priority was to safeguard his own life. The ability of the Gate of Life and Death was indeed a tremendous boon. Without hesitation, Gu Yu raised 2 thumbs in approval. A groundbreaking revelation. There exists no utterly inept ability, only individuals lacking in capability. True strength lies in possessing the ability that best suits oneself. Even the most seemingly feeble skill can unleash formidable power in the hands of the right person. Even if one were to be granted a more potent ability, they would remain steadfast, unyielding in their choice. Indeed, they would not relinquish it, even under duress. With a legion of loyal followers, there is no need to risk oneself in battle. It would be folly to engage in conflict with others. Life is precious and ought to be cherished. Gazing upon the horde of zombies before him, Gu Yu gently pushed aside the approaching Xiao Zi, placing his hand upon Xiao Lu as he began to invoke the Gate of Life and Death. As the most resilient among them, Xiao Lu bore the brunt of this endeavor. Presently, Gu Yu possessed only 3 slots for selection, necessitating a choice of the most formidable allies. While it is true that a chosen ability may be revoked, Doing so would impose a month-long period of inactivity, during which he would be rendered incapable of utilizing any powers. Should a captivating beauty tempt him during this interval, a sudden betrayal could spell his doom in an instant. In the context of the apocalypse, a month may seem insignificant, yet within this dire landscape, it stretches on interminably. One can only conclude that this extraordinary power still lacks the capacity to defy fate. Closing his eyes in contemplation, Guyu sensed a mysterious force surging within him, an extraordinary sensation unlike any other. From the echoes of his original self's memories, he learned that 3 months into the apocalypse, a whisper of news began to circulate globally. On Earth, a peculiar force emerged, known as stellar power. Extraordinary individuals could harness this power to augment their own strength. Although energy cores can also be absorbed, those born within the minds of zombies contain chaotic and violent energy in comparison. Furthermore, as a concretion of the virus, the viral content within the energy cores is exceedingly high. Excessive absorption risks even transcendent individuals transforming into zombies. Therefore, most transcendent individuals only employ energy cores as an aid when on the cusp of a breakthrough, typically accumulating energy by absorbing stellar force. Subsequent to becoming a transcendent individual, Guyu indeed perceived a peculiar force within the air, gentle yet possessing explosive power. With the binding of the gate of life and death, Guyu discerned that his connection with Little Green seemed to deepen further. Nevertheless, although Little Green had advanced to the 4th rank, its intelligence had not improved significantly, feeling akin to a child of 3 or 4 years, perhaps even less so than a child of that age, bearing a resemblance to a puppy that has just grown a bit. Not only Little Green, but Little Purple and the others gave him the same feeling. Perhaps this is the drawback of creating life. After all, one cannot pursue absolute perfection in all things. He produced a scalpel, gritted his teeth, and lacerated his arm with a swift stroke. The long-absent sensation of pain caused Guyu to inhale sharply. He had been too forceful. As soon as the wound gaped open, Guyu employed his transcendent power to enact a damage transfer. A faint white light surged on his arm, and, simultaneously, a cut appeared on Little Green's arm in the same location, healing slowly but surely. For the 4th rank Little Green, this minor injury would mend in the blink of an eye. Zombies not only possess remarkable vitality, but also exhibit formidable self-healing capabilities. Guyu was instantly elated. With such an ability, he would no longer fear injury in the future. Due to limited quotas, Guyu initially planned to bind only Little Green, reserving the remaining slots for potentially stronger creatures he might create later. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "Ah." I recall the system also rewarded me with an ability transfer. Whose ability should I transfer? His gaze swept across the horde of zombies, but none of their abilities seemed particularly appealing. Little Green's metal manipulation was indeed impressive, yet transferring it would mean Little Green would lose that power. Without the ability to control metal, Little Green's 4th-tier strength would diminish significantly, rendering it an unwise choice. He was similarly unimpressed by the other abilities on display. Perhaps I'll reconsider at a later time, Guyu thought, shaking his head and discarding the idea of transferring abilities for now. Once he created a more powerful creature, he could then transfer a formidable ability. The thought of dual capabilities was enticing. Pushing aside the clingy Little Purple, Guyu led the group of zombies out of the basement. After a day of slumber, his stomach had begun to protest audibly. Returning to the operating room, he pried open a can of beef and began to eat heartily. Observing Little Purple snuggling close again, Guyu felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. What is this about? You are a zombie, after all. What do you want? He internally sighed, recognizing that Little Purple's behavior was quite normal. Newly born creatures often exhibit a natural attachment to their mothers, following them wherever they go. The creatures one creates, in the eyes of the system, render oneself a creator, a deity akin to a motherly figure, held in the highest esteem. Despite Decay's rugged exterior, he possesses a heart that resonates closely with his own. Yet, the scene is too beautiful to contemplate. Guyu gently patted Xiao Zi's head, eliciting an expression of pure bliss from her, reminiscent of a drowsy kitten. He pinched Xiao Zi's round cheeks and cast aside the can, preparing for an experiment. He had not forgotten the peculiar liquid concocted during his last endeavor to create the Blood Clan. Xiao Zi and her companions had long suffered from a lack of sustenance, and he was curious to see if that strange liquid could serve as a substitute for blood. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, humanity was already scarce. If he were to lead a throng of zombies to feed on blood, it would not be long before he became the sole human left in existence. With the experience of the first attempt behind him, the second was a matter of ease, and within mere minutes, he produced a large barrel. As the previously aggressive Decay and his companions settled down, Guyu filled a small cup and offered it to Xiao Zi. Upon consuming the bizarre liquid, a vivid purple light flickered in her eyes. Guyu observed intently, eager to witness any changes. After drinking the liquid, Xiao Zi's previously tumultuous emotions were instantly soothed, her gaze now revealing a deep yearning. Guyu prepared another generous cup for her. Suddenly, a purple current crackled along the fleshly wings behind Xiao Zi. Startled, Guyu instinctively leaped back, evading the unexpected surge. With a resounding bang, an iron cup, touched by electric current, shattered explosively, sending shards ricocheting against the surrounding walls. Has my power increased? Guyu speculated quietly. Scanning species, zombie, flying zombie, level, tier 3 advanced physique, 150 strength, 153 speed, 159 ability. Flight as he gazed at the information displayed on the panel. Guyu finally confirmed that the mysterious liquid indeed possessed the ability to enhance strength. Xiao Zi's attributes had shown notable improvement compared to before. A newfound discovery. In the silence of the room, Guyu suddenly burst into laughter. How fortuitous! It seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. Is this akin to a bug exploit? Just when he was troubled by his inability to strengthen his zombie team, a solution had presented itself. Happiness arrived with unexpected swiftness. With this enigmatic liquid, the zombies he created would no longer be confined to a single tier. Strengthening without the need for blood consumption was truly a win-win situation. Of course, this came at a price. A barrel of the most basic blood serum, number 1, required 5 level 2 energy crystals. Guyu decided to name this liquid blood serum number 1. In the future, he would undoubtedly develop stronger variants, number 2 and number 3. Had it not been for the fortunate acquisition from a thunder pigeon, he might not have been able to concoct it. Casting a glance at the eager, expectant faces of the ironclad figures around him, Guyu, adhering to the principle of fairness, divided the liquid in the barrel into 3 portions. After consuming several doses of the potion, their strength had notably increased. Among them, the enhancement experienced by Decay was the most remarkable, nearing the threshold of the 3rd tier. Just as Guyu was preparing to concoct another batch, a series of furious roars erupted from outside the building. His expression shifted slightly. He hastily ceased his actions and approached the window. Pulling aside the curtain, he peered outside, and a sudden chill ran down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. Gazing out, he beheld a dismal sight. The street outside the municipal hospital was teeming with a dark mass of bodies. A horde of grotesque zombies advancing in unison towards a singular direction. From within the confines of the hospital, more zombies poured forth, merging seamlessly with the throng ahead. This bizarre scene ignited a term from the depths of Guyu's memory, the zombie tide. A cursory count revealed that there were no fewer than 500 zombies in his line of sight. Beyond the distant streets, it was inevitable that even more lurked. Within the vicinity of the municipal hospital alone, the total number of zombies was at least 2,000, as per the recollections of his former self. Even the smallest recorded zombie tide comprised over 5,000 undead, with numbers soaring into the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It was said that abroad, a cataclysmic zombie tide involving millions had once erupted, and, at a great cost, it was quelled. The thought of millions of zombies was unfathomable to Guyu. The true horror of zombie tide lay not only in the boundless multitude of the undead, but also in the entity that incited it. The presence of such a tide indicated the existence of a highly intelligent zombie king within the horde, capable of commanding the undead. The strength of humanity lies in its profound wisdom. When the undead acquire similar intelligence, it heralds a cataclysmic disaster. Thus, whenever a horde of zombies emerges, the foremost target to eliminate is invariably the zombie king among them. Guyu meticulously observed the advancing direction of the zombies, discovering that their destination was, surprisingly, a nearby department store. Guyu paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his face. Something was amiss. Previously, the aim of the zombie hordes had always been the shelters. Why, this time, was it a department store? As he watched the approaching Xiao Zi, an audacious thought suddenly sparked in Guyu's mind. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate? Guyu murmured, a surge of intrigue swelling within him. When one possesses strength, it is easy to become overconfident. This adage rings true. The ancients do not deceive me. Guyu sighed deeply. With a sharp clap, he struck his own face, causing Xiao Lu's head to tilt oddly. A slap is but a slap. The pain must not linger. Awakening himself with that resounding smack, he resolved that such perilous risks must not be taken. If survival is possible, one should never gamble recklessly. Resolutely, he drew the curtains and shook his head, preparing to concoct blood seer number 2. He intended to experiment by incorporating a third-tier energy crystal core, increasing the milk powder quantity as well. If he could successfully create blood serum number 2, it would undoubtedly elevate Decay's prowess to the 3rd tier. With this thought in mind, he hastily instructed Xiao Lu to venture downstairs and capture a few zombies before they all fled. Meanwhile, centered around the department store, an endless sea of zombies surged towards this location, blotting out the sky as if a swarm of locusts were passing through. In the square of the department store, nearly 1,000 zombies formed a menacing circle. At the center of this horde stood an enormous zombie, towering nearly 3 meters high, its imposing figure evoking terror. Most chilling was its head. On one side of the grotesque, oversized skull, there sprouted a smaller head, a grotesque anomaly. The large, fearsome visage bore a vacant gaze, its milky eyes reflecting nothing but savagery, while the diminutive head glimmered with a sinister and chilling malevolence. Surrounding this legion of the undead were Zhou Feng and his companions, their bodies stained with dark, foul blood, each face etched with profound exhaustion. With a swift motion, Zhou Feng severed the head of a second-tier zombie, sending the lifeless body flying, and bellowed, "Do not linger in battle. Seek an opportunity to retreat." The expressions on his companions' faces revealed a mixture of resignation. Retreat? In the face of such a terrifying tide of the undead, where could they possibly flee? They were surrounded by a dense mass of zombies, with no alternative but to fight valiantly. A wave of regret washed over Zhou Feng, his eyes reddening with despair. The dire situation was entirely his fault. Perhaps it was a grave mistake to come here. In that moment of distraction, his attack faltered, and a second-tier evolved zombie lunged towards him with alarming speed. At the critical juncture, it was Li Yong who surged forward, pushing Zhou Feng aside and bravely confronting the oncoming threat. With a voice strained and flushed with urgency, Li Yong shouted, "Vice Captain, do not lose focus. This is not your fault. None of us could have foreseen that the Zombie King would merge with other undead and mutate again. I have already sent Hai Dongqing back. Rescue will arrive shortly." Li Yong's tundaros ruajulta zo fenawaka. In an instant, he sprang into action, slicing through the zombie that stood before Li Yong. The two men stood back to back. Zhou Feng exclaimed, "Are you all right?" Li Yong shook his head and replied calmly, "I'm fine. I can still hold on." "Then let us endure a little longer. Let this beast witness the true strength of humanity." With those words, Zhou Feng forcefully stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. The solid concrete shattered beneath him, debris scattering as clouds of dust billowed. In that chaos, a searing arc of fiery blade light suddenly emerged. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as dozens of charred zombies fell to the ground like raindrops. Having experienced the battlefield, he was adept at discerning priorities. Initially, he had struggled to accept the situation, but regardless of the blame, he had to ensure the survival of his companions first. Suddenly, a furious roar resonated through the air, sending a chill down Zhou Feng's spine. He shouted, "Be careful. That beast is enraged." The onslaught of zombies intensified, with many second and third-tier zombies joining the fray. Even the fourth-tier zombie that had been guarding the two-headed zombie surged into the chaos, escalating the tension in the battlefield. The remaining star power within the group was already dwindling, and witnessing the unfolding scene, their hearts sank as if plunged into an icy abyss. Did they truly have any hope of breaking through? Suddenly, deafening booms reverberated in their ears. Boom! Boom! Shells trailed by flames descended upon the horde of zombies. In an instant, countless severed limbs soared through the air, and a thick scent of gunpowder permeated the atmosphere. The long-awaited hope of the crowd had finally arrived. The ground trembled ominously, as if colossal beasts were advancing. Debris danced wildly upon the earth, while the cacophony of artillery fire resonated ever more clearly in their ears. Beyond the streets, 3 tanks lined up in formation, their steel bodies resembling an impenetrable fortress. With their sharply defined contours, towering stature, and robust, commanding presence, they bore gun barrels as dark as abysses and armor as solid as rock, embodying a formidable blend of ferocity and elegance. From a massive cannons, shells erupted with ferocious intensity, carving a path through the relentless tide of zombies. The tremendous power generated by the engines rendered any undead that came into contact with it utterly obliterated. Beneath the iron treads lay the mangled remains of zombies. Their formidable physicality rendered futile against the king of the land, unable even to breach its defenses. Behind the tanks, 5 specially modified armored vehicles followed, their rooftops bristling with heavy machine guns that unleashed torrents of fire, resembling dragons of flame in their fury. Zhou Feng and his companions rejoiced, driving back the zombies as they advanced toward the convoy of armored vehicles. In this chaotic apocalypse, humanity's firearms once again demonstrated their rightful supremacy. Emerging from the armored vehicles were men clad in military green, wielding broadswords, standing guard around the front of the tanks. This can be regarded as an alternative form of infantry collaboration. Undeniably, the king of the land possesses formidable strength, yet it also bears its own vulnerabilities. Those extraordinary guardians stationed alongside the tank vanquished all zombies that dared to approach. As the apocalypse descended, the emergence of extraordinary powers signified the obliteration of existing boundaries. Perhaps, in the beginning, the extraordinary abilities were not prominently displayed, merely invoking resentment in the face of powerful firearms. However, a day will come when the force that determines the fate of the world will no longer be nuclear weapons, but rather the might of the extraordinary. What was once confined to myth will reflect in reality. Zhou Feng, accompanied by a few others, rushed to the armored vehicle, his face marked by shame as he said, "Captain." Above the armored vehicle sat a figure of imposing stature, exuding a palpable aura of iron-blooded ferocity. His piercing gaze alone could instill terror in the hearts of many. Han Zhun wiped his gold-armored machete with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. "We will discuss this later," he suddenly declared, rising with a force that resonated through the air like bamboo tubes bursting with beans. A momentum akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. With a thunderous roar, Han Zhun leaped with all his might, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning as he shot forth like a streak of silk, targeting the corpse king amidst the horde of zombies. At the very moment Han Zhun departed, the seated armored vehicle trembled violently, its robust alloy armor shattering with a deafening crash. Zhou Feng's pupils constricted in shock as he witnessed this scene. "Captain, has he broken through? Is this the power of the 6th tier?" Zhou Feng instinctively turned his gaze, only to witness Han Zhun leap effortlessly across 7 to 8 meters, plunging into the horde of zombies. A dazzling golden blade shimmered momentarily, and the encroaching zombies were instantly obliterated, their severed limbs and fragments soaring through the air like a rain of blood and flesh. Han Zhun's figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly advancing through the throng of undead, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the zombie king. With a fierce shout, Han Zhun unleashed a ferocious strike. The overwhelming force surged forth like a tempest, the accompanying sound akin to a volcanic eruption. The two-headed zombie's eyes flickered with a trace of human-like terror. It emitted a low growl, commanding the surrounding zombies to surge madly toward Han Zhun. Guarding the two-headed zombie were only those of the 4th tier and above, including a particularly formidable 5th-tier mutated zombie. The razor-sharp blade sliced through several 4th-tier zombies, tearing them apart with brutal efficiency, and the momentum remained unabated as it struck the oncoming mutated zombie. A peculiar clash resonated, akin to metal meeting metal. Han Jun's expression tightened as he beheld the zombie obstructing his path, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Observing the zombie king beginning to retreat, Han Jun no longer held back. With a thunderous roar, his physique expanded dramatically, his face suddenly adorned with peculiar fur. In the blink of an eye, Han Jun was enveloped in hair, his stature increasing by more than double, rendering him even more imposing. This was Han Jun's extraordinary power, beast transformation, allowing him to metamorphose into a being that was part human, part beast. In this hybrid state, his strength surged exponentially. Springing into action, Han Jun landed a decisive blow upon the crown of the 5th-order mutated zombie. With a resounding crack, the creature's skull burst asunder, akin to an overripe melon shattering upon impact. Simultaneously, Han Jun catapulted forward, swiftly overtaking the fleeing two-headed zombie. "Nowhere left to run, you beast!" he exclaimed, coiling his legs. Han Jun channeled the surging astral energy within, unleashing a burst of power as he brought his blade down upon the two-headed monstrosity. The ground beneath him erupted with earth-shattering force, sending fragments scattering in a cloud of dust and debris. The two-headed zombie, possessing an intellect rivaling that of a mature human, roared in defiance, leaping to meet Han Jun with its razor-sharp claws. With a resounding clash of blade against claw, a blinding spark ignited the air as Han Jun's grip faltered momentarily. "Oof!" Han Jun grunted, redoubling his strength to force the creature back. An opening. A surge of murderous intent flashed in Han Jun's eyes. Amidst the swirling dust, Han Jun moved like a shadowy specter, closing in on the two-headed zombie with blinding speed. Thwack! An arm, dripping with tainted blood, was severed and sent flying. Almost instantly, Han Jun reversed his momentum, cleaving off the zombie's remaining limb. A piercing shriek was abruptly cut short, as if a hand had clamped down on its windpipe. A grotesque head was sent spiraling into the air before landing with a sickening thud. Han Jun flicked the gore from his blade and retraced his steps with great strides, plunging back into the throng of the undead, his blade a whirlwind of motion. The others, locked in mortal combat with the zombies, roared in unison, their voices piercing the firmament, coalescing into a thunderous wave of sound. Even the deafening artillery fire could not mask the fervor that surged through their hearts. Unbeknownst to Han Jun, amidst the swirling dust and debris, the smaller of the zombie heads subtly stirred, drawing nearer to a mangled corpse. From the severed neck of the diminutive zombie head, a multitude of sanguine threads suddenly unfurled, akin to an intricate spider's web, melding the head and the zombie's body in a macabre fusion. Within the confines of the municipal hospital, Guyu, who had been preparing Blood Agent No. 2, was taken aback by the distant thunder. Artillery fire? He mused. A moment later, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He hastened to the window, his gaze fixed upon the pyrotechnic display in the distance, and was instantly transfixed. That's the direction of the department store. The concussive blasts of the shells, though separated by kilometers, resonated with palpable clarity. Good heavens! Guyu muttered, inwardly congratulating himself. Indeed, prudence is paramount. Had he ventured out, his very survival would have been in question. After a period of observation, Guyu mumbled a few words to himself and drew the curtains shut once more. Let the world wage its battles beyond these walls, he declared, for it held no consequence for him. However, perhaps an opportunity to scavenge in the aftermath may present itself. Alas, Guyu was precipitous in his judgment. The carnage persisted for over 10 minutes, as towering edifices crumbled to the ground. Amidst the all-encompassing dust clouds, the ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, and the inky ichor of the undead seeped into the earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as tendrils of black smoke ascended into the sky. A squadron of tanks swiftly departed, their engines roaring as they receded into the distance, leaving behind a throng of zombies who had lost their quarry. The moment the zombie king was vanquished, Zhou Feng and his company initiated their retreat. To obliterate a zombie horde would require far more manpower than they possessed. Even with the tanks, their forces were insufficient, as the tanks carried a finite supply of ammunition, and to maximize fuel capacity, the payload had been further diminished. Frankly, to continue fighting would have been a gamble, with uncertain outcome. Their objective from inception had never been the horde itself, but rather the zombie king nestled within. With its demise, their mission was consummated. Despite their expeditious withdrawal, they suffered the loss of 3 armored vehicles to the relentless tide, and several dozen souls were left behind. In the desolate expanse of the plaza, grotesque zombies roamed aimlessly, their guttural moans echoing through the air. Some zombie mutants devoured the corpses of their brethren, heightening the scene's sanguinary brutality. Amidst the unassuming ruins, a figure, somewhat rigid, gradually straightened. Its mechanical movements gave the impression of a puppet manipulated by unseen forces. Indeed, the original head of the zombie was gone, replaced by a smaller cranium resembling that of the 2-headed zombie. This head possessed an unsettling aura, inspiring unease, and the entire body seemed to be an amalgamation of disparate parts. Upon the grotesque head, a single eye revealed a profound and venomous resentment. Perhaps even Han Zhun could not have anticipated that the corpse king he had slain would somehow return to life. One wonders what thoughts might plague Han Zhun upon discovering that the very foe he had laboriously vanquished yet endures. The pallid orb surveyed its surroundings and unleashed a low growl from its throat, yet the surrounding zombies remained unperturbed, intensifying the malevolence in its gaze. With a guttural roar, the corpse king moved its rigid body with great difficulty, approaching a mangled zombie and descending to voraciously consume it. In the municipal hospital, Guyu had just prepared blood serum number 2 when he noticed the distant sounds of cannon fire had subsided, leaving him momentarily astonished. Had the battle concluded? Who emerged victorious? Dismissing his musings, he carried a cup of blood serum number 2 to Decay. After soothing Decay's agitation, he urged him to drink the serum. Guyu attentively monitored Decay's condition, and at the moment Decay ingested blood serum number 2, his attribute values visibly surged. In the blink of an eye, his attributes soared to over 100, ultimately stabilizing at 101. A dark luminescence shimmered over Decay, revealing bizarre black patterns along his arms, back, and chest. Guyu suddenly regarded the panel with uncertainty. Originally, Decay possessed only immense strength, but now that strength had vanished, replaced by an entirely new ability. In a state of blood rage, all attributes will augment by 50%, while strength will double, presenting a chance to activate the Blood Devour talent. The ability to control blood is unique to zombies, and only a select few can unlock it. Guyu stared blankly at the panel, his expression somewhat dazed. Could it be that this blood serum number 2 is so formidable? Is it possible that he truly possesses a latent talent for becoming a scientist? After some contemplation, Guyu lifted another cup of blood serum number 2 and administered it to Xiao Zi. With anticipation, he glanced at the panel, yet the results left him feeling slightly disappointed. Apart from a marginal increase of 1 or 2 points in various metrics, there were no further changes. Guyu sighed softly and shook his head. He had indeed overthought the situation. It was clear that he should not harbor excessive expectations. The previous occurrence was undoubtedly an anomaly, or perhaps deity was simply exceptional, distributing the remaining serum among several zombies. Guyu casually pulled out a packet of crispy snacks to munch on. His own strength remained somewhat lacking, even against the 4th-tier Xiao LV. He could not guarantee his survival against a cannonball. Attempting such a reckless endeavor was out of the question. Only a fool would consider it. After satisfying his hunger, Guyu led his cadre of zombie companions out of the emergency building. The moment to seize opportunities had arrived. However, to err on the side of caution, he did not rush to the department store plaza at once. Instead, he dispatched the green zombie squad along with Xiao Zi, one on the ground and the other in the air, to relay the most detailed intelligence back to him. This was not mere cowardice, but a profound respect for life. Life was already fraught with challenges. What reason was there not to cherish it? After a considerable time, Xiao Zi descended from the sky. Guyu directly connected with Xiao Zi's consciousness, perceiving the circumstances she had uncovered. Upon grasping the situation, he promptly instructed the Tai and several green zombies to carry substantial packs to the department store. The earlier they arrived, the sooner they could depart. It was best not to linger unnecessarily. He commanded Xiao Zi to slightly bend forward, allowing him to perch upon her back, his arms firmly encircling her neck. Let's proceed. A look of joy illuminated Xiao Zi's face as her powerful wings abruptly flapped, propelling them into the sky. The wind howled fiercely, slicing against Guyu's face like a blade, compelling him to bury his head into Xiao Zi's back. Ah, I hadn't anticipated Xiao Zi's skin to be so exquisite. Guyu mused, astonished. Xiao Zi's flight was remarkably swift. Within mere minutes, they soared above the plaza of the department store. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the building, Guyu leaped down from Xiao Zi and began to scrutinize his surroundings earnestly. He was taken aback to see 3 abandoned armored vehicles, a clear indication that the battle had been exceptionally fierce, rendering the vehicles inoperative. System: Initiate resource detection. Target: vicinity of the department store. Resource scanning in progress. Ding. Scan complete. Suitable types for zombie creation: green zombie, wandering zombie. Green zombie, wandering zombie. 1 level, 4 energy crystal, 10 level, 3 energy crystals. 1 zombie king, 5 sentient corpses, magic restraining stone requires synthesis, mystic iron essence requires synthesis, machine oil, gunpowder. Guyu's expression froze. Zombie king? Is there truly a corpse king here? The corpse king, after all, is the source of the zombie tide. Guyu's heart sank, his expression darkening as he tightened his grip on the handle. At this moment, an expletive surged within him, uncertain whether to voice it or not. This is reckless. Just as he was about to climb onto Xiao Zi's back to retreat, a sudden surge of furious thought emanated from the Tai. What is happening? Guyu hastily turned toward the sense direction. Despite the distance, he quickly spotted Datai's figure. Summoning Xiao Zi, he instructed her to carry him above Datai. With a curious gaze, Guyu observed the zombies below, exclaiming in astonishment. A cyclopean zombie? He saw Datai fiercely striking the cyclopean zombie while the creature relentlessly entangled him, both engaged in a frenzied struggle. 23. The Corpse King is rather pathetic. Guyu scrutinized the scene for a moment, finally uncovering something unsettling. This cyclopean zombie seemed somewhat unusual. Datai had already attained the 3rd tier. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous one-eyed zombie could withstand such a battle for an extended period, evoking a sense of dread. System: Initiate scan. Species: Zombie Corpse King. Mutant: Level: Early 3rd tier physique. 102 strength, 106 speed, 101 ability. Intelligence: As a Corpse King, it possesses the intellect of an adult human. The ability of corpse manipulation is currently ineffective. Yet as an intelligent zombie, it possesses the power to command ordinary zombies, capable of effortlessly inciting a horde. The concept of rebirth grants it a tenacious existence, enabling it to resurrect upon any fallen zombie. Guyu's breath quickened, and the astonishment etched on his face was unmistakable. The Zombie King? This blind zombie before him is actually the Zombie King? Amidst his shock, Guyu was also enveloped in confusion. Is this the appearance of the legendary Zombie King? Truly, it brings disgrace to the title. With a disdainful scoff, Guyu unapologetically spat at the blind zombie. His audacity was entirely fueled by the abysmal strength of the blind zombie. With a mere 3rd tier power, he could effortlessly pin it down and deliver a thorough beating. A stream of greenish saliva arced through the air, landing directly into the mouth of the Zombie King, which had just opened to roar. How fortunate! Guyu blinked in astonishment. He let out a slight huff, disgusted. You repulsive zombie! How dare you consume my saliva, utterly shameless. With a commanding wave of his hand, he shouted, Xiao Zi, Xiao Lu, come forth. Since the Zombie King is merely a weakling, there was no time to waste. It was time to capture and take it away. Although endowed with remarkable intelligence and infused with the memories of his former self, which had brought about significant changes, Guyu's essence still harbored an adolescent spirit. In the chaos of the apocalyptic world, one must still cling to the belief in light. Though, of course, this light is of a different kind. As the apocalypse descends, there is ultimately no Ultraman to save us. Even if light exists, it may have long forsaken humanity. The only path to salvation lies in self-rescue. Transcending into this desolate world alone, if one's heart does not harbor a flicker of hope, one may inevitably drive oneself to madness. While the zombies may appear to possess limited intelligence, their very existence prevents Guyu from waking in terror during the night. Xiao Lu, with remarkable swiftness, lunges forward, and in a flash of silver, finds itself before the zombie king. With a fierce growl, Xiao Lu unleashes a powerful punch that collides with the zombie king's chest, causing a resounding crack as the chest caves in, creating deep indentations. Had Guyu not previously instructed Xiao Lu to hold back, that punch would have undoubtedly pierced through. Xiao Lu, undeterred, accelerates once more, the ground beneath erupting in a cacophony as it propels itself forward. With an outstretched hand, slender fingers splayed, it seizes the zombie king's head, forcefully driving it downward. In an instant, the zombie king's head meets the ground with a resounding crash. The earth fractures, debris scatters, and a cloud of dust billows into the air. Guyu suddenly rubs his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? When did Xiao Lu become so ferocious? Where has that naive little creature gone? This fierce display of power truly astounds me. Such a method of attack. Could it be too human-like? Has its intelligence truly increased?" Guyu scrutinized Xiao Lu with a serious gaze, noting her slightly dazed expression which, coupled with her endearing appearance, exuded a charmingly foolish aura. Following the recent skirmish, hordes of zombies had begun to gather around them. With a shake of his head, Guyu dismissed his thoughts and instructed Xiao Lu to escort the corpse king back to the city hospital, while he himself took Xiao Zi back to the rooftop of the department store. Now that the corpse king had been located, it was time to commence preparations for the creation of the wandering zombies. To be honest, Guyu was equally astonished. Feeling as if he were a child of fortune, one could only say, what a delightful stroke of luck. The corpse king was clearly someone who had been severely weakened by others. Otherwise, he would have already fled in panic. Once the encroaching zombies dispersed, Guyu, accompanied by Xiao Zi, began to search for materials. He was acutely aware of the dangers of exposing himself to the throngs of zombies. After more than 3 hours, he managed to gather most of the necessary materials near the department store, though gunpowder and machine oil proved elusive, compelling him to summon his green zombie minions once more. He toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally transporting all the materials back to the city hospital. Exhausted, he sprawled out on the bed, utterly reluctant to move. How splendid it would be to simply lie here. Guyu sighed deeply. Just as he was reclining, he suddenly felt a presence beside him. 2 arms encircled him tightly. Without a doubt, it was Xiao Zi. Guyu silently lamented. At this rate, he sensed that his steadfast resolve might one day waver. He could very well become the foremost figure in history. Disturbed by the presence of Xiao Zi, Guyu found himself disinclined to remain in bed any longer. With a swift motion, he sat upright, performing a graceful flip. After calming Xiao Zi for a moment, he casually consumed a couple of bites of a ham sausage before beginning the intricate task of preparing the materials for the creation of the swimming zombie. In comparison to the ingredients required for the previous types of zombies, the materials necessary for crafting the swimming zombie were far more abundant and the process significantly more complex. Nearly 2 hours elapsed before he successfully assembled all the requisite components, with the most critical and challenging items being the demon-banishing stone and the Qian iron essence. Both of these materials demanded synthesis, a feat made difficult by the rarity of the required components, which were all peculiar and unusual in nature. The synthesized demon-banishing stone manifested as a fist-sized azure gem, seemingly imbued with an extraordinary energy. An unacquainted observer might mistake it for a precious stone. Were this before the apocalypse, it could have paved the way to a lucrative venture in the trade of counterfeit gems. As for the Qian iron essence, it merely resembled a large lump of iron, synthesized from 1,000 pounds of iron, 100 pounds of ink, along with various miscellaneous materials. The thought of utilizing a level 4 energy core to facilitate this process caused him considerable distress. He scoured the vicinity of the department store, managing to locate only 2 such cores. Casting a glance at the Corpse King, ensnared in the corner, Guyu wore a mischievous smile. "It was your turn now, my precious." He instructed Xiao Lu to bind several zombies together and commanded the system to commence the fusion. In an instant, the zombies transformed into a crimson liquid, gradually merging into the body of the Corpse King. Suddenly, the Corpse King, previously restrained and coldly observing the unfolding events, began to thrash violently in a frenzy. The chains clanked ominously, and several controlled green zombies were immediately sent flying by immense force. As a being of remarkable intellect, it had become acutely aware of the impending danger. "Silence!" Guyu bellowed. He fixed his gaze upon the Corpse King, instructing the little green to restrain it, while directing the little purple to pour the prepared liquid over the Corpse King. With a hissing sound, a dense white mist suddenly erupted from the Corpse King's body. Guyu observed coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A mere zombie could hardly cause upheaval. Materials must possess a certain awareness of their purpose. The 24th excellent auxiliary zombie. As time passed, the once restless Corpse King gradually calmed, its eyes tightly shut, as if in a state of annihilation. A sapphire glow began to circulate around the Corpse King's form, revealing a pale blue liquid flowing within. The grotesque and fearsome visage of the Corpse King transformed dramatically, reverting to a semblance of its former human appearance. Before Guyu stood a frail young man, seemingly in his 20s, of modest height, exuding the air of a delicate scholar. Guyu maintained a vigilant watch, and when the time felt right, he administered the energy crystal solution into the Corpse King's body. As the solution made contact, a blinding radiance erupted from the Corpse King, dazzling and overwhelming. The once closed eyes flew open, unleashing an invisible shockwave. An uncanny light flickered within the Corpse King's elongated gaze. Guyu instinctively recoiled 2 steps, astonished as he beheld the transformed Corpse King. System: initiate scanning. Species: zombie, wandering zombie. Level: intermediate level 5, constitution, 242 strength, 243 speed, 241 abilities. Wisdom: an extraordinary entity endowed with remarkable intelligence. Zombie control: as a being of exceptional intellect, capable of commanding other lower-level zombies. Immunity: as a body impervious to magic, able to withstand the majority of elemental attacks and resist all negative forces. Guyuling was taken aback. The wandering zombie before him left him profoundly astonished. Zombie control: wisdom, and the ability to resist magic. It was, in fact, an exceptional support-type entity. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a damage-absorbing contender. Elemental attacks, which could be likened to the ability of humans to breathe fire and spout water, evidently inflict greater harm on zombies compared to physical assaults. Among equally ranked extraordinary beings, those of the elemental type exhibit significantly greater destructive potential than their corporeal counterparts. However, this is not an absolute truth, as some physical type extraordinary beings possess astonishing destructive capabilities. Albeit they are a rarity, the ability to control zombies was particularly delightful to him. Given the low intelligence of zombies, relying solely on their own volition would inevitably lead them to madness or transform them into mere killing machines. With this wandering zombie at his disposal, the outcome would be vastly different. He would only need to issue commands, indirectly commanding a greater number of zombies. His plan for an army of chaos would make a considerable leap forward. Guyu took a couple of steps forward, surveyed his surroundings, and, after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, "From now on, you shall be named Dayo." In the realm of naming, he exhibited an unparalleled seriousness. The once motionless zombie, oddly, nodded in acknowledgement. Guyu was taken aback, his face a portrait of astonishment as he inquired, "Can you understand?" Enlightenment dawned upon him, and he nodded to himself. Wisdom. Indeed, a wise zombie is truly exceptional. Yet, the extent of Xiao Yu's intellect remained unknown. "Can you speak?" Guyu asked once more, his gaze tinged with anticipation. He longed for a companion with whom to converse, regardless of their human status. With a low growl, a message echoed in his mind. Father. Guyu found himself in a stupor, as if struck by lightning. What on earth? Father? Isn't that a rather bold designation? When did I acquire such a significant son? And a zombie son at that? Guyu couldn't help but grumble, his expression stern as he declared from now on. You shall address me as master. This appellation must be amended. It was too peculiar for him to accept. After posing a few more questions, Guyu formed a rough estimate of Xiao Yu's intelligence. Although it surpassed that of an ordinary zombie, it was merely akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old child, still falling short when compared to humans. After all, wisdom does not equate to intelligence. However, he could not demand too much in comparison to Xiao Zi and others. Xiao Yu's capabilities were already notably superior. Ding! Congratulations, host, on creating the zombie, Yu Jiang. Reward acquired. Wisdom 10, Constitution 25, Strength 21, Speed 22, Creation Points 2500. Mental Power activated. Mental Power 20, New Species acquired. Werewolf. The long-awaited system notification resonated in Guyu's mind. Initially, he paid little heed to it, as allocating attribute points had become a routine task. However, the subsequent words rendered him momentarily stunned, blinking in bewilderment. Recently, the number of uncertainties had increased, and, crucially, he was no mere child. What is this mental power? As for the newly acquired species, the werewolf, he found it of little significance. Even if he were to obtain a new species, he could not create one in the near future. He had not even completed his zombie army project. So pondering such matters seemed futile. Moreover, the vampire he had previously created had greatly disappointed him, not resembling a true vampire at all. Guyu had little hope for these Western races. His primary focus should be on diligently creating new zombies. System, what is the purpose of mental power? Not one to shy away from inquiry, Guyu resolved to embody the spirit left by his predecessors. System, a powerful mental force enables the host to resist the influence of zombies, facilitates better communication with created beings, and, notably, allows for the manipulation of objects from a distance. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Guyu finally gained a clear understanding of mental power. According to the system, if his mental power reached a certain level, the ability to fly on a sword might become a reality in the future. Of course, with his current 30 points of mental power, even the thought of flying on a sword was merely a whimsical dream. The prospect of soaring through the skies? He might as well get some rest. After a brief respite and a light meal, Guyu resolved to seize the moment and launch a surprise attack on the Thunder Pigeon. Under the cover of night, he aimed to strike unexpectedly and catch it off guard. With his current companions, a 4th-tier Little Green and a 5th-tier Great Yu, defeating a 4th-tier Thunder Pigeon should pose no challenge. Although Great Yu was not a combat-oriented fighter, his 5th-tier prowess gave Guyu confidence that he could overpower the creature. One cannot allow others to rest peacefully beside one's own bed. Cloaked in darkness, Guyu ascended to the rooftop with several zombies in tow. To ensure safety, he also brought along Little Purple and Big Iron. Thanks to the previous gathering of the Zombie King, the city hospital now appeared nearly devoid of zombies, allowing Guyu to ascend the building with an air of confidence, free from hesitation. Quietly, he opened the rooftop door and stepped back, instructing Great Yu and Little Green to charge ahead. In an instant, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by a sharp explosion resonating in the space. Within the Thunder Pigeon's lair, the previously still creature abruptly lifted its head, its fierce gaze glimmering with a violet hue in the night. With a sudden, prolonged cry, the Thunder Pigeon flapped its wings, preparing to flee. At that moment, Great Yu descended from the sky, landing heavily on the creature's back. Boom! Boom! Great Yu unleashed a barrage of punches, driving the Thunder Pigeon's newly raised head deep into the concrete floor. A series of violet sparks crackled along the surface of the Thunder Pigeon's body as it thrashed its wings wildly, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Guyu's expression shifted as he recalled the creature's abilities, prompting him to urgently signal Little Green to retreat. I almost forgot that this creature is a flesh-clad mage. Just as Xiao Lu rushed towards Lei Jiao, poised to strike, he received a command from Guyu. With a swift motion, he bent his legs and leaped back, creating a distance of 4 to 5 meters between himself and Legio. In an instant, violet sparks illuminated the pitch-black rooftop, and a terrifying current enveloped Dio and Legio. Guyu cast a worried glance at Dio, hoping he would be unharmed. Although he had faith in Dio's abilities, a lingering doubt crept in. He felt a twinge of regret for taking such a risk. Perhaps it would have been wiser to wait for a more opportune moment to act. In the inky darkness of the night, the purple electricity flickered like a sudden flash of lightning, dazzling and resplendent. Guyu hid in a corner, safeguarded by Xiao Zi, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. His grip on the flashlight tightened, and a thin sheen of cold sweat began to form in the palm of his hand. The Knight Research Institute had previously conducted an experiment revealing that, at the same level, mutated creatures were typically 1 or 2 tiers stronger than their zombie counterparts, particularly those that wielded elemental powers. Although Dio was a zombie, as a support type, Guyu harbored some concerns. The confidence he had felt before their arrival was now replaced by a sense of panic. Suddenly, accompanied by a low rumble, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a thunderous crash that sent dust spiraling into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, Dio grasped Legio's claws, lifting him into the sky and delivering a powerful throw, feathers scattering like confetti across the tumultuous scene. At the moment the thunder pigeon fell, Dio surged forward, landing a powerful blow directly upon the creature's wing. Clearly, as a zombie endowed with remarkable intelligence, it understood that the wing was its adversary's Achilles heel. Guyu paused for a moment, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smile of amusement. It appeared he had underestimated Dio. Truly, as a 5th-tier intelligent zombie, it was capable of overwhelming the thunder pigeon despite its own limited combat prowess. This was further aided by Dio's magical immunity. The terrifying currents of electricity posed no threat to it, allowing Dio to seize the upper hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Guyu hastily commanded Dio to deliver another strike. No matter the cost, it was imperative that the creature not regain its footing. Dio grasped the thunder pigeon once more, violently swinging it about before slamming it forcefully onto the unyielding concrete floor. In an instant, the ground around them was marred by a web of cracks, resembling the intricate patterns of a spider's web. After delivering dozens of blows, Guyu, noticing the thunder pigeon's faltering breath, urgently instructed Dio to cease. The value of the living far outweighed that of the dead. Guyu broke into a silly grin for a brief moment before directing Dio to carry the creature back, while he began to scour the nest. Within the thunder pigeon's lair lay a plethora of energy crystal cores, indispensable for the creation of any future species. After thoroughly rummaging through the nest, Guyu filled an entire bag with energy crystal cores. He couldn't help but wonder where this thunder pigeon had acquired such an abundance of energy cores. It seemed to possess an uncanny knack for scavenging. Returning to the operating room, Guyu instructed Dio to bind the thunder pigeon with insulating materials. When dealing with electricity, utmost caution is imperative. His meager 3rd-tier abilities were no match for electric currents. With this thought in mind, Guyu cast an envious glance at Dio, his lips pursing in a sour manner. Those with physical prowess truly stood apart. After a moment of contemplation, Guyu cautiously inquired, "System, what other creations can be made from this thunder pigeon as material for a flying zombie?" Currently, mutated creatures were a rarity for him, and it was wise to proceed with caution before utilizing them. With Xiao Zi already by his side and Dio at the 5th tier, the assistance from another flying zombie would be limited. System, zombie without decaying bones, bloodkin, demons, monsters, unknown species. Guyu was taken aback, inquiring with surprise, "System, what does unknown species mean?" He had keenly sensed that this unknown species was certainly extraordinary. System, a new species that does not exist within known organisms, requiring the host to explore and create it independently. Guyu's astonishment deepened. The prospect of creating a new species was exhilarating. However, he quickly regained his composure. Given his current capabilities, he could not even fully create existing species, let alone an entirely non-existent one. Upon pulling up the recipe related to the zombie without decaying bones, Guyu glanced at it and promptly closed it. His head spun. A series of materials he had never even heard of with one item alone sufficient to instill dread. Nuclear raw materials. Was that something a mere human could handle? The two species of demons and monsters were not within his possession, thus could be disregarded, leaving only the blood clan as the remaining option. Could one create a blood clan from birds? Guyu found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, sensing an unsettling doubt. Would he inadvertently conjure another unorthodox blood clan? The diminutive mouse he had previously created had become almost irrelevant, nearly forgotten by him. He summoned the various species of thunder doves required for the blood clan, glancing over the list, and paused at one entry. The charm clan, assassins of the night. Stealthy spellcasters, both elegant and aggressive. Undoubtedly, Guyu's interest was piqued primarily due to the minimal materials required, appearing relatively normal. As he stroked his chin in earnest thought, he remained blissfully unaware of Xiao Zi stealthily approaching from behind. A pair of arms wrapped snugly around his waist, her face exhibiting a cat-like demeanor, snuggling against her master. Casting a glance at Xiao Zi, Guyu silently lamented. Xiao Zi, are you provoking your father? Must I succumb to a distortion of humanity, coupled with a moral decline? Bah, I, Guyu, am certainly not of that ilk. He resolutely chastised himself internally, grasping Xiao Zi's delicate hand, surreptitiously squeezing it before nonchalantly releasing it. In light of this, let us create a charm clan, Guyu murmured. A killer in the night, adding a new role to his little team. After enjoying a glass of milk and preparing a substantial cauldron of blood potion for Xiao Zi, Guyu finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meals and rest constituted his daily existence, a life so comfortably decadent yet languid. As Guyu sighed, a faint sound of snoring gradually emerged. The following day, the delicate sunlight filtered into the room, prompting Guyu to rub his sleepy eyes and murmur, "Why does everything feel so heavy?" After clearing the sleep from his eyes, his gaze was immediately drawn to a cascade of purple hair. Guyu's expression darkened, and he irritably exclaimed, "Xiao Zi, wake up!" This Xiao Zi had become increasingly audacious, daring to lie directly upon him. How could he have ever been beneath her? Was there no sense of dignity? With a forceful shove, Guyu pushed Xiao Zi aside and began his morning routine. Having splashed his face with cool water, he suddenly paused, perplexed, and remarked, "Why does it feel somewhat chilly today?" He reached out to test the water temperature, only to feel a slight, icy sensation upon contact. Reflecting on it, he realized it was still only September, which seemed unusual given the sun's presence outside. Unable to fathom the discrepancy, Guyu decided to cast aside his musings. After a simple breakfast, he prepared to lead his zombie squad on their expedition. The materials for creating bloodkin were not to be found near the city hospital, necessitating a venture further afield. Assigning the Tai to guard the home front, Guyu took Xiao Zi, Xiao Lu, Diu, and Xiao Shu, along with 20 green zombies, and set off in a grand procession. This morning, he discovered that Xiao Shu was not entirely devoid of utility. In fact, he was quite valuable. Intelligence. Xiao Shu could prove to be an exceptional source of information. The population of mice is indeed alarming. Some have undergone mutations, yet there remain many ordinary mice. The small mice can readily infect them, thereby evolving into their own subordinates. Upon exiting the city hospital, Guyu furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced up at the sun in the sky and tightened his clothing. "Let us depart," he declared with a grand gesture, leading his team forth with great vigor. Their destination was the department store. As a cunning survivor, it was evidently impractical for him to venture too far from safety. The department store was an ideal choice, abundant in resources and not too distant, even though it had already been scoured once. Nevertheless, the remaining supplies were more than sufficient for his needs. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he had dispatched small mice to scout the area in advance. This is indeed the proper utilization of the small mice. It is clear that humans must engage in thoughtful contemplation. With persistent reflection, one is bound to discover novel ideas. In the brief span of time, the small mice had already infected 5 or 6 larger rodents, all of which would ultimately serve as Guyu's eyes. They proceeded cautiously, continuously receiving information relayed by the small mice. Along their journey, they encountered numerous zombies, yet they were adeptly dealt with by Diu, who was leading the green zombies. To hone the usability to control the undead, Guyu often refrained from allowing Xiao Zi and the others to intervene. After several skirmishes, Guyu had become proficient in commanding the green zombies. Although he could not achieve absolute obedience, the green zombies executed Guyu's commands without issue. The previously dull-witted green zombies had now learned to engage in coordinated teamwork. Upon witnessing this scene, Guyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. From henceforth, he would merely need to issue commands to Dayo. Dayo could effortlessly serve as a relay station, enabling him to indirectly control all the green zombies. Moreover, Dayo's exceptional intelligence would undoubtedly alleviate many of his burdens. Behind the department store, 3 pioneer squads quietly approached one another, and upon their encounter, the air became thick with a palpable tension. Their intentions were unmistakable, having come solely to scavenge. It was common knowledge that a fierce battle had previously erupted here, and where there is conflict, opportunities for salvage arise. This has become an accepted truth in the post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, those scavenging were merely D-class pioneer teams. The truly formidable teams would never stoop to scavenging in such a place. Among the 3 squads stood Zhao Yang's team. "Ha! Zhao Qing, long time no see, my brother. I missed you dearly. What's this? You brought so few people?" mocked a man with a scarred face. Zhao Qing maintained a stoic demeanor, refraining from uttering a word, yet gripping his knife even tighter. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a battle were imminent. Dihao furrowed his brow, stepping forward decisively, his expression devoid of emotion. "Enough. Let us not forget where we are and what our purpose here is." His piercing gaze swept across both sides, and he coldly declared, "Engaging in combat here serves no beneficial purpose. If you are unwilling, you may leave." "Ha!" The scarred man let out a chilling laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Qing. "We're leaving." He waved his hand dismissively and strode away. The 3 individuals confronting Zhao Qing sheathed their blades and spat contemptuously onto the ground before striding away. As Zhao Qing watched the retreating figure of the scarred man, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound, and his eyes blazed with fury. Dihao patted Zhao Yang on the shoulder and said calmly, "Exercise caution moving forward. I suspect that the scarred one will not easily let you escape." "Thank you," Zhao Qing replied, cupping his fists in gratitude. "Don't mention it." Dihao waved his hand dismissively. "Assisting you is also in my interest. Without you, encountering that mad dog would spell trouble for us as well. Let us go," he added, turning to Zhao Qing. "Captain, I wish you a bountiful outcome in advance." With that, Dihao led his group in a different direction. "Captain, what are our next steps?" the slender man inquired as he stepped forward. Zhao Qing wore a stern expression and remained silent for a moment, his throat bobbing before he finally uttered, "Move out. Stay vigilant." "Understood." Both the slender man and Ding Xian nodded in agreement. The 3 turned and proceeded in another direction. In a corner of the department store plaza, what was once teeming with zombies now had only a handful wandering aimlessly. With a swift motion, the scarred man cleaved a zombie to the ground, sending its grotesque head soaring into the air. "Captain, your swordsmanship has improved," one of his companions hurriedly flattered from behind. "Oomph." The scarred man scoffed lightly, shaking the blood from his blade. "Do not flatter me indiscriminately. Soon, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Yang and his companions, avenging the grievances of the past." A man with abnormally large nostrils hesitated and said, "Captain, Dihao and his team are also present. Will they interfere? If they join forces, we might." The collaboration of 2 squads. Once a battle ensues, the inevitable losers will be them. Scar frowned and coldly replied, "Indeed, it seems we must first deal with Dihao. Zhao Yang's team has lost 1 member, and the other is merely an ordinary person, posing no threat." The 3 were taken aback, and one urgently advised, "Captain, isn't this a bit too risky? Dihao's team is not weak." With a sinister chuckle, Scar surveyed the surroundings and sneered, "Do we need to take action ourselves? Let's find an opportunity to lure some zombies towards them." The 3 suddenly understood, glancing around with mischievous smiles. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such tactics. "Hey, Captain, where did such a peculiar mouse come from?" the man with the large nostrils exclaimed suddenly. Scar, displeased, retorted, What is so surprising about a single mouse? The group turned simultaneously to look. In the corner, a mouse the size of a basketball stared at them with eerie, crimson eyes. Could this be a mutated rodent? Scar scoffed. Whatever it is, just kill it. Its gaze is quite unsettling. Understood. One man responded, swiftly drawing a knife and cutting it in half. After examining the mouse's carcass closely, he shook his head and said, "Captain, it doesn't appear to be a mutated creature. Then forget it. Let us see if we can find a powerful energy crystal core of the undead." Scarface waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Guyu, who had just entered the street of the department store, suddenly froze, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just moments ago, the little mouse had relayed new intelligence, albeit somewhat imprecise, yet he comprehended it. Humans. Traces of humanity had been discovered near the plaza. Those who could roam freely outside must undoubtedly be pioneers. Guyu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should retreat. After all, he had no desire to have any dealings with humans at this point, compared to the complexities of humanity. He preferred the straightforwardness of zombies who would merely obey his commands. After some deliberation, Guyu instructed Yu and Xiao Lu to lead the zombie squad forward while he, accompanied by Xiao Zi, ascended to a nearby rooftop. Although he did not intend to join them, Yu and the others could certainly proceed. He could not allow a few humans to delay his plans. The creation of a new bloodline must be expedited. The more formidable he became, the greater leverage he would have in facing the apocalypse. If necessary, he would seize an opportunity to eliminate them directly. Guyu had long since become accustomed to taking lives. Strangely, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. At times, he even experienced an inexplicable thrill in his subconscious. Perhaps he was inherently a killer, or perhaps he had been influenced by the zombies. Regardless, Guyu was indifferent. Surviving was sufficient. Why overthink it? An unexpected skirmish at the department store. Upon the edifice, approximately 300 meters distant, Guyu stood placidly at the balustrade, employing a rudimentary telescope of his own construction to scrutinize the tableau below. As a mad scientist, the creation of a simple spyglass presented no significant challenge. Yet, reflecting upon his circumstances, Guyu felt a pang of regret. It was a lamentable waste of such prodigious talent to stray from the righteous path. He should emulate himself, for the creation of zombies was both aesthetically pleasing and amusing. Forgive me, not amusing, but rather useful. Guyu gently pinched Xiao Zi's cheek, a gesture accompanied by a sense of speechlessness. Alas, he was on the verge of being corrupted by Xiao Zi's influence, lest he become the first of his kind. After a moment of silent contemplation, he disengaged Xiao Zi's embrace, seized a bottle of milk, and imbibed deeply. Yu and Xiao Lu, accompanied by a throng of zombies, advanced, soon traversing the thoroughfare and reaching the vicinity of the department store plaza. Guyu had commanded Yu and his cohort to evade human contact whenever feasible, but some individuals courted their own demise, leaving him with no recourse. Yu had selected a secluded route, yet fate would have it that they encountered a man relieving himself in that very spot, much to Guyu's dismay. One could only offer a benediction for his future existence, urging him to refrain from public urination in his next life. In an instant, their gazes converged. A protracted sound echoed through the air as the man, still squatting, hastily adjusted his trousers and emitted a heart-rending cry. "Captain, come quickly, there are people here." The man, clutching his trousers with one hand and a blade with the other, assumed a posture of vigilance. As the man's voice faded, Yu, receiving Guyu's command, swiftly surrounded the green zombies. Upon seeing their elongated claws and vacant expressions, the man abruptly realized that these were not human beings but mutated zombies. He exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, 3 green zombies lunged forward, their sharp claws glistening ominously in the sunlight, cold and dazzling. The man hastily swung his blade in defense. With a clang, his face turned ashen as he stared in horror at the claws colliding with his weapon. What on earth are these? Terror filled his eyes. On the top floor, Guyu observed this scene with contemplation, realizing that indeed, there seemed to be no concept of zombies in this world. Perhaps the creatures he had conjured had never existed here, whether in reality or in myth. Although the man was nimble and seasoned in combat, he could only fend off a few attacks before one of the green zombies pierced through his skull with its claw. The arriving Scar and his companions paled instantly. Without uttering a word, they turned and fled. Not only had their teammate perished, but even if he were alive, they would not have attempted a rescue. A smirk gradually formed at the corner of Guyu's mouth, reflecting their heartlessness. You deal with them all. As an aspiring developer, he could not allow any exposure of his circumstances, at least not at this moment. A low growl erupted from Diyu's throat. With a thunderous sound, Diyu's body launched forth like a cannonball. In a fleeting dance of light and shadow, Diyu descended from the heavens with abrupt force, the sheer impact pulverizing the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. A slender, powerful arm shot forth, instantly piercing a man's heart, the vital organ impaled with brutal precision. A torrent of blood erupted like a macabre fountain, instantaneously staining the ground a crimson hue. Splatters of sanguine fluid cascaded, speckling Diyu's face with morbid artistry. Guyu, in rueful resignation, raised a hand to his forehead, lamenting the oversight. He had momentarily forgotten the irresistible allure of blood to the undead. Almost immediately, Diyu's eyes blazed crimson, and two sharp fangs emerged from his lips, sinking voraciously into the man's flesh. "Monster!" Scarface exclaimed in panicked horror, witnessing the gruesome spectacle as he turned. The unknown invariably evokes a primal fear within the human psyche. Many, upon their initial encounter with the zombified, succumbed to sheer terror, some even dying of fright. Though it sounds like a fantastical tale, it is indeed factual. Numerous individuals, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, descended into madness and took their own lives. The coppery tang of blood in the air not only galvanized the Tai, but also roused Xiao Lu. The latter, who had been observing with detached indifference, sprang into action with a velocity nearly matching Diyu's. Scarface, in his disarray, felt himself collide with an unyielding wall, collapsing to the ground. Raising his gaze, he met Xiao Lu's silver irises, his face paling to an ashen white as a puddle of rank liquid spread beneath him. He was never one of stout courage. Before the apocalypse, he was but a common street thug. The advent of his supernatural abilities only served to amplify his inner malevolence, using bluster and arrogance to mask his inherent timidity. Now, his true nature was laid bare. Two snow-white fangs protruded from the small green mouth. With a sudden sound, Scar stared wide-eyed, his bulging eyes reflecting sheer horror and unwillingness. His hands struggled weakly for a moment before ultimately drooping in defeat. Guyu let out a resigned sigh. While zombies had their merits, their insatiable thirst for blood was an incessant nuisance. No matter how exquisite the blood serum, it could never rival the allure of human blood. Guyu had come to terms with a harsh reality. He could never hope to reintegrate into human society again. At the rear of the department store plaza, Zhao Qing and his companions, having just vanquished a few zombies, paused momentarily. The lean monkey twitched his ears, uncertainly stating, "Captain, I think I just heard sound of struggle." "Sound of struggle?" Zhao Qing replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that quite normal?" The lean monkey hesitated. It seems there was a scream as well. Zhao Qing's movements faltered, and he quickly asked, "Are you sure you didn't mishear?" The lean monkey, his expression uncertain, shook his head. "Then let us not worry about it. After we finish collecting, we can check the municipal hospital." As he spoke, Zhao Qing's gaze subtly shifted toward Ding Xian. The lean monkey was taken aback, about to voice his thoughts when Zhao Qing interrupted. "All right, hurry up and gather what you can." Having worked together for so long, he hoped they would never find themselves at odds. Just as the group was zealously scavenging, a series of vehicles emerged from the roadside. Mounted atop the vehicles was a heavy machine gun, and the front was reinforced with sharp alloy plating, crashing through the plaza with reckless abandon. This sudden upheaval startled Guyu, as well as Zhao Qing and Di Hao. The sound of the truck was extraordinarily loud. The noise of the tires rolling was unmistakably clear. Guyu blinked, his expression one of bewilderment. Where did this come from? To be honest, he had not truly noticed until the truck had driven right to the foot of the building. He instructed the large group entering the department store to hide temporarily, as he wished to ascertain the intentions of these individuals. The truck came to a halt, and several people descended from it. soon followed by others being dragged out from the rear compartment. These individuals appear to be filled with trepidation, trembling in fear, their faces ashen, their clothing inadequate, and their hair a disheveled mess, greasy strands twisted together, clearly a testament to their prolonged neglect of personal hygiene, compounded by inhumane treatment. After a long pause, a disheveled man staggered to the center of the square. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and blood misted from the man's leg as he fell forward to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Guyu's pupils constricted sharply, and an exceedingly absurd thought crossed his mind. The living are guiding the dead. In the bleak reality of the apocalypse, Guyu had repeatedly admonished himself that this was the end of days. Yet, confronting the brutal truth of this new world, he found it profoundly difficult to accept. In this dystopia, order and morality had collapsed, and humanity had twisted into grotesque forms. Images that once existed solely in films and novels were now vividly manifesting before him. The stark cruelty and indifference of humanity surpassed anything he could have imagined. At this realization, Guyu suddenly froze, recollecting the orders he had previously given to terminate the lives of others. A faint, bitter smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. Was he not, in essence, a person of cold disposition as well? What right did he have to judge others in this present moment? Ultimately, it all boiled down to the mere instinct for survival. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was indeed the prevailing principle of this world. He reached out and gently patted the small purple creature beside him, prompting it to nuzzle against his chest with tender affection. Guyu smiled faintly, grateful for these foolish, loyal zombies. Today he showed compassion for others, yet tomorrow he might find none to extend the same kindness to him. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle transformation had taken place within his heart. If he had harbored remnants of his previous life's mentality, at this moment, he had fully embraced the reality of this new world. With a cold gaze, Guyu observed the scene unfolding below, instructing the small mouse to lead his companions closer to that group. He was curious to discern the nature of these individuals. The pungent scent of fresh blood mingled with the heart-wrenching wails of a man, instantly attracting a horde of ravenous zombies. The grotesque creatures lunged towards the man, their foul mouths gaping wide as they voraciously tore into him. The harrowing cries echoed through the desolate square, chilling and surreal. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air, flames erupting skyward. The zombies that had encircled the man were instantly. A gunman emerged abruptly, seizing the corpulent man by the collar and dragging him forcefully forward. 2 shots rang out, striking the man's legs, as the gunman indifferently holstered his weapon and departed. In short order, the surrounding zombies shifted direction, swarming toward the injured man. He attempted to crawl away, but the shots had shattered his knees, rendering his legs useless. He wailed as he crawled, leaving a trail of yellowish fluid. It became apparent that the man was strapped with explosives, a ruthless exploitation of his final moments. Halt! A furious bellow echoed as Zhao Yang and 2 others emerged from the department store. Zhao Qing, his face grim, had been reluctant to intervene, but the scene before him was intolerable. The clicks of firearms being cocked filled the air. The gaunt monkey hastily tugged at Zhao Qing's sleeve, shaking his head in warning. Zhao Qing strode forward, shaking off the monkey's grip, and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you treat an innocent person like this? Do you not fear retribution from the Yin City Sanctuary?" The only response was a line of gun barrels pointed in their direction. A man in a teal trench coat, wearing a black bowler hat pulled low, stepped down from the truck. "Put the guns away." The man spoke with a serene demeanor. Instantly, the row of individuals who had been standing at attention with firearms lowered their weapons, their faces betraying a playful anticipation, as if they were about to witness a spectacle. The man abruptly raised his head, advanced a couple of paces, and fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhao Qing, remarking in a mocking tone, "The fact that someone like you has managed to survive is truly a matter of curiosity to me." It was then that Zhao Qing discerned that the man had been continuously sucking on a lollipop, which accounted for the peculiar inflection in his earlier speech. "These beasts are quite the nuisance indeed." As the words escaped his lips, the temperature in the air plummeted precipitously, as if it had dropped several hundred degrees in an instant. The man exhaled gently, and in a fleeting moment, his breath materialized into a misty vapor, which then coalesced into water and subsequently solidified into ice, forming a series of densely barbed icicles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icicles pierced the air, hurtling forth with a resounding screech. In the twinkling of an eye, the approaching zombies were impaled through their skulls by the icicles, and a delicate layer of ice crystals manifested upon their cadavers. A flicker of terror crossed Zhao Qing's eyes, and he recoiled involuntarily. How formidable! With a single maneuver, he had eradicated over 30 zombies. Much more tranquil now, the man clapped his hands together and declared with a smile, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. Bei Quan, from the Azure Sky Sanctuary. The fact that you would stand up for a few scoundrels in this post-apocalyptic world suggests that you still possess some semblance of principles. We extend a cordial invitation for you to join our Azure Sky Sanctuary, which welcomes individuals of ambition from all corners. What do you say? Join us. And within the Azure Sky Sanctuary, you shall encounter no oppression, no injustice. We are dedicated to transforming this desolate world." Wei Quan extended his arms in an embracing gesture. A look of astonishment appeared on Zhao Qing's face as he stared blankly at Wei Quan. "Wait, allow me a moment." Zhao Qing's thoughts became muddled, and he inadvertently slipped into dialect. He found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. This outcome was utterly unexpected. Wasn't a grand battle supposed to erupt? How had it suddenly transformed into an invitation to join them? Moreover, the manner of this invitation was rather legendary. Zhao Qing cautiously glanced at Wei Quan, pondering whether this fellow might be one of those deceitful entrepreneurs from the pre-apocalyptic world. Ding Xian gently nudged Zhao Yang and inquired softly, "Could you please tell us where the Blue Sky Sanctuary is located? What lies within?" Wei Quan nodded, his face beaming with a smile. "That is an excellent question. The Blue Sky Sanctuary, as its name suggests, is situated beneath this very sky. As for what resides within, inside, there are the grand visions I have painted." Zhao Qing, Ding Xian, and Guyu were taken aback. Guyu, perched atop the building, nearly toppled off in shock. Just moments ago, Little Mouse had been crouched beneath the manhole cover beside them, allowing Guyu to overhear their conversation. He had anticipated hearing some crucial information. Yet this was the result. In this day and age, had even con men become so forthright? Zhao Qing hesitated and asked, "Could you elaborate on why you intend to use these individuals to attract zombies?" He recognized that these people were likely not villains. Otherwise, they would not still be standing there conversing. "Oh, so you're still contemplating this," Wei Quan replied. Wei Quan licked his lollipop, his expression suddenly turning cold as he spoke with an icy tone. "That is because their deaths are inconsequential. Do you see that fat pig over there? Do not be deceived by his current pitiful state. Do you know what he did when the apocalypse descended? He not only snatched food from a little girl, but committed acts that even beasts would shy away from. Do you know how that little girl met her demise? She was cruelly thrown into a horde of zombies by him." "Ha ha!" Wei Quan suddenly burst into laughter, his body shaking uncontrollably. What is even more absurd is that the little girl was his benefactor. Previously, that scoundrel had 3 lives on his hands. Now, do you still feel pity for them? Wei Quan's deliberate words were laden with an extreme and chilling murderous intent. "You're not perhaps some sort of life coach, are you?" Guyu stood frozen upon hearing Wei Quan's words. "So that is how it is? Quite unexpected." Indeed, one should not place too much trust in what the eyes perceive. Seeing is believing. Yet who can assert with certainty that what is seen is indeed the truth? The scene before him serves as a vivid example. At first glance, who could discern that beneath that pleading, helpless visage lay a heart so malicious? Bei Guan, protecting rights? A faint, elusive smile tugged at Guyu's lips. What exactly is he defending, and what does this right entail? Or could it simply be a coincidence? Through the telescope, he could discern the profound anger etched upon the other's face, a madness reflected in his eyes, even perceiving the details of every pore. This fury seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul, as though it were a personal experience he had once endured. As the other had asserted, those individuals were unworthy of lament. Their demise might even be a mere triviality. The most severe punishment for them would be to confront their most profound fears. At present, He found himself intrigued by the azure sky that sheltered everything. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a certain levity in Wei Quan's demeanor. After all, a serious individual would not utter grandiose proclamations. Moreover, the sight of him licking a lollipop with an expression of lewdness prompted a question. What exactly was he savoring? Wei Quan's laughter gradually subsided as he lowered his hand from his face, returning to his carefree, cynical persona. He gestured, and behind him, a figure led a 20-year-old man forward. The armed individual forcefully kicked the young man to the ground, who, despite his frantic screams, emitted not a single sound. Zhao Qing's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixating intently on the young man's gaping mouth. Within that mouth lay a half-destroyed, dark tongue, with teeth systematically extracted. More alarming was the sight of one eye turned milky white, and one ear seemingly excised. This revelation left Zhao Qing in shock. Behind him, the lean figure and Ding Xian stared in disbelief, their hearts lodged in their throats. Quite a surprise, isn't it? Wei Quan wore an expression of indifference, as if this revelation held no astonishment for him. Every wound he bears is a reflection of the pain he once inflicted upon others. Do you see? This is the apocalypse. This is the essence of humanity in the end times. You can never truly know what grotesque and vile soul lies beneath their polished facade. Wei Quan adjusted the felt hat atop his head and chuckled softly. I just informed you that the blue sky sanctuary is merely a grand illusion of my design. Yet it is this very illusion that has brought us together. He continued, do not presume that we at Blue Sky welcome just anyone. The first criterion for admission is the steadfastness of one's moral compass. For only those who uphold their principles can endure even more. He added, of course, if you are one who adheres strictly to the law, it would be best for you to leave. We do not extend our welcome to such individuals. Carelessly, Wei Quan discarded the lollipop and calmly stated, you have 3 minutes to ponder. No need, Zhao Qing replied directly. I will join. Clap, clap. Wei Quan led the applause. Turning to smile, what are you waiting for? Let us welcome our new member. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, their faces adorned with an unsettling grin. That smile sent shivers down Zhao Qing's spine, evoking a sense of having boarded a pirate ship. He stood momentarily stunned, bewildered. Is it truly this easy to join? It feels excessively effortless, almost surreal. What kind of organization have I just entered? Wei Quan shrugged and replied with a grin. What else would you expect? Should we subject you to a trial? We do not have the luxury of time. If you seek something to occupy yourself with, then cast him into the horde of zombies. Wei Quan kicked the man lying on the ground. Zhao Qing gazed at the wailing figure, perplexed, and inquired, what exactly did he do? Wei Quan slowly unwrapped a new lollipop, his expression impassive, and replied, before we apprehended him, he was an extraordinary being, having claimed dominion over a community. As for what transpired thereafter, I believe it requires no further elaboration. Zhao Qing was taken aback, lowering his gaze to the man, his expression gradually darkening. Very well. Zhao Yang seized the man with force and hurled him into the distance. Thud! The man crashed to the ground, the tremendous impact shattering his knees, a grotesque agony etched on his face. With the sound of a gunshot, a cloud of crimson mist erupted from the man's lower body. In the blink of an eye, several zombies converged upon him, ravenously tearing him apart. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Qing felt an inexplicable thrill surge within him. Does it not feel exhilarating? Wei Quan's voice drifted in. Zhao Qing did not deny it and nodded in agreement. Precisely. It is entirely natural to experience such feelings when witnessing wrongdoers receive their just deserts, especially as one who wields power. Wei Quan glanced up at the sky and said nonchalantly, let us depart. And one of my brothers? Zhao Qing hesitated. Wei Quan cast a casual glance at the two men, remarking, if they are willing, they may join us as well. Under the vast expanse of the blue sky, we warmly welcome all like-minded friends, united beneath this celestial canopy. On the rooftop, Guyu was engulfed in a dark cloud of doubt regarding Wei Quan's profession prior to the apocalypse. He feared that this individual might not be an eccentric life coach, but rather a peculiar one. Such cryptic, sardonic remarks could not be uttered without at least 3 years of experience in the field. It appeared that this fellow had been released from confinement prematurely. One could only hope that this self-proclaimed enforcer of justice would not devolve into a perpetrator of evil. He recognized that he could never become such a person, yet it did not hinder his admiration for them. In these chaotic end times, a beacon of light is indeed necessary for guidance. The uncertainty remains whether they are true saviors or mere impostors. Just as Wei Quan and his companions were preparing to depart, an abrupt change transpired. From behind the department store, Dihao emerged in a state of panic, his face ashen and stricken with fear. "Help, help me!" Dihao sprinted desperately, as if pursued by some dreadful creature. Zhao Qing instinctively glanced at Wei Quan, for he was the strongest among them. The ominous sound of a gun being loaded echoed in the air, the dark muzzle of a firearm aimed directly at Dihao. "Halt! Take another step, and we shall fire." Almost as soon as the words were spoken, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet landed just before Dihao's feet. The Blue Sky Sanctuary was no refuge for the faint-hearted. In fact, they were more ruthless than anyone else. Observing the others preparing to shoot, Zhao Qing quickly interjected, "Wait, I know him." He stepped forward and inquired, "Captain D, what on earth has transpired?" A flicker of panic crossed Dihao's face upon seeing Zhao Yang. Grasping Zhao Yang's shoulders with urgency, he exclaimed, "Run! There are zombies!" Zhao Qing interjected, "Where in this vicinity are there not zombies?" Wei Quan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, demanding, "Clarify your words." "No, I must flee. You all should make haste." As Dihao attempted to take a step, he was seized by Wei Quan. "Damn it! Release me!" Dihao glared at Wei Quan, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Let go of me immediately, or I shall not hold back." Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the ground, as if some colossal beast were approaching. Debris danced upon the earth, and a deep growl echoed from behind the department store. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing a grotesque figure gradually emerge, towering over 5 meters. Its body was covered in repulsive pustules, and its terrifying countenance, with pale eyes, instilled an immense sense of dread among the onlookers. An aberrant zombie. The term resonated in everyone's minds simultaneously. With a guttural roar, the massive zombie charged towards the crowd, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. "That's it." Dihao suddenly broke free from Wei Quan's grasp, dashing towards the horizon in a frenzy. Wei Quan frowned, raising his hand into a fist. Instantly, the Gatling gun atop the vehicle erupted in a torrent of flames, unleashing thousands of bullets in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the colossal zombie, momentarily halting its advance. The surface of its body fractured, releasing splashes of an eerie, azure liquid. Upon contact with the ground, the liquid promptly corroded a significant area, sizzling ominously. Zhao Qing, filled with trepidation, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Had it not been for Wei Quan's presence, he would have hastily followed Dihao's lead. Even now, his legs felt as if they were rebelling against his will. On the rooftop, Guyu was equally taken aback by the newly emerged zombie. System scan. Creation point, 20 species. Zombie mutant level. Intermediate level 4 physique, 200 strength, 210 speed, 192 ability. Corrosive venom. Its body is covered in highly acidic corrosive venom capable of dissolving any object it touches within 10 seconds. Infection. The venom within contains a high concentration of viruses, which can infect a first-tier extraordinary being within 3 minutes, turning them into a zombie. Self-healing. The high concentration of viruses grants it formidable regenerative abilities. Self-detonation. A unique ability that triggers when it is on the brink of death, releasing all of its venom in a catastrophic explosion. Guyu's heart raced as he absorbed the results of scan. What an astonishing zombie! The most alarming aspect was the venom within its body. A first-tier extraordinary being could scarcely withstand it for 3 minutes. One of the advantages of extraordinary beings over ordinary humans is their inherent resistance. The ordinary zombie virus can no longer infect them. Even with a high concentration of the virus, they can resist it with their extraordinary powers. At the moment, they become extraordinary beings. Certain genetic structures within their bodies undergo subtle changes, and these modifications are crucial in fending off the virus. How high must the viral load be within this zombie before me? Casting a glance at the few individuals below, Guyu is curious to see how they will respond. As for offering assistance, that is not within his realm of consideration. Setting aside whether he could defeat the threat himself, even if he could, he would never risk his own zombie's safety to aid a group of strangers. The Blue Sky Sanctuary may boast a resounding slogan, but one wonders if they possess genuine capabilities. In the arena, observing the corroded ground, Wei Quan furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. You all retreat. Understood. The team responded promptly, without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Qing and his companions exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Noting Zhao Qing's bewilderment, Wei Quan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you wish to stay and assist? Zhao Qing chuckled awkwardly. We would want to complicate matters for you. Then hurry up and leave. All right, Zhao Qing quickly replied, leaping onto the truck with agility. He had been waiting for that prompt. Several trucks began to reverse, the heavy machine guns mounted atop, continuing to unleash torrents of fire, significantly slowing the advance of the venomous zombies. Infuriated by the relentless assault, the venomous zombies were now in a state of extreme rage. In an instant, the eyes bulged crimson, muscles writhed uncontrollably, and wounds on the body healed rapidly, while venom dripped down, corroding the ground into numerous pits. Wei Quan observed the venomous zombie, astonished by the sight before him. Such formidable regenerative power. The imposing figure of the venomous zombie crouched slowly, its legs bending, the muscles visibly resembling a spring compressed to its utmost limit. This is bad. Wei Quan's expression changed drastically as he retreated. In an instant, with a thunderous sound, the ground erupted, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the cement, debris scattering. The body of the venomous zombie leaped several dozen meters into the air, its robust silhouette casting a shadow like a dark cloud enveloping the sky. At that moment, Newton's laws of motion could no longer be contained. Wei Quan gazed up at the looming shadow and paused momentarily. Huh, it's not coming for me? This is not good. Wei Quan swiftly turned to look behind him, his eyes widening in fury. Beast, seeking death. The venomous zombie, resembling a small house, crashed heavily onto the roof of a truck, denting it instantly, while the rear of the vehicle was lifted high, sending the occupants tumbling. Some individuals were flung from the vehicle, hurtling towards the venomous zombie, only to be reduced to a pile of bones upon contact with the corrosive acid. Zhao Qing and his companions were among those in the truck, but Zhao Qing, being an extraordinary individual, had already leaped from the vehicle at the sight of the venomous zombie's descent, performing a perfect roll on the ground and landing several dozen meters away. The intense impact was such that even with his extraordinary physique, he found it difficult to endure. His pale face was marred by streaks of blood caked with dirt. Unfortunately, Ding Xian and the thin monkey were not so fortunate. Seated at the rear of the vehicle, they were propelled directly towards the venomous zombie upon being flung into the air. As the grotesque creature loomed closer, the thin monkey gritted his teeth, and an overwhelming force surged within him as if summoned from the depths of despair. He abruptly altered his posture and delivered a powerful kick to Ding Xian's waist, sending him hurtling away. Thud! Awaiting him was the wrathful, venomous zombie. Its enormous hand descended upon the thin monkey's head, shattering it like a watermelon, splattering white and red everywhere. The venomous zombie seized the thin monkey's body and began to gnaw at him, a glimmer of human-like cruelty flickering in its savage eyes. Though it seemed to unfold over an extended duration, all of this transpired in a mere instant. Wei Quan was utterly enraged. The windbreaker he had worn was long gone, revealing a torso adorned with numerous ghastly scars beneath his thin, short sleeves. His expression was as cold as frost, his piercing gaze radiating an icy fury that rendered him almost unrecognizable from before. The temperature in the air appeared to plummet drastically, a fine layer of frost forming on the ground, reminiscent of the first frost of autumn. Wei Quan unfastened the cloth bag that had been hanging from his waist and hurled it skyward. Boom! The bag erupted, unleashing a torrent of water. In an instant, the cascading water rapidly transformed into ice, coalescing in the air into a terrifying barrage of ice arrows. Fall! With a thunderous roar, the ice arrows in the sky aligned into a spear-like formation, resembling cannonballs as they hurtled towards the venomous undead. On the top floor, Guyu's face bore a large question mark. Is this how extraordinary power is wielded? This elemental superhuman diverged significantly from his preconceived notions. Puzzled and confounded, Guyu resolved to conduct a scan on Wei Quan. This extraordinary ability truly broadened his horizons. 31. Auxiliary System Scan. Species: Human Superhuman. Level: Initial stage of 4th rank physique. 165 Strength. 185 Speed. 180 Ability. Transmutation: the capability to transform the physical state of matter, limited to natural substances, while also being able to manipulate the altered matter. Hypnosis: the ability to subtly influence one's subconscious, including oneself. Guyu was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. It turned out that this individual was not an elemental superhuman. No wonder he exhibited such remarkable techniques. One could not help but admire the genius of his opponent, who had ingeniously transformed an ordinary ability into an elemental one, elevating it to a higher echelon. While the transmutation ability sounded impressive, its limitation to natural substances significantly curtailed its utility. Yet in the pre-apocalyptic era, it would have been quite advantageous. Grasping a handful of soil could effortlessly yield bricks, leading to substantial profits and the rise of a brick mogul. It is unlikely that the average person would conceive of converting water into ice, subsequently transforming it into a means of attack. Regarding another hypnotic ability, Guyu's lips twitched in resignation, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, this fellow was undoubtedly a life coach before the apocalypse. The Nightfall Research Institute once conducted a survey, revealing that most extraordinary individuals possess abilities that are inextricably linked to their identities, either stemming from a desire for a specific power or closely associated with their roles. While this observation may not be exhaustive, it holds a high probability of truth. Upon gaining a clearer understanding of Wei Quan's abilities, Guyu suddenly felt a wave of disinterest. Not as impressive as mine. The icy rain of arrows howled through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing wind. Countless ice arrows descended, piercing the venomous zombies and eliciting another anguished wail from them. Upon striking the venomous zombies, the ice arrows did not dissipate. Instead, they exploded again, resembling blooming ice flowers. In an instant, the massive bodies of the venomous zombies became encrusted with frost. Wei Quan suddenly issued a thunderous shout. Crack! Crack! The ice arrows that had penetrated the bodies of the venomous zombies began to spread, swiftly forming chains constructed of ice. A furious roar erupted from the venomous zombies as their muscles writhed rapidly, their forms swelling ominously. Wei Quan's pupils constricted sharply, and he bellowed, "Fall back." No sooner had he uttered these words than the terrifying pustules on the venomous zombies erupted, unleashing a torrent of corrosive venom that splattered wildly. A few individuals who were merely splashed by it began to dissolve in a grotesque manner, as a foul stench, tinged with the scent of blood, permeated the air. Stunned, Ding Xian collapsed to the side, his gaze fixated on the mangled remains of the gaunt figure not far away. "Why?" he murmured, his voice laced with anguish. "Why? I am but a cripple. Why save me?" Head bowed, he was consumed by remorse. "It's always like this. Did I ask for your salvation? Why do you presume to act on my behalf?" Gradually, a look of madness contorted Ding Xian's face, his eyes turning bloodshot as strange fiery spread across his skin. A few droplets of venom descended from above, landing on Ding Xian's form. Instantly, the flimsy fabric of his clothes was eaten away, leaving a gaping hole. Then, in a sudden, explosive burst, Ding Xian erupted in flames, as if ignited by an accelerant. Engulfed in searing fire, wisps of vapor rose from his body. He was no longer recognizable as human, his entire being seemingly composed of fire. The sudden transformation startled Wei Quan, who watched Ding Xian with a hint of envy in his eyes. Ding Xian's fiery gaze locked onto the venomous zombie. With a sudden roar, he lunged forward, his body ablaze, his target the toxic creature. "Beware! It carries venom!" Wei Quan cried out in alarm. Ding Xian paid no heed, his fist wreathed in flames. struck the venomous zombie. In an instant, scorching flames spread across the creature's body, while the corrosive venom seemed to have no effect on Ding Xian. The venomous zombie let out an enraged roar, swinging its massive claws down towards Ding Xian. Struck by the blow, Ding Xian was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground. Although he had awakened, he was merely a first-tier extraordinary being, standing in stark contrast to the formidable fourth-tier beings. Bei Quan, glancing at Ding Xian who had fallen beside him, inquired, "Are you all right?" Coughing, Ding Xian struggled to rise, a raspy voice emerging from the flames. "I'm fine. Physical damage cannot inflict significant harm upon me." Wei Quan was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly asking, "You're not in a pure elemental state now, are you?" His question stemmed from a prior encounter with such a state, with a body transformed into pure elemental form, capable of evading most physical harm, rendering one nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Ding Xian hesitated before responding, "It seems so, but I cannot maintain it for long." The sudden awakening surprised him, and he would have preferred not to awaken at all. Wei Quan's eyes brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent. You shall assist me." "Assist?" Ding Xian replied, perplexed. "How should I assist?" Observing the venomous zombie charging towards them, Wei Quan quickly instructed, "Use your flames. Unleash the fire, but do not direct it at the zombie. Instead, cast it into the sky, and then you need not worry about it further." Ding Xian, somewhat understanding, nodded hastily and complied. In an instant, a tumultuous curtain of flames coalesced in the sky, the temperature soaring. Wei Quan forcefully stomped the ground, sending dust flying as he leapt into the air. Transform. The surging flames began to metamorphose rapidly, gradually transforming into a terrifying lava. Wei Quan gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the swift depletion of his extraordinary power. He dared not delay any longer and directed the 5-meter-wide molten mass towards the venomous zombie. A flicker of panic flashed in the venomous zombie's eyes as it turned to flee, but it was still a moment too late to evade the plummeting lava. Boom! The scalding molten rock struck the venomous zombie instantaneously, visibly causing its body to dissolve at an alarming rate, enveloped in a veil of green mist. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. On the top floor, Guyu lowered his telescope, his face awash with astonishment. Brilliant! To conceive such a method. The roles of combat and support had effectively swapped. By the way, can extraordinary power also manipulate natural substances? Could it be that extraordinary power belongs to the realm of the natural? That seems implausible. Guyu shook his head, certain there was something he was unaware of. Otherwise, this ability would be rather formidable. Casting a glance at the small purple creature nestled in his embrace, akin to a kitten, Guyu pondered. Shouldn't he consider equipping his team with an enhanced support system? Once the little purple one makes an appearance, a surge of 100,000 volts would likely obliterate any creature below the 5th tier on the spot. Wait, explode? Guyu hastily raised the telescope again. He almost forgot that this zombie possessed a self-destruct capability. Observing the completely melted zombie, Guyu blinked in slight confusion. Huh, didn't he explode after all? Fortune smiled upon him. As he observed the venomous zombies melting beneath the searing lava, Wei Quan silently exhaled in relief. Should the situation worsen, he would truly have no choice but to call for assistance. Ignoring the exhausted Ding Xian collapsed on the ground beside him, he stepped forward to retrieve an energy crystal core from the cooling magma. Gazing at the green crystal core, roughly the size of a quail egg, a flicker of surprise crossed Wei Quan's eyes. Turning to Ding Xian, he remarked, "Your contribution to the demise of this zombie cannot be overlooked. Speak your desire." Ding Xian, panting heavily, hesitated before replying, "How about an armored vehicle?" He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and understood the principle of reciprocity in their harsh reality. In a world ravaged by calamity, greed was the greatest folly. An armored vehicle should be a trivial request for those residing in the shelters. Very well. A smile graced Wei Quan's calm visage as he nodded in agreement. However, Zhao Qing, standing nearby, suddenly grew anxious and interjected, "Wait a moment." In a swift motion, he approached Ding Xian and delivered a punch, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses?" What on earth do you need an armored vehicle for? You ought to ask for an extraordinary reagent instead. Having just broken through, it is precisely what you need. Zhao Qing cautiously glanced at Wei Quan and whispered, "Make sure it's manufactured by the Nightfall Institute. Do not accept anything from the Yun City shelter, as those are counterfeit." Wei Quan's ears perked up at this exchange. His expression one of exasperation. "Could you possibly lower your voice a bit more? Do you hold my status as a fourth-tier extraordinary being in such low regard? Besides, it's merely an extraordinary reagent. That substance is nothing more than a refined extract of energy crystal cores. While it may fetch a high price in the outside world, its actual cost is quite modest." Wei Quan spoke with an air of indifference. "Have you made your decision? Should one choose an armored vehicle or extraordinary agents? If it is extraordinary agents you seek, our blue sky possesses them. The second-tier agents are no inferior to those from the Nightfall. I can take charge and provide you with a second-tier one." Ding Xian, with a complex gaze, resolutely shook his head, declaring, "No, I want the armored vehicle." Zhao Qing, following Ding Xian's line of sight, caught sight of the fallen corpse nearby, momentarily taken aback, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. Once upon a time, had not their dreams been to own an armored vehicle of their own? He placed a hand on Ding Xian's shoulder and sighed deeply. "This damned apocalypse." Wei Quan turned, his voice low and commanding. "Stop dawdling, load the body, and retreat." On the rooftop, watching the convoy gradually fade from view, Guyu hurriedly instructed Xiao Shu to send a subordinate to follow. He wished to ascertain the location of this enigmatic blue sky sanctuary. The recent fierce battle had attracted numerous zombies, converging upon the scene. Some zombies were ravenously licking the poisonous liquid that had splattered onto the ground. At a certain moment, a resounding explosion shattered the stillness, sending shards of earth flying and filling the air with a pungent scent of gunpowder. As Guyu descended the stairs, he beheld over 80 zombies huddled together, suddenly propelled into the air by the blast. How ruthless! Guyu inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. It seemed he would need to remain vigilant. There was still much to learn. He had not even noticed when those individuals had planted the explosives. Had he not neglected to seize the opportunity, he would have been the sole one to ascend to the heavens. Summoning several companions, he led them on a rampage through the department store, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the emergency surgery room, he found Lei Jiao still languishing in a half-conscious state. Exhaling softly, he issued a precautionary order for his companion to deliver a couple of punches. As soon as the blows landed, a sudden explosion of purple electricity erupted, accompanied by a piercing sound. Guyu's expression darkened instantly. Were they all so cunning? While one might expect such behavior from humans, even a beast had learned to feign death. It was evident that with the continuous evolution of these mutated creatures, their intelligence would undoubtedly increase. "Strike!" Daya pummel it fiercely. Guyu gritted his teeth, nearly deceived by a mere beast. Fortunately, he had not approached it just moments prior. Otherwise, it would have meant his demise or that of the little green one. Boom! 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 Daya let out a low growl and, with determination, unleashed a series of powerful punches upon Legio. The tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble, sending items on the table quaking. In response to the ambush, the highly intelligent Daya was equally enraged. However, he refrained from retaliating due to the lack of a direct command from Guyu. After instructing Daya not to deliver a fatal blow, Guyu distanced himself and began to quietly prepare the necessary materials. Winter sleep essence, duratoline, aureomycin. Guyu meticulously added the medications to the alcohol cup according to the formula, his brow furrowing slightly in concentration. Why is there such an abundance of pharmaceuticals in this batch? Aside from a few exceptions, the majority consists almost entirely of medication. Even the singular synthetic material, the bloodworm, predominantly contains traditional Chinese medicinal components. What exactly have I concocted? This blood clan, perhaps they are not entirely reputable. Silently lamenting, I continued my work without pause. After over an hour, the required solution was finally prepared. With a twinge of regret, I retrieved the last remaining fourth-tier energy crystal nucleus and cast it into the mixture. Glancing at the elderly zombie captured by Little Green, I murmured to the system, Commence fusion. Given the constraints of creating 500 units, this old zombie was the only option I could find throughout the building. I had to make do. However, since the primary subject is the thunder pigeon, the impact should be minimal. Watching as the zombie transformed into a crimson liquid that melded with the thunder pigeon, I hastily instructed Yu to pour the liquid over it. The thunder pigeon gazed at the scene with a feeble expression, a flicker of human-like sorrow crossing its eyes. Having endured relentless torment from Yu, it had long since lost the strength to resist. To this, I chose to remain indifferent. In this apocalyptic world, compassion is a luxury we cannot afford. I reassured, rest assured, you will become better. As soon as the liquid made contact with the thunder pigeon, it began to rapidly integrate. Simultaneously, the crimson liquid slowly enveloped the creature. After a brief glance, I instructed Yu to keep watch and then turned to lie down on the bed. After some time, I awoke slowly, glancing at the Casio watch salvaged from a mall, bemusedly exclaiming, "Have I only slept for 40 minutes? Ding. Congratulations to the host for creating the Blood Clan Siren. Rewards acquired. Constitution 15, Strength 16, Speed 28, Creation Points 2500, Mental Power 30. The sound of an alert reverberated in Guyu's mind, jolting him awake. He hastily turned to glance at the corner of the room. There, a woman with wings stood silently, her form cloaked in a layer of black feathers, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar crimson hue, a blend of human and beast. Guyu rose and approached the woman, scrutinizing her intently. Excessive hair, quite disappointing. System. Initiate scan. Species. Blood Clan Siren. Level. Initial stage 5 Constitution. 228 Strength. 225 Speed. 230 Abilities. Nightwalker. In darkness, speed increases by 1 level. Transformation. Capable of shifting between human and beast forms. Concealment. A natural assassin, able to mask her presence like a specter. Blood Puppet. Can create a puppet with 70% of her own strength using her blood. TSK. Indeed a beautiful killer. Guyu shook his head in admiration. While this ability may not be exceptional, it is undoubtedly suitable. In his view, only truly fitting abilities can be deemed the best. The effectiveness of an individual's power ultimately hinges on its wielder. No matter how formidable an ability may be in the hands of a useless person, it will still lead to utter defeat. The previous Wei Quan serves as a quintessential example. Life mentors undoubtedly possess remarkable abilities, imparting invaluable wisdom. A seemingly innocuous skill, often overlooked, has been transformed into an elemental attack capability. With initial strength at the 4th tier, he has managed to confront a mid-tier 4th-level venomous zombie. The most astonishing aspect is that his adversary has ascended to the status of a 4th-tier extraordinary being. This revelation is truly remarkable. Countless individuals possess capabilities that rival Wei Quan's, yet how many can attain the 4th tier? According to the memories of the original host, even amidst the enigmatic Nightfall Research Institute, the strongest among them barely reached the 7th tier after 6 months of the apocalypse. The 7th tier extraordinary being remains a mystery, as no one has ever laid eyes on them, leaving their existence in doubt. 4th tier extraordinary beings are indeed at the forefront of current capabilities. After all, the majority of extraordinary beings are still at the 1st or 2nd tier, with only a handful reaching the 3rd tier. Humanity is still navigating the path of extraordinary evolution. Guyu scrutinized the charming creature before him, stroking his chin in contemplation. What shall I name you? Little Charm, Little Black. No, that won't do. Guyu shook his head, speaking to himself. Such names sound peculiar and do not align with his naming style. Glancing at the feathers adorning the creature, he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I've got it. From now on, you shall be called Little Feather." Hee, what a delightful name, don't you think? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. A vague thought flickered in his mind, imbued with affection and joy. Guyu's expression darkened. Damn, another one with limited intelligence, seemingly akin to Little Purple. No more of this incessant nagging. The feathers, in all their discomfort, do little to ease the situation. Indeed, the intellect of a 5th-tier Little Feather surpasses that of a 1st-tier green zombie by a considerable margin. The wisdom of that thunder pigeon is evidently not to be underestimated. It possesses the cunning to feign death and launch surprise attacks. In comparison, Little Feather's intellect pales significantly. Could it be that there was an error in the selection of materials? Or perhaps the elixirs administered were counterfeit? Guyu found himself at a loss for words. In this day and age, counterfeit medicines not only harm the living, but also wreak havoc on zombies. Over time, he has come to realize that higher power does not necessarily equate to greater wisdom. Little Purple's intellect far exceeds that of the fourth-tier Little Green, who often appears rather dazed and foolish. Wisdom, after all, requires time to cultivate. It is not something that can be achieved instantaneously. The more one witnesses the affairs of the world, the greater the understanding and, consequently, the growth of wisdom. Zombies possess a remarkable capacity for learning. They can swiftly grasp combat techniques merely by having them implanted in their minds and can easily apply them in different contexts. Despite Little Purple's persistent attachment to him, it is precisely this trait that renders her the most adept learner among the zombies. Yet, Little Purple has a flaw. She often outwardly adheres to commands while covertly defying them, and her laziness is quite pronounced. While she may not contradict him on significant matters, she seizes every opportunity to be indolent in trivial ones. It is exhausting. The only source of solace lies with Dio, whose high intelligence allows him to accomplish tasks with but a single thought. At times, even the great beings possess an innate understanding of their desires. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded Xiao Yu to employ her blood puppet ability. His curiosity was piqued by this power, which bore 70% of its original strength, suggesting it was quite formidable. While its impact might not be immediately evident in the early stages, its significance would undoubtedly amplify in due course. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed within Xiao Yu's pupils, and a resonant sound of pulsating blood emanated from her being. Feathers rapidly shed from her form, and a sudden wound appeared at her heart, from which a peculiar scented blood began to flow gently. The blood quickly congealed upon the ground, gradually manifesting into a humanoid shape, with the fallen feathers coalescing atop the sanguine figure. In mere moments, a silhouette identical to Xiao Yu emerged before him. Guyu observed this astonishing spectacle with wide-eyed wonder, stepping closer for a meticulous examination, unable to discern any difference. He raised his hand, attempting to exert control over the blood puppet. The puppet stood motionless, its gaze blankly fixed upon Guyu. Alas, it appeared ineffective. A flicker of disappointment crossed Guyu's eyes as he turned to Xiao Yu. Noticing her complexion had paled somewhat, and new feathers began to sprout from her form. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Guyu discerned that this ability indeed bore certain drawbacks. The creation of a puppet wielding 70% of the original's power demanded substantial energy from a source. While the current division remained manageable, he surmised that any further separation would likely exceed the original's capacity to sustain. Nevertheless, overall, it was an impressive capability, complementing Xiao Yu's innate powers splendidly. Xiao Yu, revert to your original form. It is hoped that the true form of the bloodline entity, Xiao Yu, will bring him a modicum of surprise. With a resounding thud, black mist enveloped Xiao Yu's body, and several feathers gently descended. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing a majestic black bird, over a meter in length, standing proudly with a piercing glint in its eyes. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous lightning dove, the only distinction being the transformation of its plumage from purple to black. Not bad, Guyu murmured, offering his sole assessment. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's true form, a novel idea blossomed in Guyu's mind. Could he possibly ride Xiao Yu in the future? Given Xiao Yu's size, it should pose no difficulty for him to mount, proving far more comfortable than perching upon Xiao Zi's back. Just as he contemplated this practical trial, Xiao Shu dashed into the room from the operating theater. Upon entry, he instantly transformed into his human form, appearing flustered and agitated, scratching his head in distress. Guyu furrowed his brow and established a connection with Xiao Shu, receiving fragmented thoughts that swiftly coursed through his mind. Humans are approaching? Guyu exclaimed in surprise. The information gleaned from Xiao Shu's mind indicated that a group of humans was advancing toward this location, their numbers seemingly considerable. Guyu was already mentally prepared for this eventuality. After all, the area surrounding the city hospital was categorized as an unsearched zone, having only been explored in the early days of the apocalypse. Prior to the cataclysm, the city hospital was situated in a newly developed suburban area, where various constructions were not fully realized, resulting in a significantly lower reserve of supplies. Moreover, this region, having recently been developed, boasts affordable housing prices and a considerable number of indigenous inhabitants. Despite the abundance of zombies and scarcity of resources, few are inclined to venture here, a significant factor in the original character's choice of this locale. However, the total resources in Yin City are limited, and as time progresses, the zombies grow stronger, inevitably intensifying competition among pioneers. This place will naturally become a refuge for many weaker adventurers. Guyu contemplated this and instructed Dayo to lead a group of green zombies out of the emergency building, scattering them around, while also dispatching more of his mouse allies to closely monitor the surroundings. He was reluctant to instigate any conflict, as everyone has their struggles and ultimately seeks to survive. As long as his own safety is not compromised, he is disinclined to concern himself with the intentions of others. He merely hopes they do not make the mistake of approaching the city hospital. Should they choose to court disaster, he will deal with them at Onping Street. For now, the city hospital must remain discreet. If someone seeks their own demise, they cannot blame him. In Yin City's commercial street, Wei Quan and his group's convoy swiftly passed by, sending the zombies blocking the road, flying upon impact. Inside a truck, Zhao Qing and Ding Xian, newcomers to the Blue Sky Sanctuary, listened attentively to the wisdom imparted by their seniors. However, judging by the two's awkward expressions, it seemed the lessons were not particularly uplifting. A burly man with a full beard clapped Zhao Qing on the shoulder and boisterously declared, "Little Zhao, once you arrive at the Blue Sky Sanctuary, stick close to your brother Niu. I'll ensure you have a good time." As he spoke, he winked at Zhao Qing, revealing a look that any man would comprehend. Zhao Qing, feeling helpless, chuckled awkwardly and inquired, "Brother Niu, is this also the case in the Blue Sky Sanctuary?" The man who proudly called himself Brother Niu was named Niu Dezhu, a second-tier strength type extraordinary being. He had initially assumed the other was a significant figure, only to find himself conversing with a chatterbox who rambled incessantly. Most of the discourse was devoid of substance, leaving Zhao Qing still largely uninformed about the Blue Sky Sanctuary. Many of the claims made were exaggerated, leading him to harbor deep skepticism. For instance, the assertion that the sanctuary's owner was a six-tier powerhouse who had once fended off a tide of zombies seemed dubious. He remained uncertain whether to believe the tale spun by Niu Dezhu, suspecting exaggeration, yet he dared not question him, responding with smiles and nods throughout their journey. Upon hearing this, his interest was piqued. Niu Dezhu produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep, satisfying drag before slowly articulating, "Such matters are entirely commonplace in the apocalypse. Wherever there are people, there will be demands. As long as both parties consent, our sanctuary will not interfere. After all, who are we to obstruct someone's opportunity to prosper?" Niu Dezhu inhaled sharply once more, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs before exhaling in a grand cloud that formed a large ring. With a cheerful demeanor, he continued, "Moreover, you know as well as I do that for men, regardless of their age, that innate impulse is inescapable. The more one tries to suppress it, the more fervently they pursue it, almost as if to oppose you, resulting in many innocent souls suffering needlessly." A fair-skinned gentleman interjected, "I have heard that the shelter you speak of does not permit such matters to be brought to light." Zhao Qing nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "To be honest, my knowledge on the subject is rather limited." A sneer of disdain flickered across the man's face, his eyes betraying a clear sentiment of hypocrisy. Zhao Qing felt a sense of helplessness. He truly was in the dark. Casting a glance at Zhang Shuai, he contemplated retorting, yet the words caught in his throat. Swallow back down. Engaging in a discussion of this nature with a notorious rogue would only exacerbate the situation. Despite the man's handsome exterior, his heart was insidiously wicked, and his words were always a cacophony of colors. A wave of regret washed over Zhao Qing. What kind of place was this Blue Sky shelter, where the atmosphere felt so unseemly? Zhang Shuai clasped Zhao Qing's shoulder, grinning broadly. Let me tell you, within the shelter lies a place called Muyun Pavilion, which is quite splendid. Splendid? Ding Xian queried, curiosity piqued. Is it perhaps that they offer free meals? Niu Dezhu shook his head, taking 2 deliberate puffs from his cigarette before discarding it once he was sure there was nothing left. He turned to Ding Xian, laughing heartily. Because their love is not a requirement. Zhao Qing observed Zhang Shuai, who wore a mysterious expression. Allow me to share another secret. When you enter, seek out those who are less attractive. Only then will you feel at ease. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian exchanged glances, a hint of bewilderment flashing in their eyes. Could it truly be so? They had learned something new. What about the beautiful ones? Zhao Qing suddenly inquired. Silence enveloped them, an eerie stillness. Coughing softly, Niu Dezhu suddenly cleared his throat, his expression betraying discomfort as he remarked, Poor, never experienced it before. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian exchanged awkward glances, with Zhang Shuai adding, Do you think the Muyun Pavilion is inexpensive? The average person cannot even gain entry. It's fortunate to even encounter someone unattractive. It's the same when the lights are turned off. Zhao Qing's expression grew slightly uneasy as he thought, How could it possibly be the same? Clear the way for the vehicle ahead. A sudden, furious shout echoed from the front. The group was startled, simultaneously leaning forward to glimpse what lay ahead. Spotting the insignia on the vehicle, Niu Dezhu's face turned cold as he muttered, Damn, it's those worthless scoundrels again. In front of their convoy lay another procession, prominently featuring a modified armored vehicle at the forefront, followed by a large cargo truck reinforced with alloy steel plates. The vehicle's exterior was smeared with dark, congealed blood, and fragments of bone were embedded in the wheels. On the roof, a striking red skull flag fluttered defiantly in the wind. Curiously, Zhao Qing inquired, Brother Niu, do you know them? With a stern countenance, Niu Dezhu replied, Those fellows from the garden community. This is not our first encounter. We previously rescued a group from their clutches. Ugh, a pack of beasts, Zhang Shuai interjected, explaining the individuals within are escaped prisoners. Some former delinquents, truly a bunch of scoundrels who have committed countless misdeeds since the apocalypse began. His tone was laden with profound disdain and disgust. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian exchanged another glance, bewilderment flickering in their eyes. Why had they never heard of this before? Upon careful reflection, they are merely a D-class pioneering team, which seems quite normal given that they are not widely known. Niu Dezhu clenched his fists, producing a crisp sound, and coldly declared, Prepare yourselves, a confrontation is imminent. No sooner had the words left his lips than the previously arrogant convoy began to retreat swiftly, quickly reaching the end of the street. Zhao Qing and his companion exchanged peculiar glances at Niu Dezhu. Brother Niu, they are retreating. Niu Dezhu's expression darkened. They are fortunate to escape swiftly. They must have recognized us. Zhang Shuai, standing nearby, sneered, Just wait. I heard the captain mention that the shelter is about to take significant action. Niu Dezhu coldly replied, These brutes deserve to face judgment. With an enigmatic expression, Zhang Shuai added, Rest assured, I believe the shelter will not allow them to continue their rampage unchallenged. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Qing and Ding Xian exchanged glances, and at that moment, they felt that their joining the blue sky shelter was not without purpose. Unbeknownst to them, near the sewer entrance beside them, 2 rats, the size of basketballs, cautiously poked their heads out, silently observing the unfolding scene. As Wei Quan and his companion's vehicle exited the commercial street, another convoy entered, and 1 rat followed closely behind Wei Quan's vehicle while the other scurried back into the sewer. At the city hospital, time passed quietly. Guyu reclined comfortably on the bed, relishing the massage provided by Xiao Zi. Come on, over here, apply more pressure, Guyu murmured. The little mouse scurried back, bringing fresh information. A convoy is heading toward the municipal hospital. Guyu rises and lets out a soft sigh. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for it. A cold glimmer flickers in his eyes. I must survive, thus you must perish, summoning a multitude of zombies. He leads them away from the municipal hospital and toward Omping Street. It is noteworthy that during his previous moments of leisure, he had created an additional 20 green zombies. Regardless of their utility, They present an intimidating visage, and they are not entirely devoid of purpose. On Anping Street, amidst a fierce battle, atop a skyscraper, Gu Yu, accompanied by Xiao Zi and Xiao Yu, awaits in silence. Du Yu and a few of the green zombies have already been dispatched, blending seamlessly among the horde of undead. As beings devoid of human essence, as long as they refrain from attacking, they remain invisible to the perception of the zombies. At this moment, Anping Street is fraught with peril. Gu Yu is keen to discern who dares to approach with such reckless abandon. After a considerable wait, the ground trembles violently, and a cloud of dust rises from the distant roadway. Yellow sand envelopes the sky, and a thunderous roar emanates from the surging dust storm. Gu Yu's pupils constrict suddenly as he gazes at the shadow emerging from the haze, exclaiming in astonishment, "An armored vehicle?" Upon recognizing the massive truck constructed of alloy, Gu Yu's composure shatters. This is troublesome. He had anticipated mere humans, but an armored vehicle has arrived. Gu Yu is momentarily engulfed in uncertainty. Can a fifth-tier Xiao Yu and Du Yu contend with this threat? As long as he could draw near, he believed that with their combined strength, dismantling the armored vehicle would pose no challenge. However, amidst the relentless barrage of heavy artillery, approaching was no simple endeavor. The truck's roof was armed with 2 heavy machine guns, in addition to the 3 mounted on the armored vehicle itself. The might of human weaponry remained formidable. Unbeknownst to him, a thin sheen of cold sweat began to form in Gu Yu's palms. Anxious yet unable to summon the courage to act, he found himself lost in thought as the convoy entered the heart of Anping Street. A message reverberated in his mind. "Master, shall we attack?" Gu Yu glanced at the armored vehicle before turning to the side where Xiao Yu stood. "Xiao Yu, destroy all the machine guns on those vehicles," he commanded mentally, preparing to exert control over Xiao Yu at a moment's notice. He had no intention of retreating. After one strike, would there not be a second? Was he to continuously withdraw? Leaving this place meant entering a vast world where he would find no refuge. He had awakened here. This was his domain. Xiao Yu soared into the air, her abilities unleashed, swift as lightning, racing forth like an arrow released from a bow. Gu Yu watched Xiao Yu with hopeful anticipation, his hands unconsciously clenching together, nails digging deep into his flesh, leaving small beads of blood. He understood clearly that whether they could swiftly and decisively eliminate this Group H on the rooftop of an armored vehicle lay a solitary figure, languidly observing the surroundings with a sense of ennui. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, painfully sharp and jarring. The lethargic man lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a shadow rapidly approached, enveloping him in an instant. Before he could utter a word, a swift strike pierced his throat, silencing him forever. Concurrently, the blood puppet clutched a heavy machine gun, laboriously ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu found his task considerably easier, for the truck's roof was devoid of any opposition. A tremendous force crushed one heavy machine gun, warping its structure. The barrel buckled as though it had been trampled by a colossal weight, creating an irregular dent. Another heavy machine gun was seized by Xiao Yu as he soared upwards. "Well done," Gu Yu exclaimed, his fist pumping in excitement. Even he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Were these individuals not more vigilant? In a post-apocalyptic world, how could they be so careless? Gu Yu scoffed internally. He resolved to seize the moment and promptly instructed Du Yu and the others to commence their assault. The sudden upheaval also startled those inside the vehicle. "What is that thing?" "Oh no, it's a mutated zombie. Quick, bring them down." Chaos erupted as voices clamored, and the situation spiraled into disorder. "Heavy machine guns? Hurry, use them to sweep them away." Just then, a voice resonated with authority. The previously raucous crowd fell into an abrupt silence as one individual spoke rapidly. "They have seized the heavy machine gun. Have the zombies become so cunning?" The man, with a shadowy countenance, bellowed, "Then use rifles. If you cannot reclaim the heavy machine gun, you may as well perish." The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets spewing forth from the ominous barrels. Inside the truck, several individuals frantically unleashed a barrage towards Xiao Yu. Clutching the heavy machine gun, Xiao Yu darted forward, increasing the distance, skillfully dodging the incoming bullets with agile movements. At that moment, Dio and Xiaolu, accompanied by a throng of zombies, advanced. Each cradled a massive concrete block exceeding 5 meters in length. With a low growl, they hurled the concrete blocks into the air. As they ascended, the force of gravity accelerated their descent, amplifying their destructive potential. Beware! What is that? A vigilant observer caught sight of the airborne concrete projectiles and shouted in panic. Almost instantaneously, one block crashed down upon the armored vehicle, producing a thunderous roar as debris erupted, shaking the sturdy structure and creating a substantial dent. A ghastly scream and intermittent wails emanated from within the vehicle. The other block plummeted into the truck's cargo area, causing several individuals to leap out in haste, while others, caught off guard, were mercilessly struck, reducing them to a gruesome mess, with blood seeping through the crevices of the truck. The man with the shadowy visage erupted in fury, his voice booming, "Who dares? Step forward at once." The shadowy figure of the man suddenly doubled in size, muscles bulging impressively, exuding an aura of formidable strength. His entire form akin to forged steel, radiating a metallic sheen. The ability to become metallic is relatively common in the post-apocalyptic world, yet it proves to be an exceedingly practical skill. While it may lose its efficacy in later stages, it undeniably offers a distinct advantage in the early phases, not only amplifying physical strength but also significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Ordinary blades are rendered ineffective against such a form. On the rooftop, observing the unfolding scene, Guyu let out a cold, mocking smile, his lips curling in derision. "Come out? Surely, you must be dreaming. Proceed." Guyu's voice was laced with ice. Instantly, over 40 green zombies closed in under the deft control of Duyo. Little Green crouched low, and with a thunderous boom, surged forth like a cannonball fired from a barrel, swiftly covering a distance of 7 to 8 meters. In midair, the agile figure twisted, slender yet powerful legs sweeping in a wide arc. Excellent. The dark-featured Chao Yi's gaze sharpened as he crossed his arms, bracing himself to withstand the impending blow. However, due to Little Green's incredible speed, he failed to notice the difference in the creature until it was far too late. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed. The resilience of a zombie's body is not to be compared with that of mere humans. Bang! The moment Chao Yi attempted to receive the attack, regret flooded his mind. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, his arms trembling violently. Had he not been in a metallic state, they would have surely shattered. It was only then that Chao raised his gaze to scrutinize Little Green seriously. His pupils constricted in shock as he gasped, You are not human." Little Green paid no heed to Chao Yi's astonishment. Almost instantaneously, she pivoted and unleashed another kick towards him. The forceful gust of her legs sliced through the air, the frigid wind feeling like a myriad of gleaming, razor-sharp blades against Chao Yi's face. Still in a state of bewilderment, Chao Yi absorbed the blow, his body tumbling backward before colliding heavily with a lamppost. 36, a truly enviable ability. Rooftop. Xiao Yu and the blood descended, cradling heavy machine guns. Thump, thump. With 2 successive thuds, 2 distinct heavy machine guns were discarded onto the ground by Xiao Yu. "Handle with care. Don't damage them," Guyu urged, a faint, elated smile gracing his lips. These are formidable instruments of destruction. Seizing the heavy machine guns was a decision he made on the spur of the moment. At this juncture, it's undeniable that heavy machine guns still possess considerable destructive power, particularly the Gatling and KPV. These substantial heavy firearms are akin to Grim Reapers. The Gatling's hallmark is its rapid rate of fire, unleashing 5,000 rounds per minute, generating explosive force at an incredible pace. As for the KPV heavy machine gun, it employs armor-piercing incendiary rounds encased in a full metal jacket, capable of penetrating 32 millimeters of homogeneous armor within 500 meters. Without question, had he failed to procure these 2 heavy machine guns, Guyu couldn't even fathom the situation he would face. But now, they're all his. Zombies wielding machine guns. The thought alone is exhilarating. He will assemble a legion of zombies in the future, armed with heavy firepower, ensuring the demise of anyone who dares to oppose them. A magnificent scene instantaneously materialized in Guyu's mind, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Without the heavy machine guns, that group of individuals posed little threat. Dio had already taken command, leading a multitude of green zombies into battle against the remaining foes. Although the green zombies displayed a lack of intelligence, under Dio's guidance, they coordinated seamlessly, swiftly overpowering their adversaries. 3 or 4 green zombies besieged a single opponent, and it wasn't long before casualties began to mount. The rich scent of blood further incited the zombies, rendering the green ones even more ferocious. Had it not been for Guyu's prior orders and Dio's control, they would likely have fallen into a frenzy of bloodlust by now. Chao, coughing up blood, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a mix of anger and fear surged within him. Suddenly, a silver light erupted from Xiao Lu. Gradually, it appeared as though mercury coursed through its body, rendering it entirely silver, shimmering under the faint sunlight. The scattered metal around began to tremble as if under a spell, and the dilapidated street barriers broke free from their screws, soaring into the air. From a nearby hardware store, various metallic objects flew out, floating behind Xiao Lu. In an instant, a myriad of metal items surrounded Xiao Lu. He stood transfixed, staring at Xiao Lu, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The ability to manipulate metal. Guyu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, however, reflecting on the formidable magneto of the spectacle conjured by the young green one pales in comparison. That previous scene was truly vast and stirring, igniting a tempest of emotions within the onlookers. The primary shortcoming lies in the young one's lack of strategic wisdom. Many of his combat techniques rely heavily on instinct, and the mere fact that he was able to wield such power took him by surprise. Guyu endeavored to establish a connection with the young green one, utilizing his ability to manipulate metal. In an instant, a multitude of metallic objects converged and collided, coalescing in the air to form a colossal sword measuring 10 meters in length. The moment the giant sword materialized, it descended upon Qiao Yi with lethal intent. As Qiao Yi jolted back to awareness from his stupor, the enormous blade loomed perilously close, less than half a meter above his head. With a swift thrust, the sword cleaved him in two, leaving a gruesome scatter of flesh upon the ground. Guyu exhaled softly, feeling a slight tremor in the hand that clutched the railing. That was a rather reckless gamble, he murmured to himself. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had recently strengthened. Otherwise, the psychic backlash from channeling the young green one's abilities might have overwhelmed him. It is indeed a challenge. The desire for a powerful experience is always shadowed by the risk of becoming mere fodder. Severing his connection with the young green one, Guyu's eyes brimmed with envy. This ability was something he deeply coveted. In a world rife with metal, even the depths of the earth conceal metallic ores. This power only grows more formidable with increased strength, revealing its true might in later stages. As Qiao Yi perished, the battle in the arena approached its conclusion. Only after the conflict subsided did Guyu cautiously step into the fray. Gazing at the fragmented remains of Qiao Yi, Guyu chuckled wryly and shook his head. In this apocalyptic world, life is as fragile as paper. A fourth-tier extraordinary being, and yet he met his demise in such a manner. This realization further awakened Guyu. He must refrain from recklessness in the future. It is best to avoid aimless wandering, for one might simply disappear without a trace. Approaching the truck, he opened the door and searched within. He discovered a third-tier energy crystal core, 10 second-tier cores, and a few meager supplies of compressed biscuits and bottled water. He turned and instructed Dio to have the horde of zombies unload all the ammunition from the vehicle. Standing before the battered, armored vehicle, Guyu's gaze lingered with a sense of melancholy. He retrieved the explosives he found inside the truck and hurled them into the vehicle. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, he departed with his legion of zombies. 3 minutes later, an explosive bang resonated, accompanied by 2 tremendous detonations. The streets of Anping were illuminated by 2 brilliant flames, the roaring fire casting a crimson hue upon the sky. Guyu turned back to behold the flames soaring high. a serene smile gracing his lips. Evidence? Such a notion is non-existent. Stretching lazily, Guyu murmured to himself, time to return to slumber. What alleviates worries? Only sleep. In sleep, all troubles fade away. Moreover, in dreams, anything is possible. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing and Ding Xian, who had been regaled with tales of grandeur by Niu Deju, finally arrived at the blue sky shelter. The two exchanged glances as they beheld the sanctuary before them, then turned to look again, sharing yet another knowing look. Zhao Qing hesitated. Is this the blue sky sanctuary? Before his eyes lay a cluster of villas, surrounded by a tall iron fence and several towering watchtowers. Beyond the fence stood a formidable wall constructed of bricks and stones, rising to a modest height of about 5 or 6 meters. Although it appeared somewhat impressive, there lingered an ineffable sense of incongruity, as if it fell short of the enigmatic identity it was meant to embody. Niu Dezu cast a sidelong glance at the two, seemingly aware of their thoughts, and chuckled softly. Do not dwell on it. This is merely the periphery of the blue sky sanctuary. The true sanctuary lies within. Come along. As Zhao Qing and his companion followed, they underwent a series of inspections, and with each step deeper into the compound, their expressions transformed into one of astonishment. Behind the villa area, there emerged a vast island at the center of a lake. On this island, rows of buildings encircled it, while a wall entirely composed of steel stood tall around its periphery. Niu Dezu gestured towards the island, stating that is the genuine blue sky sanctuary. The sanctuary houses a total of 1,560 individuals, nearly one-third of whom are extraordinary beings. What? Zhao Qing exclaimed suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Niu Dezu. Almost 500 extraordinary beings? Are you serious? A ratio of one-third is something even the Yin City Sanctuary could hardly achieve. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Niu Dezu remarked nonchalantly, scratching his nose. Zhao Qing, in a state of bewilderment, could only nod in agreement. In due time, you shall comprehend, for this is the azure sky, declared Niu Deju with an air of pride. Zhao Qing felt a wave of embarrassment. The tone of his words struck him as peculiar, stirring an undeniable longing within him. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian exchanged glances, sharing a helpless smile. A fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickered in Ding Xian's eyes as he softly implored, Brother Niu, could you possibly find a place for my brother? Behind Ding Xian, he carried a silver case, half his height, containing the remains of the emaciated monkey. Niu Deju regarded Ding Xian and nodded. Follow me. Zhang Shuai. Return and inform the captain. Understood. Niu Deju guided Zhao Qing and Ding Xian, redirecting towards the right side of the villa district. Shortly thereafter, he halted before a modest garden, stating, place it here. The deceased from the Blue Sky Sanctuary are all buried in this ground. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian looked into the garden, which, though not expansive, featured a gravestone, some inscribed with words, while others were merely stone slabs. Given the constraints, this was the best they could manage. After all, the living must continue to live, and the dead should not occupy too much space. Niu Deju's words carried a certain coldness. Ding Xian set down the case he had been carrying, stepped into the garden, and chose a sunlit spot to dig a hole. Staring at the case in his hands, he remained silent for a moment, then, trembling slightly, placed it within the earth. A tear cascaded down his cheek, quietly merging with the damp soil beneath. Zhao Qing gently patted Ding Xian's shoulder, rising to grasp a shovel and begin to cover the earth. Niu Deju's words rang true. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a piece of land was indeed a blessing. Many others had either abandoned their loved ones to the wilderness or succumbed to the fate of becoming the undead. Go ahead and write. Niu Deju offered a half-meter-tall stone tablet. Ding Xian accepted the chisel and commenced to etch inscriptions upon its surface. Once their tasks were complete, the two sat in silence for a moment before standing to depart. Niu Deju awaited outside, extinguishing his cigarette as the pair emerged, casually inquiring, all done? Yes. Zhao Qing nodded affirmatively. Niu Deju chuckled, shaking his head, and reflected, it has been ages since I witnessed such a scene. My brothers are nearly extinct in this desolate world. To still have this bond is truly rare. Come, let me show you around and arrange your identities. Feel free to ask if anything is unclear. With that, Nyodaiju took the lead, stepping forward as the two exchanged glances and hurried to follow. The garden community, once an ordinary neighborhood, had undergone significant transformation, surrounded by towering barbed wire fences. The formerly simple walls bore evident signs of fortification. Beneath the weathered surface, bloodstains were visible, and countless dismembered remains lay scattered on the ground. Within the community, numerous vehicles were parked, including 2 armored cars and a large truck, all reinforced with alloy modifications. In front of the artificial lake of the community, on a reclining chair lay a figure, languorously sprawled, with a body marred by numerous scars and muscles rippling in formidable prominence. On either side of the man knelt 2 young women clad in sheer veils, the translucent fabric barely concealing their statuesque forms. Beneath the black gauze, enticing flesh was revealed. Their elongated thighs were devoid of adornment, save for a tantalizing thong that accentuated their ample curves, leaving faint red imprints. Their delicate feet, resembling lotus petals, exuded a silent allure, glistening with droplets of moisture. Undoubtedly, before the cataclysm, such individuals would have been pampered daughters of affluent families or the enchanting blossoms of prestigious academies. Yet, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, their identities underwent a dramatic transformation. Once exalted and unattainable, they now found themselves obliged to kneel in servitude, having plummeted from the heights of privilege to the depths of subjugation. This is the nature of the apocalypse. To survive, one must endure the unendurable and relinquish all. The strong ascend to dominance, establishing themselves at the pinnacle of the food chain. The man reclining in the chair is the sovereign of the garden community, its most formidable entity, a 5th-tier extraordinary being known as Guotiehu. His true name remains a mystery. He adopted the moniker Guotiehu at the outset of his rise to fame. Following his ascendance, he vigorously recruited followers and solidified his position within the garden community, gradually expanding his influence. A scruffy man hurriedly approached, his beady eyes first darting toward the 2 women, swallowing hard before he spoke. Master Gua, trouble is brewing. Guotiehu's eyes widened, filled with a wild glimmer reminiscent of a fierce, carnivorous tiger. What has gone awry? He inquired indifferently, his voice resonating powerfully. The brothers we dispatched have reported that Zhang Yi and his crew's vehicle has been rendered inoperable on Omping Street. A man stammered. Casualties? Yes, they're dead. Guotiehu took the wine cup handed to him by a nearby woman, the crimson liquid swaying within, and in a deep voice asked, have we determined who is responsible? Not yet. However, we have interrogated some pioneers in the vicinity, who mentioned they had seen a convoy belonging to Lantian. With a sudden motion, he shattered the wine cup in his hand, his voice icy. Lantian again. Fury erupted in Guotiehu's eyes, his face contorting with a menacing expression. These scoundrels have a penchant for meddling. They are courting death. The scarlet wine splattered, staining the face of the woman who stood nearby, slowly trickling down her features. She stifled her fear, her body trembling slightly, yet she dared not move a muscle. Guotiehu's wrath was notorious for its cruelty, and they had witnessed firsthand the horrific fates of those who incurred his ire. Master Gua, what shall we do now? Master Meng is already rallying the brothers. Claiming he intends to confront Lantian for an explanation, the man replied, his head bowed in trepidation. Guotiehu flicked his hand dismissively, pulling the woman closer to him, wiping the remnants of wine on her. The woman winced as she bit her lip, inadvertently breaking the skin at the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes tightening in pain. Guotiehu rose, a cold smile etched on his stern visage. Inform Meng Jie to refrain from taking action for the moment. Get in touch with Zhang Laopao and his associates. We shall act in unison. The gang from Blue Sky has repeatedly encroached upon our interests. If this continues, how shall we maintain our foothold in Yun City? Understood, the man replied, nodding vigorously. Each conquest of another's territory signified the prospect of wealth. This was not their first foray into such endeavors. Wealth, women, sustenance. The man hurriedly departed, while Guotiehu reclined once more, brazenly pulling someone close. At the city hospital, time slipped away unnoticed. The night was heavy, with cool breezes stirring the tattered flags into a haunting flutter. Guyu rose from his bed, sitting in contemplation as the haze in his eyes gradually dissipated. Stretching languidly, he checked the time and commenced his preparations. From this day forth, he would embrace the guise of a night owl. Daylight excursions drew too much attention, prompting him to conduct his explorations under the cover of darkness. He administered blood serum to a throng of zombies, observing them as they absorbed it eagerly. He instructed Tai and others to don their backpacks, leading the zombie squad out of the city hospital once more. To thrive in the future, one must begin to toil from the present. In the depths of the night, Guyu wielded a flashlight, advancing cautiously, flanked by Diyu and Xiaoyu, who formed a protective circle. Diyu and Xiao Zi stood guard on either side, while Xiaoyu led the way, with Xiao Lu bringing up the rear. For added security, he had even instructed Diyu to carry a Gatling gun. Assistance can indeed be remarkably formidable. Not only can it control the group, but can also provide substantial firepower. As a highly intelligent zombie, Guyu felt quite at ease in trusting the Gatling gun to Dayo. Handing it over to the likes of Deity would undoubtedly lead to unpredictable outcomes. Perhaps he would simply wield the Gatling gun to bludgeon foes, a thought that is utterly bemusing. Surrounding several zombies was a circle of green zombies. As for the little mouse, it had long been dispatched to scout ahead and assess the situation. Life is paramount. Operating under the veil of night presents far greater dangers than during the day. For the undead, darkness poses no hindrance, whereas for humans, it strips away crucial senses, most notably vision. Even with Guyu's current third-tier prowess, he remains susceptible to the encroaching shadows. In the depths of darkness, he would be rendered entirely blind. Fortunately, his legion of zombies remains unaffected by the night, which emboldens Guyu to venture forth in exploration. Presently, he possesses 3 species, with a diverse array of zombies at his command. All that remains is the procurement of materials, and he has yet to experiment with the latest werewolf variant. His curiosity piques. He wonders whether he might discover the means to forge werewolves. He is eager to witness the outcome of his creations, hoping they align with his imaginings. Even if he cannot find the necessary components, he must at least return with materials for zombie fabrication. The events of the day linger vividly in his mind, leading him to conclude that his plan for a zombie army must be accelerated. When the time comes, facing hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies will undoubtedly culminate in a crushing tide. Certainly, he was preparing to create a slightly more advanced breed of zombies. Soon, Guyu exited Onping Street and lingered at the intersection for a moment before heading left. The reason for choosing the left path was rather whimsical, a magical method known as tossing shoe. Wherever the toe pointed, that was the direction to follow. The surrounding streets were eerily silent. In the darkness, only the chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard. Guyu wielded a flashlight, scanning the vicinity in search of potential locations to explore. To his dismay, after wandering for more than 10 minutes, he found himself surrounded by restaurants and fruit shops. Such establishments held no value for his search, and he felt no inclination to enter. After expending considerable effort, he would be lucky to find a mere collection of pots and pans or a few half-dead zombies. It was irrelevant whether the contents inside were useful. The absence of anything was equally disappointing. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these types of shops had become prime targets for scavengers. After all, any restaurant was bound to stockpile a significant amount of flour and rice. By now, any edible items within would likely have been completely ransacked. Finding even a couple of crushed garlic cloves would be deemed a stroke of luck. As the flashlight swept across the street corner ahead, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Guyu's scent seemed to rouse those creatures, and with a low growl, several zombies surged towards him. However, before they could close the distance, they were instantaneously torn apart by the encircling green zombies. This scene was not a novel occurrence. Guyu had long since grown accustomed to it. Thus far, no zombie had managed to approach within 5 meters of him. Indeed, his strategy of overwhelming force proved to be correct. After walking for more than 20 minutes, a hotel came into view before Guyu. A 15-story establishment, it must possess something valuable, he murmured to himself. Surrounding the hotel were numerous shops, while across the street stood a residential building. He commanded several green zombies to enter the hotel first. Soon, the sounds of heavy objects crashing echoed from within, as if something was collapsing. It was evident that a fierce battle was unfolding inside. Before long, the sounds of combat ceased, and a green zombie emerged. Only then did Guyu lead his entourage of zombies into the establishment. Unbeknownst to him, within the residential building opposite, a group of individuals was secretly observing through binoculars. However, due to the cover of night, they could not discern the exact number of Guyu's party or any distinguishing features of Xiaozi and the others. All they could see were shadowy figures cloaked in darkness. Were it not for the wings of Xiaozi and Xiaoyu, it was likely that they would have been completely overwhelmed by fear. In this post-apocalyptic world, not everyone is eager to enter a shelter. Within the confines of a shelter, everything is dictated by strength. Those without power must toil for their share. Those who contribute nothing receive only meager rations, barely sustaining their existence. For some, such a life is utterly unacceptable. Thus, they prefer to remain hidden, surviving on the provisions they have accumulated. Before the true peril has arrived, they remain oblivious to the nature of the threats they face and the era in which they reside. Indolence permeates their thoughts as they fantasize about reaping rewards without effort, vociferously lamenting injustices while invoking morality to coerce others. They surpass even the elderly who, in the pre-apocalyptic days, would audaciously claim seats by virtue of their status. Among the few gathered here, such attitudes prevail. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they have subsisted for half a year by scavenging resources from the residential buildings. Initially, with an entire building's worth of supplies at their disposal, they lived with an air of nonchalance, indulging in excess. However, as time passed, the dwindling resources compelled them to adopt a more frugal approach. In the cramped room, 5 or 6 individuals are huddled together. 2 peer through binoculars at a hotel, while the others sit in chairs, their expressions numbed as they gnaw on instant noodles. When one person's noodle remnants tumble to the floor, he hastily retrieves them, disregarding the filth, and consumes them without hesitation. Their food supplies are dwindling. Once dismissed with disdain, instant noodles have now become treasures in their eyes. Perhaps in a few days, they may find themselves unable to procure even these scant rations. Each individual exudes a foul odor, having long forgotten the last time they bathed. The remaining water supply is insufficient to meet even their basic needs. They're allotted a mere cup of water every 2 days to sustain life. Something's happening. One man with binoculars exclaimed excitedly. I just witnessed someone entering the hotel across the street. The voice of the man immediately captured the attention of the crowd, and amidst his numb expression, a glimmer of vitality emerged. A gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed, Du Fei, are you certain? The man referred to as Du Fei shook his head vigorously, asserting, I am positive, although the light is dim, I distinctly saw a human. Is that even possible? It's nighttime. How can anyone be out and about? A disheveled woman countered, lifting her gaze. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses thoughtfully and replied, Have you forgotten? A month ago, a group from the Cloud City Sanctuary arrived. Among them were those extraordinary beings. Extraordinary beings? They promised to take us to the sanctuary. Yet they ended up dead. Someone scoffed disdainfully. Our supplies are dwindling. Should we really follow that extraordinary being? The disheveled woman urged anxiously. She had suggested leaving long ago, but the others had disagreed. Do you think he would take us with him? Someone queried uncertainly. Fear not. When he departs, we can follow him. If any danger arises, he will shield us, another replied confidently. But what if he intends to harm us? With so many of us, would he dare? We can summon those downstairs for assistance. The law does not punish the multitude, the bespectacled man declared with assurance. Upon hearing this, several individuals nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Guyu had just entered and commanded his legion of zombies to disperse and commence their search for supplies. His time is limited. Though the night seems endless, the moments afforded to him are scarce. In the darkness, myriad dangers lurk, and even with the presence of Dayo and others, caution is paramount. The evolution of zombies is rapid. Who can assure that there are no sixth-tier zombies lurking about? Moreover, should a zombie king emerge, it would unleash a terrifying horde, the outcome of which is certainly not one he wishes to witness. Prudence is essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. Carelessness and overconfidence are poor habits. Given enough time, they become second nature and instinct. Were it not for dire necessity, he would not have ventured out of the hospital. Having swiftly explored the first floor of the hotel, the findings were merely adequate. Half a bag of rice, 2 sprouting garlic bulbs, and some scattered metal tools. As Guyu prepared to ascend to the second floor, a sudden wave of oppression washed over him, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon his chest, making respiration arduous. Since awakening his psychic abilities, Guyu sensed a unique intuition, perhaps what is commonly referred to as a sixth sense. Woof, woof. Suddenly, an eerie bark halted his steps. At the stairway's bend, amidst the inky blackness, a pair of orange-red eyes flickered ominously. Guyu's heart raced, and without hesitation, he retreated, with Xiaoyu and Dayo instinctively shielding him. He directed his flashlight forward, and a formidable figure loomed into view. Is that a dog? Gazing at the grotesque silhouette, Guyu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. A dog? Surely this must be a jest. Before me stands a canine whose size nearly rivals that of a full-grown bull. Whose dog resembles this? If it weren't for a canine appearance, he would find it utterly unbelievable. Judging by its exterior, it appears to be a pit bull, a breed known for its fighting prowess. Its head is broad and flat, with powerful jaws, robust musculature, formidable biting force, remarkable endurance, and astonishing tenacity. Guyu is no stranger to such fighting dogs. As a second-generation individual, he has frequented dog-fighting arenas. Through exposure, he has garnered a certain understanding of most fighting breeds. Fighting dogs are notoriously more ferocious than ordinary canines. This particular pit bull appears even more menacing, with 2 sharp fangs protruding menacingly and its lethal claws glistening with a chilling gleam. Merely based on its appearance, Guyu surmises that this creature is unlikely to be amiable. System: initiate scan. Species: zombie mutant. Infected by the zombie virus from a mutated organism. Level: early stage 5 physique, 230 strength, 235 speed, 233 ability, rapid speed. Bloodthirsty. In a bloodthirsty state, it loses all original sensations, fully transforming into a zombie state, greatly enhancing its strength. The more frenzied it becomes, the stronger its power. Enhanced olfactory sense. As a canine zombie, its sense of smell far surpasses your imagination, capable of tracking any prey within a radius of 500 meters. Infernal flame. Capable of emitting flames reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees. MMP. Guyu exclaimed involuntarily. It is not that he wishes to curse, but rather that he is utterly at a loss for words. Today is certainly not a day for venturing outside. Zombies born from mutated creatures? This is indeed the first time he has encountered such a phenomenon. No wonder they have grown to such a formidable size. Everything now makes sense. Damn it, this is dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyu swiftly encircled Xiao Zi's waist, bracing himself for a potential retreat. The instant Guyu made a move, the zombie dog mirrored his action. With a deep, menacing growl, the formidable beast launched itself into the air, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward. The orange-red pupils reflected Guyu's form. Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately commanded Xiaoyu to launch an attack. However, there was no need for such an order. As the zombie dog sprang into action, Xiaoyu instinctively followed suit. In an instant, the two collided with a resounding thud, akin to the clash of iron hammers, the air erupting with a piercing crack. Gazing into the eyes of the orange-eyed zombie dog, Guyu was struck by a peculiar sensation. Was it his imagination, or did he detect a hint of mockery within those canine eyes? The anthropomorphic gaze was astonishing. A shiver coursed through Guyu, his hair standing on end. Perhaps it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Dogs are inherently intelligent, and having undergone such a transformation, how elevated must their intellect now be? This entire sequence seemed prolonged, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. As the wind howled, a figure was sent hurtling backward, several black feathers floating through the air. Gu Yu's expression darkened, suppressing the dread within. He commanded all the green zombies to advance. Gu Yu turned abruptly and dashed towards the hotel entrance, realizing that he would merely become a burden. As he reached the hotel lobby, the silhouette of a zombie dog flashed through the air and landed directly at the doorway. Damn it! Gu Yu's complexion turned ashen, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. This beast had no intention of letting him escape. It was likely that from the very beginning, this zombie dog had been fixated on him, lying in wait for him to enter the hotel. Such high intelligence. With a furious screech, the little feather flapped its wings, sharp black claws extending from its fingertips with lightning speed. A shadow darted past, leaving a crimson gash upon the zombie dog guarding the entrance, foul blood splattering from the wound. Witnessing this, Gu Yu's spirits lifted. He almost forgot that the little feather's speed could escalate in the darkness. Though they both belonged to the 5th tier, the little feather's speed had astonishingly reached the 6th tier. Gu Yu was consumed by rage. After exercising caution all along, he had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by a mere beast in the end. "Shall Lu go?" he commanded. "If you wish to block the door, let be a thorough blockade. I shall not flee today. I will slay you for materials." One of the components for crafting werewolves was mutated animals. Regardless of the outcome, he would take it down first and ponder later. Diyu, unleash a fierce attack. Gu Yu glared at Diyu, who stood protectively beside him, his voice dripping with menace. Upon hearing the command, Diyu unslung the Gatling gun from his back, cradled it in his arms, aimed at the zombie dog, and pulled the trigger. In the darkness, the flames danced wildly, illuminating the hotel's first floor with the fierce glow emitted from the gun's muzzle. In mere moments, thousands of bullets were unleashed, the ammunition belt strapped to the large creature rapidly diminishing. The zombie hounds were the first to bear the brunt, each bullet capable of piercing through gold and stone, striking them instantaneously, erupting in clouds of crimson mist. Even with the resilience of the zombie hounds, they found it arduous to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Gatling gun. The hounds staggered back a couple of steps, their powerful impact bending their hind legs, their bodies reeling unsteadily. A glint of ferocity flickered in their orange eyes, and with a low growl, the hound's form began to swell, expanding significantly. The wounds that had burst open displayed twitching muscles, rapidly knitting themselves back together. Gu Yu's expression tightened, astonished at the sight. Is this what it means to be bloodthirsty? Observing the dwindling supply of ammunition, Gu Yu clenched his teeth and commanded Xiao Lu to charge once more. This beast must not survive today. It would surely become a grave threat in the future. Since he had already provoked such a creature, it was imperative to eliminate it decisively, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Gu Yu understood well that such highly intelligent zombies bore deep grudges. If he escaped today, once it grew stronger, he would undoubtedly be its first target. Rather than allow that to transpire, it was far better to take a gamble. As long as he could slay it, no danger would remain. Today, it was either the creature's demise or his own escape. Gu Yu made a resolute decision, leaving only Xiao Zi and Yu by his side, while deploying the remaining zombies to the fray. Even if they could not inflict harm, they were to serve as a distraction. Meanwhile, in the residential building across from the hotel, the sudden roar of the Gatling gun startled the inhabitants. Those who had been in a state of half-sleep were abruptly awakened, their expressions tinged with panic. The bespectacled man glanced around at the flustered crowd and feigned calmness, stating, "It's nothing. It must be that group purging the zombies." Despite his attempts at reassurance, the others remained uneasy. A few raised binoculars to survey the hotel, where the darkness was pierced by bright flames and the sharp sounds of gunfire resonated clearly. One voiced a concern, what if they attract more zombies? Another retorted with a hint of sarcasm, better not to have come at all. They might end up doing more harm than good. An additional voice chimed in, humph. They might very well be dead inside. Do they truly believe being extraordinary makes them invincible? Countless extraordinary individuals have perished. TCH, being extraordinary isn't that impressive. They still have to heed others' whims. The crowd nodded in tacit agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment. Be cautious if they escape. We must ensure they do not discover our presence and inadvertently lead the zombies to us, someone suddenly warned. Yes, turn off the flashlight, another added. The one holding the flashlight hastily extinguished it, and the group continued their hushed discussions, their faces pale in the dim night, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Inside the hotel, the once exquisite hotel now lay in desolation, its ornate walls marred by a web of fissures and the floor riddled with abysmal craters. The reception desk was cleaved cleanly in two, with shards of glass strewn about. Upon closer inspection, the ground was scorched and blackened, with embers flickering on the timbers. Limbs and torsos were scattered haphazardly, drenched in gore, some resembling charred firewood. The once vigorous zombie hound was covered in wounds, each one oozing blood, the droplets sounding like pebbles cast upon a placid lake in the still of the night. One of its fierce fangs was missing, and one eye was ruined, adding to its ghastly appearance. A deep, grievous gash rent the hound's head, exposing the bone beneath, and a hind leg was fractured, the splintered bone jutting out grotesquely. Concealed in a corner, wore a grim expression. Incorrigible beast. Despite the protracted battle, he had yet to subdue the zombie hound. For the first time, felt truly challenged. Of his original 40 zombies, only a dozen remained, each bearing injuries. Even was charred by the hound's hellfire breath. Though not dead, it was grievously wounded, and recovery would be a long and arduous process. Gritted his teeth, and said with rancor, "Press on." Having come this far, he could not bear to retreat. A beast, no matter how cunning, is still just a beast. Gu Yusin's fury surged within her as she snatched the Gatling gun from Daio's hands, draping the dwindling ammunition belt across her body. "Daio, you too." At her command, a glint of ferocity flickered in Daio's eyes. With a fierce roar, he crouched and launched himself like a cannonball. After a fleeting glance at Xiaoyu, Guyu ordered her to join the fray. The sudden eruption of demonic flames from the zombie hounds had injured more than just Deity. Even Xiaoyu, who had reached the 6th-tier speed, was caught off guard, with one of her wings scorched by the inferno, rendering her flightless. Silver radiance surged from Xiaolu, transforming once more into a metallic form, with nearby metal objects levitating around him. They descended with a fierce howl, targeting the zombie hounds. Guyu raised the Gatling gun, pressing a flashlight against its body to aim at the approaching foes, and with a swift pull of the trigger, unleashed a torrent of bullets. Flames burst forth as countless rounds poured out, the immense recoil staggering Guyu, forcing her to stumble back 2 steps. Planting her right foot firmly against the ground, she braced herself against the powerful backlash, her extraordinary strength surging within her, muscles in her arms bulging with vigor. The panting zombie hound suddenly erupted into a burst of speed, its unscathed rear leg propelling it upward to evade the incoming bullets. Having learned from its initial encounter, the zombie hound recognized the true potency of the fiery black projectile. With an enraged howl, it unleashed a torrent of blazing demonic flames from its maw. In an instant, flames soared towards the sky, the crimson fire mingling with the descending metal. Countless shards of metal transformed into a pool of molten liquid as they struck the ground. This spectacle was not a novel occurrence. Xiaolu's formidable abilities were directly suppressed. A flicker of silver light flashed in Xiaolu's pupils as he leaped into the air, fist raised to strike the head of the zombie dog. At that moment, Xiaoyu and the blood puppet simultaneously descended beside the zombie dog, their sharp claws aimed at its skull. The zombie dog, now in a state of undead, could only be vanquished by the complete destruction of its head. A sudden, eerie red light glinted in the eyes of the zombie dog as it lunged recklessly towards Guyu. Guyu could even feel the rush of wind against his face. Gritting his teeth, he did not retreat. Instead, he adjusted his stance and pulled the trigger once more. The ferocious bullet sparked a moment of caution in the eyes of the zombie dog, which then twisted its body in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the shot. A peculiar smirk crept across Guyu's lips. "You have fallen for it." His smile bore a hint of triumph, mingled with disdain and contempt. After all, a beast remains a beast. No matter how clever, it pales in comparison to human intellect, honed over countless years of evolution. Perhaps it may falter at solving mathematical problems, but when it comes to cunning, no one would dare claim incompetence. Meanwhile, Diyu crouched down behind, leveraging his right foot against the wall, and with a thunderous crash, the hotel wall trembled violently. Diyu's body surged upward, soaring to a height of 5 meters. The great blade descended directly upon the zombie dog, its formidable force pressing the creature down as it reached out with claw-like hands, piercing straight into the beast's skull. Little Green landed, instantly unleashing a flurry of punches upon the creature's head, causing blood to spray profusely. One blow struck its eye socket, shattering the remaining eyeball. "Well done," Guyu shouted, his voice booming, "Get back." The nearby zombies scattered in response. Guyu raised his gun, aiming at the dog's head, and resolutely pulled the trigger. A flicker of excitement and exhilaration flashed in Guyu's eyes, his face flushed with intensity. The penetrating bullet surged through the gaping wound and shattered the zombie dog's skull, splintering it like a watermelon. It was only after expending the last of the ammunition from his belt that Guyu realized he had stopped. "Huh, that LL teach you to be so arrogant." Tossing aside the hot and crimson Gatling gun, Guyu exhaled deeply. What a beast, thinking it could turn the tide. Guyu muttered, his expression dark and foreboding. It was only through such outbursts that he could suppress the fear that had just arisen within him. No one can truly remain composed when brushing against death. Gazing at the carnage surrounding him, Guyu felt a lingering dread. This battle had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. The perils of the night were indeed far greater than those of the day, and humanity had never been the protagonist in the darkness. 40 green zombies, and after this battle, only 11 remained. The rest had been reduced to mere fragments. The cost was exorbitant. Guyu gazed at Xiao Yu, who possessed a single jet-black wing, then shifted his attention to the dark, coal-like iron. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Although the zombies' self-healing abilities were formidable, the injuries sustained this time were grievous, and he had no idea when they might recover. Meanwhile, Diyu and Xiao Zi were unscathed, while Xiao L had previously endured a brutal strike from a zombie dog. Guyu dared not delay any longer. He commanded several green zombies to bear the remains of the zombie dog and to leave the hotel at once. He had no intention of exploring the hotel further. The dangers lurking in the darkness were too great. One must not be overly greedy and should know when to retreat. He had already discerned during the fierce battle that this zombie dog could indeed serve as material for crafting werewolves. After all, the distinction between dogs and wolves was not particularly vast. It would have to suffice. Moreover, Xiao Yu and the others were all injured, and he could not be certain that he could prevail should another encounter arise. As he stepped out of the hotel, Guyu's footsteps suddenly halted, and he lifted his gaze toward the opposite residential building. There, a glimmer of light. Was there someone? Guyu murmured to himself. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of light pierced through the darkness. The dim, yellowish glow fell upon Guyu's face, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes, a surge of unnameable anger flickering within him. His mood had already been soured by recent events, and the sudden flash of the flashlight ignited the fury within. Yet, he could not discern the intentions of the approaching figure, and thus, he refrained from making any hasty moves. The beam of the flashlight flickered briefly across Guyu's face before shifting to illuminate Diyu. "It's human," a voice pierced the darkness, tugging at the throat. Soon, the cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted, accompanied by the faint clinking of pots and pans. Guyu's expression turned peculiar, questioning whether he had misheard. Gradually, more beams of light emerged, revealing shadowy figures behind them. Approximately a dozen individuals rushed from the opposite street, burdened with various packages. Some carried bags of rice, while others lugged buckets of oil. The assembly was an eclectic mix of people: dapper gentlemen, flamboyantly dyed hair reminiscent of the Shamate subculture, fashionably dressed women, and elderly men in their 50s. Guyu's expression grew increasingly strange. Survivors of the apocalypse? Are there still people in this place? He raised his gaze towards the residential building, a realization dawning upon him. Before long, a group approached within 10 meters of Guyu. From among them emerged a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He adjusted his spectacles and spoke calmly. "You must be an extraordinary being. We kindly request your assistance in escorting us to the shelter. Rest assured, We will not cause you any trouble. The bespectacled man subtly signaled to someone nearby. The individual promptly chimed in, "Indeed, please help us. We are all human, and in this apocalyptic world, we should support one another." As he spoke, the rest of the group immediately began to chime in, creating a chaotic chorus akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly around one's ears. Waymark, the bespectacled man, lowered his head, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his lips. A flicker of disdain shone in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Guyu. How foolish it was for this physically robust, extraordinary being to believe he could ever compare to him, an intellectual, and those around him were equally dim-witted. Did they truly believe that reaching the sanctuary would guarantee their safety? Lacking any real capability, they would find themselves in dire straits. Unlike them, he was a distinguished scholar. Upon entering the sanctuary, he would undoubtedly be accorded the respect he deserved, allowing him to live with ease and grace. Waymark was already lost in daydreams of his future life within the sanctuary. Listening to the cacophony of discussions, Guyu felt a surge of indignation boiling within him, a bitter smile breaking across his face. How absurd! Had he truly stumbled upon a gathering of simpletons in this apocalyptic world who still cared for the lives of others? Guyu spoke coolly, "I have no time for this. If you wish to go, then go without me." Though his voice was soft, it was impossible for the crowd to ignore him, as they had been eagerly awaiting his words. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to an eerie silence. A flash of astonishment crossed Waymark's eyes, as if he had not anticipated such a response. However, he quickly resumed, signaling to those beside him. "Ache me peache, no rescue?" That was of no concern to him. A sly grin flickered at the corner of Waymark's mouth, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Simultaneously, Waymark addressed the group. "My dear sir, you cannot simply abandon us. If you have any demands, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them." His tone was earnest, tinged with a hint of grievance. A man nearby scoffed, "What extraordinary beings! They seem merely to seek fame and recognition. How astonishing it is to witness such indifference towards the suffering of others. The extraordinary indeed possess remarkable prowess. Do they truly believe no one can hold them accountable? If they choose not to intervene, so be it. What significance does it hold? Hush! Keep your voice down. They are extraordinary beings, and should they take offense, our lives may be forfeit. Would they dare?" The last extraordinary individual proclaimed that the indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary people is now forbidden. At that moment, a woman, evidently adorned with great care, pushed her way through the crowd. Her pale visage bore traces of fragility, evoking a sense of pity. Clad in high-heeled shoes, she feigned to stumble, falling dramatically into Guyu's embrace. Emotionless, Guyu observed the scene, and as she was about to descend, he deftly sidestepped her. Thud! The woman landed squarely on the ground, her face meeting the earth in an embarrassing mishap. "Is this the extent of your theatrics? Are you parched? Shall I fetch you some water?" Guyu regarded the crowd with a look of scorn. His gaze shifted to Waymark, akin to that of a spectator viewing a jester. "Did you think that you were clever?" Every one of the man's subtle maneuvers was meticulously noted. An ordinary person attempting to exhibit cunning before the extraordinary is akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before a deity, utterly unaware of their own limitations. "Huh!" Guyu let out a derisive chuckle. Human nature, upon being exposed. Waymark's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, quickly replaced by a facade of calm as he retorted, "What are you implying?" "Nothing of consequence," Guyu replied with a serene smile. After a brief pause, he continued, "I merely suggest you abandon such arrogance in your next life. Now make your move." In the depths of darkness, the small figures of green and purple suddenly surged forth, unleashing a brutal wave of carnage. "Ah, help! What in the world is this? No, I do not wish to die. Spare me, I know nothing. Zhang Jiji, I swear that even in death I shall not forgive you." Guyu observed the bloody slaughter before him with a detached demeanor, an icy glint in his eyes. He had not desired this. Why must they force his hand? In this apocalyptic world, survival was a struggle for all. Why exacerbate each other's plight? Returning to the emergency room's operating theater, Guyu leapt onto the bed, sprawling out in a star-like formation. Tonight had been fraught with peril and exhilaration. Yet, he fervently wished never to encounter such a scene again. He had been too reckless. The first rule of the apocalypse: endure. Always endure. Thrills were best left to others. They had no place in his life. After casting a glance at the vigilant purple nearby, Guyu finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Peace at last. The night passed in silence. The following day, as midday approached, Guyu stirred from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he instinctively raised a hand to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. He had slept rather long. Suddenly, his stomach emitted an embarrassing growl, reminding him that he had neglected to eat throughout the night. Muttering to himself, he grabbed a pack of crackers, tearing it open and devouring them hungrily. In these dire conditions, a diet of mere crackers was all that remained. Not even a single warm egg could be found. Life is bitter. Nibbling on a biscuit, Guyu's gaze casually swept around. Guyu slightly paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yu's wings. The once charred and blackened wings of Xiao Yu had now sprouted new feathers, seemingly indistinguishable from before. Is the recovery ability truly this formidable? Guyu pondered in surprise, turning his attention to the Tai. Indeed, after a night of recuperation, the Tai, who had appeared as black as coal, finally resembled a more normal being. The charred color had faded significantly, making him look akin to a soot-covered specter emerging from a fire. Guyu marveled internally, realizing he had underestimated the recovery capabilities of both the zombies and the Blood Clan. This is a fortuitous development. Witnessing their recovery brought Guyu a sense of relief. Had they not regained their strength, he would have been at a loss for what to do next. After a moment of contemplation, he began to concoct the blood serum. Day by day, although the efficacy was diminishing, he sought volume to satiate their needs. Even a mere increment of 0.1, if consumed in abundance, would eventually yield results. Moreover, the effects remained quite pronounced, as Xiao Zi was nearing the 4th tier. Guyu watched with a cheerful demeanor as several zombies eagerly gulped down the serum. And for some reason, he felt as though he were feeding pigs. Opening the recipe for werewolves, Guyu was surprised to find that this species consisted of only a single race, according to the system's introduction. This was indeed convenient, and he hoped it would not turn out to be subpar. He then perused the required materials. Most of the materials were already at hand, and the only missing element, the mutated canid, was now substituted by zombie dogs. Alas, the busy season had arrived once more. Guyu sighed deeply, lamenting his fate as a born laborer. He commanded Dayo to venture outside and capture a few zombies, while he began to prepare the necessary materials. Time passed slowly. After a while, Dayo returned, leading 3 zombies captured by the green undead. Guyu scrutinized the trio, selecting the most robust among them. The previous encounter with that old zombie had left him somewhat apprehensive due to the peculiar little feather it had produced. He instructed Xiao Lu to bind the zombie dog to the chosen zombie. Stretching languidly, Guyu beamed with a smile and declared, "System, commence the fusion. Create .1000. No sooner had he spoken than the corpse of the zombie dog transformed into a dark red liquid, merging into the formidable zombie's body. 5 minutes elapsed before Guyu commanded Dayo to lift the iron bucket at his feet and pour the liquid contained within onto the zombie's form. With a splatter, it sounded akin to cold water dousing red-hot coals. A plume of white vapor ascended, enveloping the entire operating room in an instant. Guyu's lips twitched, silently bemused. Good heavens! Yet another chemical reaction. How wondrous! This scientific approach never failed to amaze him. The waiting period was interminable, and feeling bored, Guyu began to attempt the formulation of blood serum number 3. The potency of blood serum number 2 had diminished, and to swiftly elevate the strength of Dayo and the others, concocting blood serum number 3 was imperative. However, lacking a level 4 energy crystal core, he was uncertain whether he could successfully concoct the desired potion. After spending over 20 minutes, Guyu gazed at the liquid in his hand, a sense of disappointment washing over him. Indeed, without the level 4 energy crystal core, it was impossible to formulate blood serum number 3. What he had managed to create was merely an enhanced version of blood serum number 2. Perhaps he should adopt a different approach, liberating himself from the confines of previous materials. Innovation. Of course, his notion of innovation entailed haphazardly adding ingredients based on instinct, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. Suddenly, a roar interrupted Gu Yu's contemplation. All right. His eyes brightened as he swiftly turned to look. He was eager to see what this iteration of the werewolf would resemble. To his astonishment, the blood that had enveloped the zombie had vanished, revealing a figure that was half man, half wolf. The head was that of a fierce, menacing wolf, with green eyes gleaming ominously. Below the neck was the robust body of a man, his legs particularly muscular, and his arms powerfully built. His back was prominently arched, with black claws extending from his hands, and coarse bristles sprouted all over his body. Guy was immediately taken aback. Why did this werewolf appear rather normal? It struck him as slightly odd. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have created a werewolf. Rewards: Constitution 30, Strength 25, Speed 20, Creation Points 3,000, Mental Power 40. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have reached the 5th tier, earning the reward, Species Spirit. Like a bolt from the blue, Guyu was left in a state of astonishment. After a long while, Guyu exclaimed with exhilaration, "What a delightful experience! Indeed, it is splendid to ascend to the 5th tier so suddenly. But truly, it feels absolutely exhilarating. I wonder if those extraordinary beings are aware of my prowess. Would they feel so ashamed that they would bash their heads against the wall?" Guyu mused with a hint of arrogance. However, he pondered, why have the recently acquired species all been of Western origin? The notion of elves. He pondered with a mischievous grin. Shouldn't they be rather impressive? Curiosity piqued. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. Each time he created a new species, he felt an inexplicable thrill. System: Initiate scan. Species: Werewolf level. Initial stage of 6th tier physique. 285 strength. 288 speed. 289 abilities. Moon howl. Attributes are enhanced by 1 minor tier in a full moon environment. Bloodthirst. When injured, absorbs the force of each attack to restore its own strength. Primal roar. Capable of instilling dread in adversaries. Transformation. Can shift into wolf form, enhancing by 1 minor tier. Control. Able to command wolves. Observing the resources displayed before him, Guyu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Authenticity is undoubtedly far superior to counterfeit. The innocent little mouse once again caught in the crossfire. Its lack of intelligence and inability to speak would surely have led it to cast a resentful glance at Guyu if it could. I toil tirelessly to gather intelligence for you, and yet you choose to ridicule me daily. Guyu endeavored to make connections in his mind, and soon sensed a warm familiarity. His eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, the intellect was quite remarkable. While it might not surpass that of the great beast, it was certainly superior to others. The higher the intelligence, the less he had to worry, alleviating his daily burdens. 6th tier. His life force had been significantly enhanced. As Guyu circled the werewolf, he even reached out to touch it. Ouch! The fur was somewhat prickly, surprisingly stiff, akin to steel needles. He took out a scalpel and made a cut on its claw. With a swift snap, the scalpel broke. TSK, a counterfeit Wolverine. Guyu mused. If only it possessed that terrifying regenerative power, it would be perfect. He speculated that this was likely due to the creation process being predominantly based on zombies. After all, it was not crafted from original materials but rather substitutes, resulting in a slight deficiency. If only he had access to higher-grade materials back then, the werewolf produced would undoubtedly exceed the 6th tier. However, it was too late to lament now, and at this stage, he could only procure such materials. What name should he bestow? Big Wolf? Guyu shook his head, dismissing the idea as too simplistic. After a thorough examination, he suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming with excitement, "The renowned Wolverine is known as Logan, so you shall be called Black Wolf." Huh? Why does that sound peculiar? Perhaps dropping the big would be best. Thus, it shall be named simply Black Wolf. Guyu nodded in satisfaction, finding it quite fitting. Black Wolf, revert to your original form. With a deep, resonant howl, the Black Wolf's body undulated, rapidly sprouting a lush coat of fur, its waist gradually arching downwards. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a formidable beast. over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height, fierce and menacing. Guyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet another mount, with Xiao Yu in the heavens. And now a black wolf on the ground. He only lacked a companion from the waters. Indeed, he was quite pleased with this specimen. Moreover, in its current form, anyone unaware would merely perceive it as a mutated creature. Of course, even if they did know, it would be of no consequence. They could simply be eliminated. Guyu lifted a cup of enhanced blood serum number 2 from the table, attempting to offer it to the black wolf. The creature did not exhibit the ravenous urgency akin to that of a zombie. It merely sniffed delicately before slowly consuming it. Guyu watched with anticipation, his eyes wide as he observed the wolf. Alas, disappointment was inevitable. The black wolf displayed no reaction after drinking the serum, not even a desire for more. For the wolf, it seemed as inconsequential as drinking a cup of water. Sighing in resignation, Guyu rubbed his brow. Surely, he could not truly expect them to resort to blood-sucking. That would be rather gruesome. As for enemies, that was one matter, for they would inevitably be slain. However, where could one find such a multitude of foes? Furthermore, should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly become a pariah, reviled by all. To remain undetected, one must avoid wrongdoing. There exists no perfect concealment in this world. As long as actions are taken, traces will inevitably remain. The distinction lies solely in whether anyone investigates and the extent of their capability to do so. He would not be so arrogant as to believe he could oppose all of humanity. Even within the Cloud City, he cannot yet claim to be the strongest. With such limited power, should he truly wish to end his own life, a barrage of artillery would obliterate him without a trace. Currently, he is entirely ignorant of the enhancement methods employed by the Blood Clans and werewolves, leading him to focus his attention on the zombies. Of course, there exists another method, forcibly enhancing through the use of creation points. However, he is reluctant to resort to that approach unless absolutely necessary. It is simply too extravagant. Upon reaching the 6th tier, every 30 attribute points are required to elevate one minor level, necessitating a total of 90 points for physique, strength, and speed combined. Each attribute point demands 5 creation points. How many does 90 require? Even at the 5th tier, elevating one minor level necessitates 20 attribute points. His creation points are already scarce and must be allocated for the creation of species, rendering them woefully inadequate. Following the last battle, his zombie squad suffered significant casualties. Thus, Guyu resolved to dispatch a few of the team members to hunt zombies. This time, not only must they produce green zombies, but also some black and iron zombies. Recently, materials have been plentiful, so he should be able to create several more. Moreover, he wishes to provide an opportunity for the team members to gain experience in combat and broaden their horizons, as wisdom can only flourish through such encounters. However, the indolent Xiao Zi refuses to budge, no matter the persuasion. Guyu expresses his profound exasperation. Meanwhile, at the Blue Sky Sanctuary, the heavy doors swung open with a thunderous crash, reverberating ominously as if a colossal creature were advancing. The ground trembled with a violent dance of scattered stones, and a swirling tempest of yellow dust erupted from the entrance, conjuring a miniature storm. From the haze emerged an enormous truck, its tires towering over 2 meters. Its massive form reminiscent of a tyrannosaurus. Within the cargo area stood a cannon, while 3 heavy machine guns loomed ominously atop the cab, their dark mouths instilling a sense of dread. This truck possessed a formidable power that rivaled that of a tank, and in terms of sheer impact, it might even surpass one. The only element lacking was the artillery typically found on a tank. However, the Blue Sky Sanctuary had ingeniously outfitted the vehicle with a heavy cannon, rendering it a makeshift tank of sorts. Following the truck were armored vehicles clad in alloy steel plating. Zhao Qing and Ding Xian, newly inducted members of the Blue Sky Sanctuary, were also part of this convoy. Ding Xian had officially become Wei Quan's dedicated aide, and though a first-tier extraordinary being's capabilities were somewhat limited, their collaboration could yield a force surpassing that of a 4th tier. It was only after joining the Blue Sky that they comprehended the true extent of its power. Unquestionably, had the Yun City Sanctuary not possessed formidable firearms, The outcome of a confrontation with Blue Sky would remain uncertain. As Zhao Qing gazed at the fleeting scenery outside, he felt an exhilarating surge of emotions. It was his inaugural participation in such a battle. Niu Dezhu, smoking a cigarette, cast a glance at the exhilarated Zhao Qing and unceremoniously doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Don't rejoice prematurely. Death may be lurking, and you might just return as a lifeless corpse. Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing said with an embarrassed smile, Brother Niu, you must protect me. Apologies, I can't offer such protection. Niu Dezhuzi extinguished his cigarette, carefully preserving the remaining stub. In my estimation, humanity can be far more savage than the undead. Moreover, bullets are indiscriminate, and since Garden Community plundered the prison, they undoubtedly possess a considerable arsenal. A fierce battle is surely on the horizon. Niu Dezhuzi spoke with Zhao Qing's well-being in mind. War is invariably brutal. In his view, Zhao Qing, despite being a transcendent and having participated in pioneering, was essentially just an ordinary person who had recently acquired extraordinary powers and possessed a modicum of courage. Niu Dezhuzi cautioned, remember, once you've decimated Garden Community, show no mercy unless the enemy is utterly incapacitated. Furthermore, be wary of everyone, even women and children. Better to err on the side of eliminating a potential threat than to let one slip through. Niu Dezhuzi's demeanor abruptly shifted, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Zhao Qing, perplexed, was about to inquire when Zhang Shuai patted him on the shoulder, shaking his head in response. An eerie silence descended upon the vehicle. Meanwhile, Guitiehu, the leader of Garden Community, was also diligently preparing for the assault on Blue Sky. In this apocalyptic era, population, resources, and sustenance are paramount. To expand and fortify one's dominion, these elements are indispensable. The convoy of the Blue Sky Sanctuary sped towards the Garden Community, ruthlessly crushing hordes of zombies beneath their tires. Zhao Qing leaned against the window, his gaze fixed outside. Suddenly, he erupted in excitement, his fingers trembling. Damn, Brother Niu, look at that thing. His exclamation shattered the vehicle's oppressive silence. What thing? Niu Dezhuzi, who had been feigning sleep, nearly jumped at the sound, momentarily believing that a zombie had approached. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen, mouth agape in an A shape, reflecting equal parts confusion, shock, and incredulity. Brother Niu, you must see this. See what? Niu Dezhuzi, bewildered, pushed Zhao Qing aside to peer out the window. The scenery whizzed by. There's nothing there, he remarked quizzically. Gulping, Zhao Qing struggled to articulate just now. A large bird flew past from the sky. Oh wait, it was a person. A person? Niu Dezhuzi looked at Zhao Qing in disbelief. Are you speaking nonsense? You can't distinguish between a bird and a human? Shaking his head, Zhao Qing insisted it was a person, but his eyes glimmered with recollection. It seemed to be a person with wings. Huh. Zhang Shuai chuckled from side. A person with wings? What kind of person is that? The vehicle fell into silence once more, and Zhang Shuai found it increasingly difficult to maintain his amusement. The smile on her face froze as she turned to Zhao Qing, gravely asking, Are you certain you did not miss see? No, I saw quite clearly. Look, it has flown by again. Zhao Qing replied. The group simultaneously directed their gaze outside the window, and through the tempered glass, they glimpsed a dark figure soaring through the sky. Exchanging glances, Niu Dezhuzi exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth is that? A zombie? The sudden appearance of this bizarre creature cast a shadow of unease over the group. There exists an instinctual fear of the unknown, particularly when it pertains to threats from the outside world. Should zombies evolve to possess aerial capabilities, it would spell dire news for humanity. Niu Dezhuzi turned to Zhang Shuai and instructed, Report this matter to the captain. Understood. As Niu Dezhuzi reached for the binoculars to observe once more, the shadow in the sky had vanished without a trace. The instigator of the commotion, Xiao Yu, circled above the convoy before swiftly departing with a zombie in her grasp. Utterly unaware of the turmoil her sudden appearance had caused among the others, time passed quietly. By evening, the Lantian convoy arrived at the outskirts of the Garden Community. The rumbling of the vehicles startled the residents within. A man burst into Gua Taimu's room, exclaiming loudly, Master Gua, trouble is brewing. The Lanteon people have returned. Their intentions are far from benign, and their numbers are overwhelming. In the spacious room, Guataimu, bare-chested, rose from bed. At that moment, it became evident that three pale figures lay enticingly on the bed, shrouded in a haze of temptation. The messenger who had just delivered the news swallowed hard, a warmth spreading through his lower abdomen. Guatiehu stepped out, his formidable physique marred by scars, casually draping a coat over his bare body. What is there to panic about? With me here, the sky shall not fall. This territory remains ours. His tone was laced with an undeniable ferocity. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, causing the roof to tremble and dust to cascade down. Almost immediately, the relentless sound of cannon fire erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of voices from outside. Guatiehu's expression darkened, his demeanor turning as cold as water. Disbelief etched across his face. How dare they? His voice escalated to a piercing pitch. Master Gua, a nearby subordinate, appeared flustered. Guatiehu, roused by the exclamation, commanded in a chilling tone, "Gather everyone. We shall retaliate. Those who withdraw shall perish." "Yes," the subordinate responded, hastily darting out. Guatiehu cast a glance at the three individuals huddled on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes as he barked, "Cease your weeping. Continue, and I shall crush you." The room fell silent. With a disdainful snort, Guatiehu unsheathed his combat knife and strode out with purpose. Outside the residential complex, 20 shells had finished their barrage, utterly decimating the outer defenses. Limbs and body parts lay strewn across the ground. The air was thick with the heavy machine gun unleashed a furious barrage, its concentrated fire obliterating houses and shattering the fleeing figures within. Zhao Qing sought refuge behind the armored vehicle, steeling himself for the impending close-quarters combat. Observing the scene unfolding before him, a flicker of bewilderment and compassion crossed Zhao Qing's eyes. Niudiju, hefting a formidable axe, noticed Zhao Qing's troubled countenance and remarked with composure, "Do you find yourself feeling a pang of sympathy?" Zhao Qing remained silent, inwardly retorting, "Is that even a question?" Resentment was already taking root in his heart. This apocalypse, it seemed to diverge from his initial expectations. If you had witnessed their brutality firsthand, such sentiments would not arise, Niudiju asserted. The adversaries we least suspect are often the most perilous. Always bear in mind that mercy has no place on the battlefield. Your compassion today will not only fail to save them, but will also jeopardize your own existence. Niudiju, drawing upon his experiences, mentored Zhao Qing, a newcomer to this apocalyptic world. In this, only the ruthless survive. Benevolence is a double-edged sword, harming both oneself and others. At a crucial moment, gunfire erupted from within the residential complex. Bullets rained down upon the armored vehicle, igniting a shower of sparks. Some of the rounds found their mark, causing crimson mist to bloom as people were struck. Amidst the fierce exchange, far from the heart of the battle, the Yu and his horde of zombies watched silently. Xiao El even held a zombie captive, its hand clamped firmly around its neck, rendering it immobile. The zombie thrashed wildly, a clear impatience flashing in Little Green's eyes as he delivered a devastating blow. Splurch! The zombie's cranium exploded into a gruesome mess. The scene, somewhat grotesque, evoked a sense reminiscent of watching traditional opera in the countryside. However, judging by the fervent gleam emanating from the eyes of the assembled undead, their intentions extended beyond mere spectatorship. The gathering now comprised far more than a mere couple of corpses. The intense aroma of blood proved an irresistible allure to the zombies. Not only Big U, but even Black Wolf and Little U were gazing intently at the scene. The sewer grate slowly creaked open, and Little Rat, its whiskered face displaying a furtive expression, peeked out, surveyed Big U and the others, then scurried out of the sewer, leading dozens of basketball-sized rats in a rapid advance towards the fray. Utterly oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, Guyu is currently engaged in genuine combat practice with Little Purple, devoid of any ulterior motives. This served the dual purpose of honing Little Purple's combat prowess and augmenting his own real-world fighting skills. Though opportunities for him to engage in combat were infrequent, One could never foresee the future. Then, haha, a cunning strategist. He wondered if they would fear him. To underestimate him as an ordinary man would prove a costly mistake. Lost in his musings, Guyu was struck by Little Purple, instantly feeling a significant weight upon him. His face darkened, and he retorted, "Little Purple, get off. If you continue, I shall have to administer a spanking. Little Purple, you have become quite mischievous, haven't you? This rascal has truly outdone himself lately." Yet, this also subtly indicates that Little Purple's intelligence is on the rise. A fortunate development. What can one do about their own creation? One cannot simply resort to violence out of anger. Besides, he couldn't possibly harbor such rage. Guyu readjusted his stance, clenched his fists, bent his legs, and charged forward. A gust of wind stirred, sending dust swirling through the hospital grounds. His fingers, akin to the talons of an eagle, and his arms, resembling a striking python, descended with force. The wind rushed towards him, fierce as thunder. With a claw-like hand, he aimed directly for Little Purple's throat. Although it was merely practice, Guyu approached it with utmost seriousness. Every move was directed towards real combat. In a genuine fight, an adversary would show no mercy. It was better to be prepared than to find oneself a mere figure of strength, having squandered one's abilities. Facing this assault, Little Purple flapped his wings, generating flickering currents of electricity. Guyu was taken aback, instinctively slowing his pace. He certainly did not wish to endure an electric shock. It was quite exhilarating, to say the least. With a whoosh, Little Purple soared skyward, creating gusts of wind. Guyu's strike missed its target, and his expression darkened in frustration. The winds tousled his hair, leaving him in disarray. What a futile effort. Little Purple, come down here. Guyu was on the verge of laughing in exasperation. Goodness, he has even learned to cheat. How can one engage in combat under such circumstances? Can one ascend to the heavens alone? Little Purple obediently descended, her head bowed, exuding an air of innocent contrition. I was wrong. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice echoed in Guyu's mind, reminiscent of a child just learning to articulate words. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Little Purple, his mouth forming an astonished O, as if it could accommodate an egg. What is happening? This abrupt utterance left him utterly flabbergasted. Surely, in broad daylight, he could not be dreaming? Guyu endeavored to establish a connection with Little Purple, and indeed, a clear yet somewhat bewildered thought permeated his consciousness. He was taken aback. Her intellect was only slightly inferior to that of Guyu. However, Guyu possessed an enhanced wisdom, far beyond that of an ordinary zombie, with inherent advantages. Guyu pondered momentarily, and, with a deliberately stern expression, commanded, "Come here." Since she had acquired intellect, it was imperative to train her properly. Otherwise, with Little Purple's mischievous nature, she might cause chaos in the future. Little Purple approached obediently, her head lowered, her large eyes brimming with pitiful innocence. Thump! Thump! In an instant, Guyu felt as if his heart had been struck by something. His heart softened. He hastily shook his head, realizing that this was rather overwhelming. The title of the greatest person in history was a bit too grand for him to bear. Guyu spoke firmly, "Little Purple, go do 100 push-ups." He would never forget the terror of being dominated by push-ups during his school days. Thus, good fortune must be shared. What? Not quite. Allow me to instruct you, Guyu said, leaning down and performing 10 flawless push-ups, each movement executed with precision, undoubtedly deserving of a perfect score. Have you grasped it? Guyu inquired, glancing back at Xiao Zi, who nodded in affirmation. Now, it's your turn. For every imperfect repetition, you shall add 10 more. As Xiao Zi began to rise, Guyu turned to fetch a bottle of water that lay a short distance away. Just as he took a couple of sips, he noticed Xiao Zi silently standing up. Xiao Zi, Guyu elongated her name. Are you being lazy again? Have you finished? He was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize his oversight. How foolish of him. He had forgotten that Xiao Zi was nearly at the 4th tier and, as a zombie, possessed a physique far beyond that of an ordinary human. 100 push-ups were but a trivial task for her. Guyu fell silent. A look of helplessness etched on his face. What could he do against Xiao Zi? Physical punishment would prove futile. What other measures could be taken? As he attempted to suppress Xiao Zi, who was eager to leap into his embrace, Guyu glanced at the sky, puzzled. Why haven't Dayo and the others returned yet? He endeavored to establish a mental connection, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of yearning, bloodlust, and exhilaration. These tumultuous thoughts bombarded Guyu's mind, leaving his complexion pale. He hastily severed the connection, his heart racing with astonishment. What on earth had transpired? That bloodthirsty impulse had evidently awakened Dayo's primal instincts. If Dayo was affected, the other zombies would be even more so. In the blink of an eye, significant changes had unfolded. A sense of unease stirred within Guyu as he contemplated the situation and called over Xiaozi, who was crouched on the ground, counting ants. "Let's go, Xiaozi." With that, Xiaozi soared into the sky, transforming into a shadow that vanished at the horizon. In the garden community, the blood-red twilight gradually faded, as both sides remained locked in a fierce standoff, neither retreating, both ensnared in a tense stalemate. Since the onset of the battle, they had clashed for nearly half an hour, leaving the surroundings in disarray. The fierce gunfire attracted numerous frenzied zombies, yet under the overwhelming firepower, these creatures posed little threat. After seizing this territory, Guo Tiehu eliminated the zombies within a radius of several hundred meters. Subsequently, periodic purges were conducted to prevent a large-scale congregation of zombies. This practice was a common protocol among all shelters. Neglecting to cull would easily lead to a terrifying zombie tide. Thus, both sides could wield their firearms without reservation. Otherwise, the conflict would have escalated beyond their duel. As the sounds of gunfire and explosions began to wane, the extraordinary beings surged into the community, igniting an even more ferocious melee. The combatants engaged in fierce close-quarter combat. The earth trembled, flames surged, and the sky was laced with icy crystals. As terrifying vines stretched forth, each extraordinary being showcased their unique abilities. The clash among these beings appeared grand and majestic. Yet beneath that beautiful facade lay bloodshed and brutality. Among the chaos, a figure stood out distinctly, wielding a long sword, effortlessly dodging countless bullets. Boom! A thunderous gunshot rang out. The bullet, fired by a hidden sniper, has already claimed the lives of several extraordinary beings. Drawing his sword, he strikes with fury. The sword slices through the air, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris as a bullet is cleaved in two. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy erupts from the tip of the blade, soaring several dozen meters to strike a high-rise window, unleashing a spray of crimson mist. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd of Blue Sky cannot help but erupt in cheers. Meanwhile, outside the fray, Dayo and his companions are restless. After observing for some time, the horde of zombies can no longer restrain their insatiable thirst for blood, their primal instincts fully awakened. The catalyst for this frenzy was the early entry of the little mouse. Utilizing the mouse's form, it successfully secured the first blood. Upon witnessing such a scene, Dayo and Black Wolf could no longer contain themselves. Their previous restraint was purely instinctual, driven by an acute awareness of the lurking danger. They are acutely aware of the peril posed by the black blobs, having witnessed their formidable power firsthand. At last, a moment arrives when Dayo and his band scatter, stealthily infiltrating the battlefield. The expansive garden community is vast enough that their presence goes unnoticed at first. The deepening twilight cloaks them in a natural guise. As the extraordinary beings of Blue Sky gradually advance, the scene transforms from the community square to the depths of a neighborhood, where corpses litter the ground, and blood saturates the earth. In some depressions, pools of blood gather, and with a single step, the crimson liquid splatters, staining their trousers. Ordinary individuals huddle in their humble abodes, trembling in fear, and when they catch sight of the azure sky, they emit terrified cries. Zhao Qing lingers at the rear of the procession, his countenance awash with shock as he observes the scene before him. Those of their ilk, mere first-tier transcendents, are relegated to trailing behind, merely picking up the pieces. For the first time, Zhao Qing feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Ahead lies the battlefield of second- and third-tier transcendents, who constitute the true vanguard of this conflict. As he witnesses the unfolding events, Zhao Qing finally comprehends the wisdom in Nyot Daju's admonition to never underestimate those who do not outwardly appear to be adversaries. He watches in disbelief as a quivering child, cowering in a corner, suddenly lunges with a blade at the transcendent, soaring against the sky. The ferocity revealed in that fleeting moment sends a chill through him. Was that truly a child? He is at a loss to understand what could possibly provoke such a profound transformation in a mere teenager. What has become of this world? It eludes his comprehension. Humanity stands on the precipice of survival, yet internecine strife shows no signs of abating. He cannot ascertain whether the actions of those in the sky are right or wrong, but he recognizes that those dwelling in the azure expanse seem to find joy, and that alone suffices. Within the sky, indeed, lies a grand promise, an enticing vision that he cannot refuse. Or perhaps it is that all who congregate in the sky have sketched their own desires upon its canvas, with the sky merely providing the opportunity to dream. There are always those who, in pursuit of absurd notions, commit foolish acts. Yet what the absurdity? In this wretched apocalypse, one must inevitably take action. The shame of a lackluster first half of life gives way to a fervent declaration in the latter half. What of nobility and power? Is it not a kind? Future generations must not be left to witness a world rife with chaos and turmoil, a fragile existence, yet possessing the heart to shake the very trees. Reflecting on the fierce resentment etched on Niu Deju's face, Zhao Qing felt a surge of guilt within. One must not urge others towards virtue without having endured their suffering. He suddenly grasped the profound truth of this adage. If his own brother were to perish at the hands of those he had saved, what then? Fortunately, it seemed that the extraordinary individual was prepared, swiftly severing the adversary's head with a single stroke. Brutal, blood-soaked, yet, for reasons unknown, Zhao Qing found an unsettling sense of correctness in it all. Perhaps this is indeed the attitude one ought to adopt in the face of the apocalypse. Zhao Qing's psychological transformation serves merely as a microcosm. He is not the sole extraordinary individual to join the ranks of the blue sky. This is also a trial for them. Blue sky seeks kindred spirits, not mere seekers of refuge. Suddenly, a silvery figure flashed before his eyes. What on earth was that? Zhao Qing gasped, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Upon looking again, the silver figure had vanished without a trace, rendering the previous sighting seemingly a mere illusion. Did I see it wrong? Zhao Qing pondered, shaking his head, dismissing the errant thoughts. Gripping his blade tightly, he pressed forward, keeping pace with the advancing group. Perhaps it was merely the darkness that misled him, he reassured himself. The place was exceedingly perilous. He had no desire to perish before achieving victory. Behind a shattered rockery, Xiao Lu retracted his sharp fangs, casually discarding the lifeless body before making his exit once more. Following a vague intuition in his mind, Guyu finally arrived outside the garden community. A thick curtain of black smoke enveloped the sky, rendering the darkening night even more sinister. Observing the fierce battle below, Guyu's expression darkened considerably. Upon closer reflection, he realized that Yu and the others were situated within the very community beneath him. What mess! Guyu found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he understood that in the face of the overwhelming scent of blood, Yu and the others were powerless to resist. He now comprehended why Yu's true nature had been unleashed. Even the currently unstable Xiao Zi was on the verge of losing control. Xiao Zi, stay alert, Guyu commanded, instructing Xiao Zi to descend to a concealed location with haste. He feared that should Xiao Zi lose control again, the situation would spiral further beyond his grasp. Once they landed, Guyu first took a moment to calm Xiao Zi, allowing the bloodthirsty frenzy in her mind to finally subside. With that, Guyu let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Zi remained within his sphere of influence. He understood that as long as he was present, he could forcibly stabilize the Yu and the others, a fact that Xiao Zi had aptly demonstrated. Gazing toward the community ahead, Guyu felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. The Yu and the others now teetered on the brink of losing control. The longer they were exposed to the blood's allure, the more violently they would succumb to their primal instincts. At that juncture, their predations would extend beyond mere cadavers. The living would become their quarry, With a determined clench of his teeth, Guyu commanded Xiao Zi to soar further afield, cautiously advancing towards the residential complex below. The whistle of bullets rent the air, sending shivers down Guyu's spine as he hastily ducked, narrowly avoiding their deadly path. Were it not for dire necessity, he would have abstained from venturing into this locale. Bullets are indiscriminate, and one might, at any moment, find itself delivering a fatal headshot. Of course, in such an event, it would be Xiao Lu who met their demise. Despite Xiao Lu's habitual doltishness, he could not bear to see him perish in such a manner. Before long, Guyu stumbled upon a corpse sprawled upon the ground, his pupils contracting sharply. Upon the deceased's neck was a stark, unmistakable, bloody orifice. Simultaneously, a series of thoughts crystallized within his mind. Guyu quickened his pace, striding purposefully forward, his countenance grave. He had already encountered no fewer than 10 corpses bearing similar bloody wounds, and these were merely the ones he had sighted. How many more lay hidden from his view? This is dire. Should anyone gather the corpses here, they would inevitably discover the bloody wounds upon their necks, marks that could not be attributed to human agency. The existence of zombies might then be formally unveiled to humanity. It's happening too quickly. Guyu surveyed his surroundings, bending to examine the corpses with a look of helplessness. Now, he could only place his hopes onto you and the others remaining undetected by humans. The chaos of the grand battle was tolerable, for the characteristics of the zombies were not overtly discernible amidst the turmoil. Few would pay them any heed. However, the distinct features of individuals like Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu were glaringly apparent. They bore such an inhuman semblance that to label them as zombies would be an even greater stretch. Suddenly, Guyu sensed a pair of scrutinizing eyes upon him. He whirled around abruptly, glancing toward his flank. Behind a rockery, a shadow swiftly retreated. Guyu's countenance darkened further. When had this shadow appeared? Had it witnessed his recent actions with the corpse? Particularly the gaping wound on the neck of the deceased. In the midst of the fray, he believed that no one would take notice of the body for the time being. Yet the situation now seemed precarious. He seized a knife from the ground, advancing cautiously toward the rockery. He dared not entertain any illusions. A moment's delay in realization could spell additional peril for him. Regardless of whether Xiao Lu and the others had been exposed, he could not permit danger to unfold. Guyu gripped the knife firmly, inching closer, his footsteps growing heavier. Unbeknownst to him, the daylight had waned, casting an ominous gloom. The steel blade in his grasp reflected a chilling gleam. The extraordinary beings from the blue sky had already penetrated deeper into the community. At this moment, the square appeared eerily quiet, with only the sporadic gunfire resonating, a testament to the turmoil that had transpired. "Come forth, do not hide. It is safe now. I shall not harm you." Guyu quietly stowed the knife behind him, his tone devoid of emotion. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, a faint sound emerged from behind the artificial rockery, and a shadow, neither entirely illuminated nor completely obscured, gradually materialized. Guyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the remarkably youthful visage before him, astonished. Could this individual truly be only 16? "Brother." The young boy's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Guyu's eyes. However, he swiftly cast aside his doubts. One could only blame the unfortunate circumstance of witnessing something he should not have seen. Some matters were neither his fault nor the boy's. The true fault lay with the world itself. The young boy took a couple of gentle steps forward, drawing closer to Guyu, and his face, shrouded in the night, became increasingly discernible. Guyu silently lamented. That face bore a striking resemblance to a young Hallie. On this boy's countenance, he perceived the exquisite handiwork of nature, as if sculpted by divine hands. Though he recognized the inappropriateness of such thoughts, he could not help but voice his inner critique. As the young man approached at a measured pace, Guyu suddenly sprang into action. He retreated a step, unsheathed his blade, and struck downwards with force. Sparks flew in all directions. Contrary to his expectations, the blade did not cleave the young boy, but was intercepted by a dagger. Guyu's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in astonishment at the boy, who had deflected his strike with the dagger. "Ha ha!" The young man suddenly emitted a chilling, sinister laugh, seemingly reveling in his triumph. "What are you laughing at?" Guyu thought, gripping his weapon with renewed vigor. As extraordinary power surged within him like a tidal wave, causing the muscles in his arms to swell. An immense force coursed through the handle of his blade, ready to be unleashed. With a swift motion, the dagger was cleaved in two, a bloodied broadsword slicing down along the dagger's jagged seam. The sharp tip of the blade carved a deep gash into the man's chest, exposing the ribcage beneath. "Thank you for your intervention. You have provided me with a motive for murder." Guyu's deliberate words were laced with a chilling intent to kill. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped forward, wielding the blade once more, the gleam of the sword accompanied by a piercing whistle. With a violent thrust, the blade sent the young boy hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Guyu hurled the weapon from his grasp, the sound of it slicing through the air echoing like thunder, as it plunged into the man's chest, pinning him brutally to the earth. Casting a glance at the lifeless body, Guyu turned away with indifference. Today, yet another lesson learned. He was still not sufficiently cunning, nor ruthless enough. Had it not been him here today, one could only wonder who would now lie upon the ground. From the very beginning, perhaps everything had unfolded according to the other party's design. The very fact that he had been discovered might have been a deliberate act. Whether this was true or not no longer mattered. He could not simply confront the adversary for answers. It was difficult to fathom that a mere child, barely in his teens, possessed such intellect and ferocity. Yet, in the context of a post-apocalyptic world, it all began to make sense. 6 months into the apocalypse, everything had changed drastically, with the darker facets of human nature amplified beyond measure. Guyu steadied his thoughts, dismissing further contemplation as he moved forward, guided by the thoughts swirling in his mind. It wasn't too long before he spotted Xiaolu. Little Green was gripping a corpse, drawing blood, when she spotted Guyu and instinctively released her hold. "Come here, Little Green," Guyu commanded, his expression stern and his tone icy. Obediently, Little Green approached, and Guyu placed a reassuring hand atop her head, gradually suppressing the bloodthirsty and irritable thoughts swirling within her mind. Establishing a mental connection with Little Green, he sought to comprehend the situation. The results brought him a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Little Green and her companions had been evading humans, and thus far, it appeared that no one had discovered them. Of course, while Little Green remained unaware, the other's awareness was uncertain. Guyu dared not linger and hastened his pace, delving deeper into the shadows. Meanwhile, the group of extraordinary beings who had been effortlessly pushing through their path beneath the azure sky finally came to a halt. They had encountered a formidable obstacle, the elite underlings of Guotiehu. Guotiehu's reign over the surrounding territory for such an extended period, coupled with his fearsome reputation, was not solely attributed to his own formidable strength. Under his command lay a cadre of ruthless individuals, each of whom had not been innocent before the apocalypse. They shunned virtuous deeds and reveled in malevolence, with some bearing the weight of multiple lives lost. The chaos of the end times had allowed them to escape from their confines, rendering them far more vicious than the average person. Once the first transgression occurred, a second was inevitable. As desires burgeoned unchecked, humanity would ultimately be devoured by insatiable greed. At the entrance of a villa within the community, Guotiehu stood resolutely at the forefront, leaning on his blade, his countenance cold and fierce. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern a flicker of trepidation hidden within his ferocious gaze. The prowess of Lantion surpassed his expectations. After a prolonged silence, Guoteniu solemnly addressed Fan Fa. "Have you lost your mind, Lantion? Are you not afraid of the sanctuary of Yun City pursuing you?" Opposite Guoteniu, the crowd parted as Fan Fa, who had previously charged forth with a sword, emerged from the throng and coldly retorted, "Guoteniu did not attempt to intimidate me with the sanctuary of Yun City. You should comprehend my modus operandi, Lantion. Today, you shall not leave alive." Guoteniu's expression darkened as he sneered. "Then I shall see what capabilities you possess to ensure my demise. Kill." With that, Guoteniu surged forward with his blade, followed by a cadre of burly, fierce men wielding weapons. The people of Lantion were equally unwilling to cower, charging once more into the fray. This time, neither side resorted to firearms. The conflict was purely a clash of extraordinary beings, yet the brutality was no less than before. The clash of swords and blades ignited brilliant sparks, illuminating the dim, blood-soaked ground in a vivid crimson glow. Fan Fa landed gracefully, twisting his body as he gripped his sword, the sword energy swirling around him. Clang, clang. Guatiniu wielded his massive blade with ferocity, shattering the incoming sword energy. Fan Fa calmly remarked, "I have long heard of Guatiniu's remarkable prowess. Witnessing it today, it is indeed as reputed. It is a pity, however, that you have strayed from the righteous path, squandering your formidable strength in vain." Ha ha! Guatiniu suddenly stomped the ground, leaping into the air. Instantly, the earth beneath him shattered with an explosive force, as if struck by an unmatched power. Countless fragments of stone ricochet in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thank you for the compliment. In this apocalyptic world, one must look after oneself, or face annihilation. What wrong have I committed? The strong dominate the weak. This is an immutable truth of existence. Gua Tiejuan's thunderous roar echoed through the skies, followed by a ferocious slash of his blade. 48. You have something behind you. Faced with Gua Tiejuan's tempestuous strike, a rare hint of chill appeared on Fan Fa's face. Stubbornly unyielding, Fan Fa brandished his sword and leaped into the air, meeting Gua Tiejuan's savage blow with a forceful counter. The clash of surging sword energy produced a sound reminiscent of rushing waters against rocks. Gua Tiejuan's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated, executing two agile rolls in midair before landing firmly. Such formidable strength. No sooner had the words left his lips than an inhuman roar erupted from Gua Tiejuan's throat. In an instant, Gua Tiejuan's physique expanded dramatically, muscles writhing wildly as dark yellow fur erupted from every part of his body. With a ripping sound, his garments shattered, revealing a menacing black tiger emblazoned upon his chest, extending down to his waist. Fan Fa's gaze sharpened, and he quietly tightened his grip on the sword. Regardless of Gua Tiejuan's character, it does not change the fact that he is a fifth-tier extraordinary being. Prior to their arrival, they had conducted thorough investigations into Gua Tiejuan, yet his extraordinary abilities remained an enigma. All who had witnessed Gua Tiejuan unleash his powers had perished. This has led to the fact that, to this day, no one truly knows the extent of Gua Tiejuan's abilities. "You are formidable," Gua Tiejuan replied with a sinister smile. "Today, let me demonstrate my power." With a commanding call, the black tiger, which had once appeared as a mere tattoo, seemed to come to life, writhing upon Gua Tiejuan's chest, its copper bell-like eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty hue. A whirlwind of dust erupted around them, an intangible force emanating from Gua Tiejuan as his vital energy surged within. Fanfas pupils suddenly constricta, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. In that moment, Fan Fa felt as though he was not facing a mere man, but rather a ferocious, savage king of beasts. At that instant, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Fan Fa's complexion changed slightly, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Sand and stones flew as Gua Tiejuan landed with a tremendous force, creating a vast crater in the ground. Observing Gua Tiejuan's fierce countenance, Fan Fa had begun to form a conjecture about his adversary's capabilities. Ha! Perish! Gua Tiejuan's expression grew ever more menacing, his crimson eyes resembling those of a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. Fan Fa squinted slightly, calmly retorting, "Who will perish is yet to be determined." With a sound akin to the tearing of air, Gua Tiejuan's figure suddenly appeared beside Fan Fa, his iron-like hand descending with ferocity. What astonishing speed! Fan Fa was taken aback, instinctively raising his sword to block. Crack! The steel-forged sword was cleaved in two as Gua Tiejuan's massive palm collided with Fan Fa's shoulder. With a crack, the shoulder bone shattered, and Fan Fa bent his body, half kneeling upon the ground. Just as he was about to collapse, an extraordinary force surged within him, and despite the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder, he pushed himself back with a powerful lunge. As he fell to the ground, the immense impact exacerbated his shoulder injury, draining the color from his face to a ghastly white. Scanning the battlefield, Fan Fa suddenly bellowed, "Do not concern yourselves with me, Wei Quan. Conclude the battle swiftly." As his words echoed, he clenched his teeth, the extraordinary power within him coursing anew, and with a few leaps, he vanished from sight. He was acutely aware that Guo Tiejuan's temporary enhancement of abilities could not last indefinitely. Hence, it was imperative to widen the battlefield between them. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, Guo Taijun might indiscriminately slay others. Fan Fa held this thought, yet Guo Taijun shared the same sentiment. Observing fan faz actions. A cold smirk crept upon Guo Taijun's lips. How overly merciful! If the opponent had possessed a modicum of ruthlessness, they would have surrounded him to deplete his strength and ultimately deliver a crushing blow. With the number of extraordinary beings present from the blue sky this time, such an outcome was entirely feasible. Regrettably, mercy often begets one's own demise. Guo Taijun swiftly pursued, and in the blink of an eye, both figures vanished from the spectator's view. Wei Quan, fraught with urgency, turned to the side and shouted at Ding Xian, "Utilize the technique I taught you." As a pure, elemental, extraordinary being, this would significantly augment his abilities. It is well known that the destructive power of elemental extraordinary beings is immense, unmatched by any other. At the very least, in this current age, he has yet to witness any extraordinary being whose destructive power can rival that of elemental extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, Fan Fa led Guo to the front of the villa. Suddenly, Guo leaped over 10 meters high, diving down and landing instantly before Fan Fa, unleashing a ferocious punch. Bang! The fierce blow struck Fan Fa directly, causing his body to bend in an arc as he coughed up a warm spray of blood, his figure hurtling backward. With another step, Guo soared into the air. Before Fan Fa could touch the ground, Guo followed suit, delivering a powerful kick to Fan Fa's chest, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous sound, dust billowed as the hard cement floor shattered like a spider's web. Fan Fa coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. Guo landed with a resounding thud, striding closer, a triumphant expression adorning his face. "Ha ha, Fan Fa, you all have underestimated me far too much. My summoning ability allows me to absorb the life force of an extraordinary creature, forming a peculiar spirit body that grants me its full power. Coincidentally, after my awakening, I encountered a severely injured mutated tiger, possessing 6-tier strength." Guo laughed heartily. "Fan Fa, your heart is still not ruthless enough." Fan Fa gazed at the black tiger stripes on Guo chest, forcing a wry smile. Little did he expect to truly underestimate. Before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly shifted to one of shock, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Gulp! The words caught in his throat were swallowed back with great difficulty. Guo Tiehu furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "At this point, what tricks do you still intend to play?" Guo Tiehu behind you. He scoffed, finding the situation utterly laughable, resorting to such childish antics. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the air, followed by a wolf's howl. A glint of cold steel flashed as lethal claws descended with ferocity. With a sickening squelch, Guo back was brutally torn open, flesh and blood exploding forth. He was knocked to the ground, a sharp pain erupting from his back as if a pointed object had pierced through him. Turning to behold the grotesque, blood-soaked wolf's head, Guo could no longer maintain his composure. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, he felt a sudden piercing sensation in his neck, blood surging violently within him. Guo pupils widened in horror, his gaze fixated on the black wolf, which had more than doubled in size since their last encounter. At that moment, the black wolf was still growing. Clearly, it had reaped substantial rewards this time. The black tiger insignia etched upon Guo chest began to writhe, spreading along his body toward the black wolf. Without a word, Fan Fa turned and fled. At the moment of Guo demise, he realized he would never be a match for it. The black wolf remained indifferent to Fan Fa's retreat. Meanwhile, Guyu, racing ahead, suddenly halted, stunned. Ding! The Black Wolf is undergoing unknown changes. Please take heed. What is happening? At that moment, Guyu's mind was filled with questions. In the midst of an unforeseen transformation, Guyu's mind buzzed with confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. What was happening? An unknown change? What kind of change? Guyu posed a trio of questions, utterly perplexed. In search of answers, he turned to the system. The system responded, currently undergoing mutation, situation unknown. Disheartened, Guyu pressed on, you don't know? Silence ensued. He had grown accustomed to the system's reticence. Sensing the presence of the Black Wolf nearby, he altered his course to pursue it. Initially intending to locate the Yu and Xiao Yu, the emergence of the mutated Black Wolf, now so close, compelled him to change his direction. Soon, Guyu, accompanied by Xiao Lu, arrived at the battleground where Guo Taishu and his companion were engaged in combat. From a distance, he beheld the Black Wolf, its form continuously expanding. Once merely over 2 meters in length, it now approached 5 meters, resembling a small house. Had he not known it to be a Black Wolf, Guyu would have already fled in terror. The fearsome visage of the wolf's head was enough to intimidate the average person, who might lack the courage even to glance upward. Guyu cautiously approached, surveying the surroundings and spotting corpses strewn across the ground, leading him to formulate a hypothesis. 2 individuals had been locked in battle when the Black Wolf suddenly emerged, slaying one while the other made a hasty retreat. Guyu's heart grew heavy with concern. Had he been discovered? Ding! The system announced, the species of the Black Wolf is undergoing a transformation. Do you wish to alter the species of the Black Wolf? At these words, Guyu paused, instinctively raising his gaze towards the Black Wolf. Earlier, the distance had obscured his view, but now, upon closer inspection, he noticed a vertical stripe had appeared on the wolf's forehead at some point. Suddenly, a surge of black light erupted from the Black Wolf, which let out a chilling howl. Within its form, a faint image of a roaring black tiger could be discerned. Guyu pondered, system. What if I choose not to change? The system replied, you will be consumed by the spirit of the black tiger within. Then I shall change. Guyu declared resolutely. To remain unchanged would lead to death. Yet transformation offered a glimmer of hope. He understood the path he must take. Creation points, 5,000. Guyu was taken aback. System, you did not mention that there would be deductions from my creation points. The system responded, insufficient materials. Creation points must be used as a substitute. Ding, materials are lacking. Please locate the necessary materials promptly. What? Is that not enough? Guyu exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that this system is a merchant of deception? He realized that the system had been waiting for him to come to this conclusion. In haste, he opened the materials panel, where a series of items appeared in a dull gray hue. Guyu understood that these represented the materials he already possessed and the remaining items. Human corpses? His eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had been required to procure human bodies. Previously, he had only utilized zombies, but in this place, human corpses were certainly not in short supply. Commanding Xiao Lu to remain vigilant and prevent anyone from approaching, Guyu hastily departed, simultaneously surveying the remaining materials. In addition to human corpses, energy crystals and extraterrestrial meteorites were required. Wait, extraterrestrial meteorites? Guyu paused in his tracks. Where could he possibly procure extraterrestrial meteorites now? System, is there no substitute for these extraterrestrial meteorites? Negative. Host need not worry. Extraterrestrial meteorites are present in this vicinity. The system replied. Guyu breathed a silent sigh of relief. That was a comfort. System scanned the garden community. Having expended 5,000 creation points, he was no longer concerned about this expenditure. In an instant, a 3-dimensional schematic formed in his mind, clearly marking the locations of each material. The energy crystals were located in the same area as the extraterrestrial meteorites. This was indeed fortuitous. He quickened his pace toward the villa ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Fa, enduring excruciating pain, stumbled back in disarray. With every step he took, the injuries on his body flared up, causing searing agony in his chest and shoulder. Cold sweat poured down Fan Fa's brow, his face ashen and devoid of color. Although he was uncertain why the massive Black Wolf had not pursued him, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having encountered 6th-tier, mutated creatures before, he was no stranger to their ferocity. Just half a month prior, Lan Tian had eradicated a 6th-tier, mutated monkey. In that battle, Lan Tian had lost a 5th-tier extraordinary being. Thus, he was acutely aware of the destructive power possessed by 6th-tier, mutated creatures. Though Guatinyu is formidable, he ultimately does not embody the true essence of a 6th-tier being. Creatures of a 6th tier are impervious to bullets. Even heavy machine guns can merely inflict superficial wounds upon them. To vanquish a 6th-tier entity, one must employ ammunition of significantly greater power. Yet these beings are not fools, standing idly by to be struck down. Upon returning to the villa district, Fan Fa proclaimed loudly, "Guatinyu is dead." Instantly, the extraordinary individuals of the Blue Sky organization were invigorated, their morale soaring. In stark contrast, the members of the garden community, upon hearing of Guatinyu's demise, found their will to fight dissipating. While Guatinyu was alive, his formidable strength and influence had allowed him to command the band of outlaws and rogues. With his death, no one was inclined to fight to the bitter end. Indeed, they lacked even the courage to engage in battle. This was already a disparate group, and expecting them to unite was likely more improbable than a pig ascending a tree. Those who would surrender did so, and those who would flee scattered like birds and beasts. No one questioned Fan Fa's words, for he was the one who had returned alive. Seeing Fan Fa's return, Wei Quan breathed a long sigh of relief, silently acknowledging, "Truly, Brother Fan is remarkable." Wei Quan raised his hand, intending to instruct the extraordinary individuals of Blue Sky to continue their pursuit, but Fan Fa hastily intervened. Gritting his teeth in pain, Fan Fa inhaled sharply and, through clenched jaws, urged, "Do not pursue. Inform everyone to withdraw immediately." Perplexed, Wei Quan asked what has occurred. "Fantinjabili, fanfaraplia. There's a 6th-tier being here." Guatinyu fell to that creature. Wei Quan's expression shifted abruptly, the previous joy dissipating as he urgently shouted, "Everyone, evacuate at once. Do not linger. We shall discuss the spoils of war later." The assembly of extraordinary individuals in the azure sky appeared baffled. Victory was within reach. So why the sudden retreat? Fan Fa observed the expressions of the crowd, understanding that without an explanation, they would not depart willingly. He bellowed, "There are 6th-tier beings in this vicinity." The fracture in his sternum caused excruciating pain with every utterance, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd, without hesitation, began to retreat swiftly. Wei Quan's lips twitched in resignation, his face a mask of helplessness. "Enough lamentation. Let's move," Fan Fa urged. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. This pain is bearable. After all, we endured far worse earlier," Fan Fa replied. Yet the tremor in his hands betrayed that his condition was not as manageable as he claimed. He could feel a fractured rib piercing into his lung. The only reason he could still move was due to his formidable strength. As Guyu stepped into the villa area, he noticed a throng of individuals surging out of the enclave. "Oh, a retreat?" Guyu scratched his head, perplexed by the sudden exodus. What prompted this abrupt withdrawal? However, this turn of events was fortuitous for him. He had anticipated a more arduous endeavor. Fortunately, I found myself at the rear of the villa area, while those individuals were retreating towards the front, ensuring that our paths would not cross. The entire garden community is a vast circular structure, with a square at the forefront and residential buildings at its center, surrounded by several quaint bungalows, with the villa area situated at the back. This expansive garden community is so large that it resembles 3 distinct neighborhoods rather than just one. The villa area is separated from the front section, with a separate entrance at its rear, extending outward into a lush forest, which is bordered on the right by a river. This verdant setting is precisely why Guetiehu chose this garden community. Had it merely been a typical neighborhood, he would have had no reason to occupy it. Guyu glanced around and stealthily crept behind a trash bin, making his way toward a grand villa in the center. The alien meteorite detected by the system was located within that very villa. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing was preparing to leave when he turned and caught a glimpse of a shadow fleeting before his eyes. "Brother Nyo, look quickly." Is that a silhouette? Zhao Qing pointed towards the trash bin. In response, Niu Dizhu's dismissive said, "Forget it. Let us hurry up and retreat. If there is someone, so be it. Did you not hear Captain Fan mention the presence of a sixth-tier being? Don't go looking for trouble. Powerful extraordinary beings paying no heed. What business do you, a mere first-tier extraordinary, have in this matter?" Niu Dizhu's expressed his frustration at the difficulty of leading this particular team. At times, one must feign ignorance, and Zhao Qing seemed even more foolish than he. Niu Dizhu's wrapped his arm haphazardly with gauze, his face twitching intermittently. Beside him, Zhang Shuai tugged at the dazed Zhao Qing, urging him to move on. Zhao Qing, with a wry smile, nodded in acknowledgement. He had witnessed that figure entering the villa. It was rather peculiar. While everyone else was fleeing outward, this individual seemed to have emerged from the rear of the villa and subsequently re-entered it. Zhao Qing had intended to voice his thoughts, but upon observing the expressions of the two, he realized they were not inclined to listen. He resigned himself to silence. The extraordinary beings from the blue sky sanctuary swiftly departed from the garden community. Their arrival had been hasty, and their exit was no less so. Hastily taking along the corpse of a companion, not daring to leave behind any bodies from the scene for processing. Naturally, this was also a deliberate choice on their part. Leaving behind corpses would swiftly attract a multitude of zombies, which would then obstruct any opportunist seeking to scavenge. Inside the villa, Guyu entered and, with remarkable efficiency, turned the place upside down. He could not afford to dawdle. If he did not incorporate the materials within 20 minutes and complete the transformation process, this attempt at species creation would be in vain. The black wolf would not only be devoured by that strange entity, but the 5,000 creation points he possessed would also vanish without a trace. At long last, Guyu discovered a substantial bag of energy crystal cores within a bedroom, along with a palm-sized metallic box. He opened the box first, revealing a small stone, roughly the size of a thumb, its edges shimmering with a bluish hue. Guyu was momentarily taken aback. This stone was far more valuable than the one he had initially possessed. Initially, that fragment could barely be considered a mere remnant of the meteorite's edge, whereas this piece genuinely belongs to the meteorite itself. Although the means by which the other party acquired it remain a mystery, such details have become inconsequential. Closing the box, Guyu hastily exited the villa, carrying the energy crystal core on his back. He sprinted with all his might, channeling his extraordinary power into his legs, propelling himself to an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, Guyu returned, dragging several relatively intact corpses behind him, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yu and Yu lingering on the scene. The excessive use of his extraordinary power left his legs feeling slightly swollen and uncomfortable. The peculiar sensation in his legs jolted him back to reality. Disregarding any reprimands for Yu and the others, he directly inquired, "System, what should I do now?" The system replied, "The host may expend creation points to facilitate material fusion." Guyu responded, "System, you've changed. It seems you're now cleverly devising ways to extract my creation points. Is this your plan to render me destitute?" Guyu lamented internally. "System, commence the fusion," he uttered weakly. It felt akin to shopping at a mall, where one intended to purchase a short-sleeved shirt, only to emerge with a complete outfit, leaving his pockets emptier than his face. Creation points, 300. Guyu numbly nodded, seeking solace in the situation. In an instant, the box and the energy crystal core in his hand soared forth, merging directly into the body of the black wolf. The three corpses levitated, transforming into blood and integrating into the black wolf's form. Boom! An invisible tempest suddenly arose, stirring the ground with flying sand and stones. The previously howling black wolf abruptly closed its eyes, emanating an ethereal black glow. In mere moments, the wolf became enveloped in this dark luminescence, and an overwhelming force of oppression descended upon the scene. Guyu instinctively took 2 steps back, astonished by the spectacle before him. Recognizing that the transformation of the black wolf would take some time, he shifted his gaze towards the others. In his earlier haste, he had neglected to observe them closely. Now, upon closer inspection, it appeared they had undergone subtle changes. Even the most unassuming among them, the large iron figure, seemed to have doubled in size, radiating a metallic sheen, as if forged from steel itself. Astonishment filled Guyu's heart as he conducted a scan of each zombie. The results were nothing short of astonishing. Nearly every one of them had experienced some degree of enhancement. Dayo had reached the advanced 5th tier, while Xiaoyu had attained the intermediate 5th tier. The large iron figure had even reached the 4th tier, showcasing a quiet development that promised to astonish all. It seemed that the large iron figure was poised to emerge as a dark horse. Guyu chuckled, patting the large iron figure on the shoulder with a look of appreciation. "Well done, you have truly grasped my teachings." Out of nowhere, Xiaoshu sprang forth, raising its front paws in a gesture that appeared to seek Guyu's attention. Guyu's expression darkened. Despite being a member of the Blood Clan, it felt rather undignified to be likened to a mere dog. It was somewhat embarrassing for the Blood Clan. Nonetheless, Xiaoshu's strength had also reached the advanced 3rd tier, which was a source of comfort. Guyu sighed in resignation, realizing that these individuals had indeed indulged excessively in the lifeblood of others. Time slipped by unnoticed. At a certain moment, a sound akin to a tearing fabric echoed, and the ethereal light surrounding the black wolf dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the creation of a new species, mythical species, neophyte, impure bloodline. Rewards granted: Constitution 90, Strength 85, Speed 80, Mental Power 50, Creation Points 5,000. You have birthed a new species, opening the realm of mythical species, Level 1. A series of notifications resonated in Guyu's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. 51. Fenrir the Great Wolf. Guyu was utterly astounded, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. It was rather abrupt. Mythical species. The phrase echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. It was evidently extraordinary. Anything associated with the mythical was bound to be remarkable. After a prolonged silence, Guyu finally roused himself and eagerly inquired, "System, what exactly is a mythical species?" The system responded, "The host may understand it as a species that exists solely within myth, a life form that stands at a higher echelon than others." Guyu shook his head, feeling a blend of understanding and confusion, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He was not quite comprehending. Turning his gaze towards the black wolf, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. A three-eyed wolf? The current visage of the black wolf had undergone a significant transformation, most notably marked by a third eye positioned on its forehead, radiating an eerie red glow. Measuring approximately 6 meters in length and 3 meters in height, it was truly a colossal creature, with a swirling mass of black flames igniting beneath its claws. The scorched ground lay beneath, seemingly mundane flames concealing an intense heat. In his eyes, a profoundly human emotion flickered. "Black Wolf?" Guyu attempted a gentle call. "Master," a resonant voice echoed in his mind. It bore a hint of innocence, a curious contradiction. "Oh," Guyu marveled. "Incredible. It appears the Black Wolf is destined to become the foremost sage among my subordinates." System: Initiate scan. Species: Mythical species, primary, level 7th tier. Initial: Physique, 390, Strength 395, Speed 392. Abilities: Moonhowl, enhances all attributes by 2 minor levels under a full moon. Bloodthirst, when injured, absorbs the force of each attack to restore its own strength. Transformation, capable of shifting between human and wolf forms. Control, as a mythical entity, possesses unparalleled commanding power over all wolf species. Superhuman strength, exhibits a force exceeding its own attributes by 10-fold. Flame, contains an unquenchable, searing fire that incinerates all. Seventh tier. Guyu felt his heartbeat quicken significantly. He understood all too well what the 7th tier represented. At this stage, it was undoubtedly a pinnacle of combat prowess. Attaining the 7th tier meant being impervious to blades and bullets. Projectiles would not even pierce the skin. Even the impact of minor projectiles, when striking the body, inflicts negligible damage. Quite splendid. A formidable shield has now been added to the team, marking the emergence of a new class. It seems that the aspirations for his extraordinary powers have found renewed avenues. The 4th tier Little Green has begun to lag behind. Even should it ascend to the 5th tier, it would still pale in comparison to the 7th tier Black Wolf. The capabilities of the Black Wolf have not undergone significant alteration. It has shed one ability, yet gained two new ones. One that amplifies its physical damage, and another that enhances its spell-casting prowess. Furthermore, its array of abilities is exceptionally formidable, truly deserving of the term mythical. Guyu found himself at a loss for words, raising his hands in jubilation and chanting in excitement. The creation points spent were undoubtedly worthwhile. Moreover, he had not emerged empty-handed. His own prowess had been augmented, and he had acquired 5,000 creation points. Although the Black Wolf was classified as a beginner 7th-tier entity, its true strength could easily equate to that of an 8th-tier being. Should it ascend on the night of the full moon, it would indeed become a genuine 8th-tier creature. As of now, there seems to be no record of 8th-tier beings. One wonders just how formidable an 8th-tier entity might be. He could distinctly sense an inexplicable dread among the surrounding entities when faced with the Black Wolf. He surmised this to be a manifestation of higher-tier species exerting dominance over their lower-tier counterparts. In his mind, he contemplated various wolves from mythology. He swiftly dismissed those from the east and from the west. One name immediately sprang to mind. The most renowned beast of Norse mythology, the great wolf Fenrir. The offspring of the malevolent god Loki, legend speaks of its jaws capable of spanning the heavens and the earth when opened. With this in mind, Guyu scrutinized the Black Wolf with renewed interest. Should it truly be a mythical entity akin to Fenrir, would his future not be one of unbridled dominance? Crucially, this initial creation of a mythological species implied his capacity to conjure more such beings in the future. Yet, his inclination leaned more towards the mythological entities of the East, divine dragons, phoenixes, qilins, a myriad of sacred beasts, and those formidable gods and demons. A surge of excitement coursed through Guyu, compelling him to an exclamatory outburst. Mounting the Black Wolf, Guyu gestured grandly, "Let us depart." With a casual bound, the Black Wolf soared over 10 meters into the air before landing with a resonant thud. Throughout, Guyu experienced not the slightest jolt. The distance that would have taken Guyu half a minute to traverse was covered by the Black Wolf in mere seconds, a testament to its extraordinary velocity. Noticing that Diyu and the others were lagging far behind, Guyu instructed the Black Wolf to decelerate. They soon emerged from the villa district and arrived at the plaza. A multitude of zombies had already congregated there, their visages grotesque and bloodied, ravenously devouring corpses. The air was thick with an intensely acrid stench of blood, almost unbearable. Observing the zombies encircling the area, Guyu, eager to test the Black Wolf's capabilities, commanded it to unleash its power. A fierce glint flashed in the Black Wolf's eyes, and with a resounding howl, a torrent of raging flames erupted forth. Like a deluge, the fire cascaded across the plaza, engulfing the entire scene in an instant. Countless zombies were instantly reduced to ashes, a pungent stench emanating from the air. Witnessing the scene before him, Guyu was profoundly shaken. Is this the might of a 7th-tier power? His knowledge expanded. Among those zombies were evolved ones, some possessing incredibly robust physiques, at least at the 3rd tier. Yet, with merely a single breath of flame from the Black Wolf, they were all turned to cinders. Impressive, Guyu praised as he patted the Black Wolf's head. The Black Wolf, filled with pride, replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Casting a haughty glance back at the group of Dayo, it exuded an air of superiority. To put in human terms, it seemed to say, "Humph, I am the favorite among the masters chosen." Although the Black Wolf did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Thankfully, apart from Dayo, the other zombies were rather dull-witted. The flames raged fiercely on the ground, showing no signs of extinguishing. Guyu's astonishment grew. Remarkably, it truly does not extinguish. Excellent. Barbecuing will be much more convenient in the future, energy efficient and environmentally friendly. Fortunately, the Black Wolf's flames showed no intention of spreading. Otherwise, a great conflagration would have obliterated this place entirely. Fortunately, the Black Wolf's flames could be retracted, and Guyu instructed it to do so. Casting a glance behind him, he urged the group of Dayo to hasten their pace. Mounted on the Black Wolf, Guyu galloped away, vanishing amidst the swirling dust. 52. Choose the relocation address, City Hospital. Guyu rode back on the Black Wolf, gazing at the hospital building that loomed nearby, and was unexpectedly filled with an inexplicable sense of comfort. What on earth? Gu Yu's expression darkened. How had he come to find solace in a hospital? Shouldn't such a feeling of ease be reserved for a hotel? It seemed that the recent disturbances caused by zombies had taken a toll on him. He mused to himself. Having witnessed the battle at the garden community, he realized he needed to find a suitable refuge for himself. The area around the city hospital was far too perilous, and the risk of exposure was inevitable. Especially this time, if those injuries drew the attention of the wrong individuals, it would surely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Yu and the others had not been spotted by humans, so even if suspicions arose, they would merely be regarded as strange creatures. One could foresee that as the apocalypse intensified, the vicinity of the city hospital would become a new frontier for human exploration. Thus, the quest for a sanctuary had become urgent. It was imperative to find a new place to continue surviving. However, locating an appropriate refuge was no simple task. Most prime territories had already been claimed, and those that remained were infested with zombies, posing an extraordinary level of danger. Competing for space with those in shelters was not only uncertain, but even if he could succeed, he had no intention of doing so. Such behavior did not align with his principles. In a chaotic world like this, standing out was hardly advisable. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the more it gets hit by the wind. Lost in thought, Gu Yu lowered his head as he made his way into the emergency building. Behind him, the imposing figure of the Black Wolf attempted to follow, yet its massive size kept it at the entrance. An ethereal black light emanated from the wolf, transforming once more into a towering man. Faint remnants of its lupin characteristics could still be discerned, particularly the prominent vertical eye in the center of his forehead. Gu Yu cast a fleeting glance, momentarily surprised, but chose to ignore it and proceeded upstairs. Upon returning to the operating room, he retrieved a large bag of biscuits and snacks, consuming them haphazardly before taking out a map for a meticulous study. This map was procured from a travel agency. As the tourism industry in Yun City thrived, making such paper maps quite popular. Once deep within the mountains, the smartphone's navigation became utterly useless, akin to having none at all. The misleading map ominously warned, the road ahead leads to the Yellow Springs. Were one to heed the mobile navigation, a single misstep could plunge them into an abyss. Engrossed in the map, Gu Yu remained oblivious to the passage of time. Before long, dusk settled in. A solitary moon, obscured by dark clouds, cautiously peeked out. As he observed the dimming patterns on the map, Gu Yu was jolted from his reverie. On the modestly sized map, a series of symbols were marked in red. Utilizing the map as a guide, he reminisced about various locations in Yun City, ultimately narrowing his search to 3 specific sites: the underground air raid shelter, a manor located further west of the city hospital, and the scenic peak of Yun City. The underground air raid shelter needs no introduction, yet he remains uncertain whether any survivors currently inhabit it. Prolonged confinement underground might lead to his own despondency. Thus, the underground shelter can be temporarily disregarded, while the western manor presents itself as an idyllic rural retreat. Nestled against the mountains, it offers the potential for self-sufficiency, complete with a reliable water source and well-equipped buildings, all while being distanced from the urban sprawl. Truly an unparalleled choice. Gu Yu instantly felt an affinity for this location. However, a pressing concern lingered. He was unsure if any survivors resided within, and to reach the manor, he must traverse a particular area. 3 livestock farms and a veterinary hospital lie in his path. These 4 establishments scattered around the manor in a fan-like formation. At the time before the apocalypse, this would have posed no issue. Yet now, in the midst of a cataclysmic era marked by countless mutated creatures, one cannot help but ponder the extent of aberrant animals that may lurk within those farms. As for Jingmount, Gu Yu hesitated to venture there, as it was too distant and lacking in various essential resources. While it could serve as a suitable hideout from humanity, it was not his preferred destination. Conflicted, Gu Yu sighed in resignation and folded the map away. He realized that careful deliberation was crucial, for the choice of refuge bore significant consequences. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Even if relocation were necessary, he must first gather ample supplies and create additional zombies. His current zombie contingent had suffered considerable losses, necessitating urgent reinforcement of his ranks. Upon arriving at the new sanctuary, the need for additional zombies became apparent, even with the formidable strength of Dio and his companions. Their efforts were insufficient. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. Where was Xiaoji? Guyu swiftly connected the dots. The absence of the clingy Xiaoji had gone unnoticed. Alarmed, he chastised himself for forgetting her. With a sense of urgency, he glanced at the dimming sky and promptly instructed the Black Wolf to summon Xiaoji back. Before Guyu could complete the preparation of the third blood serum, Xiaoji soared through the window. With a resounding thud, she leaped into his arms. Fortunately, his current 5th-tier strength meant that he could withstand the impact. Had it been his former self, several ribs would likely have been fractured from such a collision. Gently patting Xiaoji's shoulder, he offered soothing words of comfort. Once he confirmed that she was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The absence of Xiaoji had rendered him somewhat disoriented. After ushering Xiaoji aside, he called upon Dio to assist him, and began the process of preparing the third blood serum once more. As an intelligent zombie, Guyu was intent on nurturing Dio's capabilities. By honing Dio's skills, he could alleviate his own burdens, delegating various straightforward tasks to him in the future. Having recently acquired several 4th-tier energy cores, he was eager to attempt the process once again. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Guyu's technique had grown increasingly adept. At the moment the 4th-tier energy core liquid was introduced, a dense mist of crimson erupted from the alloy barrel, and the sanguine liquid within began to boil vigorously. Success. Guyu hastily retreated a couple of steps, his expression filled with surprise. Master, I wish to drink. To drink. In his mind, the soft voice of Xiao Zi resonated, imbued with profound longing. Guyu slightly tilted his head, startled by the multitude of eager gazes directed at him. Lowering his gaze to the liquid in the bucket, he murmured, "Is this substance truly so alluring?" Having lost Xiao Zi, Guyu resolved to make amends, and thus presented the first vial of blood serum number 3 to her. The moment Xiao Zi imbibed it, her fleshly wings quivered violently, releasing a low growl, and her pupils deepened to a more vibrant purple. Guyu, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "Has she broken through?" System scanned Xiao Zi. As the data regarding Xiao Zi materialized before him, Guyu could not help but think to himself, indeed, he had not anticipated that blood serum No. 3 would prove to be so effective, exceeding his expectations. Remarkable. With the success of blood serum number 3, Guyu felt a surge of confidence. With this third serum, the creation of a fourth would surely not be far off. During the formulation of blood serum number 3, he had approached the task with a spirit of experimentation, substituting many ingredients from the second serum. To put it simply, it was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After distributing the remaining serum among the gathered zombies, Guyu finally succumbed to a deep slumber. On the following day, before dawn had even broken, Guyu awoke. Sleep eluded him, especially with Xiao Zi by his side. Bored and restless, he summoned the members of Dio and made his way to the hospital square for training. Of course, this training did not entail practicing Tai Chi, but rather engaging in practical combat exercises. Ultimately, the practical combat abilities of the Great Wanderers remain woefully inadequate. Their victories over adversaries are solely reliant on sheer brute strength. While the notion of overwhelming force conquering all is acknowledged, it is evident that the Great Wanderers have yet to attain such prowess. Even the formidable Black Wolf would not dare claim to embody this principle, as he cannot even obliterate a missile, let alone assert such mastery. It is a fanciful delusion best abandoned. In this chaotic apocalypse, a lucid understanding is imperative. Certain combat techniques must be acquired. The strongest in the arena is undoubtedly the Black Wolf, as Guyu surveyed the surroundings with a sense of resignation. He presumed that even a single claw from the Black Wolf would be insurmountable, rendering any training futile. Contemplating this, Guyu imparted some combat techniques from his mind to the Black Wolf. Some of these were gleaned from his previous life, taught by the bodyguards dispatched by his family. Primarily lethal techniques emphasizing a single decisive strike. Others stemmed from the research conducted at the Nightfall Institute, encompassing the unique combat methods of Nightfall, as well as some external martial arts of uncertain origin. For ordinary individuals, mastering martial arts may prove ineffectual, yet for the extraordinary, it holds potential. This is because extraordinary beings possess stellar energy within, enabling them to unleash remarkable power from standard martial techniques. Nevertheless, few actually practice these. At most, they dabble in external combat skills akin to Bejiquin, Taisien, or Tanleg. Many believe that once one becomes extraordinary, there is little incentive to invest effort in such disciplines. Rather, they would prefer to elevate their levels and acquire greater strength. Regardless of one's martial prowess, bullets remain a formidable threat, not to mention the extraordinary powers that exist. The physical type transcenders may still engage in training, yet among the elemental types, one might not find even a single adept among 10. However, for Yu and his companions, it proves quite suitable. Just as he summoned Xiao Yu and prepared for battle, Xiao Zi sprang forth from the side, gazing longingly at Guyu. "Master, play with me." Guyu retorted, "What nonsense." He promptly summoned Xiao Lu, instructing it to deliver a thorough beating to Xiao Zi. Clearing the area, Guyu commanded Xiao Yu to take action. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. In an instant, Guyu and Xiao Yu clashed, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. Amidst the swirling yellow haze, the sound of thudding echoed, reminiscent of flesh colliding. After a considerable time, Guyu was sent flying, his form crashing to the ground, leaving a web of cracks in the earth. Coughing, Guyu expressed his helplessness. What else could he say? Should he lament, "Xiao Yu, how unchivalrous of you to employ a clone"? After all, this was merely an extension of Xiao Yu's abilities, rendering any notion of cheating utterly baseless. 1 against 2. Rather excessive. Initially, the encounter seemed evenly matched, but once the clone emerged, he found himself pinned to the ground, mercilessly pummeled. Furthermore, Xiao Yu's deceptive tactics were rather distasteful, particularly in a unique environment where one could scarcely perceive his approach. A glance over revealed that Yu was training Tai. Even though Tai was a dark horse, he was still deftly maneuvered by Yu's strategic mind. Guyu believed his decision was undeniably correct. If a great beast could manipulate a massive iron ball, one could only imagine what humans were capable of. Meanwhile, the black wolf transformed into a humanoid form, skillfully demonstrating a series of claw techniques. The air resonated with a howling sound, akin to the explosive shattering of crushed objects. As the black wolf struck down with a claw, faint traces of crimson could be discerned. With a thunderous crash, its claw penetrated the iron railing, effortlessly shattering it in half. "Excellent," Guyu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Although he hadn't performed the feat himself, witnessing it was exhilarating. Turning his gaze, however, Guyu's expression darkened. "Xiao Zi, come down at once," he admonished. That rascal Xiao Zi was foolishly hovering in the air, playing with Xiao Lu. Fortunately, Xiao Lu was somewhat dim-witted. Otherwise, a torrent of steel could have easily turned Xiao Zi into mincemeat. Xiao Zi obediently descended, and Guyu scolded him for a while, insisting he apologize to Xiao Lu. After glancing at the sky, Guyu returned to the operating room and casually had some breakfast. Today, he intended to explore the estate. He had a particular fondness for that manor, while he had dispatched Xiao Shu to investigate the underground bunker, with Xiao Shu and a group of his rodent companions. The situation in the underground shelter would soon be clarified. After finishing his meal, he mounted the black wolf and, accompanied by Xiao Yu, set off westward. This expedition was primarily for exploration. The presence of the black wolf sufficed, and Xiao Yu's company was merely a precaution. Should any formidable danger arise, he could simply have Xiao Yu whisk him away. Originally, Xiao Zi was supposed to accompany them, but he had firmly refused. If Xiao Zi were to follow, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue. As they journeyed westward, they encountered numerous zombies. Yet the relentless speed of the black wolf ensured that the undead could not even keep pace. After a mere 10 minutes, Guyu halted before a breeding farm. 3 such establishments had been erected by the estate's proprietor, one for poultry, another for livestock, and the last dedicated to seafood cultivation. Guests visiting this agritourism venture were greeted with a reassuring sight, as they could indulge in fresh fare and select items to take home upon their departure. It is safe to say that the master of this estate was a rather shrewd individual. In its prime, this estate flourished with business. However, with neglect over time, the surroundings had succumbed to rampant weeds, presenting an utterly desolate scene. An eerie silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by the sound of the wind rustling through tattered banners. Dismounting from the black wolf, Guyu beckoned to the small, feathered companion above, instructing the wolf to lead the way while keeping Xiaoyu close at hand. As they commenced their exploration of the farm, as they ventured deeper, a patch of desiccated blood on the ground caught Guyu's attention. Due to the weathered condition, it might easily go unnoticed if one did not observe carefully. This discovery startled Guyu slightly, indicating that something was amiss. Upon reflection, the likelihood of mutated creatures in this locale seemed quite substantial. With thousands of chickens, ducks, and geese, it was inevitable that a few would be rather extraordinary. Indeed, with such a vast number, it was likely that there were more than just one or two anomalies. No one could ascertain what transformations those fowls had undergone. Guyusin remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down simply because a seventh-tier black wolf was present. Complacency could lead to demise, and he had no desire to meet such a fate. The turmoil at the breeding farm was palpable. With a resounding crash, the black wolf forcefully pushed open the heavy iron gate, dust cascading down in its wake. As the door swung wide, a shadow darted forth with astonishing speed. Guyu's eyes widened, instinctively taking a step back. The black wolf emitted a low growl, raising its paw to strike. With a thud, the shadow was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a deep indentation in the earth. It was only then that Guyu could clearly discern the full form of the shadow, a colossal black rooster, nearly double the size of an ordinary fowl. Realizing his conjecture was correct, he cast his gaze deeper into the breeding farm, his expression contemplative. He pondered the number of mutated creatures that might lie within. "Be cautious, Black Wolf," Guyu cautioned. With the confirmation of his suspicions, action was imperative. The Black Wolf nodded, stepping forward, while Guyu followed closely behind with Xiaoyu. Upon crossing the threshold, Guyu was immediately struck by the sight before him. The ground was littered with poultry bones, and indistinct feathers lay buried in the dust, swaying gently in the breeze. Not far off, several decayed corpses lay sprawled, their tattered garments and contorted faces a testament to their grim fate. The manner of their demise did not suggest they had been feasted upon by zombies. Rather, it appeared they had been pecked at by something. Every inch of their once intact bodies bore the marks of relentless pecking, leaving them desiccated and ravaged. The eye sockets of a corpse were hollow, its eyeballs mysteriously vanished, and a gaping wound marred its chest. The degree of decomposition suggested that the individual could not have died long ago, likely within the span of 2 to 3 months. Yet, it had already been 6 months since the apocalypse began, and these individuals had succumbed merely 2 or 3 months prior. A faint whiff of decay lingered in the air, indicating that the timeline had become somewhat convoluted. The arrival of the Black Wolf disturbed certain entities in the vicinity. With a resounding crash, a series of strange sounds erupted from the storage rooms, and shadows sprang forth. Their speed rendered them mere blurs to the eye. Startled, Guyu sees Xiaoyu, elevating himself into the air. Countless dark figures surged towards the Black Wolf, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. As Guyu hovered aloft, he finally discerned the nature of these shadows, an assembly of poultry. Their numbers were considerable, at least 50 in total. Each one bore crimson eyes, radiating a ferocity that left no doubt of their malevolence. A black rooster soared upward, aiming a vicious peck at the Black Wolf's eye. The wind howled as the Black Wolf, swifter still, struck with a powerful swipe. In an instant, the rooster was torn to shreds, blood and flesh scattering. The Black Wolf then unleashed a brutal rampage, periodically expelling jets of fierce flame. The searing fire swiftly incinerated several mutated chickens and ducks, transforming them into charred remnants. A peculiar aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, tinged with a hint of char. Guyu felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for the fact that these poultry had consumed human flesh, he would surely have taken some back to rear. The flesh of these mutated fowl would undoubtedly be highly nutritious. Guyu casually selected one and initiated scan. As the information materialized before him, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. While they appeared formidable, they were merely a group of first-tier mutated creatures, lacking any special abilities. They might pose a challenge to ordinary individuals, yet they fell woefully short against the Black Wolf. With this realization, Guyu finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, poultry remained poultry, unworthy of note. Even in their mutated state, they were not particularly formidable. Just as Guyu's thoughts settled, a nearby warehouse collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, a white figure, as large as a bison, slowly emerged. A goose. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the massive creature. Astonished by its sheer size, it appeared that a true behemoth had emerged. Gazing at the giant goose, Guyu promptly commanded the Black Wolf to engage. The Black Wolf swiftly grasped two flying black chickens, crashing them together with a brutal force before discarding them like refuse. Bending its legs, it leaped into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters, positioning itself above the great goose. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend. An overwhelming aura, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly erupted from the Black Wolf, fierce and savage. The goose emitted a series of honks, its crimson eyes reflecting the silhouette of the Black Wolf, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Its feathers flared open abruptly, resembling a multitude of sharp arrows poised for flight. Feathers whistled through the air, striking the Black Wolf with swift precision. The impact slowed its descent, leaving lacerations across its form. A flicker of surprise crossed Guyu's features. The goose's attacks were unexpectedly formidable. Black Wolf, do not slay it. Merely incapacitate it, Guyu commanded, his interest piqued. This goose seemed promising, potentially valuable as a component for creature creation. He resolved to keep it alive while searching for suitable matches back home, with the option of it becoming sustenance for the Black Wolf if no other purpose arose. Upon receiving Guyu's directive, the Black Wolf tempered its assault, diverting its fist from the head to the back. A sharp crack echoed as one of the goose's wings snapped, blood seeping from beneath its pristine plumage. The Black Wolf, now mounted upon the goose, unleashed a flurry of blows. The goose emitted a series of plaintive cries, thrashing wildly in a vain attempt to dislodge its attacker. Yet, within a minute, silence fell. Guyu chuckled, shaking his head. He had overestimated the situation. Perhaps he hadn't fully grasped the sheer power of the Black Wolf at the 7th rank. The disparity between them was absolute, a complete mismatch. The Black Wolf delivered a final punch to the goose's head, rendering it unconscious. Guyu descended, circling the goose, his gaze scrutinizing every detail. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the foie gras must be substantial. Were it not for the fear of the goose consuming humans, he would have slaughtered it without hesitation. He had yet to sample foie gras of such magnitude, undoubtedly all natural. Uncertain whether goose kidneys are beneficial, I feel a slight deficiency in my own. I instructed Black Wolf to explore the surroundings further, while Guyu remained in place with Xiaoyu. Shortly thereafter, Black Wolf returned, cradling two enormous eggs the size of basketballs. "Where did you find these eggs, Black Wolf?" I inquired. "Over there," he indicated towards a nearby warehouse. As Guyu approached, he scrutinized the eggs closely, and they appeared to resemble goose eggs. Turning to the large goose, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could these possibly belong to this goose? With a female goose here, where has the male gone? In such a vast farm, this is the only one of its kind." Nonetheless, the eggs were indeed sizable, promising a nourishing breakfast. He entrusted the eggs to Xiaoyu and instructed Black Wolf to search once more. Soon, Black Wolf returned, his hands empty, which brought a tinge of disappointment to Guyu's heart. Guyu mounted Black Wolf and departed the farm, setting off towards the next location. After a span of 10 minutes, Guyu arrived at another farm atop Black Wolf. This establishment was evidently larger than the previous one, as it was designed for livestock. Naturally, this also indicated a heightened level of danger. Guyu remained vigilant, leaping down from Black Wolf and directing him to enter first. while he and Xiao Yu lingered at a distance. At that moment, a resounding bellow of a cow echoed, not from the farm, but from behind them. Gu Yu's expression shifted subtly as he seized Xiao Yu, compelling him to ascend into the sky. At the moment they took flight, a formidable and imposing yellow figure charged forth with reckless abandon, stirring up clouds of dust and causing debris to leap from the ground. Upon observing the glistening giant bull, Gu Yu felt a surge of trepidation. That was close. He had nearly been struck. Even now, he remained shaken by the near miss. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. The rampaging yellow bull, having lost sight of Gu Yu as its target, swiftly redirected its attention to the black wolf. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it accelerated abruptly, emanating a blinding golden light, its horns resembling two gleaming swords. The air was pierced by a sharp explosion, akin to an eruption. Boom! Upon collision, the black wolf pressed its hands against the bull's horns, yet the overwhelming force gradually forced the wolf to retreat, leaving deep craters in the earth. Gu Yu's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing with astonishment. What kind of bull is this? Could it be a sixth-tier mutated creature? The black wolf, endowed with immense strength and innate divine power, was being pushed back by this yellow bull. System scan. Species: mutated bull level, advanced 6th-tier physique, 365 strength, 369 speed, 368 ability. Divine power: the true power of a deity, capable of amplifying its inherent strength several-fold. Metallic body: allows the body to become metallic, doubling its defensive capabilities and rendering it impervious to harm. Brutal collision: it can enhance speed and strength threefold. Launching la formidable offensive. Wow! Gu Yu exclaimed, utterly astonished, as if struck by a thunderbolt. After a pause, he slowly uttered, "This ability is rather exceptional." In just a few seconds, the black wolf and the yellow bull had exchanged dozens of blows, raising clouds of dust that enveloped the sky. Although the black wolf was at the 7th tier, the yellow bull at the 6th tier was hardly inferior, nearing the threshold of the 7th tier. The black wolf could only fully attain the 8th tier on a full moon night. In a certain sense, the yellow bull could be regarded as a half-mythical species. Its divine power was not something ordinary creatures could possess. Perhaps its ultimate potential may not surpass that of the black wolf. Yet at this stage, the yellow bull undeniably exhibited great strength. Divine power enhances one's strength rather than merely augmenting attributes. There exists an essential distinction between the two. Attributes may be considered a facet of strength, but strength encompasses far more than just attributes. With a wolf's howl, the black wolf transformed once more into its wolf form. Only in this shape could its true power be fully unleashed. The human form, while seemingly convenient, ultimately constrained its abilities. The muscles of the black wolf writhed rapidly, its size doubling in an instant, flames erupting from its limbs. It leaped into the air, its fiery claws glinting ominously. The soaring figure traversed 7 or 8 meters in an instant, landing with a peculiar posture, and fiercely clawed at the back of the yellow bull. Crimson blood, tinged with gold, seeped from the back of the yellow bull, the excruciating pain eliciting a mournful bellow as the creature thrashed in desperation. The black wolf was flung aside, and in the blink of an eye, the bull's body radiated a resplendent golden glow, its gaping wounds swiftly mending. With a powerful rear hoof raised, it violently kicked at the wolf, threatening to shatter several of its bones upon impact. Fortunately, the black wolf managed to place a paw on the bull's flank, propelling itself 3 meters away with the force of the blow. Almost instantaneously upon landing, it surged forward once more, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. Faced with the onslaught of the towering inferno, a flicker of human-like fear flashed in the bull's large eyes, prompting it to swiftly retreat. Boom! 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 The bull began to gather momentum, its robust hooves rhythmically thumping against the ground, the golden radiance emanating from its body growing ever more brilliant. In an instant, the bull charged forth at astonishing speed, head lowered, horns aimed directly at the wolf. Dodge! Gu Yu instinctively shouted. The bull had unleashed its full potential. Its metallic form coupled with its ferocious charge was not something the wolf could withstand. Without needing Gu Yu's warning, The black wolf understood the peril it faced. Yet, instead of evading immediately, it exhaled a violent breath of fire, which spiraled like a tornado, sweeping toward the bull. The bull, caught in its frenzied sprint, had no time to evade and collided with a fiery vortex. Emerging from the flames, the bull's figure remained ablaze, the fire continuing to consume its form. The searing flames inflicted excruciating pain upon the yellow bull, rendering it incapable of attacking the black wolf. As it writhed on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire, Guyu felt a surge of emotions, yearning to plunge into the fray himself. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him. He was startled by this very thought. He wanted to slap himself, incredulous that such a notion had crossed his mind. Such impulses were utterly unacceptable. One should refrain from action whenever possible. It was truly perilous. This was not in accordance with his inherent nature. He was undoubtedly influenced by Daio and the others recently, having been spiritually connected to them for an extended period, even with his newly acquired mental prowess. He was not immune to their effects. The black wolf, steadfastly fixated on the yellow bull, occasionally lunged with its claws, due to the relentless scorching of the flames. The bull's metallic body was nearing its breaking point. The wolf executed a series of stealthy assaults, swiftly inflicting wounds upon the bull, with blood flowing out only to be evaporated by the flames. The fire spread through the gashes, exacerbating the bull's injuries. With a thunderous crash, the yellow bull collapsed, convulsing on the ground, its eyes betraying a plea for mercy, tears welling in its large orbs. They reflected a profound yearning for life, imbued with deep reluctance. Yet, Guyu remained unmoved by the bull's beseeching gaze, his expression indifferent. After a brief period of quiet observation, he commanded the black wolf to retract the flames, waiting until the yellow bull had grown exceedingly weak. Once the flames were extinguished, the once lustrous skin of the yellow bull was now charred and blackened, the flesh around its wounds curling and emanating a pungent aroma. He refrained from slaying the yellow cow, not out of compassion, but because a living being is far more valuable than a dead one. A mythical species, perhaps he would soon possess another. The yellow cow before him was prime material. With a few more components, he could undoubtedly create another mythical being, an Eastern mythical species. Compared to ordinary species, mythical beings are evidently of a higher echelon, with a greater potential. Currently, the yellow cow boasts a 6th-tier prowess. Once it ascends to a mythical entity, it will at least reach the 8th tier. He was confident that an 8th-tier yellow cow could certainly rival a 9th-tier creature. The 9th tier, this level had yet to be heard of. In Yun City, it did not exist. It remained uncertain whether other locales might possess such beings. After all, Yun City could hardly be considered vast. Places like the former capital, the Demon City, were teeming with formidable individuals. Among humanity, there has never been a shortage of prodigious talents. In just half a year, an ordinary yellow cow had achieved its current standing. One can only imagine the potential of humanity. With a mythical species comparable to the 9th tier, his own safety would be significantly enhanced, along with his strength. Gu Yufei leapt down, landing beside the yellow cow, surveying it closely before feeling reassured. Though injured, it was not yet dead. The resilience of a 6th-tier mutated creature exceeded his expectations. He instructed the black wolf to carry the yellow cow and departed without casting a glance back at the breeding farm. There was no point in looking back when one could not win. He could hardly believe that within this vast breeding farm, there existed a mutated yellow cow. These aberrant creatures were cunning. The recent commotion had likely been a ruse to launch a surprise attack on him. Perhaps their intent was to watch as he and the yellow cow fought to mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. Having evolved from a mere ordinary mutated creature to such a formidable being, their intellect surely could not be underestimated. It could very well rival that of an adult human. Even if it fell short, it would be by a negligible margin. The likes of Xiao Zi and her companions exhibited low intelligence solely due to their nascent state upon creation, where their powers did not correspond with their cognitive abilities. In contrast, these mutated beings had intellect that evolved in tandem with their strength. Generally speaking, higher prowess equated to heightened wisdom. He was acutely aware that he must not underestimate these mutated creatures. Caution was paramount. If a single yellow cow posed such a challenge, the arrival of several more would undoubtedly leave him overwhelmed. Just after Guyu departed, the previously tranquil breeding farm erupted in a flurry of dust and tremors coursed through the ground. A goat with an exceptionally massive head sprang forth from the wall, towering nearly 3 meters high, its horns radiating an eerie ice-blue luminescence. Following the goat's emergence, a colossal pig, engulfed in flames, burst through the iron gate. Its stature eclipsed that of the earlier giant goat, standing twice as tall, with sharp tusks emerging from the inferno, further enhancing its menacing presence. With a soft grunt, a pillar of crimson flame erupted, akin to a cannonball, striking a distant giant tree. In an instant, the mighty tree was reduced to a charred, lifeless stump. The sky reverberated with the sound of wings, stirring a terrifying whirlwind of dust as the air currents parted like ocean waves in every direction. A resplendent white horse, adorned with magnificent wings, descended from the heavens. As it touched the ground, a violet electric current spread beneath its hooves, resembling the unfurling of a colossal electric net. The arcs of electricity pulsated rhythmically, bestowing an air of enigma upon the equine creature. The three beasts exchanged glances, as if engaged in silent communication. After a prolonged moment, they dispersed once more, and tranquility reclaimed the breeding grounds. Upon returning to the city hospital, the yellow bull was carelessly cast onto the square. A call was made to Yu and his companions, instructing him to bring back the mutated goose carcasses from the poultry farm, accompanied by the green zombie. Due to the necessity of transporting the yellow bull, the mutated biological remains were temporarily abandoned. Delaying further might attract a horde of zombies, resulting in significant losses. Decay and Xiao Lu were summoned, tasked with periodically delivering blows to the yellow bull. Utilizing a well-worn sandbag was a prudent choice, serving to hinder the bull's recovery. Despite its current feeble state, once healed, it would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. The yellow bull had previously attacked him without hesitation. Expecting gratitude was utterly futile, and he held no such hope. The yellow bull lay on the ground, exhausted, its eyes tightly shut and breathing heavily. Guyu returned to the operating room, gently setting down the egg that Xiaoyu had brought. He procured a pot, connected it to the automatic generator, poured in some oil, and cracked the egg. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, a testament to his remarkable skill. Although he was aware of the preciousness of the mutated creature's egg, he thought, so what? One must eat regardless. Recently, he had grown weary of the compressed food, and now that an opportunity to enhance his meal had presented itself, how could he let it slip away? As the egg sizzled in the pan, an enticing aroma enveloped the air, bringing an indescribable sense of delight to his being. Guyu leaned closer to the edge of the pan, inhaling gently, his face instantly reflecting sheer ecstasy. The fragrance was irresistible. Guyu could hardly contain his eagerness. As soon as the egg was cooked to perfection, he cut a generous piece and placed it in his mouth. After indulging in a gratifying feast, he rubbed his slightly swollen belly, his expression increasingly one of satisfaction. Truly, the egg of a mutated creature had remarkable effects. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, dispelling all prior fatigue. Whenever exhaustion struck, a large goose egg would do wonders. At that moment, Yu entered from outside. Master, I have brought back the corpse. Returned? Is everything all right? Guyu stood up, inquiring. Yes, no mishaps. Then hand the body over to the Black Wolf, Guyu replied casually. Whether it is to be eaten raw or cooked is up to the Black Wolf. Yu nodded and departed. Guyu let out a satisfied burp and asked, System, are there any suitable species for that yellow cow? Searching individually was too tedious. It was far more convenient to consult the system. System, mythical species Kuei Nyo, Fei, 5-color Nyo, Nyo Jinyo Kuei Nyo. Guyu paused, astonished. So many? Moreover, these species were indeed familiar to him, belonging to the realm of legendary creatures. Could they truly be brought into existence? He casually selected a Kueilong and was met with a panel displaying the required materials. This. Guyu was stunned. What on earth were these items recorded here? He had never heard of any of them, and after scouring through the materials, He found only one that he could possibly acquire: 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. Oh, wait, that was also something he currently cannot find. In this world devoid of power, seeking out 100,000 volts of electricity was no simple task. Furthermore, even if he were to find it, he had to consider whether he'd dare to touch it. Playing with electricity? That was a surefire way to meet one's demise. As he perused a few more options, Guyu grew increasingly helpless and heartbroken. Looking at those materials, not a single one was within his reach. System, could you recommend a species? Guyu uttered wearily. The notion was indeed beautiful, yet reality was painfully harsh. System, Minotaur, succinct and to the point. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Minotaur? System, are you serious? Can such a creature truly exist? Was the system about to elaborate once more? Host, do you think the emergence of zombies is normal? Please do not question the system's might. Moreover, this Minotaur is not the same as the one you envision. It merely possesses strength without the corresponding might. Guyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he seemed to have fallen into a cognitive trap. The distinction between what he imagined and the system's definitions was substantial. The zombies he created merely possessed formidable powers, extraordinary yet far from the legendary status. The notion of being impervious to both celestial and terrestrial demise, transcending the 6 realms of reincarnation, was nothing short of boastful exaggeration. The truth of the matter remained solely within his understanding. Even his wisdom paled in comparison to that of a mere human. A single artillery shell could reduce everything to mere rubble. Even a 7th-tier Black Wolf would be uncertain of its survival under the impact of a missile. As for the bull-headed creature, that would require the existence of the underworld. Was he to fabricate such a thing himself? Guyu shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that this notion was rather unrealistic. The system's reference to a bull-headed being likely pertained to a mythological species, devoid of any ability to traverse the realm of the dead. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The exact nature would only be determined upon creation. He summoned the relevant information regarding the fabrication of the bull-headed entity. The requirements included 1 mutated bovine creature, 100 spiritual corpses, a synthesized Xianming stone, 1 6th-tier energy crystal core, 5 5th-tier energy crystal cores, and 1,000 gene of mutated biological blood. Guyu spent a full minute perusing all the materials. A prolonged silence ensued. What on earth? Was this truly within his capabilities? So many materials. How was he to procure them? Theoretically, it seemed feasible, as these materials were relatively common. However, in practice, gathering them would prove to be a formidable challenge. He did not even possess a 6th-tier energy crystal core, and the requirement for 100 spiritual corpses implied he would need to capture 100 living zombies. As for the blood of the mutated creatures, Guyu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly summoned Yu, instructing him to bring back all the corpses from the poultry farm along with the green zombie. Regardless of whether he could gather them all, he aimed to retrieve whatever was available. It appeared that even waste could be recycled effectively. If necessary, he could make a few incisions on the yellow cow to draw some blood. A realization struck him. He had discovered a loophole. He instinctively glanced out the window, contemplating that with such a large physique, it should not be an issue to extract a couple of 100 pounds. If that proved insufficient, he could always supplement it with some grass. Noticing that it was still early, Guyu made his way to the warehouse in search of materials. Lately, whenever he ventured out, he collected everything he saw, regardless of its utility, bringing back all that he could. To this end, he had specifically sought out a large warehouse from a nearby hospital. Though currently unused, it might prove valuable in the future. As dusk fell, Guyu lost track of time, only realizing it was past 7. Stretching lazily as he exited the warehouse, fatigue etched across his face. He felt that his earlier decision had been remarkably astute. He had already gathered about 60% of the materials needed to create the bull-headed figure, which was encouraging news. However, some of the components he had used were substitutes, which might yield inferior results. After preparing an egg for dinner, he finished his meal and went straight to bed. Not long after lying down, he sensed a presence beside him, swiftly drawing close. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Xiao Zi. Guyu felt a sense of resignation. Xiao Zi, resembling a small cat, nestled against Guyu, her face adorned with a languid expression. "Don't move." Guyu could not help but exclaim, if this continues, he is bound to make a mistake. After all, he is a passionate young man, and such treatment is truly unbearable for him. To put it bluntly, I regard you as a daughter, yet you wish to treat me as a husband. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi froze momentarily, obediently quieting down, her eyes tightly shut, with her eyelashes gently fluttering. For a zombie, the need for sleep is inconsequential. Nevertheless, Xiao Zi has been diligently imitating him. Especially after her intelligence had increased, this imitation became even more pronounced as she continuously learned from him. "Sleep now," Guyu murmured, and promptly drifted into slumber. Soon, a long, deep snore resonated in the air. Xiao Zi, feigning sleep, opened her eyes, her violet pupils gazing intently at Guyu's face for a moment before she inched closer once more. Finding a more comfortable position, she reached out and embraced Guyu, blissfully closing her eyes. The Blue Sky Sanctuary. After several days of silence, the gates of the sanctuary swung open once more, and an armored vehicle charged forth, stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the vehicle, Fan Fa polished his longsword and remarked, "Wei Quan, you are on the verge of a breakthrough, are you not?" At this, the feigning Wei Quan opened his eyes and nodded. "Indeed, after the last battle, I had some insights. A breakthrough to the 5th tier is imminent." Fan Fa expressed his admiration. "I truly respect you. If it were me, I would never possess your current strength." He genuinely admired Wei Quan. For strictly speaking, Wei Quan's abilities were not particularly exceptional. According to the extraordinary rankings published by the Knight Research Institute, he could only attain a C-level rating. Recently, the Nightfall Institute unveiled a remarkable ranking of extraordinary abilities, classified from S to E levels. This enigmatic research facility has once again reverberated through various sanctuaries. The list enumerates numerous extraordinary powers, and when it was released, a wave of astonishment swept over the populace. Most were taken aback to discover that their extraordinary powers were prominently featured within the rankings. Even those lacking such abilities found similar powers that allowed them to ascertain the level of their extraordinary capabilities. Fortunately, the list contained only the names of the extraordinary powers along with some general descriptions. Had it included detailed information, the astonishment would have escalated beyond mere surprise. Wei Quan's abilities were not particularly exceptional, even ranking in the lower tier of sea level. Yet, this seemingly undervalued ability underwent a dramatic transformation in Wei Quan's hands. Most sea-level ability users have only reached the 2nd tier of extraordinary powers, with very few breaking through to the 3rd tier. In contrast, Wei Quan was on the verge of attaining the 5th tier. By comparison, his A-level ability appeared rather lackluster. Wei Quan smiled calmly, refraining from further elaboration. He did not possess merely one ability. Publicly, his power was transformation, yet he also held a B-level hypnosis ability. Some matters, regardless of the closeness of the relationship, are best left unspoken. Even if the other party could be considered a benefactor, it is not a matter of distrust, but rather a precaution. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, it is wise to keep certain cards close to one's chest. Wei Quan preferred not to elaborate further and deftly shifted the conversation. "Fan Ye, do you think our trip to the Yun City shelter will go smoothly? I've heard that Guitiehu has influential backing, and I fear they may deliberately create trouble for us. Once we enter the Yun City shelter, we are essentially stepping onto another's territory. While entering may be easy, exiting presents a formidable challenge. No matter how formidable they would still be outmatched by the entirety of the shelter." Fan Fa cast a confident glance at Wei Quan and assured him, "Rest easy. We shall not encounter any significant issues. The leader will be waiting for us outside." Wei Quan was taken aback and incredulously asked, "The leader will come? Is that true?" The term leader referred to the true founder of the Blue Sky Shelter, as well as its covert overseer. Although he had been part of Blue Sky for some time, he had only heard whispers of this individual, but had never laid eyes on him. Strictly speaking, the leader was not the founder of Blue Sky, but rather one of the first to join. Having endured unimaginable suffering, he sought a sanctuary for his weary soul. In his darkest hour, when hope seemed lost and death loomed near, It was Fan Fa who rescued him, making Fan Fa his benefactor. In this apocalyptic world, he had faced humanity's most harrowing moments, witnessing all manner of depravity and darkness. It was Blue Sky that bestowed upon him renewed faith and the hope to persevere. He firmly believed that light would emerge if one held onto the belief that it lay ahead. When one's heart is filled with darkness, they shall see only shadows. This wisdom remained etched in his heart, encapsulated in the daily motto of the Blue Sky Shelter. Most individuals in the azure sky are victims of a world on the brink of collapse, enduring a darkness far more profound than that experienced by the ordinary populace. They dwell within shadows, yet their hearts yearn for the light. The azure sky itself is a radiant beacon they have forged within, instilling in them the courage to persevere. The leader of the azure sky is an exceedingly enigmatic figure, so shrouded in mystery that even he questions the authenticity of his existence. In the azure sanctuary, 3 individuals ostensibly lead: Wu Dao, Fanfa, and himself. The true name of Wu Dao remains unknown. All recognize him solely by his moniker. He possesses the greatest strength, being a 6th-tier extraordinary, yet he is a fervent martial enthusiast, seldom managing the affairs of the azure sanctuary. Nevertheless, Wu Dao exudes a unique aura reminiscent of ancient heroes, evoking an involuntary sense of admiration and trust in others. Consequently, he commands immense charisma and unparalleled authority within the azure sanctuary. Fanfa, on the other hand, is the true administrator, overseeing nearly all matters, great and small, within the azure realm. Of course, he now bears a portion of the responsibility, aiding others in discovering their inner light and enticing them to join their cause. In simpler terms, he serves as a promotional ambassador. However, he harbors no discontent regarding this role. In fact, he takes great delight in it. He equally aspires for more souls to join the azure family, uniting to resist the filth of this apocalyptic world. To date, only Wu Dao and Fanfa have laid eyes upon the enigmatic leader. Fan Fa glanced at Wei Quan with a mysterious smile, remarking, "Perhaps this time you shall witness it. Some individuals are born to be kings." The leader is one such person. His tone carried an inexplicable air, underlined by a hint of admiration. Although Wei Quan was intrigued, he regarded Fan Fa's words with a degree of skepticism, for seeing is believing. In the municipal hospital, dawn was just breaking, casting a grayish hue. Guyu suddenly jolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath. His sudden movement startled the nearby Xiao Zi, who opened her eyes wide with confusion, staring at Guyu. Tentatively, she reached out and tugged at Guyu's sleeve, her curious gaze silently inquiring about the commotion. Guyu took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within him. He had just experienced a nightmare, the first since his arrival in this world. Grabbing the bottle of water beside him, he tilted it back and drank deeply until it was empty, feeling a semblance of clarity return. Catching sight of Xiao Zi's concerned expression warmed his heart inexplicably, and he shook his head, assuring her it's nothing. He reached out to stroke Xiao Zi's head, which immediately brought her a sense of contentment as she comfortably nestled down again. As Guyu tenderly ran his fingers through her hair, he let out a soft sigh. He had dreamt of a vast horde of corpses, densely packed and seemingly endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sight of the undead horde was utterly terrifying. He stood opposite the tide of bodies, akin to a solitary boat in a violent storm, perilously close to capsizing at any moment. Before him, Black Wolf, Little Purple, Great Wanderer, each was rent into fragments by the terrifying zombies. After sitting quietly on the bed for a moment, Guyu checked the time and rose. He summoned the Black Wolf pack, leaving only Little Feather behind, and departed from the hospital in a mighty throng. Little Feather remained to prevent Ox from escaping, though the 5th-level Little Feather could not defeat Ox. Its ability to fly would allow it to entangle Ox without issue. This nightmare instilled a sense of urgency in Guyu. The slackened string tightened once more. Though merely a dream, it made him keenly aware that his strength was still too weak. In the face of a massive horde of zombies, this strength was insignificant. He must create the Minotaur as soon as possible, and not only that, he must also generate a large number of zombies. Recent events had caused delays in his troop expansion plan, but now it must be reinstated. This time, Guyu decided to journey a distance, advancing eastward. The east leads to the downtown area, where the resource reserves are sure to be more abundant. They advanced, encountering zombies multiple times along the way. He directly ordered Black Wolf and the others to subdue and bind them. He would bring them back together upon his return, as this time he planned to take more than just 100 zombies. The provisional goal, 500. He needed to create at least 400 zombies, and of a higher grade, black zombies. Time slipped away unnoticed. Before he knew it, the great sun hung high in the sky. Though the sun blazed fiercely overhead, a peculiar absence of heat lingered in the air. Within the dilapidated department store, Guyu strode purposefully, his large backpack weighing heavily upon him. He had gathered a wealth of resources. The materials necessary for crafting the bullhead were nearly complete, with the presence of 7th-tier black wolves. His journey had been remarkably smooth. Fortuitously, he had encountered 2 6th-tier zombie evolvers, and after the black wolves dispatched them, he successfully obtained 2 6th-grade energy cores. Emerging from the surrounding shops, several green zombies, burdened with enormous backpacks, shuffled forth. It was time to return. Guyu cast a glance behind him, deciding against further exploration. He had ventured deep enough. Delving any further would invite unnecessary peril. The city center was hardly a secure locale, as the zombies there boasted higher evolutionary levels. Even in this area, which was not yet the city center, 6th-tier zombies had already made their presence known, indicating that the depths would undoubtedly harbor greater dangers. Tightening the straps of his backpack, Guyu mounted the Black Wolf. After traversing a distance, he arrived at the previously designated zone for temporarily containing zombies. From this moment onward, Guyu would have to rely solely on the 11th vehicle for progress, as the Black Wolf had more pressing matters at hand. Securing one end of the heavy iron chain to the Black Wolf, it surged forward with sudden vigor, dragging behind it over 300 zombies at an impressive pace. It was not that he could not find them. Rather, he sorrowfully realized that he simply could not bring them back. The nearly 40,000 pounds of weight was a daunting challenge, even for a 7th-tier mythical creature like the Black Wolf. The journey proceeded at a sluggish pace, with clouds of dust swirling behind, reminiscent of a terrifying sandstorm tornado bearing down. Resources were scarce, necessitating this laborious trek. Each of the green corpses carried at least 2 heavy packs, while their hands grasped various items. After several arduous hours, Guyu felt utterly exhausted upon returning to the city hospital. At the exterior of the Bullhead Sanctuary in Yun City, an armored vehicle came to a gradual halt. Fan Fa and Wei Quan disembarked in succession. Towering walls loomed above, where heavy machine guns swiftly trained their sights upon the 2 men, flanked by a multitude of vigilant soldiers on patrol. Despite being human, none of the soldiers displayed a hint of complacency. Fan Fa sheathed his long sword behind him and calmly proclaimed, "Blue Sky Sanctuary." The moment his voice echoed, the machine guns elevated their barrels, reverting to their previous stance. Wei Quan expressed his astonishment, remarking, "Indeed, this is the largest sanctuary in Yun City." Fan Fa chuckled, shaking his head. "Let us not forget that the military governs this place. They hold the greatest power within the sanctuary, far beyond our reach." Wei Quan, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented, "It's a pity that those in charge are merely occupying the throne without taking action, ruining what could have been a winning hand. In this apocalyptic era, strength is the currency of influence. Yet the leaders of Yun City consist of a cadre of feeble old men." He expressed his frustration, asserting that, were he in their position, he would have swiftly dispatched them all. Fan Fa glanced at the city wall and remarked softly, "That is someone else's concern, and has no bearing on us." As the 2 conversed, the large door of the sanctuary suddenly swung open. A remarkably imposing man emerged, his countenance resolute, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Upon seeing Fan Fa, he burst into hearty laughter. "Fan Fa, it is good to see you again." Fan Fa turned to Wei Quan and explained, "This is Tian Gang, a 5th-tier extraordinary being and a former military regiment leader." Fan Fa scrutinized Tian Gang for a moment and teased, "It seems your strength hasn't progressed much over the years." Tian Gang halted, his expression darkening as he replied, "At least we are old friends. Could you refrain from being such a killjoy? Is it too much to ask for a little respect?" Fan Fa chuckled in response, his spirits evidently high. Wei Quan observed in astonishment, for it was rare to see Fan Fa smile. Tian Gang approached and inquired of Wei Quan, "And who might you be?" "Bei Quan." Wei Quan extended his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. Tian Gang shook his hand and suggested with a grin, "Why not come work with me? How about becoming my deputy?" "Hey, this is my associate. It hardly seems fair to poach him upon first meeting," Fan Fa interjected. Wei Quan withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "No, I find blue sky to be quite satisfactory." "What a pity," Tian Gang remarked, turning to Fan Fa with a sigh. "Could you perhaps enlighten me on how you managed to captivate so many, rendering them utterly devoted, as if entranced?" While others might not fully grasp the might of blue sky, he possessed a certain understanding. The number of extraordinary beings in the azure sky is rapidly approaching that of the Cloud City Sanctuary, and one must bear in mind that there are not many individuals in the vast expanse of blue. Fan Fa chuckled, exuding confidence as he remarked, "Perhaps it is my unique charm." Tian Gang, at a loss for words, thought char indeed. "I almost fell for your nonsense. A bunch of charlatans." Fortuitously, his resolve remained steadfast. Otherwise, he might have genuinely joined them. His acquaintance with Fan Fa is rather dramatic. They nearly came to blows at one point, and in a certain sense, Fan Fa could be considered his benefactor. "Come, let's enter. I shall look out for you here." Tian Gang gestured invitingly. Fan Nudda, casting a meaningful glance at Tian Gang. There was something he did not voice. "This time, you might not be able to protect me." Meanwhile, in the municipal hospital, Guyu lay motionless on the bed, radiating an overwhelming aura of exhaustion. Despite having attained the 5th tier of extraordinary power, he still felt weary, both mentally and physically. Midway through his journey, the Black Wolf could no longer pull its weight, necessitating his personal intervention. With nearly 40,000 pounds to manage, the task was undeniably formidable. After resting for a few minutes, Guyu rose to begin organizing matters. He was inherently industrious and could not remain idle. Over 300 zombies amassed together posed a significant risk. One moment of inattention could lead to chaos. These were not mere ordinary zombies. Among them were evolved zombies, aberrants, and several 5th-tier zombies. He feared that if he succumbed to slumber, he might inadvertently find himself in peril. Chains were procured in abundance, and a multitude of zombies were bound and separated in the square. Several 5th-tier zombies had their legs severed and were securely tied. After hours of meticulous arrangements, all the zombies were finally organized, and he hurriedly commenced the categorization of materials. It wasn't until past 8 in the evening that Guyu managed to conclude all his tasks. He aspired to create a new species, yet found himself beset by limitations. He hastily consumed a meager dinner before collapsing in a bed, drifting into a deep slumber without a thought. The following day, the blinding sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Guyu from his sleep. He sat up, lingering in thought for a moment before rising to partake in a light breakfast and begin the preparation of materials. Opening the data panel, he glanced at the required materials and instructed Xiao Zi and Xiao LV to embark on a search. The quantity of materials needed this time was considerable, and he estimated that by the time he finished, it would be noon. Time slipped by unnoticed. Guyu toiled until just past 2 in the afternoon, finally completing the preparation of all materials, filling several large barrels. The synthesis of the Xianming stones proved to be quite laborious, and he was left with an eerie sensation regarding the stones. Holding one in his hand, he felt an unsettling chill permeating from within, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He instructed the group to gather the materials and made his way to the square. "Black Wolf, incapacitated," Guyu commanded, pointing at the yellow bull. This creature was cunning, and he dared not approach recklessly. Upon hearing his order, Black Wolf charged forward, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by a whistling wind, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Just as Black Wolf's fist was about to connect, the seemingly lethargic yellow bull suddenly sprang to life. Although the bull reacted swiftly, it still lagged by a fraction of a second. With a resounding crash, The black wolf struck the yellow bull with immense force, sending it crashing to the ground. The hard concrete floor shattered like a spider's web under the impact. Guyu smirked, fully aware of the bull's unruly nature. Spitting disdainfully, he commanded, "Diu Datai, Xiao Lu, all of you step in. We must incapacitate it before we can proceed." In an instant, the arena was engulfed in swirling dust, punctuated by the sounds of anguished cries. 5 minutes later, Guyu called for a halt, instructing Diu to pour a bucket of liquid over the fallen beast. System commenced the fusion. In an instant, 100 nearby zombies were transformed into a crimson liquid, flowing like a stream towards the yellow bull. Seeing this, the once immobile creature sensed impending danger and began to thrash wildly, struggling to move its body. Diu approached and poured the liquid over the bull. The moment the dark substance made contact, it seemed to congeal, rendering the bull's frantic movements motionless. With eyes wide open, the yellow bull was filled with a profound terror as the black liquid enveloped its form. When the crimson liquid surged forth, the two substances merged instantaneously. The bull's body was suddenly rent with immense wounds, allowing torrents of crimson liquid to seep into its flesh. Guyu hastily instructed Diu and the black wolf to pour the remaining liquid onto the yellow bull. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The body of the yellow bull began to dissolve rapidly, merging with the liquid, leaving behind only a colossal skeleton. The once pristine white bones now exhibited a deep, obsidian hue, emanating a ghostly black light. Guyu gazed in astonishment. This was a sight he had never encountered before, far more shocking than witnessing a chemical reaction. Although the method of creation had been previously described, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. As time elapsed, approximately half an hour later, Guyu finally cast the Xianming stone into the liquid. In an instant, a radiant glow, reminiscent of thick ink, surged outward with fervor, shrouding the sky in a somber darkness akin to an overcast day. Chilling wisps of air began to spread, and the ground became adorned with delicate, dark blue ice crystals. A disturbing sound of twisting bones echoed, sending shivers down Guyu's spine, as though his own skeleton were being contorted, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. The black mist expanded to a radius of about 5 or 6 meters before ceasing its spread, appearing almost stationary. Within this shroud of darkness, a towering figure flickered in and out of visibility. After a considerable duration, the dense fog seemed to be drawn inwards, contracting rapidly to form a massive sphere. An ethereal silhouette gradually became more distinct. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have created the mythical species Minotaur. Rewards: Constitution 100, Strength 110, Speed 90, Mental Power 80. Creation Points 8,000. Congratulations, host, you have attained the 6th rank of Extraordinary Being. Upon unlocking the secondary mythical species, the specter of the species emerged. At this moment, Guyu was oblivious to the prompt echoing in his mind, his gaze fixed ahead, brimming with astonishment. Is this a minotaur? Guyu inhaled sharply, the shock in his eyes lingering long after. The creature, with the body of a bull and a muscular physique adorned with grotesque bulges, stood nearly 4 meters tall, its massive eyes gleaming with a chilling malevolence. System, commence scanning, Guyu hastily commanded. Species, mythical species, primary, level, 8th tier advanced, physique, 550 strength, 580 speed, 570 abilities, malevolent body, enveloping oneself in malevolent energy, impervious to all negative extraordinary abilities. Dark extraordinary, capable of manipulating dark astral energy. Not yet unlocked. Guyu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. What on earth does not yet unlocked mean? This is quite disappointing, to say the least. After a moment of silent lamentation, he reluctantly accepted the reality. Ultimately, this minotaur felt far removed from his expectations. Perhaps his aspirations had been excessively lofty. Nevertheless, the 8th tier advanced power was indeed commendable, exceeding his initial estimations. He had thought that possessing an 8th tier basic would suffice. Yet he encountered an unexpected delight. After all, many of his materials were substitutes, not the genuine articles. Unable to fathom further, Guyu decided to cease his pondering. From now on, I shall call you Nyeo. He no longer bothered to think of a name. "Thank you, master." Suddenly, the bull's head, which had been motionless, spoke. Guyu was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "You can talk?" "Indeed," the bull nodded. It was evident that Nyo possessed an extraordinary level of intelligence. Guyu, with a look of wonder, circled around the bull's head, secretly astonished. What a surprise! Truly unexpected. After a moment of reflection, Guyu returned to the operating room. He still had over 200 zombies to process, all of which needed to be transformed into undead creatures promptly. Along the way, he took a moment to glance at the data on the new species of undead. He confirmed that it was something he could not currently create. Recently, he had acquired numerous new species, yet none of them were within his capabilities to produce. Upon returning to the operating room and taking a brief rest, Guyu began his tasks with diligence. Every few minutes, the Black Wolf would bring in a zombie, which would emerge as a green undead after a short while. After creating approximately 100 green undead, Guyu commenced the creation of black undead. The distinction between black and green undead was not particularly significant. They were akin to equals. The sole difference lay in their appearance. The green undead were adorned with green patterns, while the black undead bore black markings, giving them a more menacing look. Guyu toiled away until the stroke of midnight, finally succumbing to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, dark clouds enveloped the sky. The moonlight quietly faded, and the earth seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. Drip, drip, drip. The gentle patter of rain swiftly escalated into a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled ominously. A bolt of lightning, piercing the heavens and the earth, suddenly illuminated the ground. The violet thunder struck fiercely upon the land, igniting a sturdy tree in a blaze of fierce flames. Immediately thereafter, the purple sparks danced within the thick clouds, accompanied by thunderous roars that echoed through the sky. The howling wind surged, reminiscent of an impending, fearsome tornado, as debris on the ground was swept into the tempest, propelled with violent force in all directions. As time unfolded, the rain intensified, pounding down upon the inky black night, its sound mingling with the tumultuous thunder. The parched earth greedily absorbed the nourishing droplets descending from above. The sun-scorched soil, once cracked and barren, began to heal under the gentle caress of the rain. After half a year of desolation, this was the first rain to grace the world. Once aimlessly wandering, the zombies suddenly appeared on the streets, their faces contorted with madness, howling in excitement. The ordinary first-tier zombies, exposed to the rain for merely a few minutes, transformed into second-tier zombies. Many began to evolve and mutate, engaging in violent skirmishes among themselves. Some survivors, having just retrieved containers to collect the rainwater, were struck by an indescribable pain radiating from their faces. My face pockmarks resembling those inflicted by concentrated sulfuric acid began to emerge on their skin, leaving their companions in stunned disbelief. Expressions of terror spread across their faces, overwhelmed by shock. Soon, those drenched by the rain felt a loss of control over their bodies, as if they had consumed an entire bottle of sleeping pills. Their minds clouded in a haze. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl emanated from the rain-soaked individual. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the visage of a person exposed to the elements. To one's horror, it revealed a grotesque, decaying zombie. Mere moments ago, they were vibrant living beings, now transformed into the undead in the blink of an eye, their metamorphosis occurring at a pace several times swifter than that of a typical viral infection. This transformation unfolded silently, not confined to a single location, as the rain fell relentlessly across the globe. Following the meteor crisis, humanity was beset by yet another calamity. The torrential, toxic rain persisted throughout the night. It was a night of revelry for the zombies, yet a harbinger of doom for humankind. Once the favored children of the cosmos, humans now seemed to be cast aside, apart from the extraordinary individuals who survived the initial meteor crisis. Half of the ordinary populace who came into contact with the poisonous rain succumbed to the zombie transformation. Yet the crisis did not end there. As the toxic downpour ceased, the ominous clouds above did not disperse. The sky remained shrouded in a thick, dark veil, while fierce winds wreaked havoc upon the earth. Countless trees and flowers withered, and the surviving flora exhibited grotesque mutations. The sun struggled to pierce through the gloom, casting a feeble light that prevented the world from descending into utter darkness. Guyu was roused from his slumber by an inexplicable chill. An unaccountable coldness enveloped him, pulling him from his sweet dreams. Despite it being August, the atmosphere felt reminiscent of late autumn. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, pushing it open to behold the dimly lit landscape outside. Slightly taken aback, had it started to rain? Immediately, his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Something is amiss." Outside the hospital plaza, a sudden influx of zombies had emerged. If memory served correctly, he had already cleared this area of the undead. How could so many reappear? As his gaze swept around, it fell upon the wilted trees in the flower bed, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. He hastily seized the binoculars from the windowsill, his expression growing increasingly astonished. Those trees did not appear to have withered naturally. They were entirely blackened, as if poisoned. He summoned Dayo, instructing him to dispatch a zombie to investigate the situation. Without a clear understanding of the circumstances, he dared not venture outside recklessly. Soon, a green zombie, under Dayo's command, emerged from the emergency building. Guyu kept a vigilant eye on the situation of the green zombie, and when he saw it return unscathed, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, his unease persisted, prompting him to send out several more zombies. Better safe than sorry. After dispatching 10 zombies and confirming everything was in order, Guyu finally stepped out of the emergency building, accompanied by Black Wolf and Inyo. As his feet struck the wet ground, splashing water about, he approached a withered tree. Gazing at the charred appearance of the tree, his astonishment deepened. He focused intently, using a scalpel to delicately carve a small incision into the trunk. Suddenly, an enraged roar reverberated in his ears. He spun around, swinging his fist. Bang! A zombie was sent hurtling backward, its chest collapsing visibly upon impact. Guyu! Huh? Guyu gazed at his own fist with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. It was rather extraordinary. That punch had been a mere subconscious reaction, yet its power was astonishing. Wait a moment. Guyu suddenly realized that he was flanked by the Black Wolf and the Yellow Ox. Why were the zombies still encroaching upon him? Turning his head, he discovered that both the Black Wolf and the Yellow Ox had long departed from his side, having transformed into their original forms, their bodies emanating an enigmatic glow, while peculiar strands of energy coalesced into their beings. Strikingly, this spectacle occurred solely with the Black Wolf and the Yellow Ox. Not far off, several zombies charged forward with incredible speed, leaving Guyu utterly astonished. What on earth? What had transpired this night? Were these truly zombies? Previously, the zombies had exhibited somewhat stiff movements, yet now they moved with astonishing agility, reminiscent of an elderly man in a supermarket vying for the last of a coveted item. Just moments before, they had ambled unsteadily, but with the opening of the door, they transformed into swift figures. Guyu could not help but internally scoff at the absurdity of it all. With a wave of his hand, countless zombies surged forth. 7 or 8 of them trembled in fear, resembling a group of young girls encircled by towering brutes. In the next instant, a multitude of zombies lunged forward, tearing apart their kin in a gruesome frenzy, the scene utterly horrific. Guyu frowned deeply. He had now confirmed it. The zombies had evolved. Moreover, this was not merely a superficial enhancement of strength. It resembled a fundamental transformation, an evolution at the very essence of life itself. From the decapitated head of a zombie, an energy core was unearthed, seemingly larger than before. An inexplicable urgency welled up within Guyu. He was eager to uncover the mysteries of the previous night. It appeared that his intelligence network was still inadequate. Casting a glance at the ominous clouds above, Guyu pondered deeply. It was imperative to relocate the base swiftly. After some contemplation, he summoned his companions, instructing all the zombies to gather their belongings and proceed directly to the manor. This bizarre transformation stirred an unsettling feeling within him. At the Yin City shelter, the gates swung open with a resounding crash as Wei Quan and Fan Fa, escorted by Tian Gang, stepped outside. Tian Gang remarked, "I will leave you here." Fan Fa nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "It's all right. You may carry on with your duties. Xiangang nodded again, saying nothing further before turning to depart. The events of the previous night had been tumultuous, stirring unrest throughout the shelter, which remained unresolved. The rampant infection from the toxic rain had transformed too many into zombies, exacerbated by the darkness of the night, leading to a vicious cycle of bites and conversions. Had it not been for the timely discovery in the latter part of the night, the consequences would have been dire. Even now, remnants of zombies lingered within the shelter. As Tian Gang continued into the shelter, Fan Fa calmly stated, "Let us return." Bei quan azitata, expressing fan germani. Why do I get the impression that you are not at all anxious? Fan Fa, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Anxious about what? Worrying accomplishes nothing." Wei Quan conceded, "You make a valid point." Wei Quan secretly lamented the unexpected release from the shelter in Yun City. Fan Fa shook his head, stating, "They are not so benevolent. It is because the leader has arrived." "The leader?" Wei Quan replied, astonished. "Indeed, he has come," Fan Fa indicated with raised brows. On the horizon, a tall figure approached slowly, enveloped in an air of mystery brought on by the dim sky. As the figure drew near, Wei Quan discerned the visitor's appearance. Clad in a simple black Zhongshan suit, with an unassuming visage that bore a hint of resoluteness, he was not strikingly handsome. Yet, what captivated was the pair of eyes that seemed to shimmer with starlight, capable of piercing into one's soul, invoking an involuntary sense of inferiority. A voice rich with magnetism broke the silence. "Is everything all right?" Fan Fa responded, "Nothing is amiss." Dongfang Mu spoke calmly, "Be cautious in the future. 13 shelters were annihilated by the tide of corpses last night." If one listened closely, a trace of anger lingered in his tone. "What?" Wei Quan exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Dongfang Mu's gaze fell upon him, and at that moment of eye contact, Wei Quan felt a tremor within and instinctively closed his eyes. "You are Wei Quan?" Dongfang Mu's flat voice inquired. For reasons unknown, Wei Quan felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. "Yes, that is correct, indeed. A dual ability user," Dongfang Mu remarked with appreciation. Wei Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. "A dual ability user?" Fan Fa was equally astonished, patting Wei Quan's shoulder with a smile, remarking, "You've concealed yourself quite well." Wei Quan could only bitterly chuckle to himself. No matter how well he hid, he had still been discovered. Dongfang Mu placed a hand on Wei Quan's shoulder, his face reflecting a profound sense of admiration, saying, "This young man is quite impressive. Keep up the good work." The tone was unmistakably familiar to Wei Quan. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, he was suddenly taken aback as a powerful surge of stellar energy erupted within him. Wei Quan stood there, momentarily dazed. After a lengthy pause, Dongfang Mu withdrew his hand and remarked, "The accumulation of your stellar energy is quite substantial. With diligent practice upon your return, breaking through to the next tier should pose no difficulty." Wei Quan, still somewhat stunned, nodded in disbelief. He had broken through to the 5th tier. It was utterly unexpected. Dongfang Mu nodded at Fan Fa, and suddenly, a vigorous gust of energy enveloped him, propelling him skyward as he transformed into a golden beam of light. Vanishing into the horizon, Wei Quan, jolted back to reality, found himself at a loss for words. Enough of the astonishment. The leader's strength is beyond our comprehension. To my knowledge, he was already a formidable figure even before the apocalypse arrived, seemingly a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts? Wei Quan inquired. Indeed, ancient martial arts. The leader is likely a descendant of a genuine lineage, Dongfang Mu clarified, and not merely a superficial form, but one with true heritage. Wei Quan stroked his chin thoughtfully and pondered. "Fange, do you think it is still feasible for me to practice ancient martial arts at this point?" Fan Fail chuckled and said, "I posed this question to the leader as well. Do you know how he responded?" "How did he respond?" Fan Fail continued, "If there's a shortcut available, why seek a longer path?" Wei Quan was momentarily taken aback. "Extraordinary power? Let us proceed." Fan Fail patted Wei Quan on the shoulder and was the first to board the vehicle. Outside the breeding facility, Guyu arrived once more with his formidable legion of zombies. The sheer force of their presence caused the ground to tremble. Gazing at the shattered gates of the breeding ground, Guyu couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, his previous decision to depart had proven to be astute. He had anticipated the treachery of these mutated beings. Casting a glance at Inyo beside him, Guyu felt a measure of reassurance. Regardless of the multitude of their conspiracies, they were futile in the face of absolute power. Heilong, Inyo, enter and eliminate all living creatures, Guyu commanded resolutely, prioritizing both his own safety and that of Inyo and the others. Upon hearing the command, Inyo stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble ominously as a terrifying cloud of dust erupted in all directions. With a thunderous roar, Inyo's figure soared like a projectile, spanning 7 or 8 meters before landing within the breeding facility. Heilong leapt forth, following suit into the courtyard. In the next moment, the stone walls of the breeding ground shattered with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. Guyu crouched down and exerted force, executing several agile rolls in midair to create distance. He stood still amidst the swirling dust, his tall silhouette exuding an air of solitary elegance, as if untouched by the world around him. Soon, the figure of Einyo became distinct, bearing the marks of searing flames. Through the billowing smoke, a magnificent silhouette approached, panting heavily. The flaming giant boar fixated its gaze on Einyo, its sharp tusks glinting ominously. Suddenly, the inferno-imbued beast charged forth, causing the ground to tremble as if an armored vehicle were hurtling towards them. In the face of the giant boar's assault, Einyo met it with a powerful punch, delivering a blow of immense force akin to a speeding train crashing into the creature's skull. A sharp crack echoed as the boar's skull shattered instantly, Einyo's fist penetrating deep within. How brutal, Guyu thought, shaking his head. Such a large boar should provide sustenance for quite some time. Yet the thought of it having possibly consumed human flesh quickly dispelled his appetite. Nevertheless, Einyo truly exhibited remarkable strength, living up to the reputation of an 8th-tier mythical being. The flaming giant boar was sent flying, its body skidding across the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a gradual halt, leaving the earth churned as if plowed. Einyo, end this battle swiftly, Guyu urged, having lost his patience. Einyo nodded and dashed into the breeding grounds. Moments later, chaos erupted within, punctuated by intermittent screams. Before long, Einyo emerged from the main entrance, dragging a massive sheep, carelessly discarding its carcass on the ground. The black wolf followed closely, adorned with flecks of blue ice crystals. Guyu cast a glance and instructed the green zombie behind him to assist in carrying the giant boar alongside them as they departed. Despite the presence of 2 lifeless bodies, their utility cannot be entirely disregarded. Should they prove to be of no use, they may well enhance the culinary provisions for the black wolf and Inyo. Only they possess the ability to absorb energy crystal cores. Otherwise, their sustenance would be a source of great distress. With the resolution of the first 2 breeding farms, the remaining 1 poses little threat, for it is a seafood farm, and it is unlikely that any creature would leap from the water. After Guyu departed, the sky above the breeding farm resounded with the tumult of a fierce wind. A snow-white Pegasus descended from the heavens, its eyes radiating an almost human-like brilliance. With a swift glance around the area, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. Guyu intentionally circumvented the seafood farm and, after nearly an hour, finally arrived at the outskirts of the estate. The estate sprawled over an expansive area, its towering stone walls forming a natural barrier, seemingly stretching endlessly. Behind the estate loomed a dense mountain, with a stream cascading down the left side ravine. Even from a distance, he could hear the sound of water crashing against the boulders. Upon observing this estate, Guyu's resolve to seize it grew even stronger. Its fortification was formidable, and with some renovation, it could serve as an excellent sanctuary. The stone materials for building walls were readily available from the rear mountain, and there was no shortage of water. The existing structures were already in place. Moreover, in the event of a zombie tide, he could swiftly retreat from the rear mountain. The canyon at the back served as a natural barrier. Once the loose stones above were shattered, passage would be impossible without wings. Gu Yu's satisfaction deepened as he gazed upon the estate, delight blooming within his heart. Fortunately, this place was devoid of human occupation. Otherwise, a conflict would have been inevitable. Gazing at the estate within arm's reach, Gu Yu refrained from recklessly intruding and instead instructed Xiao Yu to dispatch a doppelganger to enter. Concurrently, he directed the little mouse to infiltrate the premises through the subterranean passages. After a prolonged wait, Xiao Yu's blood puppet and the little mouse returned in succession. The outcome left him slightly perplexed. How could it be that not a single living creature resided within? Such a vast estate devoid of life seemed implausible. Despite his confusion, he did not hesitate to command the zombie army to advance in an orderly fashion. Once the zombies entered the estate, they swiftly dispersed, with Gu Yu ultimately entering amidst the company of Xiao Zi and her companions. His gaze roamed the surroundings, revealing a look of satisfaction. Indeed, the buildings within were relatively well preserved, with only a few suffering damage, likely a consequence of scavengers seeking resources in the aftermath of the apocalypse. After surveying the area, Gu Yu made his way to the rear of the estate. Casually pushing open a door, he was met with an immaculate room that left him momentarily stunned. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, and his expression darkened. It had been over 6 months since the onset of the apocalypse, and yet this room remained so pristine. Such a state was rather inconceivable. Extending his hand, he gently brushed the surface of a table, his fingers collecting a faint layer of dust. Although there was dust present, Gu Yu was certain this was not the accumulation of half a year's neglect. It cannot have been more than a week. Circling the room, he cast his gaze about, and a new suspicion began to form in his mind. The items within the room bore evident signs of having been moved. Most conspicuously, one teacup lay upright, while the remaining 3 were inverted. Only this solitary cup rested at the edge of the table, with remnants of tea still lingering in the teapot. It appeared that only one individual had been present. Gu Yu murmured. He summoned Black Wolf, instructing him to lead Yu and the others in another thorough search of the manor. With the knowledge that there were indeed living souls in this place, Gu Yu's heart was no longer at ease. Upon entering the adjacent room, he pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by a cloud of dust. Coughing, he waved his hand to disperse it, hastily retreating outside. That's more like it, Gu Yu muttered, decisively shutting the door. The contrast was stark. Even a fool could discern that someone had resided here. After nearly an hour of exploration, Gu Yu had a clearer understanding of the estate. Spanning over 300 acres, the manor boasted more than 100 rooms, predominantly constructed from wood. At the heart of the estate lay a vast pond, interconnected with the stream flowing from the back mountain. He selected several of the largest rooms to store all the materials. Gu Yu planned to dismantle these structures in due course. Though aesthetically pleasing, wooden buildings were of little practical use, as they were prone to fire. In the ensuing days, Gu Yu busied himself with organizing the manor, while a throng of zombies transformed into a construction crew. Yu successfully took on the role of foreman, while Nyo and Black Wolf were dispatched to the back mountain. Initially, he paid little attention to the matter, but a few days ago, a zombie was found dead on the back mountain. Upon investigation, it was revealed that it had been slain by a mere insect. This revelation made Gu Yumming realize that the situation on the back mountain was far from optimistic. In this apocalyptic era, not only animals were mutating, even insects had undergone transformations. After 5 days of effort, Gu Yumming once again erected a formidable wall around the estate, a stone fortification towering 15 meters high. Even a 5th-tier creature like Xiao Yu would find it impossible to shatter it with a single blow. It could be said that Gu Yumming had rejuvenated the entire estate in just over 10 days, bringing about a profound transformation. Annie Yu and Hailang returned from the back mountain bearing the corpses of numerous mutated animals, rabbits, wild chickens, wild dogs. This discovery brought a slight thrill to Gu Yumming. Indeed, he would no longer be lacking in raw materials. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. Gu Yumming was in the midst of roasting a rabbit the size of a piglet when Dayo hurried in. Master, there are humans outside. Guam uming pauja, surpresa, humans. He quickly realized that they must be the survivors who had previously inhabited this place. After so long, he had assumed they were dead. Let's go take a look. Gu Yumming discarded the roasting rack and instructed Xiaozi, finished roasting it for me a few days ago, inspired by a sudden whim. I combined the flesh and blood of mutated creatures with a new essence, resulting in a novel blood serum. Not only did it delight Xiao Zi and the others, but even Xiao Yu, a member of the Blood Clan, expressed an extraordinary fondness for it. It is noteworthy that Hei Lang has achieved the 8th tier, while Nyo has reached the 9th. Upon discovering this revelation, Gu Yu was utterly astonished. He scrutinized the panel repeatedly until he was finally convinced. Over the past several days, whenever there was a moment of leisure, streams of stellar energy would converge into the bodies of Nyo and Hei Lang. Almost incessantly, both were growing stronger, leading Gu Yu to suspect they were somehow cheating. When he inquired, they too were at a loss regarding the cause of these changes. After much contemplation, he began to surmise that these transformations likely stemmed from that peculiar downpour outside the manor. Beyond the estate, Xuezhi gazed at the towering stone walls, rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief and his mouth agape. What had transpired? He had only been gone for a mere 10 days. How could everything have transformed so drastically in such a short span? Soon, Xuezhi regained his composure, furrowing his brow and adopting a vigilant demeanor. The scene before him indicated the presence of others in this locale. Given the scale of the situation, it was evident that there were many individuals involved. Xuezhi's expression darkened, cursing under his breath at his misfortune. How unfortunate! After much effort to find such a splendid place, it had been usurped by others. However, Xuezhi did not leave. He wished to discover who had dared to encroach upon his territory. His audacity to remain stemmed entirely from the fact that he was a 5th-tier extraordinary being. This was the source of his courage to act alone in the apocalyptic world. Under the leadership of Gu Yu, they ascended the low steps to the high wall. At the outset of construction, he had specifically reserved low steps for access to the high wall, which are distinctly separated, resembling ancient city walls, yet with subtle differences. To design this formidable structure, he spent an entire night sketching blueprints. Gu Yu did not ascend the high wall, but instead stood at the center of the low wall, gently pushing aside a wooden peg. Through the small aperture, Gu Yu covertly observed Xuezhi outside. System scan. Species, human level, 5th-tier advanced physique, 263 strength, 265 speed, 267 ability. Fire control 5th tier? Gu Yu shook his head, a sense of reassurance washing over him. He had been unnecessarily concerned, thinking the individual formidable, only to discover he was merely a 5th tier. Now, he regarded a 5th-tier extraordinary being with disdain. He summoned the Black Wolf and whispered a few words into its ear. In an instant, the Black Wolf leaped from the low wall. Xuezhi, taken aback, was about to react when he was sent flying backward, landing 3 to 4 meters away. Thud! Xuezhi crashed to the ground, sliding an additional 2 meters. Sharp stones leaving fine trails of blood upon his face. Struggling to rise, Xuezhi's eyes were filled with terror. As the ominous Black Wolf approached with deliberate steps, Xuezhi's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. In the next instant, he found himself kneeling. "Spare me. I am willing to serve as a mere cattle herder," Xuezhi cried out, his voice resonating with desperation, as if fearing that a mere misstep would result in his demise. Gu Yu, observing Xuezhi's complete lack of dignity, was taken aback. Goodness, this is quite an eye-opener. To kneel so readily? What has become of your pride? Fortunately, Xuezhi remained oblivious to Gu Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have erupted in a furious tirade. If it were you, you would kneel as well. At that moment, Xuezhi's heart was flooded with trepidation. With just a single blow, he had been sent hurtling through the air. In that fleeting moment, he had been utterly unprepared. After all, he was a 5th-tier extraordinary being, and he felt he should not be so utterly helpless. Though he had faced 6th-tier extraordinary beings before, none had exerted such overwhelming pressure upon him. As he gazed at his adversary, Xuezhi felt as if he were confronting a bloodthirsty wolf. And what of dignity and face? Such concerns were worth little in the face of mortality. Moreover, this was not his first instance of kneeling. After doing so repeatedly, it had become second nature. To yield rather than confront defeat was a matter devoid of shame. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yu returned to his senses, rendered speechless. This unexpected act of submission left him momentarily disconcerted. Should he still end Shui Ji's life? But to spare him seemed futile as well. Soon, Guyu found clarity in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Shui Ji awaited with bated breath, and in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind howled past him, the icy blast slicing against his face like a blade. Shui Ji suddenly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon, shattering instantaneously. Guyu shook his head and murmured, "Why bother? It's better this way. You force my hand into murder." Ultimately, Guyu resolved to eliminate his adversary. The human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. Leaving the opponent alive could lead to unforeseen chaos. The most treacherous are those who can bend and yield. Their hearts are imbued with darkness, ready to stab one in the back. He commanded several zombies to dispose of the corpse and return to the manor. He intended to tidy up before attempting to create a new species. However, resources were running low. Fortunately, the abundant yield of the back mountain allowed him to occasionally procure game. It seemed necessary to send Black Wolf and Inyo out to search for supplies once more. With Inyo's intellect, the quest for resources would pose no challenge. With such capable subordinates, who would still venture out themselves? Meanwhile, within the city of Yun, countless zombies began to converge. Following the night of the toxic rain, many zombies had successfully emerged. In comparison to humans, zombies were indeed more suited to the principle of survival of the fittest. They evolved through mutual consumption, with the powerful dominating the weak, establishing a rigid hierarchy. After more than 10 days of contention, a new zombie king was born among them, and not just any ordinary one. In a mere half-day, it had amassed over 10,000 zombies, a number that continued to grow, despite the assembly of a vast horde of zombies. The formidable corpse king showed no inclination to assault the nearby shelter. Witnessing such a colossal congregation of the undead, the pioneers outside were struck with fear and retreated immediately. Within the span of an hour, all major shelters were apprised of the alarming news. Many smaller shelters prepared for evacuation, yet the zombies exhibited no signs of aggression. This perplexity left the populace bewildered. Nonetheless, as a consequence of the situation, some shelters hastily announced their disbandment. The sheer magnitude of over 10,000 zombies was a terrifying prospect, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Above Wanyu Plaza, 2 armed helicopters circled in from the direction of the Cloud City shelter, their incessant buzzing echoing through the air. After hovering for a brief moment, one helicopter veered westward. Inside one of the helicopters, a burly man with a rugged visage lowered his binoculars, plunging into a contemplative silence before finally speaking. "We have not located the Corpse King, but there are numerous 5th-tier zombies among them, and even some 6th-tier." As he spoke, he retracted a specialized alloy line from beside him. In his grasp was an instrument the size of a book, displaying a myriad of varying numbers. This cutting-edge technology was capable of detecting biological energy fluctuations, thus determining the life forms levels. Although it had a margin of error, it was not significant. Currently, it was experimental equipment made available for their reconnaissance mission. Within the helicopter, 2 others were present, a pilot and a man gripping a machine gun tightly. The bearded man spoke once more. The previous intelligence was flawed. The number of zombies has increased yet again, with preliminary estimates suggesting no less than 30,000. 30,000? Exclaimed the man gripping the machine gun, peering cautiously over the edge. Gazing at the ominous tide of corpses, he swallowed hard. What did the horde of zombies intend? Who could say? But an unsettling aura enveloped the scene. After concluding his statement, the bearded man retrieved a cigar and ignited it. He inhaled deeply, and the cigar burned halfway down before he exhaled several moments later. I truly wonder if I will have another opportunity to enjoy this." While he mused, the expression of the gun-wielding man shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Be careful." In the distance, a swarm of black crows surged forth, their chilling cries piercing the sky, mingling with the roar of the helicopter. "Damn it, those creatures again. Lao Wu, we need to get out of here." The bearded man hoisted a machine gun, aiming at the flock of crows and unleashing a frenzied barrage. Fiery bursts erupted as bullets rained down, creating a veritable curtain of fire in the air. The man controlling the machine gun joined in, firing indiscriminately without the need for precision. Boom! Boom! Two missiles launched from the sides of the aircraft, plummeting into the midst of the crows, exploding with tremendous force. Flames erupted, and crows the size of basketballs were reduced to mere F at long last. They have rid themselves of those wretched creatures. This is not their first encounter with them. These crows possess an extraordinary capacity for vengeance, having previously dispatched but one. They had not anticipated the subsequent swarm that would relentlessly pursue them. If they were merely ordinary crows, it would be one thing, but alas. This particular flock consists entirely of mutated beings, imbued with remarkable strength. The bearded man casually discarded his firearm and declared, "Let us hasten back. Those brutes have set their sights on us, and remaining here is tantamount to courting death." Encountering a mere flock of crows is fortunate enough. Had they come across even more formidable mutated creatures, they would surely meet their demise today. The skies now belong not to humanity, and those who venture forth are akin to a death squad. The perils of the skies far exceed those on the ground. Without aircraft, a fall from such heights guarantees not just injury, but a fate worse than death. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the ominous throng of zombies, an exceedingly peculiar one was observing intently. This zombie was grotesquely unusual, with an exceptionally large head that starkly contrasted with its frail, childlike body. Its eyes bulged menacingly, the irises a striking azure. Even more bizarrely, upon its chest was a twisted, malevolent human face, seemingly alive in its grotesque contortion. As the helicopter receded into the distance, the oversized-headed zombie erupted into a frenzied shriek, emitting a peculiar sonic wave. This wave spread outward, tangible and palpable, causing the previously agitated zombies to fall into an eerie stillness. In that moment, a chilling silence enveloped the scene. Countless zombies advanced like a relentless army, silently departing from Wanyu Square. Near the towering zombie, a throng of exceptionally robust, evolved zombies gathered, each towering 4 to 5 meters high, their bodies rippling with bulging muscles. Unlike their counterparts, the glimmers of humanity were strikingly evident in the eyes of these creatures. Unbeknownst to Guyu, the events unfolding in the outside world were far removed from his consciousness. In this moment, he felt as though he were ensconced in a utopian paradise, oblivious to the tumult beyond his walls. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of his estate, which he had meticulously transformed, he noted that most of the structures had already been dismantled. The entire estate comprised 3 separate courtyards, which, judging by their design, seemed to have been prepared for special guests before the apocalypse. Though not expansive, the combined area of the houses and courtyards measured over 300 square meters. He had interconnected 2 of the courtyards, one designated for storing materials for the creation of new species, while the other had been converted into a laboratory. He had nearly emptied the municipal hospital of its medical equipment, materials, and pharmaceuticals. Within the courtyard, various devices were arranged, and 2 diesel generators were installed in the corner. Notably, he had scavenged more than 20 generators throughout the estate, along with a substantial supply of diesel. For the foreseeable future, a shortage of electricity was unlikely. Raising his gaze to the still, murky sky, Guyu began to immerse himself in his work. This time, he intended to create 2 species, werewolves and elves. Recently, black wolves had discovered a pack of wild wolves on a mountainside. After much contemplation, Guyu ultimately resolved to transform them into werewolves. The wild wolves possessed a maximum strength of merely tier 3. Even under the control of the black wolf, their efficacy was rather limited. It would be far more advantageous to convert them into werewolves, as their power would be elevated by at least 1 tier. Furthermore, the combat capabilities of werewolves far surpassed those of wild wolves. The only element still lacking was the zombies, but he had already dispatched Io and Xiaoyu to lead the undead in their capture. He was confident that once he had procured the necessary materials, Dio and his team would soon return. Casting a glance at a towering crimson flower nestled in the corner, Guyu felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. He wondered what kind of spirit he would create. He believed he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. That magnificent red flower was no ordinary bloom. It was a genuine mutated plant. However, in the early stages, plants were rather ineffective. Their inherent nature confined them to the soil, and they lacked any substantial means of attack. Despite being a Tier 3 mutated organism, it could hardly contend with even a Tier 2 high-level zombie. It was quite a coincidence that this colossal flower had been discovered while he was scanning the vicinity for materials to create new species. Shaking off his musings, Guyu immersed himself once more in the configuration of materials. Time slipped away, minute by minute. After a considerable duration, he was interrupted by a crackling sound of static. "Greetings, fellow compatriots. I am Qinshunian." A deep, resonant male voice, rich with magnetism, emanated from the nearby radio receiver, breaking the silence. Guyu delicately adjusted the radio in his hands, patiently awaiting the forthcoming words. This device had emitted its eerie sounds before. He could not recall precisely when it had first come to life. 3 days prior, when he fortuitously turned it on, it had already been functioning. However, he was certain that it had not been operational when he first traversed into this realm, for he had previously experimented with it, only to be met with static. Over the past 3 days, he had occasionally tuned in, hoping to glean some insights about his surroundings. Yet, the information was scant. The broadcast primarily discussed survival techniques in this apocalyptic world and methods to fend off the undead. Guyu found such topics utterly uninteresting and entirely irrelevant to his needs. As someone with extraordinary abilities, did he truly require such knowledge? His heightened interest this time stemmed solely from the identity of the speaker, Qinshunian. This name had surfaced only once in the past 3 days. Moreover, he bore another title, the Leader of Dawn. Naturally, Guyu was unaware of what this Dawn organization entailed, but from Qinshunian's own account, it appeared to have been established post-apocalypse. The voice on the radio hesitated momentarily, perhaps due to instability or some other reason. Amidst the static, a tone that was somewhat solemn emerged once more. "Here, let us once again pay tribute to our compatriots who perished in this desolate world. During this time, please call upon your companions to listen together." Qinshunian's voice resonated with an unusual weight, oppressive enough to take one's breath away. In the next moment, the radio filled the air with an exceedingly mournful melody. Guyu cast a glance around, observing the expressionless figures of the zombies, and let out a helpless sigh. "I am sorry. My companions do not comprehend." Simultaneously, across every sanctuary in the nation, the mournful melody resonated. Countless individuals wept silently as memories of their loved ones flooded back at the moment the music began. Some crouched in corners, weeping inconsolably, their once stalwart demeanor crumbling as they cried like children. Women clutched garments, shedding tears in quiet despair. In this apocalyptic era, even the presence of a lifeless body has become a luxury. Naturally, many remained indifferent, casting cold glances at their surroundings. Some cried, while others laughed. Some expressed pity, while others reveled in misfortune. As the song gradually faded, the voice of Qinshunian echoed once more from the radio. "I have little to share with you today, but I implore you to remember. Over the past 6 months of this apocalypse, humanity has endured immeasurable trials and faced countless dangers. You are undoubtedly aware that we only recently commenced broadcasting. I bear sorrowful news. One of our plans has met with failure. Over these 6 months, we have exerted tremendous effort, with countless individuals toiling in silence. And 2,000 nameless heroes have made the ultimate sacrifice. Henceforth, no further aid will arrive. Everything rests upon you now. Furthermore, the toxic rain from 23 days ago has ushered in a new crisis, accelerating the evolution of the zombies, and many of our fellow beings have succumbed to this fate." Qinshunian's voice faltered momentarily, adopting an exceedingly sorrowful tone as he uttered, "1 day ago, the capital fell completely. Half of the populace has retreated to the highlands, where a new base has been established." A gasp echoed through the air as all those listening to the broadcast were rendered utterly speechless. The capital has fallen? Countless minds blanked, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, rendering them deaf to any sound. No, how could this be? It is inconceivable. Suddenly, someone leapt to their feet, screaming wildly, their visage twisted in madness. At the moment the news of the capital's fall was announced, it felt as though something within the hearts of all present had collapsed. Those 6 months of apocalypse had already transpired. Many still harbored hope, yearning for the invincible armies to rescue them from their plight. How could they possibly accept this disheartening outcome? The capital, that was the sanctuary of their faith. Gu Yu, too, was momentarily stunned, halting his actions, incredulously murmuring, "The capital has fallen? What on earth has transpired? If even the capital has succumbed, can any other place remain secure?" At that moment, Gu Yu was not alone in his query. Where lies the future of humanity? With closed eyes, all is engulfed in darkness. Yet, humanity shall ultimately triumph over this fate. After a prolonged silence, Chun Shunyan's voice resounded once more, solemnly proclaiming, "The widespread outbreak of zombies has caught us off guard. But I wish to convey to all my fellow compatriots, humanity has traversed through the long corridors of time, enduring the savage epochs of primal existence and confronting countless crises, leading us to the present day. How can we possibly be daunted by the mere specter of the apocalypse? Half a year into this cataclysm, have we not persevered? From our initial state of bewilderment and uncertainty, we have now adapted. And I firmly believe that one day we shall once again stand resolutely upon this earth. The determination of mankind can triumph over the heavens. What can the heavens do? If the heavens seek our annihilation, then we shall topple them and forge a new sky of our own." Chun Shunyan's voice resonated with conviction, reverberating through the radio waves to all corners. "Fellow compatriots, trust in us. We have not abandoned you. We will rescue all scientists across the territory and transport them to the highlands to collectively devise strategies against the apocalypse and the undead. Therefore, in the time to come, I implore all shelters to safeguard our scientific talents. Dawn will dispatch aid. They shall become the flickering flames that illuminate these dark times, and together we shall forge ahead." Chun Shunyan's powerful rhetoric seemed to instill a sense of calm among the previously panicked populace. Everyone stood still, attentively absorbing every word he uttered. Furthermore, not long ago, we successfully developed an injection to suppress the zombie virus. If administered within 3 minutes of infection, even an ordinary person can mitigate the effects of the virus. This achievement is attributed to the relentless efforts of our 18 dedicated scientists, who labored tirelessly for 28 consecutive days and nights, testing the antidote on themselves, ultimately culminating in the creation of antidote number 1. However, 8 illustrious scientists have departed from us forever, and I implore my compatriots to remember their names, for they deserve to be honored by all of humanity. Chun Shunyan's voice deepened as he slowly recited a list. Kai Aorong, Wang Chung, Lu Biyun, Wen Guogang. As the names were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, steeped in sorrow. A mournful farewell song resonated from a crackling radio. In that moment, as Chun Shunyan's heartfelt words echoed, the crowd seemed to witness a vivid tableau. A group of indistinct figures clad in white lab coats, toiling away in a laboratory, their faces etched with unmistakable fatigue and despair. Some erupted in joyous laughter over a breakthrough, while others sat despondently on the floor, their faces a mask of anguish. Some furiously struck their own heads in frustration. Elderly men, their hair flecked with gray, lay back with satisfied smiles, only to succumb to the ground. The earth trembled as if a stone had been cast into a still pond. At that moment, an unutterable pang stirred within every heart. Once they fell, they could not rise again. Chun Shunyan's somber voice drew everyone back to the present. Finally, I wish to state that from this moment forth, Dawn shall assume command of all military operations, and concurrently, we shall rally aspiring individuals to join us, with myself as the supreme commander of Dawn. Humanity stands on the precipice of life and death. Let us strive together. All remaining strongholds that have yet to succumb must dedicate themselves to nurturing the extraordinary, ready to heed Dawn's commands when necessary. After a period of time, we shall dispatch members of Dawn to various shelters to deliver the formula for antidote number 1. We urge all shelters to refrain from hoarding it. Furthermore, We will soon broadcast a method to unlock extraordinary powers and means for enhancement, which will increase the likelihood of awakening for ordinary individuals. We wish for each of us to become extraordinary. All shelters must adhere to these directives. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. Upon discovery of any violations, Dawn shall execute the offenders, and others may exercise the right to enact capital punishment. The final message is directed to all shelters. Steer clear of the Nightfall Research Institute. The radio fell silent once more. In that moment, the thoughts of everyone could no longer find tranquility. Antidote number 1. Although its effectiveness is limited to a mere 3 minutes post-injection, this news undoubtedly instilled hope in the hearts of many. For this signifies a promising beginning. Numerous individuals dread the undead, primarily due to the fear of being infected by the zombie virus. With the advent of antidote number 1, the risk of infection will be significantly diminished. The emergence of antidote number 1 particularly benefits the soldiers. The military, with only a handful of awakened extraordinary beings, still consists predominantly of ordinary individuals. Once antidote number 1 becomes widespread, regular soldiers shall no longer fear infection, thus reducing unnecessary casualties. The prospect of awakening extraordinary powers excites the populace even more. Everyone understands that only extraordinary beings will possess greater influence in the future. To become extraordinary, this is a grand aspiration. Yet, the rulers of some shelters remain unsettlingly calm. This action poses a threat to their dominion. For some rulers of the shelters, this is utterly intolerable. Having grown accustomed to their tyranny over the past 6 months of the apocalypse, they would never willingly relinquish their current status. Some rulers even dismiss Shunnian's assertions with scorn. With the capital having fallen, what power do they possess to govern them? From this point forward, their reign is dictated solely by their whims. In this apocalypse, might makes right. Guyu switched off the radio, his expression a tapestry of complexity. While Shunnian had revealed much information, it was the final remark that truly captured his attention. The Nightfall Research Institute. He was all too familiar with the enigma surrounding Nightfall. Everything within its shadows exuded an air of mystery, and they possessed an unparalleled understanding of all matters in this desolate world. Within Nightfall, advanced scientific technologies thrived, surpassing the capabilities of this era. Upon reflection, there had been certain research directions within Nightfall that seemed quite peculiar. Yet, the original self had always been preoccupied with personal affairs, paying little heed to other matters, resulting in a current state of partial ignorance. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts, causing an inexplicable sense of agitation. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled the distractions and resumed his task of preparing the potion. Before long, Dia returned with a horde of zombies in tow. Glancing at the undead bound by chains, Guyu nodded slightly. Indeed, they appeared quite robust. The quality of the raw materials is crucial, as it significantly influences the creation of life forms. He commanded the Black Wolf to summon all the mutated wild wolves, a total of 32, each standing over a meter tall, fierce and menacing. Guyu embarked on the werewolf creation project. Since transforming zombies proved futile, he sought an alternative path. It was merely about amassing forces. Come forth. Let us see who fears whom. Half of the capital's populace has retreated to the highlands. What of the other half? It is self-evident. The self-inflicted strife among humans is their own affair, beyond his concern. Throughout history, has there been a scarcity of civil wars among humanity? Yet, the fate of humankind shall not be dictated by zombies. An inexplicable urgency gnawed at Guyu's heart. The external world harbored peril, and it was only a matter of time before his small domain would be affected. This time, it was not only the domestic situation that appeared powerless. Abroad, chaos would likely reign even more. Although tumultuous in the past, there lingered a fear of the looming shackles, the dread of eventual reckoning. The moment Shunnian declared the capital's fall, those shackles would be irrevocably shattered. Fear would dissipate, and wrongdoers would act with unbridled audacity. The malevolence inherent in human nature would be magnified manifold, exposing all the world's ugliness. These times were destined to plunge into darkness. Ultimately, The fate of humanity would revert to the individual. Guyu realized it was time to consider his own future, for this war promised to be protracted. He harbored no lofty ideals, yet one truth remained clear. He did not wish to perish. Whoever sought his demise would find themselves met with his lethal resolve. System. Commenced the fusion. With the creation of dozens of werewolves, the opportunities for further creations became rather limited. One could only hope that the forthcoming elves would provide some surprises. In truth, he had a greater inclination towards the creation of mythical species. Having witnessed the prowess of the formidable Ainyo and the Black Wolf, ordinary species had become rather unremarkable in his eyes. Regrettably, that massive boar was unsuitable as a material for creating mythical beings. However, the sheep could suffice. Yet he found himself lacking in other necessary components. Reflecting on it now, the ability to conjure Ainyo and the Black Wolf felt like a stroke of extraordinary luck. Observing the merging process, he instructed Yu to keep watch, then proceeded to the adjacent room designated for storing supplies. Before long, Guyu returned, cradling a half-person tall, exquisitely carved tree stump. The rings on the top indicated that this tree must have been at least 40 years old. It could be surmised that the master of this estate was indeed a wealthy individual, for the manor was replete with opulent items. When he discovered the stump, it was adorned with a blanket, clearly repurposed as a chair. Ainyo, extract that flower carefully, and do not destroy it, Guyu instructed. Ainyo nodded and strode purposefully towards the vibrant red giant flower. As Ainyo approached, two enormous leaves lashed out with tremendous force, creating a gust that sliced through the air. Crack! Crack! The sound was sharp and resonant. Unfazed, Ainyo seized the lower part of the giant flower and yanked with great vigor. Due to the intricately intertwined roots, the ground around him cracked open, and as the flower was uprooted, a 2-meter-wide pit manifested on the surface. Guyu sighed deeply, realizing that the name Ainyo was not without reason. It had become somewhat unruly. The gigantic flower thrashed wildly, its numerous stems striking at Ainyo with ferocity. Only Guyu's command prevented Ainyo from being torn to shreds in that moment. Guyu was acutely aware that Ainyo was far from the gentle and naive facade it presented. Beneath that simple exterior lay an exceptionally savage heart. He lifted a bottle containing a pre-prepared liquid and instructed Ainyo to submerge the gigantic flower into a large barrel. As the crimson liquid made contact with the flower, a dense green mist began to rise. Strangely enough, the mist emanated a delicate fragrance that was profoundly refreshing. Aha! Guyu marveled softly. Natural perfume. How splendid it would be if this were not in a post-apocalyptic world. I could amass a fortune solely from this. Shaking his head with a sigh, Guyu did not hesitate in his movements. He poured the blue potion over the top of the gigantic flower. The liquid swiftly enveloped the flower, adorning it with a resplendent blue cloak. This bottle of blue reagent was far from ordinary. It was exceptionally precious, entirely derived from melted synthetic substances. After approximately 10 minutes, he summoned a green zombie to chop the tree stump into fragments to be placed within. At this juncture, the zombie's long, pointed nails proved useful. It was not that he wished to avoid using a knife. Rather, the condition was that it must not come into contact with iron. How peculiar! The gigantic flower, which had been thrashing moments ago, now fell eerily silent, its body curling inward, branches retracting, and petals folding back together. Covering the lid, he retrieved a box of firecrackers, igniting one with a swift motion before carelessly discarding it. The dry wood, tainted with diesel, instantly ignited into flames. A soft explosion followed, and the fire surged dramatically. In an instant, the entire half-height alloy barrel was engulfed in a fierce blaze, the pungent scent of diesel wafting through the air. Guyu inhaled deeply. Surprisingly, it was rather pleasant. He had grown weary of critiquing the peculiar manufacturing methods employed by the system. Glancing up at the overcast sky, he tightened his clothing and stepped into the house. This wretched weather had been growing increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, in the city center, 50,000 zombies congregated with an imposing presence. From all corners of Yin City, zombies arrived almost incessantly. It was easy to imagine that over time, this would culminate in a massive tide of the undead. Beyond this horde, two figures clad in black stealthily approached. Remarkably, they navigated through the throng of zombies with utter silence, suppressing all traces of their presence, while the surrounding zombies seemed oblivious to their existence. They were members of the Shadow in the azure sky, tasked with intelligence reconnaissance, each possessing uniquely extraordinary powers. On the fifth day, the number of zombies increased by 2,000, among which there were suspected seventh-tier entities. One individual inscribed a note on paper, then, using a dagger, carved a small pit in the ground to bury the paper, etching unique symbols of the azure sky around it. Should they survive, they would return with all the intelligence. But if they perished, this information would undoubtedly be claimed by those who came after. Anyone who joins the Shadows has long since prepared themselves for inevitable death. After completing their tasks, the man lowered his voice and said, "Jiangzi, shall we venture deeper?" The man named Jiangzi retracted his binoculars, hesitating as he replied, "Xuanzi, if we delve deeper, there's a risk of being discovered. It should be fine. Let us proceed further. I have a strong premonition that there is something significant in the heart of that area." "Very well. We shall head towards that tall building. It will facilitate our retreat." The two swiftly departed from their original location, their movements agile, traversing several hundred meters in mere seconds, resembling real-life spiders. After a few leaps, they ascended to the 14th floor of the towering edifice. Standing atop the building, they gazed out upon the surging tide of corpses, a dense sea of black dots obscuring their view. As Jiangzi raised his binoculars for a mere glance, his complexion drained of color, and he trembled as he uttered, Xuanzi, look over there." His tone carried a hint of suppressed terror. Xuanzi froze, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he hurriedly grasped the binoculars to peer in the direction Jiang had indicated. In the midst of the horde of zombies stood towering figures, each grotesque and menacing, forming concentric circles around a particularly small, oddly shaped, giant-headed zombie at the center. A brief scan revealed hundreds of these abominations, while through the binoculars, they could see the giant-headed creature seemingly oscillating between laughter and tears as it fixated its gaze upon them. Its bulging eyes instilled a chilling dread, exuding brutality and malice. In that moment of eye contact, it felt as though everything was laid bare, and an inexplicable wave of terror surged within them. Mechanical life, suddenly, Jiangzi felt a profound trepidation as his throat tightened, leaving him unable to articulate his thoughts. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror as a shadow materialized before him. It was none other than the Headless Corpse King, its savage gaze fixated upon the two, emitting an unsettling sound from its maw. In the blink of an eye, it traversed hundreds of meters to stand before them. A chilling sensation crept over them, as if they were being watched, and a cold sweat drenched their bodies. In an instant, a pallid hand pierced through Jiangzi's heart as the Headless Corpse King drew near. A nauseating stench assailed him, and Jiangzi's eyes widened in terror. His expression twisted with fear. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out in rapid succession, wisps of smoke curling from the muzzle of the Desert Eagle held by his companion, Xuanzi. The bullets sped toward the Headless Corpse King, but astonishingly, they came to an abrupt halt just a mere centimeter from its form, suspended in midair. "How is this possible?" Xuanzi exclaimed, his eyes filled with panic. His extraordinary abilities were ill-suited for combat, which was why he had armed himself with a Desert Eagle. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing voice echoed through the air. "Human, D." Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief as his gaze dropped to the chest of the Headless Corpse King. There, a clear human face was visible, its lips moving incessantly as it savored a bright red. In an instant, darkness enveloped my vision, and an indescribable agony surged through my heart. The velocity was so overwhelming that Xuanzi, in his final moments, witnessed his own heart being extracted. Consuming the hearts of 2 individuals, the visage upon his chest writhed incessantly, seemingly undergoing a transformation. Upon closer inspection, one could discern features reminiscent of Jiangzi and Xuanzi's countenances. With a fierce growl, the mighty Headless Corpse King emitted a low roar, as though in a fit of rage, while the grotesque face gradually fell into silence. The Headless Corpse King leaned down, soon accompanied by the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth and ravenous consumption. A chilling breeze swept through, and the headless corpse king reemerged amidst the throngs of corpses. In the Yunlan manner, Guyu had just risen when a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating the species Spirit Wood. Reward obtained. Constitution 80, Strength 40, Speed 80, Mental Power 150, Creation Points 5,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 7th Order Extraordinary, gaining the species Mechanical Life. Guyu was momentarily taken aback. Mechanical life? The preceding rewards had become a norm, and he was no longer astonished. As for the 7th Order Extraordinary, with the 9th Order Ainyu around, he likely wouldn't need to intervene personally. Now, however, he found himself intrigued by this mechanical life. With a thought, he summoned the relevant information regarding mechanical life. Upon a mere glance, Guyu was astounded. Was this not akin to Transformers? The so-called mechanical life bore a striking resemblance to those iconic beings. However, there exists a notable distinction. The mechanical life forms presented by the system are far more complex than mere Autobots. To be more precise, it could be described as a transformation that allows humans to be converted into mechanical beings, thereby acquiring immense power. For instance, substituting a human body with a mechanical physique. According to the system's definition, this constitutes mechanical life. In Guyu's perspective, this is not merely mechanical life, but rather high technology. It is no exaggeration to assert that the global landscape would undergo a seismic shift due to this technology. Ordinary individuals transformed into mechanical beings. While he acknowledges the significance of this technology and understands its implications, he has no intention of surrendering it. Given the current state of chaos, he cannot guarantee that no one would covet his possession. He is well aware of the adage, a common man is innocent, yet the one who possesses a treasure is guilty. Of course, at this moment, even if they were to attempt it, they would be unable to produce such transformations, as certain elements require creative points for synthesis. The creation of simple mechanical bodies, however, can be accomplished without such resources. Gathering his thoughts, Guyu hurriedly made his way to the courtyard. He was eager to discover the appearance of the elf. As he stepped into the courtyard, his gaze was immediately captivated by a striking figure, adorned in a green leaf skirt, with a delicate visage, slightly elongated ears, and dark green hair gently swaying in the breeze. Her form was entwined with verdant foliage, exposing large areas of fair skin reminiscent of mutton fat to the open air, while her long legs stood tall and straight like bamboo, slender and elongated. A pair of semi-transparent wings fluttered lightly from her back, and a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. As the legend suggests, elves are indeed the favored children of the heavens and the earth. Their exquisite features irresistibly draw one in, igniting a fervent imagination. Upon seeing Guyu, the elf standing still instantly displayed a look of surprise and excitement. A thought from his father echoed in his mind, causing Guyu's expression to darken. Speechless, just as a fleeting idea began to form, it was completely extinguished by that utterance. System, initiate scan. Species, elf wood elf, level. Initial stage of 8th rank, constitution, 485 strength, 475 speed, 490 abilities. Life Guardian possesses extraordinary self-healing abilities and healing powers, capable of regenerating severed limbs. Wood summoning can utilize its own strength to create giant tree guardians, possessing power 1 rank lower than itself. Observing the resources displayed on the panel, Guyu nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Not bad. The team now has a healer. Although classified as an 8th rank being, Guyu speculated that its combat prowess might not be particularly formidable. Regardless of its strength, this elf certainly possesses an aesthetically pleasing allure. Hee. Guyu let out an odd chuckle. Could it be that in the future, he might have her serve him tea? A fitting name must be chosen. Guyu pondered for a moment before speaking. From now on, you shall be called Linger. Guyu always paid special attention to the first species he created. It is human nature. He would feel sorrow at the death of Xiao Lu and the others, yet remain unaffected by the demise of other zombies. Furthermore, due to limitations in materials, he found it impossible to create more species. Guyu turned and beheld a face filled with resentment and grievance. Guyu, feeling helpless, nearly forgot about the jealous nature of Xiao Zi. Meanwhile, the long silent gates of the sanctuary swung open with a resounding crash. The walls trembled violently as iron beasts emerged, exuding an unparalleled might. The cacophony of sound surged, raising clouds of dust that shrouded the sky. Following the procession of tanks was a convoy of armored vehicles. 50 tanks and 100 armored vehicles formed a torrent of steel. Modified trucks rolled out, bearing massive artillery pieces, with countless figures standing on either side. 2,000 soldiers and 500 extraordinary beings prepared for the impending confrontation. The roar of engines filled the air as 5 armed helicopters circled high above, leading the charge. Ultimately, the Cloud City Sanctuary resolved to take the initiative, intending to eliminate danger before it could manifest. Although this maneuver entailed significant risks, as no one could ascertain the extent of peril that lay ahead. A horde of the undead was far more than a mere gathering of zombies. The sanctuary's military swiftly advanced towards the city center. Along the way, the ground trembled, raising clouds of dust. The front line of tanks formed a formidable wave of steel, akin to savage beasts, demolishing the zombies drawn to their path. Unlike armored vehicles, the production of tanks has become exceedingly challenging in contemporary times. These are among the few tanks housed within the City of Cloud Sanctuary, each one remarkably precious. For this operation, the sanctuary has dispatched half of its tanks. Due to a scarcity of electricity, various electronic devices and machinery have become inoperative, rendering the fabrication of new tanks an arduous endeavor. The tanks presently in possession were left by the military before the apocalypse. Fortunately, following the outbreak, the military responded swiftly, effectively eliminating the zombies within their ranks and seizing the armory, thereby establishing a defensive stronghold within the barracks. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, to combat the zombie crisis, rescue survivors, and resist the tide of the undead, many tanks sustained damage. However, the City of Cloud successfully reclaimed the production line for armored vehicles 3 months after the outbreak and garnered substantial resources by selling a portion of these vehicles. Within one armored vehicle, the chief officer of this mission, Tiangang, perused the recently transmitted intelligence. Upon witnessing the alarming surge in zombie numbers, he felt as if a heavy weight had settled upon his chest. Gazing at the map spread before him, he inquired in a grave tone, "What is the current status of the personnel from each sanctuary?" This operation involved not only the City of Cloud Sanctuary, but also required all surrounding sanctuaries to coordinate their efforts, confronting a horde of tens of thousands of zombies. Even the City of Cloud Sanctuary could not afford to be complacent. The advisor beside him promptly responded, "According to the intelligence received 5 minutes ago, they are merely 10 minutes away from the city center." Indeed, Tiangang acknowledged. Tiangang nodded slightly and inquired once more, "Is there any news regarding the Blue Sky Sanctuary?" "None at present," the officer replied. Opposite Tiangang sat a bespectacled man, whose pallid complexion resembled that of a frail scholar, appearing somewhat ailing. Suddenly, the man coughed up blood and exclaimed in a fluster, "I have just detected an extraordinarily powerful energy fluctuation in this vicinity." Tiangang was taken aback, momentarily disregarding Jiang Dun's bleeding condition, and pressed on, "What exactly is happening? How strong is the energy fluctuation?" Tiangang was well aware of Jiang Dun's abilities. Although he lacked combat prowess, he possessed a unique skill for detection. Within a radius of 500 meters, he could sense any extraordinary energy. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Dun uncertainly replied, "At least level 7. Tiangang's expression grew grave, and he abruptly turned to ask, "How far is this place from the city center?" 600 meters. Tiangang's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted, "Quickly! Inform everyone to be on alert. Have all extraordinary individuals disembark and remain vigilant against zombie attacks." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar erupted. Boom! 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 The cacophony continued, followed by a hoarse bellowing cry. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The crowd's faces drained of color. At the forefront of the tank convoy, dozens of towering zombies formed a line, their massive bodies blocking the entrance, while countless others surged frantically from all directions. A foremost reconnaissance tank lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, while around it, the remnants of zombies lay shattered, torn apart by artillery fire. The tank convoy began to disperse in all directions, dark cannon muzzles unleashing shells that soared into the oncoming horde of zombies. The ground erupted, dust swirling like waves in a tempest, spreading violently outward. The mounted machine guns unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, flames erupting from their barrels. The congested streets hindered the tanks from spreading out swiftly, and the leading vehicles were soon besieged by towering zombies, which violently overturned them. This scene left onlookers in shock, as the tanks were effortlessly flung to the ground, showcasing a strength of at least 4 levels. Some zombies clambered atop the tanks, delivering powerful blows to the cannon, bending it under their might, causing the imminent shell to detonate. The terrifying explosion hurled the massive zombies away, severed limbs soaring through the air. The explosion of a single tank triggered a cascade of reactions as countless shards of shrapnel scattered in all directions. The forceful debris shattered nearby residences, instantly cleaving numerous zombies in two. Fortunately, during their advance, the tanks maintained a considerable distance from one another as a precaution. Had they not, the destruction from just one tank's explosion would have resulted in irreparable losses. Soon, countless extraordinary beings rushed from the rear, their eyes widening in horror at the sight before them. Confronted by the formidable zombies, the soldiers armed with rifles took refuge behind armored vehicles, ready to defend and retaliate. The remaining tanks commenced a methodical retreat, withdrawing to the flanks of the street. A fierce battle unfolded between the two sides along this thoroughfare leading to the city center. Behind the countless zombies, a towering figure, the Zombie King, loomed atop the shoulders of a nearly 5-meter-tall undead creature, coldly observing the scene before him. From time to time, a low growl escaped his lips as the horde of zombies surged forward relentlessly. Behind the Zombie King lay another zombie, notably rotund, sprawled upon the ground. At that moment, its swollen abdomen rhythmically expanded and contracted, as if gestating something profound, while its eyes glimmered with a maternal glow, a trait reminiscent of humanity. Not far from the battleground, a skittish group of mice emerged quietly, their crimson eyes darting about, exuding an almost human-like essence. At Yilon Manor, Guyu pondered the news just relayed by the little mouse, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Recently, the mouse's minions had grown to over 200. While lacking significant combat prowess, they served as excellent informants. Ultimately, it was the mouse's own limitations that constrained their development. Its inherent weakness resulted in the creation of similarly feeble progeny. Go, let them observe and inform me once the battle concludes, Guyu instructed, patting the little mouse on the head. The mouse nodded and swiftly departed. It appeared that another opportunity had arisen. Contemplating further, he summoned Xiao Yu to personally assess the situation, for he could not place his trust solely in the little mouse. Guyu then turned and entered the house, casually tidying up before calling for Nyo and Hei Lang. This time, he prepared to visit the seafood farm, hoping for an unexpected delight. If he could create a mythical species, it would propel him to new heights. Constrained by resources, the only way to enhance his strength swiftly was to strive to forge mythical beings. Although he appeared formidable, he understood that it was far from sufficient. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he noticed 2 figures locked in a fierce standoff. Guyu's expression darkened as he irritably exclaimed, "Xiao Zi, Ling Er, what are you two doing?" No sooner had he spoken than the two, who had been glaring at each other, immediately parted ways and rushed toward him in unison. "Stop!" Guyu raised his hand to halt them, his face stern. "Stand there and don't move." He now realized that sometimes having extraordinarily beautiful creatures around him was not entirely beneficial. While they were indeed a feast for the eyes, they often led to misunderstandings. Moreover, these two were vying for his affection, which had escalated into a confrontation. Guyu felt an urge to declare, "Stop dreaming. I will forever be the unattainable man for you." After educating Xiao Zi and Ling Er once more, he contemplated taking Ling Er with him as they departed. It was a twofold advantage. an opportunity to assess Ling Air's capabilities. Upon seeing Guyu take Ling Air along, Xiaozi immediately displayed her discontent, her face adorned with a look of grievance. "Master, I was wrong." Xiaozi's soft, pitiful voice resonated in Guyu's mind. He glanced at her, feeling somewhat helpless, and gently ruffled Xiaozi's head in consolation, saying, "All right, go practice with Xiao Lu." Watching Xiaozi's retreating figure, Guyu felt a tinge of exasperation. There is no alternative. The strength of Xiaozi and her companions has waned considerably. Initially, they were indeed formidable, yet since the emergence of mythical species, their advantages have dissipated. In terms of both power and intellect, ordinary species cannot compete with mythical ones. One can easily envision a future where the formidable beings under one's command will inevitably be mythical species. System: can Xiaozi and her companions undergo a secondary creation? Is it possible to transform them into mythical species? With the case of Xiao LV in mind, he yearned to experiment and see if he could elevate Xiaozi and her companions to the status of mythical beings. Host: the zombie species is a significant category. Their current weakness is merely a consequence of the limitations imposed by their creation materials and lineage. From one perspective, zombies can also be considered mythical species. Guyu paused, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. The drought demon. No, it's not just the drought demon. The progenitor of zombies seems to fall into this category as well. System: please retrieve information regarding mythical zombies, Guyu urged. If his conjecture proved accurate, it would open up a realm of possibilities. A holographic display materialized, listing various types of zombies. Ingo, Hoqing, Jiangchun, the four progenitors of zombies. Guyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could not help but chuckle. How delightful! However, as he delved into the information on the drought demon, his expression darkened. Alas, I, a pauper, am unworthy. The first material listed was beyond his means, a 9th-tier spiritual corpse. In essence, it pertains to the 9th tier of zombies. As for the others, they're inconsequential and can be disregarded, as none can be independently located. Climbing atop the Black Wolf, Guyu bellowed, "Let us depart." After a journey exceeding 20 minutes, they halted outside the breeding ground. Dismounting from the Black Wolf, Guyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head to dispel the sensation, he suppressed the nausea rising within and instructed Inyo to proceed ahead. It appears that he must seek a dedicated mount in the future. Following closely behind, enveloped by the presence of the Black Wolf and Ling Air, Guyu felt emboldened after ascending to the 7th tier of the extraordinary. Undoubtedly, a portion of this newfound courage stemmed from his ability to forge a connection with Inyo. As a 7th-tier extraordinary, he could link with up to 10 targets. Should he so desire, all attacks directed at him will be transferred to Inyo, thus mitigating the impact on his own life-threatening crises. As they crossed the threshold of the breeding ground, they were greeted by a landscape dotted with ponds, meticulously segmented like cultivated fields. A layer of brownish-green algae floated upon the water's surface, exuding a foul and pungent odor. Even from a distance of 6 or 7 meters, Guyu could still detect the acrid stench. The surrounding atmosphere was unnervingly silent. Not far from the entrance to the storage room lay several desiccated corpses, evidently feasted upon by zombies. Along the edges of the ponds, faint traces of a struggle were discernible. Guyu smiled enigmatically, casting his gaze around before retrieving a long wooden stick, partially obscured by dust, from the riverbank. "Black Wolf, go stir things up," he commanded. Gazing intently at the tranquil pond, Guyu let out a cold chuckle. "Are you pretending with me? I refuse to believe you won't emerge." The Black Wolf took hold of a wooden stick, advancing forward, and thrust it forcefully into the pond. The moment the stick plunged, the previously serene water erupted into tumultuous waves, splashing up to 3 meters high. Amidst the frothy chaos, a menacing figure, over 1 meter long, surfaced. In an instant, countless waves, like boulders, crashed down upon the Black Wolf. Faced with this immense torrent, the Black Wolf exhaled a fierce flame that instantly evaporated the oncoming waves. Seizing this opportunity, Guyu discerned the figure concealed beneath the water. With a broad, flattened head, The fish bore an astonishingly wide maw, lined with rows of teeth resembling sandpaper, numbering in the hundreds, complemented by long, trailing tentacles on both the upper and lower jaws. Though it appeared ferocious, Guyu felt no sense of threat. Perhaps it was even inferior to him. A tinge of disappointment flickered in Guyu's heart, yet he shouted, "Anyo, don't let it escape. I haven't had grilled fish in ages." With a single stride, Anyo shattered the ground beneath him, his form shooting forth like a cannonball. Surrounding him was a dense black mist, accentuating his somewhat menacing visage. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Anyo reached out to grasp the mutated fish. His immense strength effortlessly crushed the creature's bones. Anyo hovered in the air, clutching the mutated fish as he returned. The countless waves, upon encountering the thick mist surrounding Anyo, were seemingly corroded, transforming into a dark, ethereal fog. Observing the graceful figure of Anyo, Guyu felt a surge of envy. The ninth tier signified the ability to soar through the skies. Although it was not his first encounter with such a sight, Guyu remained astonished. It was indeed remarkable that humans could ascend to the heavens without the assistance of any tools. He commanded the black wolf to retrieve several massive stones and hurled them into the fish pond. He was curious to discover the extent of the mutated creatures dwelling within. As the stones plunged into the water, they erupted into towering waves, causing various mutated fish to leap from the depths. The pond was not particularly deep, and under the brute force of the black wolf's assault, all the fish hiding at the bottom were startled into view. Anyo, quickly catch the fish. Regardless of whether he could find the materials to create mythical beings, the mutated fish alone would make the endeavor worthwhile. Soon enough, the ever-successful Anyo encountered his first setback. He came face to face with a lengthy creature. More accurately, it was a water python. The reason for its presence in these waters remained a mystery. In the depths of the pond coiled a nearly 20-meter-long white python, standing upright, its scales glistening like jewels, with two prominent bulges atop its head. At first glance, one might mistake it for a grotesque growth. The cold, slit-like pupils of the water python were fixed intently on Anyo, concealing a profound sense of dread within their depths. System: Initiate scan. Species: Mutated python semi-dragon. Level: Advanced 7th tier physique, 456 strength, 459 speed, 458 ability, water manipulation, capable of controlling water, doubling its strength in aquatic environments. Venom: A lethal toxin resides within, capable of instantly terminating any creature below the 7th tier. Guyu inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his wildly beating heart. The unexpected delight had caught him off guard. Just when he was lamenting the lack of materials for creating life, a specimen appeared before him. If his memory served him correctly, this python could serve as a resource for numerous mythical beings. Zhujiu Yin, Ming Shi, Fei Yi Teng Shi, and most enticingly the dragon. Even if he could not conjure a true dragon, a flood dragon would suffice. The reality of the situation, however, illuminated the insurmountable gap in levels. Ultimately, the 7th tier water python was subdued by Anyo's overwhelming force. Its body was nearly shattered, scales scattered like confetti. Beyond the mere disparity in levels, the classification of species played a crucial role. As a mythical entity, Anyo exerted absolute dominance. The true combat prowess of mythical beings cannot simply be quantified by levels. Nevertheless, the potency of the water python's venom was indeed formidable. Only Anyo could withstand it. Had it been the black wolf, it would undoubtedly have shed its skin, if not succumbed completely. The ground tainted by the python's toxin lay in shadows, pockmarked with deep craters. This was the first time he realized Anyo possessed such remarkable toxin resistance. One could only conclude that mythical species were truly extraordinary. Observing the mutated python, now incapacitated, exhaling but unable to inhale, Guyu instructed Ling Er to invoke the Life Guardian. He was eager to witness the full extent of Ling Er's abilities. A vibrant sphere of green light blossomed from Ling Er's hands, flashing briefly before descending upon the body of the mutated python. Guyu was astonished to observe that the wounds on the mutated python were healing at a visibly rapid pace, with blood-soaked injuries mending swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the mutated python regained its vigor, its eyes reflecting confusion. At that moment, the creature appeared utterly perplexed, its large head adorned with question marks. It seemed to wonder what was unfolding. Of course, these were merely Gu speculations. The true thoughts of the beast remained a mystery. Anyo, go ahead and incapacitate it once more. Upon hearing this, Anyo stepped forward, his speed surging as he quickly approached the mutated python. Just as the creature attempted to flee, Anyo delivered a powerful punch, sending it crashing to the ground. Each strike reverberated through the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. The remaining scales were sent flying with each blow. Once it seemed sufficiently subdued, Guyu intervened to halt the assault. Regardless of their seemingly docile demeanor, he dared not let down his guard. After all, they were capable of inflicting harm. In this apocalyptic world, benevolence could not guarantee survival. Those who persevered were seldom the virtuous. This principle applied universally, whether to humans or animals. Outside the breeding ground, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, and the figure of Da Yu came into view. Earlier, Guyu had instructed Da Yu to bring the zombies along. It was impossible for just a few of them to transport so many creatures. After giving Da Yu a brief command, Guyu mounted the black wolf and led the way back. Meanwhile, the battle in the city center had escalated to a fever pitch. After nearly 2 hours of relentless combat, Yin City's forces have suffered grievous losses. The battlefield is strewn with corpses indistinguishable between human and zombie. Blood has saturated the streets, adding a macabre stroke to the somber sky. The intermittent artillery fire suggests that Tian Gang's ammunition is dwindling. The scene is dominated by wrecked tanks and armored vehicles. On the road ahead, a seemingly endless horde of zombies surges forward. Tian Gang himself has joined the fray, his body drenched in gore, a vile stench emanating from the black filth that covers him. A staff officer fights his way to Tian Gang, bellowing, "Commander, we've just received word that all other shelters have been ambushed and suffered heavy losses. They are already retreating." Retreat? Tian Gang's face darkens, his expression turning ashen. He roars, "After fighting to this extent, you tell me to retreat? Did my brothers die for nothing?" A burly man, wielding an axe, approaches Tian Gang from the left. Shouting amidst the battle, "Commander Tian, we must withdraw. The number of zombies is overwhelming, and they are clearly being controlled. Their attacks are coordinated. This zombie king is no ordinary foe." Chao Nyo, the leader of the extraordinary individuals, and himself a sixth-order transcendent, also urges retreat. The extraordinary individuals present are not only from the military. Some came for the remuneration offered by the shelters. However, at this point in the battle, most have grown weary. Their continued resistance is solely motivated by the fear of retribution. As the battle raged on, it seemed inevitable that some would falter and flee in the face of adversity. Tian Gang's eyes glowed crimson, and he gasped heavily, expressing his reluctance. How could I be unaware of this? Yet, once they departed, how much would it cost to locate the formidable Corpse King again? The Corpse King garnered its title due to its profound intelligence and dominion over the ordinary undead. The mere presence of thousands of zombies posed little threat, but under the leadership of the Corpse King, the outcome would be drastically different. Tian Gang glanced behind him, a wry smile forming on his lips. There, only a smattering of zombies lingered, utterly insignificant compared to the throng ahead. It was almost comical that even zombies had come to master the art of war. Just as Tian Gang prepared to issue the retreat order, a divine intervention occurred. A sudden explosion erupted on the right, sending a blinding fireball into the sky, obliterating countless zombies into fragments. A swarm of extraordinary individuals surged from the right flank. At the forefront were heavily armed melee combatants. Behind them, rows of elemental beings unleashed volley after volley of fireballs, each 3 to 4 meters in diameter. Upon striking the horde of zombies, the fireballs detonated with thunderous roars, clearing the path ahead with explosive force. As the fiery projectiles ceased, the sky became a storm of ice arrows, raining down in a relentless barrage that shredded the undead mercilessly. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a cacophony akin to a formidable dragon awakening. The earth split open, and sharp earthen spikes erupted from below, impaling the zombies mercilessly. This spectacle left everyone in awe. Tiangang's eyes sparkled with hope as he exclaimed, "Reinforcements have arrived." Merely 4 words ignited the fervor of battle within all present. As scions of the military, they had pledged from the moment of their enlistment to defend their homeland. Yet, the cataclysmic outbreak forced them to stand by helplessly, witnessing devastation unfold. They embarked on this perilous mission, fully aware of the mortal peril it entailed. Still, they came forth. To die is no regret. Chao Nyo exclaimed in astonishment, "Commander Tian, do you recognize them? They are for Blue Sky." No sooner had Tiangang spoken than a brilliant flash of swordlight surged forth. Several 4th-tier evolved zombies were instantly cleaved into fragments. A figure clad in a black robe emerged from the horde of corpses, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman. As the swordlight flickered, swathes of zombies fell one after another. In an instant, the fierce sword light surged through the desolate ruins, severed limbs and dismembered bodies soaring through the air, while dark ichors splattered forth, painting a gruesome tableau. Tiangang, momentarily taken aback, gazed in shock at the figure in black, his mind racing with questions. Who is he? Initially, he presumed it to be Fan Fa. Yet Fan Fa lacked such formidable prowess. The shadowy figure wielded his sword with ferocity, resembling a bulldozer as he barreled through the throng of zombies. Surprisingly, even a formidable 5th-tier evolved zombies could not withstand a single strike from him. Gazing at the figure in black, an inexplicable surge of valiant spirit arose within the hearts of the onlookers. One man can stand against a myriad. The figure in black leaped gracefully, landing before Tiangang, and coldly declared, "This area is yours to command. I shall go and slay that corpse king." With that, he sprang forth, vanishing amidst the endless tide of the dead. 72. Corpse King, you are in quite the predicament. Tiangang and his companions exchanged glances, bewildered. Who is this person? So arrogant. Can he truly slay the zombie king alone? Is he not a bit overconfident? Several advisors around him whispered, their faces betraying concern. From their understanding of the situation, none of the zombie kings that had emerged at this stage were weak. Captain Tian, is this person really from Blue Sky? I seem to have heard of Blue Sky, murmured Chao Nyo. Captain Tian regained his composure and shouted, "Enough chatter. Let us swiftly resolve this battle and assist him." Although he acknowledged the formidable strength of the individual, he did not believe that one person could single-handedly confront a zombie king amidst a horde of undead. Yes, the crowd echoed, their spirits soaring. With the addition of several hundred extraordinary beings from Blue Sky to the battlefield, Tiangang and his comrades felt an immense alleviation of pressure. In this era, the role of extraordinary beings on the battlefield far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. At the very least, their physical prowess is significantly superior, enabling them to engage in high-intensity combat. Once ordinary people are approached by zombies, their only recourse is to detonate grenades in a desperate bid for survival, while extraordinary beings can retreat with composure even when outmatched. The advancing team began to press forward continuously. Some ordinary soldiers started to fall back, setting up anti-aircraft guns for bombardment at the rear. Tiangang caught a glimpse of a figure in the ranks and urgently called out, "Wei Quan." The engaged Wei Quan turned to glance at Tiangang upon hearing his voice. "Let us go." He swiftly grabbed Ding Xian and leaped over, joining Tiangang's side. At present, Ding Xian had completely become Wei Quan's exclusive aide, accompanying him wherever he went. Captain Tian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and inquired, "How did you manage to arrive here? Wasn't it said that you were under siege?" Upon hearing this, Wei Quan glanced around, ensuring the surroundings were secure before responding. "Our team had detected the zombie movements in advance and adjusted our timing accordingly." Tiangang nodded, casting a profound glance at Wei Quan. His understanding of the enigma that was Blue Sky deepened. The ability to scout ahead was far from the simplicity it appeared. If even the resources of the Yun City shelter could not achieve such reconnaissance, how had they managed? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter and asked, "What of Brother Fan?" Wei Quan replied solemnly, "Brother Fan has led a team to rescue individuals from other shelters." At that moment, Chao Nyo interjected, Was that swordsman one of your Blue Sky members? Tian Gang felt a twinge of discomfort in his jaw. Chow Nyo had once again displayed his lack of tact. If not for his inability to communicate effectively, Chow Nyo's prowess would not have brought him here. To refer to someone as a swordsman was not entirely inaccurate, yet it sounded peculiar. Wei Quan glanced towards the direction of the zombie horde, casting an odd look at Chow Nyo as he asked, "Are you referring to Brother Wu Dao?" Wu Dao. Chow Nyo's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. He had been about to inquire, "Is your shelter truly a legitimate one?" The very name suggested otherwise, leaving him with an unsettling impression. Chow Nyo cast a dubious glance at Wei Quan, silently pondering from where they had emerged. Tian Gang expressed his astonishment, inquiring if he was indeed the leader of the Blue Sky Sanctuary. He possessed some knowledge regarding the sanctuary, having heard of its existence, yet knew little of its leader's exploits. Logically, such a formidable, extraordinary being should not remain obscure. Bei Quan nudda calmly, his demeanor betraying no sign of deceit as he spun his tail. He was reluctant to dwell on this topic, purposefully diverting the conversation. "Captain Tian, let us discuss this later. We must first address the zombies." Their exchange was brief, scarcely lasting a minute. At Wei Quan's prompting, Tian Gang felt a flicker of doubt, but refrained from further inquiry. As for the aloof Chow Nyo, lacking familiarity, he chose to remain silent, especially since Tian Gang had withheld his questions. Wu Dao advanced through the throng of zombies, utilizing the fallen shells as leverage to propel himself forward. Despite having attained the 7th tier of extraordinary prowess, he approached the seemingly endless tide of the undead with utmost caution. Wu Dao was not one to linger in combat. He swiftly navigated through the horde, soon spotting the imposing figure of the great head zombie king perched atop a massive zombie-esque shoulder. Behind the great head zombie king loomed an ominous sea of zombies, densely packed and relentless. With a single glance, Wu Dao recognized the unmistakable presence of the zombie king, always the most distinctive among the horde. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the dozens of evolved zombies surrounding him, a weight of gravity settling in his heart. Indeed, this was no trivial matter. Just as Wu Dao was about to take a step forward, a thunderous explosion resonated beside him. With an impassive expression, he channeled star power through his legs and leaped aside. In the next moment, a pitch-black zombie crashed down where he had just stood, seeking death. Wu Dao's gaze turned icy as he swung his sword with fervor. The blade cleaved through the air, producing a sound akin to fabric being torn. As the head of the dark zombie was sent soaring, blackened blood splattering forth, droplets staining Wu Dao's resolute face. He grasped the collar of his robe and yanked it fiercely, revealing a black short-sleeved shirt. With a sudden retreat, he unleashed a surge of star power within him, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The chilling glimmer of his sword light surged forth, creating a searing blaze as it sliced through the air with astonishing speed. Roaring, 2 formidable evolved zombies stood in his path, their massive hands reaching out to grasp Wu Dao with ferocity. Oof! He let out a cold snort as a brilliant golden light enveloped his sword. The 3 forces clashed instantaneously, winds howling and dust billowing. The imposing head zombie let out a low growl, and the surrounding evolved zombies swiftly joined the fray. Amidst the swirling dust, flashes of golden sword light intermittently illuminated the chaos. Thud! Something seemed to tumble to the ground, and Wu Dao emerged from the haze of dust, the back of his black shirt torn open, revealing a long claw mark etched into his skin. Clearly, the recent battle was far more complex than it initially appeared. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the grotesque visage upon the massive zombie shoulders. Humans dare to follow if you can. More precisely, it emanated from the sinister face upon its chest. In Wu Dao's perception, it was the great zombie king speaking. The voice, raspy, sharp, and eerily devoid of humanity, pierced Wu Dao's ears. His pupils constricted in shock as he fixated on the great zombie, his expression a mask of disbelief. A zombie can speak. Wu Dao inhaled sharply, allowing the air to swirl within his lungs, his countenance darkening. The great zombie king flashed a wicked grin, patting the head of the colossal zombie beneath him. The enormous creature let out a low growl, before turning and sprinting to the left. Although it appeared to move swiftly, it did not venture far, seemingly waiting for Wu Dao to catch up. Wu Dao's gaze flickered as he observed the throngs of zombies ahead, exhaling sharply before pivoting to pursue the great zombie king. Regardless of the creature's intentions, having discovered its whereabouts, it must be dealt with. Coincidentally, the direction in which the great zombie king retreated was towards the Yunlan Manor. At that moment, Guyu was blissfully returning with a gigantic water python. The mere thought of once again creating a mythical species filled him with an inexplicable thrill. Observing the lumbering giant ahead, Wu Dao's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. With his discerning eye, he could readily perceive the formidable strength of the colossal zombie. At least at the 6th tier, perhaps even the 7th, and it is undoubtedly a mutated zombie. Ordinary zombies cannot possess such an immense physique. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, merely casting a glance at it can instill an overwhelming sense of dread. As the necromancer capable of controlling this zombie king, its power is self-evident. Although aware that this zombie king is deliberately exhibiting such prowess, he has no choice but to pursue it. Should he miss this opportunity, allowing the zombie king to grow stronger would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic calamity. Yin City must not become the next capital to fall. Wu Dao took a deep breath, channeling the star force within him, as extraordinary power surged forth, enveloping him in a golden aura. He drew his sword, charging forth. With a furious slash, without a hint of hesitation, he acted decisively and forcefully. Boom! A violent burst of golden sword light erupted from his strike, the powerful aura instantly dispersing the surrounding dust and causing the air to roar. In that moment, Wu Dao resembled a golden meteor streaking across the heavens. The golden sword light relentlessly approached the colossal zombie, leaping a distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant. The massive zombie, upon which the imposing zombie king stood, swiftly turned, its fierce gaze fixated upon Wu Dao. Roar! In the next moment, the gigantic zombie swung its fist directly towards Wu Dao. The low growl emanating from its throat reverberated like a thundering drum. With a dramatic splash, a rain of blood, illuminated by the setting sun, took on a more enchanting hue. Wu Dao's sword, arriving in an instant, pierced through the colossal zombie's palm. Just then, a multitude of zombies surged forth from all directions. The howling wind above sent a jolt of alarm through Wu Dao, prompting him to withdraw his sword and retreat. In the fleeting moment of Wu Dao's departure, a colossal zombie leapt into action, swiftly retreating, while countless other zombies surged forth, blocking Wu Dao's path. Simultaneously, the battlefield in the city center once again fell into a stalemate. The situation, which had shifted due to the intervention of the extraordinary blue sky, was abruptly reversed with the emergence of a horde of mutated zombies. A dark tide of the undead surged from all directions, frenzied and utterly reckless in their advance. It was one thing for ordinary zombies to exhibit such behavior, but even the evolved zombies of the 4th and 5th tiers displayed the same chaotic fervor. It is worth noting that as zombies gain strength, their intellect similarly increases, particularly among the evolved ones. The bizarre actions of the zombies instilled a sense of unease in Tian Gang and his companions. Since engaging with this group of zombies, a peculiar tension had lingered, suggesting something was amiss. After dispatching a 5th-tier zombie, Tian Gang scanned the battlefield and felt compelled to issue a command: consolidate the formation and withdraw temporarily. His booming voice resonated through the air, and those around him began to retreat in an orderly manner. Chao Niu charged in from the side, wiping the black blood from his face, and exclaimed, "Why are we retreating?" "Not a retreat, merely increasing our distance," Tian Gang replied. "This is not how battles are fought. Previously, we lost only ordinary people, but now even extraordinary beings are beginning to fall in large numbers. If we continue, the cost will be unbearable." It must be said with a certain harshness that in this era, extraordinary beings are indeed more valuable than ordinary individuals. This is an unalterable truth. With a heavy heart, Tian Gang could only hope that the extraordinary serum and antidote number 1 from Dawn would arrive swiftly. It would be preferable if this tide of corpses had arrived a little later. As a formidable figure within the military, he possesses insights that surpass the average person's understanding. This time, the dawn will bring not only antidote number 1, but also the latest developed extraordinary serum. This new serum marks a significant departure from its predecessors. Although they too bore the name of extraordinary serum, it was common knowledge that only those with extraordinary abilities could safely consume it. For ordinary individuals, the chance of awakening was slim, with perhaps 1 in 100 experiencing any transformation. Even upon awakening, numerous side effects were likely to ensue, and the abilities manifested were often mediocre, with D-class being a fortunate outcome. It was nearly impossible to achieve A-class capabilities through a mere serum, as one would be deemed to be in a state of denial. The latest extraordinary serum, however, has made monumental advancements, significantly enhancing the probability of awakening. Even for those who do not awaken, their physical attributes will see substantial improvement. Should the soldiers within the military be able to utilize the extraordinary serum, even if not all awaken, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly surpass their current capabilities. Commander Tian, Chaonyo's gruff voice jolted Tian Gang from his reverie. Regaining his composure, Tian Gang spoke in a grave tone, quickly arranged for the extraordinary beings to withdraw, increasing the distance for artillery strikes. I've already notified the concealed helicopters to come forward. Soon, we will initiate a barrage. Due to the fear of attracting airborne aberrant creatures, the helicopters had remained hidden, serving as a secret weapon. He was reluctant to deploy them unless absolutely necessary, as acquiring helicopters in the current climate posed an extraordinary challenge. Chaonyo nodded and turned to leave. The highest authority for this mission is Tian Gang, who, even if he harbors dissenting opinions, would never voice them at this moment. Unbeknownst to Tian Gang and his companions, at this very instant, in the heart of the city, the plaza is teeming with an endless horde of the undead, and the belly of a particularly rotund female zombie is swelling ominously. It seems as though something is writhing within, her abdomen occasionally shifting. Periodically, other zombies approach, offering chunks of blood-soaked flesh to her ravenous maw. The female zombie opens her mouth wide, voraciously chewing on the offerings, which consist of both mutated creatures and human remains. Not far off, within a massive iron cage, 4 or 5 emaciated humans are imprisoned. Fate can be quite curious at times. There are multiple routes leading to Yunlan Manor. Departing from the city center and traversing Jingshui Street, one encounters a fork in the road. Heading north from this junction leads to Yunlan Manor, while traveling south leads to 3 farming facilities, ultimately extending into the outskirts. The imposing figure known as the big-headed zombie king halts at this fork, casting his gaze towards Jingshui Street, quietly awaiting, a smirk curling at the corners of the human face on his chest. At this very moment, Guyu is riding his black wolf, approaching from the south. From several dozen meters away, he catches sight of a villa-like silhouette. Zombies? How could there possibly be zombies here? Guyu's gaze is filled with uncertainty, and he hastily pats the wolf's head. Stop! The black wolf comes to a sudden halt, and due to inertia, Guyu nearly pitches forward. Steadying himself, he raised his gaze once more, and only then did he catch sight of the formidable big-headed corpse king. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble as Ainyo strode forward, bearing the massive water python upon his shoulders. Guyu could only cover his face in exasperation. A miscalculation. He had exposed himself. Moments ago, he had intended to launch a surprise attack. For reasons unknown, the zombie had not noticed his presence, and with a cautious mindset, he was preparing for an ambush. The tremendous commotion instantly alerted the big-headed corpse king, who spun around violently. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and the air became eerily still. To his astonishment, Guyu perceived a strikingly human-like expression of surprise within the grotesque eyes of the zombie, along with a hint of bewilderment. Could it truly be? Guyu murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, a dark ripple materialized before Guyu, revealing an unsightly visage. The speed was so swift that he found himself momentarily taken aback. Just as danger loomed, a thunderous explosion echoed in his ears. Ainyo, with unyielding ferocity, unleashed a powerful punch. The wind surged, brushing against Guyu's face, causing his garments to flutter. In the next instant, a resounding thud reverberated as the big-headed corpse king was sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. With a crash, it struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Gu Yu's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh as his gaze remained fixated on the cloud of smoke. That was a close call. Just a moment earlier, and he would have been struck by that zombie. The chilling, triumphant visage lingered in his mind, as if mocking him. In that fleeting moment, he had been caught off guard, faced with the precipice of life and death. Even if this zombie had struck him, he would have emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, the incident served as a poignant reminder. What if a more formidable zombie were to confront him? Would he be the one to fall today? No matter how adept one may be, timely execution of abilities is paramount. While he possessed numerous lives, they were not infinite. Indeed, he realized he had perhaps become a touch too complacent of late. Gu Yu's expression abruptly turned icy as he commanded, "System, scan." He was eager to discern the nature of this formidable undead creature. Species, zombie, corpse king, evolver. Mutant, level, high level 7, physique, 458 strength, 455 speed, 456 ability, spatial teleportation. Having consumed a vast number of zombies and extraordinary humans, it possesses a peculiar spatial power, allowing it to traverse within 100 meters at will. The number of uses per day is limited by physical strength. Intelligence. Control over zombies. As he gazed upon the displayed information, Gu Yu was rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with profound astonishment. A corpse king. Spatial power. No wonder it had been able to reach him in an instant. Truly, what an exceptional ability. Gu Yu gritted his teeth in acknowledgement of his envy. A mere zombie, endowed with such remarkable capabilities. Anyo, do not let it escape, he urged. Aniu nodded, his body ascending skyward like a cannonball, carrying the force of a myriad tons as he descended into the dust and haze. His form was wreathed in a miasma of black, enhancing his imposing presence, his bell-like eyes gleaming with intense ferocity. At that moment, the immense zombie, previously quiescent, advanced towards Aniu. Almost instantaneously, they met, and Aniu sent the giant zombie flying with a single punch. The zombie's robust frame was launched into the air before crashing back down. Gu Yu cast a disdainful glance. Bah, a mere facade. It looked formidable, yet it couldn't withstand a single blow. Black Wolf, finish it off. His patience had waned. Yes, Black Wolf acknowledged, darting forward and unleashing a torrent of flames, engulfing the giant zombie. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Aniu moved with lightning speed, seizing the approaching big-headed zombie king by the leg in a swift motion. He then proceeded to swing and slam it violently against the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Aniu thrashed the big-headed zombie king around as if it were a discarded rag doll, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Due to Aniu's excessive force, the big-headed zombie king's leg contorted into an unnatural shape. Cracks spread across its hardened corpse, with black blood seeping from countless minute wounds. An eyeball collided with a sharp rock, piercing it directly. Regardless of its superior abilities, it was utterly crushed by brute force. Ah, human! Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed through the air as the formidable headless corpse king bared its teeth, fixating its vengeful gaze upon Gu Yu. With a resounding crash, one of its legs shattered, leaving Anyo clutching merely a fragment of bone. In the blink of an eye, the headless corpse king had retreated to a distance of 10 meters. Observing the peculiar face that had just emerged from the creature's chest, Gu Yu's expression darkened. That face, had it transformed? He had long sensed something amiss. It turned out to be a talking corpse king. How intriguing. Anyo, captured alive. Gu Yu commanded. Understood. Anyo replied, as a terrifying surge of star power coursed through him, enveloping his hands in a swirling mass of black energy. The ground trembled slightly as he surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the headless corpse king, which had already fled over 30 meters. Watching the creature's clumsy escape, Gu Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Thinking of running away? Not a chance. It appeared that the creature's ability to traverse space was not infallible. Otherwise, it would have utilized that power to flee long ago. A triumphant chuckle escaped Gu Yu's lips. Such an interesting corpse king would undoubtedly give rise to even stronger beings, preferably those capable of retaining spatial abilities. He recalled that he possessed a reward allowing him to transfer one ability from the creatures he created. In less than a minute, Nyo returned, dragging the headless corpse behind him. Black, foul blood splattered across the ground, leaving a long, sinister trail in its wake. Having cast a cursory glance at the moribund, large-headed zombie, Guyu deemed it unworthy of further attention, as the minor injuries were hardly fatal for a 7th-tier advanced corpse king. Let's return. He remounted the black wolf, while Nyo hoisted the water python over his shoulder, dragging the large-headed zombie along in tow. The mutated python strained to open its eyes, casting a complex gaze upon the battered corpse king. A bit more pathetic than I am. Approximately 10 minutes after Guyu's departure, the tattered and disheveled Wu Dao finally arrived at the crossroads. The zombie had proven to be exceptionally cunning, leaving behind a trail of misleading markers that had cost him precious time. Upon beholding the cracked, blackened, and pockmarked earth, his pupils constricted abruptly. Catching sight of the charred, colossal corpse in the distance, his expression grew increasingly aghast. What transpired here? Wu Dao muttered involuntarily. Even with his hardened resolve, his mind reeled. Utterly bewildered, the zombie was clearly a subordinate of the corpse king, yet it had been reduced to a charred husk in the blink of an eye. Wu Dao inhaled deeply, calmed his mind, and compelled himself to regain composure, commencing a meticulous investigation. However, the more he observed, the more agitated he became. He felt an inexplicable urge to slap himself. The blackened zombie bore a concave fist mark on its chest, radiating from the point of impact. The majority of its bones had been pulverized by the force of the blow. It could be said that the true cause of death was that single punch. He considered himself quite formidable, yet he did not believe he could vanquish a 7th-tier mutated zombie with a single blow. After surveying his surroundings, he had formed a rough hypothesis. The zombie king had ventured to this location and subsequently encountered a mysterious creature from the south, leading to an ensuing battle. Undoubtedly, the zombie king had been defeated. The sole ambiguity remained. Had the zombie king fled, or had he been slain by that enigmatic being? Although the scene bore witness to ample blood and a fragment of leg bone, these remnants were hardly conclusive. Casting a glance at the bloodstains along the path ahead, he hesitated. Should he pursue? Suddenly, a resplendent light pierced the dim sky. Like a firework explosion, a grand sun emblem, 50 meters in diameter, illuminated the heavens. Upon witnessing this celestial symbol, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. It was the call to action for a significant matter in the blue sky, not to be ignited lightly. Once ignited, it signified the occurrence of a momentous event. In a certain sense, that emblem was summoning him. Alas, he sighed softly. With a lingering gaze towards the north, he turned away, his figure vanishing into Jinshui Street. At the very moment Guyu encountered the zombie king, 5 armed helicopters began to circle the city center from afar. Meanwhile, Tiangang and his companions had retreated to the rear of the street. Anti-aircraft artillery was swiftly erected, forming 3 neat rows. From the darkened barrels, shells soared into the sky, trailing long tails of flame before being unleashed upon the horde of zombies. Explosions detonated in rapid succession, the concussive force reverberating like a seismic wave. Where the artillery struck, incandescent flames erupted, showering the landscape with cascading earth. The battlefield was enshrouded in acrid smoke, a dense, sable haze obscuring the firmament, while the cacophony of helicopter rotors resonated across the expanse. With a piercing shriek, a barrage of rockets was unleashed from the helicopters, plunging into the swarming undead below. A cataclysmic roar ensued, as pillars of fire painted the heavens crimson. For a fleeting moment, an incandescent red dominated the collective vision. A searing surge, accompanied by an earth-shattering din, unleashed billowing plumes of smoke that surged skyward like an all-consuming dust storm. Entire rows of structures succumbed in a relentless cascade of destruction, their fractured concrete and steel raining down like a meteor shower. Concealed in the rear, Tiangang and his comrades beheld the awe-inspiring spectacle, their fists clenched in fervent elation. Jubilant cries erupted, their voices intermingling with the thunderous symphony of war. Exhilarating, Chao Nyo bellowed, his fist raised in triumph. Let those wretched creatures dare to flaunt their arrogance again. Humanity is not to be trifled with. Indeed, Tian Gang, his countenance a tapestry of conflicting emotions, shook his head subtly, surveying the exhilarated throng surrounding him. He found himself at a loss for words. They remained blissfully unaware of the exorbitant price exacted for this offensive. He mused. It was often said that each shell represented a king's ransom in precious metals. Now, each one represents a human life. Many of these heavy armaments were reclaimed by the military at the cost of countless lives. It wasn't reluctance that prevented him from deploying such devastating firepower previously, but rather the absence of authorization, save for circumstances of dire necessity. The contemporary arsenal of large-scale thermal weapons is dwindling, for each use results in a loss. And the complexity of their manufacturing is daunting. Should a refuge encounter a massive onslaught of the undead without these formidable weapons, it would spell catastrophe. He must consider the fate of the tens of thousands within the sanctuary. Moreover, he is merely a designated figure, charmingly referred to as the leader, yet less flatteringly, a mere representative of various vested interests. The sanctuary is far from harmonious. Where there are humans, there exists self-interest. In this apocalyptic scenario, internal strife persists unabated. In truth, he longs to heed Fan Fa's counsel, to eliminate those individuals who occupy their positions without contributing. Tian Gang sees with frustration. As a distinguished fifth-tier extraordinary being, he finds himself subjected to the whims of a group of ordinary elders. He knows all too well that he could fell them with a single punch, expelling their very essence. He now eagerly anticipates the arrival of the Dawn personnel, hoping they might alter this predicament. Yet, he is acutely aware that certain individuals within the sanctuary are resistant to their arrival, as it threatens their immediate interests. Ultimately, the victor will be determined by the cunning of each party involved. Tian Gang steadies his mind, gazing towards the city center ablaze with flames, and commands with gravitas. Everyone, heed my words. Once the bombardment concludes, we shall charge into the city center. Understood. The crowd responds in unison with fervor. After expending all its munitions, the helicopter swiftly departs. In the present day, while helicopters possess aerial superiority, they are equally vulnerable targets. As the sound of cannon fire gradually subsided, Tian Gang's gaze sharpened, and he was the first to surge forward, closely followed by countless extraordinary beings. Wei Quan seized Ding Xian, urging him to move. Ding Xian wore a look of despair, feeling as though he were merely a tool for preservation. As an elemental extraordinary, his sole purpose seemed to be that of a support role. He reflected on how he could be living a much more carefree existence. Confusion enveloped Ding Xian's mind. Where had the misstep occurred? Upon entering the street, they were greeted by a gruesome sight of severed limbs and scattered flesh strewn across the ground. Among the ruins of collapsed buildings, numerous grotesque zombies howled in a frenzy. One could not deny the tenacity of the undead. Had they been ordinary humans, they would have perished long ago. One zombie, its lower half completely missing and its severed end charred black, continued to crawl toward Tian Gang, driven by an insatiable desire to take a bite. Yet, Tian Gang paid it no mind and simply crushed its skull beneath his foot. He leaped over the flames, racing toward the city center, compelled by a premonition of a significant discovery awaiting him. As he crossed the street, Tian Gang abruptly halted, his pupils constricting in shock. In the central square, a multitude of battered zombies, disfigured by explosions, had gathered closely, their bodies forming a makeshift shield. Like a half-sphere, they created a tightly woven net of protection. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Through the tattered apertures in the cadaverous zombie bodies, one could discern a hideously roaring zombie within. And that zombie, it was still animate. With a mere glance, Tian Gang comprehended that the surrounding zombies were manifestly safeguarding that particular one. The recent artillery barrage was indiscriminate, with any locale where zombies congregated en masse being subjected to relentless bombardment. The city center plaza was especially vulnerable. Yet, even amidst such devastation, that zombie had survived. A profound tremor coursed through Tian Gang, akin to a tempestuous surge. In his estimation, the zombies' conduct was virtually more human than that of humans themselves. Wei Quan, arriving from the rear, echoed the astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this?" He then glanced around, inquiring, "Where's Brother Wu Dao? What do you think these zombies are protecting?" Tian Gang queried Wei Quan, while simultaneously pondering the question himself. From the onset of the battle, the behavior of this contingent of zombies had exuded an air of peculiarity. Now, it was even more incomprehensible to them. The arrival of the duo seemed to alarm the female zombie. Instantly, a low growl, seemingly imbued with trepidation, resonated. Tian Gang's countenance shifted as he urgently commanded, "Attack." Irrespective of what these zombies are attempting, resolving the situation will remedy everything. Tian Gang spearheaded the assault, cleaving through the shattered zombie carcass with an axe, directly confronting the female zombie. Just then, a splurt sound, as if something had ruptured, echoed. In the ensuing moment, the female zombie's abdomen abruptly split open, with blood spraying forth. Tian Gang instinctively recoiled a step, fixing his gaze upon the scene. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What unholy abomination is this?" From the belly of the female zombie, a grotesque, blood-hued entity suddenly emerged, radiating an alluring crimson glow. In mere moments, this sanguine mass began to transform, sprouting limbs and a head before the bewildered gazes of the two observers. In the blink of an eye, it metamorphosed from a blood-colored mass into an infant. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the disproportionate size of its arms, and that one of its eyes remained tightly shut. A zombie fetus. This utterly absurd thought simultaneously dawned upon both of them as they exchanged horrified glances. "Seize it! Do not let it escape!" Tian Gang commanded, his voice sharp. In a sudden motion, Wei Quan produced a flare from his pocket and ignited it. With a whoosh, a brilliant burst of light soared into the sky, exploding like fireworks. Seeing Wei Quan's action, Tian Gang's expression darkened, yet he refrained from voicing any further concerns. Soon a multitude of extraordinary individuals swarmed in, all fixated in astonishment upon the blood-colored infant. Upon hearing Tian Gang's command, the crowd of extraordinary beings dispersed in an instant. Chaonyo stared at the blood-colored infant, his face a mask of disbelief. "Captain Tian, what on earth is this?" Since the apocalypse, he had encountered numerous bizarre creatures. Yet this was a sight he had never before witnessed. "Captain Chao, you have arrived just in time. Your strength is formidable. Why not give it a try?" Chaonyo's face turned pale in an instant. With a look of deep resentment, he replied, "Captain Tian, we don't have any enmity, do we? We have both wandered through the foot massage city together." Silence. Tian Gang, as if struck at a vulnerable point, hastily shouted. The reason the two were engaged in this idle chatter was entirely due to the blood-colored corpse infant, which showed no intention of departing. Ever since the corpse infant emerged from the belly, the female zombie had bizarrely perished, while the corpse infant lingered around her. A multitude of extraordinary beings had encircled the square, leaving no room for passage. Suddenly, the remaining eye of the corpse infant fixed a malevolent gaze upon the crowd. Though it bore the appearance of an infant, the ferocity reflected in its eye sent chills down everyone's spine. Tian Gang spoke in a grave tone. "Enough talk. You should go and test it out, but be cautious." Chaonyo nodded helplessly. "I fear you might lead me to ruin." With that, he stepped forward. The ground beneath him erupted violently, and amidst the trembling dust, he launched himself forward. A piercing flash of the blade surged forth with audacity. At the moment Chaonyo charged, the blood-colored corpse infant defiantly raised its head, its eyes gleaming of vivid crimson. In the next instant, it vanished from sight. Before Chaonyo could react, the corpse infant reappeared right before him, suspended in midair. As their crimson pupils locked, a tremor coursed through Chaonyo's heart. He quickly regained his composure and, without hesitation, swung his blade downward. The wind howled fiercely, and the sound of the blade was haunting, as a domineering force erupted in all directions. Chaonyo awakened as a corporeal-type extraordinary being, possessing a relatively modest level of extraordinary ability, rated at C-class. Yet it was the most practical enhancement type. A 6th-tier extraordinary being, in this present time, was not considered weak. In fact, it could be regarded as quite formidable. At the very moment the blade was about to make contact with the corpse infant, a flash of crimson light erupted before my eyes, and the corpse infant vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it had already positioned itself behind Qiao. "Be careful." Tian Gang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the corpse infant delivered a powerful kick to Qiao's back. With a resounding crack, Qiao's spine shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. The corpse infant grinned wickedly, emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. The onlookers were struck with shock, their hair standing on end. It must be noted that this was a sixth-tier extraordinary being. Who among them could possibly contend with Qiao? Just as anxiety and fear permeated the crowd, a brilliant golden sword light surged from the west. Wu Dao had arrived. He approached, exuding a fierce aura of murderous intent, charging forth with an overwhelming sword momentum. Possessing mastery over the golden extraordinary powers and being a swordsmanship expert, he became even more formidable under the enhancement of seventh-tier extraordinary strength. Tian Gang, who had been closely monitoring the situation, retracted his footstep. The moment he laid eyes on Wu Dao, he keenly sensed an intriguing shift in the gazes of the surrounding extraordinary beings. Yet, as he observed the figure wielding the sword, he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the individual. With a swift motion, blood splattered as a long sword sliced through the corpse infant's arm, severing it. The corpse infant's cold gaze transformed into one of sheer terror. Just as Wu Dao prepared to seize the moment, a vibrant crimson light flashed before him, and the corpse infant vanished entirely from sight. Boom! In an instant, the ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust, with countless shattered stones soaring through the air. Wu Dao's attack had missed its mark, and his expression darkened immediately. He turned to Wei Quan, his face grave. What on earth is happening? He had hurried over only to witness the bizarre corpse infant hurling someone away, and he truly had no idea what had transpired. Wu Dao scanned his surroundings and caught sight of a disemboweled female zombie, questioning, could that corpse infant have been birthed from zombie? Wei Quan nodded. Indeed. Wu Dao's expression froze, his profound gaze fixed on the mutilated zombie, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, Wu Dao finally spoke. Clear the battlefield. We shall return. Tian Gang, newly arrived, ventured to ask, if I may, what the corpse king? Wu Dao remained silent for a moment before responding. It has escaped. Escaped? Tian Gang was taken aback. Wu Dao replied calmly. That corpse king is far from ordinary. It is a quintessential intelligent zombie. Wu Dao then turned to Wei Quan and stated, I shall take my leave now. With that, he subtly signaled Wei Quan with a glance. Some matters were not to be disclosed to the people of Yin City. Meanwhile, Guyu returned to the Yunlan Manor, took a brief respite, and prepared to embark on the creation of a new species. System, please recommend suitable species, with a focus on mythological beings. Soon, a beam of light appeared before him, and a multitude of texts flowed past his eyes. The True Dragon and the Yinglong. With just a fleeting glance, Guyu realized that none of these creatures were within his capability to create. Ultimately, only a handful of species remained on the luminous screen: the Poison Dragon, the Flood Dragon, and the Thunder Beast. 3. Guyu's gaze lingered upon these three species for quite some time before finally resting on the Poison Dragon. This option required the least amount of materials and was also to his liking. He had witnessed the potency of that serpent's venom firsthand. Should he become a Poison Dragon, that ability would only be amplified. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu inquired once more. System, please search for any suitable species for the Corpse King. A sentient Corpse King seemed a rather extravagant choice for auxiliary materials. The shimmering screen before him swiftly scrolled, soon revealing a new species, the Undying Zombie. System ding. It is recommended that the host fuse this with the currently possessed zombie, which may yield the primary material for the 4 primordial zombies. A twitch of Guyu's lips betrayed his amusement. In the system's definition, these creatures were merely materials. Nevertheless, he felt a stirring of excitement. Even aside from the 4 primordial zombies, the Undying Zombie alone was enticing. Currently, Little Purple and the others struggled to keep pace with him. Having a swift avenue for advancement was nothing short of splendid. The only consideration now was whom to designate as the primary material. After a moment of silent deliberation, Guyu resolved to proceed with the transformation of Little Purple. However, he suddenly pondered, wait, the undying zombie 1T really just turned into a pile of bones? Will it? The mere thought of a skeletal figure occasionally clutching him sent a chill down his spine. That was rather unsettling. The system, no. The host can independently explore the intricate details of the uncorrupted bone. Upon retrieving the information about the uncorrupted bone, Guyu briefly glanced over it and felt an immediate sense of relief. The uncorrupted bone is regarded as the highest tier of zombie, second only to the corpse king. According to the system's definition, the uncorrupted bone transcends the boundaries of life and death. In the simplest terms, it can regenerate even if shattered by artillery fire. Of course, this is theoretical. Actual restoration requires ample energy. Who could have done this? Such madness. Everything in the world, in a certain sense, adheres to the principle of conservation. Yet this conservation is not the same as the conventional understanding. The coffins of those scientists are now nearly unable to contain their secrets. Just as the uncorrupted bone requires significant energy to regenerate, this represents a form of conservation, a unique kind. One must give to receive. Upon examining the materials necessary for creating the uncorrupted bone, Guyu found that he possessed most of them, albeit in limited quantities. However, there were some components that he urgently needed to locate. The essence of hardened jade. This is a synthetic material requiring countless ores for its creation, with diamonds being the most crucial, and he currently lacked any. One portion of hardened jade essence requires over 10 pounds of diamonds, and to create the uncorrupted bone, at least 10 portions are necessary. This implies that he must procure a minimum of 100 pounds of diamonds. Guyu felt a sense of helplessness. Even if he were to scour every jewelry store in Yin City, it might not suffice. After all, diamonds are sold by the gram. The prospect of finding 100 pounds of diamonds now seems exceedingly daunting. Gazing at the time, Guyu pondered for a moment, casually consuming a morsel before preparing to depart from the manor. Now that he had identified the suitable species, he had no intention of lingering any longer. The materials required for this endeavor were not particularly numerous, yet many of them would likely elude Nyo and his companions. He would have to seek them out himself. The crux of the matter was their unfamiliarity with the task at hand. How exhausting. It seemed imperative that he impart a thorough lesson to Nyo and the others in the future. In this post-apocalyptic world, the first lesson would be resource identification. As he stepped out of the room, Xiao Zi suddenly swooped in from the side, wrapping her arms tightly around Guyu's waist. "Guyu!" she exclaimed. "Xiao Zi, let go." Guyu replied, somewhat exasperated. "Master," Xiao Zi cooed in an endearingly Na'vi tone, causing Guyu's expression to darken. That voice was rather unbearable. Good heavens! Xiao Zi's intelligence had evidently grown. She had even learned to employ seduction against him. "Xiao Zi, release me. I have matters to attend to." "Oh," she replied reluctantly, her head hanging low in a display of grievance. Guyu offered a wry smile, attempting to console her. "Xiao Zi, behave well, and when I return, I shall help you grow stronger." At his words, a spark of determination ignited in Xiao Zi's eyes as she gazed intently at him. Just then, a flurry of wings flapping echoed through the air. Buzzing, Ling Er appeared from an unknown location, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Xiao Zi. Witnessing this scene, Guyu felt a headache coming on. It resembled a competition for affection among animals. "Ling Er, go seek out He Lang for training. He must divert one of them. Otherwise, these two individuals could glare at each other indefinitely. Whenever they meet, a confrontation ensues. Yet, neither is foolish enough to engage in genuine conflict, merely exchanging menacing glances as if intent on annihilating one another through sheer will. Guyu, traveling light, has brought only Nyo with him. The estate houses a water python and a corpse king, and without the presence of the black wolf, he feels uneasy. Perched on Nyo's shoulder, Guyu ascends into the sky, soaring through the air, navigating through intersections and heading straight for the city center. According to the recent intelligence relayed by Xiao Shu, the battle in the city center has concluded. The chances of finding anything worthwhile are slim. His choice to head there is solely driven by the desire to explore the jewelry stores in that area. As they traverse Jinshui Street, a dark plume of smoke looms in the distance, signaling the ferocity of recent skirmishes. Guyu shakes his head in contemplation. He instructs Nyo to descend, and they gently enter the dilapidated square. The ground is littered with the bodies of zombies, their skulls gruesomely cracked open, revealing gaping, bloody cavities. Guyu feels a twinge of disappointment. Though he is aware of the improbability, a flicker of hope had lingered within him. What if? Yet, the outcome is devoid of any such possibility. Casting a glance around, he strides toward the distant department store, hoping it might yield something of value. Just as Guyu steps into the department store, numerous extraordinary beings converge upon this location from beyond the city center. This world has never lacked those who seek to exploit opportunities. They flee from battle faster than anyone else, and once the fighting subsides, they are the most eager to scavenge. As Tiangang and his companions launched a vigorous assault, some individuals from the small refuge merely encountered the zombies and then prudently retreated. Strangely, their actions drew little criticism from others, for they possessed countless justifications to counter any objections. It was only after Tiangang and his group had departed that they hastily arrived. No matter how thorough the cleanup, there would inevitably be some oversights. Moreover, certain individuals had come as prey rather than hunters. Their objective was never to scavenge, but rather to prey upon the scavengers. Guyu ventured into the department store and searched extensively, ultimately discovering a jewelry store on the third floor. Upon witnessing the store ravaged and stripped bare, Guyu felt a sudden pang of discomfort in his jaw. Who could be responsible for this? Had they lost their minds? In this apocalyptic world, instead of seizing food, they chose to pilfer gold and jewels? These items held no value in the current dystopia. Indeed, if one sought real currency, it would be the energy cores of zombies. A gold brick, in these dire times, was far less practical than a mere bag of instant noodles. Upon entering the jewelry store and meticulously observing his surroundings, he approached a shattered display case. Gazing at the glimmering stones, Guyu secretly sighed with relief. Thankfully, not everything had been taken. However, the amount was still pitifully scant. The largest gem was no bigger than a fingernail, and collectively, they barely weighed a pound. He held one up before Nyo, stating in Nyo, "Search for stones of this material." He felt compelled to clarify. Otherwise, Nyo might very well return with a pile of glass marbles. Although Nyo possessed great intelligence, wisdom alone did not equate to comprehensive understanding. Inquire about those questions of social demise, and he can assure you that Nyo would be unable to provide a single answer. Nyo nodded with a buzzing sound, his bovine eyes wide open as he meticulously searched the surroundings. After nearly 10 minutes, Guyu nearly uprooted the very ground itself, ultimately uncovering a mere 1.5 kilograms. To be honest, he was rather astonished to have found even this quantity. Meanwhile, in the central square, an uninvited group had arrived, referred to by the pioneers as hyenas. True to their name, they were despicable, insidious, and treacherous, resorting to any means necessary, prowling through the chaotic regions like scavengers drawn by the scent of blood. These individuals seldom possessed stable abodes, frequently lingering in various shelters, engaging in inhumane acts. To many, these beings were even more contemptible than the rulers of the shelters. Regardless of the shortcomings of the powerful within those sanctuaries, they at least provided a semblance of protection. Many, despite their arduous existence, managed to survive. In the apocalypse, mere survival was a stroke of fortune. Conversely, these individuals were unequivocally predators, operating without any moral compass. For them, the act of consuming others transcended mere metaphor. In the end times, their malevolent inclinations were amplified 100-fold, and humanity had long since been grotesquely distorted. In a certain sense, they could no longer be deemed human. Who, then, is the true hunter? In the central square, a procession of roaring motorcycles carved long arcs in the air as they came to a halt, stirring up billowing clouds of dust. A group of oddly attired individuals leaped from their vehicle, emitting frenzied cheers. One of them casually hung a bundle on the car, for which crimson blood seeped, cascading onto the ground. The rich, Vivid blood stained the bundle a deep red. Wherever the hyenas roamed, survival was a rare occurrence. They were truly nefarious villains, notorious for their barbarity. Often, they would sever the ears of their victims as a grotesque testament to their conquests. Hurry, once we finish searching here, we must relocate. A voice, tinged with an unsettling chill, resounded. Understood. Brothers, charge. In no time, more than a dozen men dispersed, commencing their search in the vicinity. In this era, those who became hyenas were undoubtedly extraordinary beings. Regardless of their strength, they were, after all, transcendent, possessing abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The world is inherently unjust. Many toil tirelessly yet remain ordinary, while these despised and reviled figures possess the extraordinary powers that countless others covet. Guyu scoured the entire department store, yet the supplies he unearthed were disappointingly scant. He cursed himself for harboring such lofty expectations. Despite being a department store, the resources within were woefully inadequate. It was a pity that the surrounding buildings had long been obliterated by artillery fire. Otherwise, his spoils would have been far greater. Stepping out of the edifice, he encountered an individual head-on. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, both were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, before Guyu could react, the man clad in a black shirt adorned with a skull ferociously lunged at him with a knife. Guyu was utterly taken aback. Goodness, I was contemplating whether to eliminate you, and yet you took the initiative to strike first? The sharp blade's aura brushed against his face, sending a chill down his spine. A sinister smile crept across the man's lips as his cold gaze fixated on Guyu, as if he could already envision the scene of Guyu's head being cleaved in two. However, disappointment awaited him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Guyu raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the descending ghostly blade between his fingers. He cast a mocking smile at the man and remarked with profound significance, "You are rather inadequate." It was not merely a display of bravado. Rather, with his current prowess, facing a second-tier extraordinary being was akin to a complete domination. Truly feeble. Guyu sighed softly, a faint glow enveloping his fingertips. Simultaneously, a minuscule wound suddenly appeared on Nyo's robust finger, barely perceptible. Damage transfer. For Nyo, it had merely felt like a slight itch. Guyu sensed that he seemed to have discovered a new application for his abilities. Intriguing. A flurry of thoughts darted through his mind as he cast a cold smile at the man. Crack! The ghostly blade shattered into pieces, and Guyu seized a fragment of the blade, hurling it with force. The sharp edge glided across the man's neck, releasing a mist of crimson. He shook his head in astonishment. So, I have grown this powerful. In the blink of an eye, the adversary was reduced to ashes. He has always remembered the wisdom that one must be strong to forge iron. Although there are many instances when the task does not fall upon him, he often seeks out the Black Wolf during his leisure time to hone his practical combat experience. Casting a glance at the unwillingly fallen body, Guyu raised his gaze towards the horizon. At this moment, 5 or 6 individuals approached him with fierce expressions, their vigilance palpable. The death of their companion seemed to instill no fear within them. Instead, they radiated ferocity and ruthlessness. Like hyenas on the prairie, they would persistently assault their prey until genuine fear took hold of them. The demise of their comrade only served to intensify their aggression. For these individuals, death is both terrifying and trivial. They fear it more than anyone, yet simultaneously, they remain indifferent to it. It is a complex sentiment, yet it authentically reflects the turmoil within their hearts. Anyo, Guyu spoke with an impassive expression. A dark shadow loomed before him as Anyo gradually materialized behind him. The moment Anyo appeared, Guyu could distinctly observe the fear dawning upon those adversaries. Indeed, regardless of who it might be, the sight of Anyo's imposing figure and formidable bovine head would instill trepidation. It is a natural instinct, an innate fear of the unknown when first encountered. Anyo stepped forward, exuding an unparalleled aura as he delivered single. Powerful upon these individuals are clearly not of good character, deserving of their fate. As Anyo dispatched a few, 2 more figures appeared at the corner of the ruins. However, this time, as soon as they peered out, They turned to flee without hesitation. Gu Yu's expression hardened, and he commanded, Anyo, seize them, bring them back alive. Anyo leaped into the air, swiftly landing before the two, capturing one by each arm. With brute force, he slammed them to the ground. And a resounding crack echoed as he stomped down, shattered bones protruding from their skin. In an instant, anguished screams erupted from the two, cold sweat drenching their bodies. Gu Yu looked down upon them with an air of authority, calmly inquiring, Speak, who are you? The pair, however, could only wail in terror, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Completely disregarding Gu Yu's words. Refusing to speak, are we? Gu Yu's smile turned icy as he stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on one man's hand, twisting with force. In this apocalyptic world, one must employ even harsher methods against such individuals. The color drained from their faces, their cries growing increasingly desperate, until one man hastily exclaimed, I'll talk. We are nearby pioneers. Oh, is that so? Gu Yu's penetrating gaze fixed upon them, laden with profound significance. An inexplicable aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the duo. As a tier 7 transcendent, his mere presence was enough to instill immense pressure. The weight of Gu Yu's intent caused the man who had just spoken to tremble internally, instinctively averting his gaze. The man appeared slightly apprehensive, his confidence evidently wavering. Lead me to your sanctuary, Gu Yu said with a casual indifference. The sharp-featured man momentarily froze, clearly at a loss. Another man gently nudged him and quickly replied, All right. Their gazes darted about, concealing a subtle undercurrent of malice within their eyes. Gu Yu smiled faintly, thinking how audacious they were toy with danger. It seemed there was indeed a gathering place. The transformation of hunter and prey is a curious phenomenon. Pioneers? Huh. Gu Yu scoffed inwardly. They hardly resemble pioneers. A pack of hyenas. Did they truly believe I was oblivious? I hope they possess some wealth. Do not let me down. 79. I come to collect on behalf of the king of hell. Gu Yu never regarded himself as a virtuous man, nor did he aspire to be one. Goodness does not survive in this chaotic apocalypse. His heart is but a small vessel, capable of containing only himself, unable to accommodate others or the world at large. Yet, since fate has brought them together, he does not mind tidying up this refuse. Hyenas, he had only heard of them before, but now, witnessing them aligned perfectly with the tales told. Utterly inhumane, frenzied, brutal, utterly indifferent to life. He perceived little fear in their eyes. Any semblance of it was merely a fade. It is said that hyenas are quite affluent. He sincerely hoped they would not disappoint him. Now, take me to your sanctuary, Gu Yu remarked with a mocking expression. They exchanged glances and struggled to rise, the fractured bones of their lower legs piercing through the flesh, the jagged edges starkly visible. However, being transcendents, such injuries were not fatal, and they could still manage to move with difficulty. Enduring the pain, they limped towards the plaza, with Gu Yu following closely behind. When he saw the crimson package hanging on the motorcycle, his expression turned frigid. After a fleeting glance, Gu Yu averted his gaze, his eyes regaining their composure. The two ahead furtively glanced back at Gu Yu, their eyes darting about, their thoughts inscrutable. Let's go, Gu Yu said icily. This vehicle can accommodate him, one of them muttered, gesturing towards Aniu. The pain contorted his face as he spoke, making him appear even more menacing. Gu Yu chuckled softly and said, It's all right, just me. Hearing this, a distinct glimmer of delight flashed in their eyes, and the muscles in their faces twitched. Alone? They were seized by an irrepressible elation, which they quickly suppressed. The two men straddled the motorcycles, and Gu Yu casually selected one, following suit. He quietly instructed Aniu that after they departed, Aniu's figure should soar into the sky, trailing them from afar. He was not so presumptuous as to venture into the hyena's camp alone. Only with Aniu by his side could he feel secure. Noticing Aniu's absence, the two drivers revealed sinister smiles. In their estimation, Aniu must be a rather unique type of transcendent. After all, some transcendents could transform their bodies into bestial forms. Though this ability was quite rare, they may be unable to vanquish each other. Yet that does not imply there are no formidable beings among them. Among the hyenas, There exists no shortage of extraordinary powers. Guyu trailed behind, observing their subtle maneuvers with a cold smile brewing within. How presumptuous! Prior to this, he had already informed you and the others. Today, none of these hyenas shall escape. The motorcycle beneath him roared to life, speeding forth and stirring up a cloud of dust. Exiting the city center, the vehicle headed towards the northern district. Guyu surveyed the surroundings, astonished. These hyenas were indeed cunning. Of course, they were also quite audacious. The northern district was relatively desolate, plagued by an overwhelming number of zombies, and the towering buildings made it exceedingly difficult to clear. The Yun City Sanctuary had attempted to send troops for cleanup several times, but with little success, incurring substantial costs, ultimately leading to their withdrawal. The northern district is a notable site, replete with various lodgings, attracting tourists and vacationers alike. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly one-third of Yun City's zombies congregate in the northern region, with the remainder dispersed throughout the city. Guyu caught up with the two and deliberately inquired, "Is your sanctuary located in the northern district? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Upon hearing Guyu's question, the two felt considerably reassured. In their eyes, Guyu's inquiry was a sign of fear. If he were truly unperturbed, simply following them without question, he would either be a fool or possess some hidden agenda. One of them replied, "It's not in the northern district, but at the intersection of the northwest district." Guyu nodded slightly, reissuing commands to the group in his mind. How cunning these hyenas are! They veered from the outskirts of the northern district, heading towards Zone XC. Guyu's gaze continuously scanned the surrounding environment. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles, various stones, and some sections bore evident signs of destruction. Guyu couldn't help but reflect that surviving in this apocalyptic world meant that no one was to be underestimated. Even if someone truly discovered their whereabouts and attempted to encircle them, merely clearing the roads would consume a considerable amount of time. By the time the path was cleared, they would have long vanished without a trace. As they entered the intersection of the urban area, a massive cathedral came into view. No sooner had they arrived than two individuals leapt from the vehicle, distancing themselves from Guyu. "Brothers, a plump target has arrived." One of them shouted with a sinister grin. "Kid, today I will make you wish you were never born." "Ha ha, you are far too arrogant. There is no sanctuary. Only the gates of hell await you. Rest assured, soon you will join those foolish souls from before." The previously sharp-featured man suddenly erupted into laughter. Guyu dismounted the vehicle, his expression impassive. "Have you long since discerned my intentions? Oof. Do you think yourself clever? You are merely a fool who believes he is wise." The man gestured upward, laughing heartily. Do you see from the twisted expressions on their faces? It was evident that each individual had undoubtedly endured immense suffering in their lifetime. Guyu nodded in understanding. "Ah, has another prey arrived?" With a creaking sound, the grand doors of the church swung open. A group of burly men, clad only in their undergarments, emerged from the church, their upper bodies exposed. Pihu, where are the others?" A robust man with a thick beard inquired coldly. "Boss, the others were all slain by this fellow's companions." The man known as Pihu hurriedly responded. "All killed?" The bearded man's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on Guyu. Guyu scanned the group, and upon spotting an object, his pupils constricted in horror. It was a severed human hand? Judging by its appearance, it was unmistakably a fragment of a woman's arm. They truly are. Fury surged within Guyu. They are indeed worse than beasts. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he coldly declared, "You are all deserving of death." Whistles and raucous laughter echoed around him. "Ha ha, this lad has such fair skin. Shall I have the first turn?" TSK, Ding Lao Gui, have you lost your mind again?" The bearded man glared at Guyu and coldly asked, "May I inquire which sanctuary you hail from a meddle in our affairs?" Guyu's expression remained frigid as he replied, "To borrow your words, I am here to collect debts for the King of Hell. Your time has come. I need you." Boom! Anyo's imposing figure suddenly plummeted from the heavens. A fierce gust of wind surged in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. In an instant, the earth was engulfed in flying sand and stones, slicing against the faces of all present, rendering it nearly impossible to open their eyes. If given the choice, Guyuning would prefer to remain within the confines of his own little sanctuary for eternity. Each day, he would amuse himself with Xiao Zi and the others, indulging in the creation of various life forms during his leisure. Who does not yearn for a life akin to a paradise? However, upon venturing into the outside world, he would bear witness to the most grotesque aspects of humanity. Or rather, in this realm, he would inevitably become the very person he despised the most. The scene before him today utterly shattered his expectations. Cannibalism among his own kind. How could they possibly bring themselves to partake in such an atrocity? As a transcendent being, surely they were not devoid of sustenance? It was precisely this realization that fueled Gu Yu's indignation. If it were merely killing, he would not harbor strong opinions on the matter. After all, it was of little consequence to him. In this chaotic apocalypse, death was an everyday occurrence. The only distinction lay in whether one fell to the hands of the undead or their fellow humans. Yet, the actions of these individuals filled him with shame and fury, igniting a desire to eradicate them without hesitation. Anyo crashed to the ground, the violent gusts sweeping several individuals off their feet, sending them crashing against the walls. The man with a bushy beard narrowed his eyes, shielding himself from the tempest, his gaze fixed intently on Anyo. What manner of creature is this? The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. Had it descended from the heavens? Could it possibly fly? In the next moment, all eyes turned towards Pai Ho and his companion, laden with questions and incredulity. The figure known as Pai Ho shouted, "It's him. He is the one who has slain our comrades." A shiver ran through the crowd. Could it be that a formidable foe was about to cross their path? Anyo, eliminate them all. No sooner had the command been uttered than Gu Yu surged forward, a dagger stealthily slipping from his sleeve. With a swift motion, the blade found its mark, slicing through the throat of one adversary before veering towards another. Each footfall resonated heavily against the ground, and an inexplicable thrill surged within Gu Yu. With a powerful crouch, he leapt and dove, executing the sequence with seamless precision. As he landed gracefully, yet another foe crumpled to the ground behind him. A bearded man, his expression laced with malice, bellowed, "Brothers, arm yourselves and annihilate them." From the shadows behind the church doors, dozens more emerged, their submachine guns trained on Gu Yu and Anyo, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. The air erupted with the sound of bullets, bang bang. A torrent of lead formed a dense web of firepower. "Anyo!" Gu Yu called out once more. Almost instantaneously, Anyo materialized before him, shrouded in an aura of dark mist. As the bullets struck the fog, they fell harmlessly to the ground. How is this possible? The crowd, once fervent, erupted into panicked cries, their faces etched with fear. With a single stride, Anyo covered 5 or 6 meters, his powerful hands seizing 2 adversaries by the heads, crushing them effortlessly. Gu Yu, not to be outdone, wielded his dagger like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting life after life in his wake. In less than a minute, only the bearded man remained standing in the arena. Gu Yu approached him step by step, his expression devoid of emotion. "Do you know why I spared you?" he inquired, startled by these words. The bearded man snapped out of his daze and stared at Aniu with terror. At that moment, Aniu's imposing presence was even more overwhelming than Gu Yu's. "Because I don't want your death to be too easy," Gu Yu uttered slowly, his words laced with chilling intent. A 5th-tier, extraordinary individual, willingly stooping so low as to become a hyena. It's truly a great irony. Gu Yu signaled to Aniu. In an instant, Aniu seized the bearded man as if he were a mere chick, lifting him into the air. Ignoring the man's terrified gaze, Aniu proceeded to crush his limbs. Bit by bit, heart-wrenching screams echoed alongside the cracking of bones as the bearded man roared, his voice hoarse. "If you have the guts, then kill me. Just kill me. Killing you would be letting you off too easily." Gu Yu stepped into the church. Upon beholding the scene within, Gu Yu briefly closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them, his gaze eerily calm. This is the apocalypse, he thought. He must learn to accept it. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the slaughter of pigs, and today, he witnessed it again. The difference was that this time, the victims were their own kind. Several hooked chains pierced through individuals' peepa bones, suspending them in midair. Blood dripped, drop by drop, punctuating the deathly silence of the church. Several corpses lay in a state of disarray, their bodies stripped of numerous belongings, while not far off, a large cauldron stood, from which wafted the tantalizing aroma of meat. Ugh! Guyu could no longer suppress his nausea and retched. The foul stench of the food somehow provided him with a modicum of relief. His heart felt as though it had plunged into an abyss of ice. His nails embedded into the flesh, blood seeping forth, staining his hands a vivid crimson. Is this the essence of humanity? Guyu murmured softly. He lifted his gaze to the cross above, his expression inscrutable. If there truly exists a deity, what thoughts would arise upon witnessing such a scene? God can only watch helplessly, it seems. A faint, intermittent groan broke the silence at that moment. Coincidentally, Anyo entered from outside. Guyu instinctively looked up, and to his astonishment, the woman who had been suspended slowly opened her eyes. Still alive? Just as Guyu uttered this thought, he beheld the woman, hanging in the air, suddenly widen her eyes in terror. Moments later, her eyelids fluttered, and she succumbed completely to death. Guyu was thrown into disarray. Had she truly been frightened to death? He glanced at Anyo, who had just entered, feeling at a loss for words. Under Guyu's gaze, Anyo appeared somewhat uneasy, stammering, "Master, is there something you need?" "Nothing," Guyu replied, shaking his head. He cast another glance at the woman and fell into a contemplative silence. She was already at death's door, even if Anyo had not frightened her. Her time was surely limited. Yet, it was precisely because the woman had clung to life that Guyu felt an even deeper fury. What manner of beings could commit such heartless atrocities? Guyu found himself perplexed by the state of the world. How could those of the same kind perpetrate such madness? Is humanity truly so wretched? Whether he opened his eyes or closed them, darkness engulfed him, an oppressive silence that sent shivers down his spine. "Master, there is a presence of the living over there." And Nyo suddenly pointed towards a distant small door, a hum emanating from its direction. Guyu was taken aback, gazing at the small door with astonishment. Living beings? Could there still be others concealed within? His expression hardened. Anyo pushed the door open. "None of you shall escape today." With determined steps, Anyo approached and forcefully swung the small door open. Instantly, a nauseating stench of human excrement wafted forth, mingling with the metallic tang of blood in the air. As Guyu beheld the scene within, his lips parted slightly, his entire being seemingly frozen in place, his eyes icy with disbelief. Turning away with indifference, he murmured, "Anyo, eliminate them all." In uttering these words, he too bore the weight of immeasurable torment. Stepping out of the church, he looked down upon the nearly lifeless man with a scraggly beard and coldly questioned, "How could you bring yourselves to do this?" If not for what he witnessed today, he would have found it almost impossible to believe that the depths of human depravity could plunge so low. Before opening that door, he had anticipated the sight of dark, menacing gun barrels and grotesque faces. Yet upon opening it, he was engulfed in regret, for the scene inside shattered all his previous notions. The space within is rather limited, merely spanning over 10 square meters, with iron chains tethered to the walls. At the other end of these chains are 9 women, their bodies inadequately clothed. Each can only crouch upon the floor, unable even to lie down. Before them lies a stainless steel basin, the contents within unrecognizable, emanating a pungent stench. The ground is strewn with tattered garments and various excrement, creating an unbearable odor. Their bodies are marred with bruises, faintly revealing crimson whip marks. Some are even stained bright red in their lower regions, their skin adorned with numerous bite marks. As Aniu pushed open the door, all the women instinctively raised their heads, mouths agape, tongues flickering lightly, accompanied by soft gasps. Their eyes reflected a profound emptiness, devoid of any vitality, filled with numbness. Upon witnessing this scene, Guyu found himself at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Anger? Hatred? Or something else entirely? He could not discern, only feeling as though a heavy stone were lodged within his heart, causing a profound discomfort. As a transcendent being, how could he have fallen to such a plight? While he could remain indifferent to the act of killing, the atrocities committed by these hyenas were truly beyond his capacity for apathy. Although he had long accepted the harsh reality of the apocalypse, such perverse behavior was utterly unprecedented. What he beheld today served as a stark lesson. This is the apocalypse, an era of cannibalism. He understood all too well that these individuals were irretrievably lost. Even if they were released today, in this apocalyptic world, their survival would be exceedingly difficult. They have forgotten the essence of existence, the fundamental skills required to endure. Even should they regain their humanity, how many could withstand the knowledge of what has transpired to them without succumbing to despair? What awaits them is not gentle words, concern, or solace, but rather an unending barrage of vitriol, scorn, and mockery. In light of this, perhaps it would be more merciful to liberate them entirely. In their next life, may they find a more fortunate beginning, Guyu murmured softly. Various thoughts flickered through his mind, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Upon hearing Guyu's words, the bearded man erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha, youngster, you are still too naive. Let me enlighten you. This is the apocalypse, and myriad events are unfolding beyond your perception. Do you think those in the shelters are any better off? I assure you, they are scarcely superior to us. They merely wear a facade of civility." The man's face contorted in agony from intense pain. "Allow me to share another secret," he continued, his countenance twisted with malice. "Do you know why the Yun City shelter has never been able to capture us? Do you truly believe that the extraordinary individuals there are inept? Let me tell you, it is because someone has been tipping us off. What do you think? Hard to believe? I senti it? Ah." The bearded man laughed heartily, raising his gaze to Guyu, eager to witness a look of astonishment on his face. Yet, he was destined to be disappointed. Guyu's gaze resembled a tranquil pool of water, remarkably serene. "Have you finished? If so, let us be on our way." The burly man with a scruffy beard bellowed, his face contorted with madness. "Ha! I shall await you below. You have slain us, and those behind me will not let you go unpunished. You have encroached upon their interests, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution." Without uttering a word, Guyu advanced steadily, raising his leg with deliberate intent and mercilessly bringing it down. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, as the man's skull shattered upon impact. Blood and brains splattered across the ground. "I await their arrival," Guyu coldly declared, casting his gaze towards the murky sky, where a fleeting glimmer flickered within his profound eyes. Perhaps this world truly deserves a cleansing. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him, and Guyu leapt onto Enyo's shoulder. "Let us return," he stated, having lost the desire to scavenge for supplies after such tumultuous events in a single day. "Master, I have found something within," Enyo began, his voice buzzing with excitement. "What have you discovered?" Enyo unveiled a large cloth bag, brimming with energy crystals and an array of gold and silver jewels. Among the contents, there were several energy crystals of levels 3 and 4, along with a considerable amount of precious metals and gems. Guyu raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. "A delightful surprise? These items must belong to the individuals behind this pack of hyenas, for they certainly do not gather gold and jewels. Only those exalted individuals, ensconced in their leisure, would indulge in the collection of such opulent artifacts. While the common folk struggle for mere sustenance, those lofty rulers have already embarked on lives of unrestrained indulgence. What a profound irony this is." Guyu shook his head with a sigh, reaching out to pat Enyo. "Let us return." He had no desire to linger in this place, preferring the comfort and ease of accompanying Xiao Zi and the others. Through the events of the day, Guyu came to a stark realization. His heart had not yet hardened enough. Had it been resolute, he would have personally facilitated their release today. Enyo nodded in agreement. With a thunderous roar, Enyo's figure soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, within the blue sky sanctuary, the aftermath of the previous battle had left the sanctuary in a state of disarray. Wu Dao, Fan Fa, and Wei Quan had reconvened. Fan Fa inquired, "Brother Wu Dao, what transpired earlier?" Wu Dao remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "I pursued that corpse king relentlessly, but it ultimately vanished. Based on the scene, it seems there was a third party involved, and a formidable one at that. The only uncertainty that remains is whether the corpse king is alive or dead." The two were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "A third party?" Wei Quan remarked incredulously, "Surely not. Among all in Yun City, the number of extraordinary beings is greatest. Aside from Yun City, We in Blue Sky are second to none. Fan FA nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the true strength of Blue Sky. Wu Dao remarked, I had initially intended to investigate, but upon seeing your summons, I felt compelled to return. Wei Quan offered a sheepish smile, slightly awkward as he replied, about that corpse infant. Wu Dao shook his head, saying, let us set that topic aside for now. Regardless of who our adversary is, there should be no conflict of interest with us. I have received word that a contingent of Dawn members will arrive shortly. We must expedite our plans. Otherwise, once they arrive, it will be too late for us to act, for their strength is formidable. Fan FA, please rally Tian Gang once more and ensure he joins our ranks. Fan FA shook his head, chuckling lightly. Brother Wu Dao, this is something you should discuss with Wei Quan. He's rather cunning. With a playful grin, Fan FA gazed intently at Wei Quan, a knowing smile gracing his face. Bei Quan Siga, Bruta Fan. That smile of yours is rather unsettling. Wu Dao, intrigued, asked, what is happening? Perhaps it is better for Wei Quan to explain himself, Fan FA suggested. Wei Quan, resigned, admitted, I possess two extraordinary powers. Wu Dao's expression shifted to surprise, followed by a smile. That's splendid. What abilities do you have? Wei Quan's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment evident. Hypnosis, he murmured almost inaudibly. Wu Dao fixed his gaze on Wei Quan, a smirk creeping across his face. Well, that suits you quite well. Before the apocalypse, Wei Quan had indeed been a small-time leader of a con artist group, possessing a remarkable gift of persuasion. However, this group of swindlers is rather peculiar. They do not target the average person, but rather focus on deceiving the affluent, and notably, they have achieved considerable success. The bounty on their heads once reached a staggering $100,000. From the perspective of a con artist, this is undoubtedly a remarkable accomplishment. Of course, the individual formerly known as Wei Quan did not bear this name. It was only after joining the Blue Sky that he adopted it. In fact, most members of Blue Sky are either individuals who have suffered persecution in the apocalypse or those who possess ideals and aspirations. To a certain extent, they all yearn to reconstruct a new society amidst the calamity, rather than merely restoring the world to its former state. Hence, they are able to unite so closely. When a group of individuals fights for their ideals and beliefs, the power they wield is unimaginable. Wu Dao turned to Wei Quan and solemnly stated, in that case, it falls upon you to persuade Tian Gang. Regardless of the means you employ, it is imperative that you secure his allegiance. Our forthcoming plans hinge significantly on him. We must swiftly gain control of the Yun City Sanctuary. Wei Quan nodded gravely. I understand. During our previous encounters, I've already subtly influenced him. He has now lowered his guard around me. Wu Dao exchanged a glance with Fan FA and slowly remarked, very well, let us conclude today's meeting here. I shall return to my cultivation. As for the matter of the Corpse King, we will set it aside for now and address it once the leader returns from the capital. After the departure of Wu Dao, Wei Quan rose with a smile and said, Brother Fan, I shall take a stroll in Yun City and have a heart-to-heart with Tian Gang. Be cautious and do not be careless. There are still astute individuals in Yun City, Fan FA advised. Understood. Wei Quan waved his hand nonchalantly, turning away with an air of grace. At Yunlan Villa, a Neo descended from the sky with a thunderous thud. As soon as he landed, a purple figure lunged towards him. With a resounding thump, they collided with a forceful embrace. Guyu, wearied by the encounter, pushed away the little purple figure, rubbing his chest. The impact was nearly enough to displace his lungs. Fortunately, as a seventh-tier extraordinary being, his physical resilience far surpassed that of his former self. Otherwise, he would have likely fractured a couple of ribs today. Master, came the sweet, innocent voice of the little purple figure in his mind. Little Purple, with wide eyes and fluttering lashes, gazed intently at Guyu. I apologize, Little Purple. You may have to wait a few more days to grow stronger, Guyu said, gently patting her head, a hint of regret in his voice. Although he had amassed enough diamonds, many other materials were still lacking. Upon hearing this, Little Purple immediately lowered her head, her face etched with disappointment. Observing this profoundly human-like scene, Guyu felt a mixture of joy and helplessness. He was pleased to see Little Purple's intelligence had grown significantly, a testament to his diligent teachings over the days. However, with her newfound wisdom, deceiving her again would likely pose a challenge. Leading this team is becoming quite difficult, Guyu mused internally. Soon, the rest of the villa's inhabitants, Diyu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoyu, gathered around him. As he gazed upon them, Guyu was suddenly filled with an inexplicable sense of solace. After comforting the young girl, Xiao Zi, he instructed Diyu and Hei Lang to take the zombies and werewolves into the city to scavenge for remaining supplies. This expedition aimed not only to procure materials for creating unyielding bones, but also to gather components essential for crafting mechanical life and the undead. Even if the primary materials eluded them, they must at least secure sufficient supplementary resources. It is always prudent to be prepared. Should new species emerge one day, he would be able to create them swiftly. Guyu had already issued orders to Diyu and his companions to avoid humans as much as possible during their journey. If they were discovered, they were to eliminate any threats. He was not ready to be exposed, and even with a singular 9th-tier beast, Anyo, he could not confront this perilous world with composure. It was their own folly that led them to such a fate. They had already taken measures to evade detection, yet still encountered danger. Was that not an invitation to demise? Upon arriving at the backyard, Guyu cast a glance at the water python, which lay in a state of half-life, feebly sprawled on the ground with its eyes tightly shut. As for the corpse king, despite having lost a leg, its injuries had long since begun to heal. Should it consume a few zombies, it was likely that even its severed limb could regenerate. The zombie virus is remarkably destructive, yet it also grants an extraordinary vitality, allowing them to devour one another for recovery. The resilience of zombies is largely attributed to the influence of the virus. Summoning Inyo, he commanded it to further incapacitate them. As long as they did not perish, it was acceptable to render them helpless. Returning to the small courtyard, Guyu reclined on a bamboo chair and casually switched on the nearby radio. A faint static buzz emanated from the radio, followed by the soothing voice of a young woman. Thus concluded today's broadcast on survival in the apocalypse. Next, we invite the esteemed leader of Dawn, Mr. Chun Shunian. After a brief silence, Chun Shunian's solemn voice resonated. Good day, citizens. I am Chun Shunian. Today, I have two matters to discuss. The first is that we at Dawn have dispatched formidable individuals to various locations who will oversee governance in the coming period. Please trust that the dark times will inevitably pass. Let us live together. We shall witness the arrival of dawn. Chun Shunian's voice rose to a fervent crescendo, stirring the hearts of many. Secondly, our research at Dawn has achieved a significant breakthrough. We have successfully developed a drug capable of eradicating the virus within ordinary zombies. This medication will soon undergo trials. Please believe, dear citizens, that the apocalypse is not insurmountable. With a swift motion, Guyu turned off the radio, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ordinary zombies? How many of today's zombies could truly be deemed ordinary? Aside from those newly infected, most zombies had either evolved or mutated. The so-called medication was merely a pretext to comfort the common folk. Meanwhile, within the base at Sungin, Chun Shunian rose from his chair, letting out a soft sigh. A voice from behind inquired, Commander Chun, why not reveal the truth to them? Reveal what truth? He replied, have we truly failed? In these times, what the populace seeks is hope, not an abundance of despair. Furthermore, it is only in this manner that those with grand ambitions will tread carefully. Let us proceed to the laboratory. Without awaiting a response from those behind, he donned his leather jacket and strode forth with purpose. In the Dawn headquarters laboratory, Chun Shunian entered with great haste, greeted by a chorus of well wishes along his path. He traversed through layers of alloy-constructed isolation zones, finally reaching the heart of the laboratory. Within, a multitude of personnel clad in white coats and protective gear navigated the space, diligently engaged with an array of vibrant reagents at the experimental stations. The surroundings were a labyrinthine network of corridors, resembling an underground fortress. Within the expansive isolation chambers, formidable zombies and mutated creatures were confined. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted at one of the workstations, sending sparks and smoke billowing into the air. Yet, the explosion failed to disturb the researchers, who appeared entirely unfazed, as if such occurrences were a commonplace part of their daily routine. Here, explosions transpire hundreds of times a day. Soon, soldiers in protective suits arrived to manage the incident, their movements exhibiting remarkable proficiency. At various corridor entrances stood imposing figures in black suits, their stature commanding and expressions indifferent. These were the elite soldiers cultivated by Dawn, tasked with safeguarding the laboratory. Though the external defenses were formidable, the internal security was even more stringent. In a laboratory, all personnel, whether entering or exiting, must pass through 10 rigorous checkpoints, undergoing multiple inspections. Even Chun Shunian, the esteemed leader of the Dawn Project, is not exempt from this protocol. Upon seeing Chun Shunian enter, the passing researchers merely nodded in acknowledgement before immersing themselves back into their respective studies. Chun Shunian strode towards an isolation chamber, and as he approached the door, it swung open with a soft hiss, revealing a young woman clad in a white lab coat. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, and though her visage appeared somewhat weary, her eyes sparkled with fervor. Clutching a vial of murky black liquid, she hurried towards the experimental station. Yi Qiao, Chun Shunian called out. "Ah, Uncle Chun, what brings you here again?" Yi Qiao exclaimed, stopping in her tracks, surprised. A rare smile flickered across Chun Shunian's resolute face. "I came to inquire about the progress of the experiments. Are you adapting well here?" he asked with a smile. Yi Qiao shook her head with a grin. "There's nothing to adapt to. Everything is going splendidly." Chun Shunian nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the young woman before him, filled with a sense of admiration. Indeed, every generation produces remarkable talents. Yi Qiao, the daughter of an old acquaintance, had exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, already making significant contributions across various scientific fields. Even before the apocalypse, she had garnered considerable acclaim. After the capital fell, upon learning of Yi Qiao's situation, he personally ventured to the capital to rescue her. Although this action elicited considerable skepticism at the time, fortunately, Yi Qiao did not let herself down. She exerted tremendous effort in the research of the latest extraordinary reagent. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that without Yi Qiao, the latest extraordinary reagent would not have come into existence. The research for the new extraordinary reagent was initially proposed by Yi Qiao, who also spearheaded the experiments. Naturally, to ensure Yi Qiao's safety, only a select few were privy to this information, while it was publicly stated that it was the result of a collective effort by numerous scientists. Chun Shunian collected his thoughts and inquired, "How is it? Can antidote number 2 proceed to clinical trials?" Yi Qiao handed the reagent in her hand to a person behind her and whispered a few instructions before responding, "No, number 2 currently does not meet the requirements." After a brief pause, Yi Qiao hesitated and added, "Moreover, number 2 has a significant drawback at this moment." "A drawback?" Chun Shunian questioned, perplexed. "Why had we not heard about this before?" "It was our oversight," Yi Qiao sighed. "Since number 2 was developed based on number 1, certain issues were overlooked. From the recent research results, while number 2 can resist the zombie virus, there is also a chance it could cause the virus to mutate." Chun Shunian was taken aback and promptly urged, "Please elaborate. Number 1 cannot have such a drawback as well." "Can it?" "Antidote no. One has already been deployed across the entire territory, and if number 1 possesses such a flaw, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. The image that Dawn has painstakingly built would be completely shattered." Yi Qiao confidently asserted, "Uncle Chun, rest assured antitoxin number 1 is entirely safe. It does not possess that flaw." Chun Shunian let out a quiet sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Yi Qiao continued, "According to my recent research, the mutated zombie virus appears to have undergone certain unknown changes. However, the specifics remain to be uncovered through further experimental studies." Chun Shunian patted Yi Qiao on the shoulder, saying, "Take your time, and be sure to prioritize your safety. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me." He held Yi Qiao in high regard. The young man possessed unique ideas and always approached problems from a different perspective. Suddenly, Yi Qiao flashed up peculiar simile, undechen. If you say that, I shall not hold back. Could you possibly procure a zombie king for me? I have a strong feeling that those zombie kings differ significantly from ordinary zombies. Chun Shunyan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, I shall do my best. Internally, he lamented, thinking, I perceive you are creating difficulties for me. It was widely acknowledged that the zombie kings were immensely powerful and resided amidst the horde. Even with his strength, he could not guarantee their capture. After exchanging a few more words and encouraging the team in the laboratory, Chun Shunyan finally took his leave. As the chief officer of Dawn, he had an overwhelming number of matters to attend to each day, making even a brief conversation a rare luxury. Time passed quietly. After 3 consecutive days, Guyu successfully gathered all the materials needed to create the bone-melting substance. Throughout these 3 days, the Black Wolves had tirelessly toiled without rest, deploying every available resource from the estate. However, in the past 3 days, Guyu has not been idle, once again creating 200 zombies. In the small courtyard, Guyu pushed aside the little purple creature nestled in his arms and summoned Inyo to bring over the corpse king. Noticing that Little Purple still wished to cling to him, Guyu's expression hardened. Little Purple, do you still desire to grow stronger? Instantly, a sweet voice echoed in his mind. I do. Then be obedient and stand still. He had already prepared most of the necessary reagents. What remained was the fusion of the zombies. As Inyo brought the corpse king, Diyu led a throng of zombies, dragging 10 ferocious, roaring zombies into the courtyard. Meeting the corpse king's resentful gaze, Guyu smirked coldly. Rest assured, your liberation is nigh. System, commence fusion. With a command, over a dozen zombies transformed into a crimson liquid, flowing towards the corpse king. In mere moments, the corpse king was enveloped, resembling a figure of blood. Little Purple, jump into the pool. In the corner of the courtyard, a massive pool, 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, had already been excavated. Upon hearing his command, Little Purple obediently plunged into the depths. Diyu, Xiao Lu, pour the liquid. Guyu issued his orders with unwavering composure. To become impervious to decay, one must first undergo a profound metamorphosis. This transformation was not merely metaphorical. It was a genuine rebirth. As several barrels of liquid were poured into the pool, Little Purple was almost instantly submerged. The deep brown liquid appeared somewhat eerie, and upon contact with Little Purple's body, it began to bubble as if boiling. The sound of bubbles rising filled the air as the smaller and larger ones ascended. Xiaozi suddenly began to thrash violently. Guyu shouted urgently, Xiaozi, hold on. Don't move. At his command, Xiaozi froze momentarily, ceasing her struggles, though her body trembled with effort. Undoubtedly, she was enduring immense pain. Transforming one's very essence is no simple feat, to paraphrase a classic saying. One must endure hardship in the shadows to shine in the light. This transformation was excruciating. Yet if one persevered, the horizon would open wide. The liquid boiled around her, even as Xiaozi's form began to dissolve gradually. Indeed, she was melting, her flesh and blood slowly disintegrating. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiaozi had completely become a mere skeleton, radiating a crimson glow. Inyo, throw it in. Guyu commanded once more. Inyo lifted the blood-soaked corpse king and cast it directly into the pool. The moment they made contact, the corpse king erupted, staining the liquid within the pool a deep red. As the corpse king plunged into the depths, Xiaozi's blood-red bones began to sprout flesh anew. Guyu swiftly added the essence of Jianyu into the mixture, while the Yu poured in another barrel of energy crystal liquid. For Xiaozi, Guyu was sparing no expense, investing most of the energy crystals into this endeavor. Upon entering the pool, the essence of Jianyu melted rapidly, yet it remained distinct from the liquid in the barrel, quickly adhering to Xiaozi's bones and integrating with them. This time, Guyu did not leave. He remained steadfastly by her side, watching intently. As the sky darkened, wisps of white mist began to rise from the pool. The once boiling water gradually fell into a tranquil silence. At a certain moment, the liquid within the pool began to recede slowly. Guyu was suddenly jolted awake, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. Quickly, Diyu, pour in the powdered bones of the mutated creature. This is the final step. If we miss it, the results will be significantly compromised. Hearing this, who stood vigil by the edge of the pool, lifted 2 large buckets and poured the white powder into the water. As the bone powder mingled with the liquid, a loud explosion echoed, and Xiaozi leapt out from the pool. Guyu hastily looked up. Compared to before, Xiaozi's appearance seemed largely unchanged, the only difference being the absence of the bony wings that had once adorned her back. System: Initiate scan. Species: Zombie, non-decomposing. Level: Advanced Tier 8 Physique, 560 Strength, 550 Speed, 558 Abilities, Flight. Spatial teleportation, capable of instantaneously reaching any location within a radius of 500 meters. Bone revival, possesses the power to transform skeletal remains and corpses into skeletons, allowing for manipulation. Superb regeneration, exhibits remarkable vitality, capable of rebirth from flesh and blood, and the ability to reconstruct broken bones. Upon reviewing Xiaozi's data, Guyu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Tier 8, as I had anticipated. Tier 9 seems to represent a significant threshold. Even the Black Wolf has not yet surpassed it. However, Xiaozi's abilities far exceed my expectations. Excellent. Although it is somewhat regrettable to lose the ability to control lightning, the newly acquired powers more than compensate for it. One must relinquish something to gain another. Perfection is a myth in this world. The ability of spatial teleportation appears to be an extension of the Corpse King's powers. Spatial teleportation and spatial traversal are indeed similar abilities, yet remains uncertain which is superior. As for the resurrection of bones, Guyu smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the manifestation of a violent warrior style. Observing the beaming expression of Xiaozi, Guyu felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. She had undoubtedly grasped his true teachings. When these 2 powers are combined, the enemy would find it impossible to execute a beheading. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king, though one must be able to seize them first. Ah, but wait, how can one fly without wings? Guyu suddenly realized. Gulme, Xiaozi, demonstrate your flight. At his command, 2 sharp sounds erupted as a pair of blood-red flesh wings unfurled vigorously from Xiaozi's back, appearing somewhat menacing. The wings flapped, summoning violent gusts of wind that sliced against Guyu's face like a blade. It dawned on him belatedly that Xiaozi was not wearing any clothing. How could he have overlooked that? Instinctively raising his gaze for another glance, Guyu cleared his throat and turned away. Yes, I am a gentleman of integrity. I must harbor no impure thoughts. How blindingly inappropriate. Xiaozi, hasten and put on some clothes, Guyu remarked with palpable disdain. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating a zombie that does not decay and receiving rewards. 80 points in strength, 70 points in constitution, 75 points in speed, 40 points in mental power, and 4,000 creation points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching the 8th rank and obtaining the blueprint for a level 1 base construction, along with a mechanical life energy tower. Guyu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. This reward felt distinctly different. He hastily opened the rewards to inspect them. The first item he accessed was the level 1 construction blueprint, which clearly delineated various structures, high walls, defensive layouts, and points for firepower installation. Just a glance was sufficient for Guyu to ascertain that this blueprint was tailor-made for this location. Compared to his rudimentary plans, this blueprint was undoubtedly far more comprehensive, even incorporating designs for drainage systems and escape routes. After stowing away the blueprint, Guyu proceeded to review the introduction of the energy tower. After a thorough examination, he finally grasped the purpose of this energy tower: conversion and charging. Although termed mechanical life, it was inherently linked to machinery, and, as such, it required energy. The energy demands of mechanical life forms were immense. Relying solely on electrical power was inadequate to meet these needs. It could take 3 days to charge, yet only last for 3 seconds of use. This energy tower was capable of absorbing stellar energy from the atmosphere, converting it into a specialized energy source for mechanical life. Much like Nikola Tesla's conjecture, it facilitated wireless charging. Not only mechanical life forms, but any item equipped with this technology could undergo wireless charging as well. The energy tower possesses the capability to encompass a radius of 30 miles, with an unceasing flow of energy. System, where's the energy tower? Guyu inquired, glancing around in curiosity, unable to spot the tower. It cannot simply materialize out of thin air, can it? Please select a placement location. Host, the system responded. Guyu was momentarily taken aback. It truly does appear out of nothing? Remarkable. After a brief contemplation, he proceeded to the rear of the manor and pointed to a vacant patch of land, stating, "Let it be here." No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light suddenly manifested, giving rise to a tower-like structure that transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible. Boom! It descended like thunder from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding impact that sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. In the next instant, a 10-meter-high tower, replete with a strikingly futuristic yet subtly retro design, came into view. At first glance, it evoked an utterly paradoxical sensation. Guyu circled the energy tower, feeling an internal shock of awe. This was a technological marvel of an epical nature. Given the current technological standards of this world, it would take another century of advancement to possibly create something of this caliber. As his fingers brushed against the surface of the energy tower, an array of peculiar sensations coursed through him. Guyu focused intently, scrutinizing the tower in detail. After a prolonged moment, he turned away in frustration, muttering to himself, "What a waste of time." He had ultimately overestimated his own capabilities. Such a groundbreaking technology was beyond his comprehension. It was not that he could not grasp it, but rather that he lacked the patience to delve into its intricacies. With his exceptional intellect, he could comprehend a fragment or two. Yet pursuing research in this domain seemed utterly futile. What use is understanding if it cannot be transformed into creation? Instead of wasting time, one should contemplate how to engender mechanical life. Shortly after Guyu's departure, Nyo stealthily emerged from a concealed location, approaching the energy tower and crouching beside it. Almost instantaneously, tendrils of black vapor began to merge within Nyo's being. Not long after Nyo's arrival, the black wolf made its entrance, glancing back every few steps as it approached. Upon seeing Nyo crouched beneath the tower, the wolf's eyes widened in astonishment. Nyo, unfazed, cast a nonchalant glance at the black wolf, exhaling 2 plumes of white mist from its nostrils. The black wolf appeared somewhat intimidated by Nyo, taking dainty steps to the other side and gently squatting down. Upon Guyu's return to the courtyard, he was met with a palpable tension in the air. His gaze fell upon Ling Er and Xiao Zi, who were locked in a fierce stare-down, prompting a deep sigh of exasperation. It was truly perplexing why these two would resort to conflict upon their first encounter, and he dreaded the possibility of some bizarre emotional entanglement arising from it. Xiao Zi, Ling Er, it's time for training, Guyu declared sternly. He helplessly realized that he had little control over the two. With a simultaneous haughty snort, they turned away, glaring as they departed. Oh, the misfortune! Guyu lamented skyward. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on the pursuit of mechanical life. Although he was currently incapable of creating a complete mechanical entity, he believed that constructing some mechanical forms should be feasible. Of course, this was merely a theoretical notion. Its viability would ultimately depend on practical application. Ultimately, setting aside his own identity, the original self only delved into the realm of biology. Without venturing into the domain of technology, he casually summoned information pertaining to mechanical life, studying it as he walked. At that moment, Guyu seemed to once again embody his former self, the man who was fervently obsessed with scientific inquiry. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary of Yun City, a transformation was quietly unfolding. Wei Quan had been in Yun City for several days, orchestrating various coincidences to engage with Tian Gang, nurturing the seed that had been sown in Tian Gang's heart. Fan Fa's initial words were like a seed, deeply buried within Tian Gang, awaiting the opportune moment to germinate. Now, Wei Quan's presence acted as a catalyst, prompting this seed to sprout prematurely. Once certain thoughts are conceived, erasing them becomes a formidable challenge. Leader Tian, what are your thoughts? Wei Quan inquired softly. The cacophony around them rendered his voice nearly inaudible. The raucous shouts and enthusiastic cheers blended together. creating a painful din for the ears. The two found themselves in a chaotic tavern, conspicuous yet difficult to notice. Tiangang's face flushed as he picked up a bottle from the table, pouring its contents into a glass, yet it remained empty. He discarded the bottle and fell into a prolonged silence. Wei Quan poured himself a drink and slid it toward Tiangang. With a calm demeanor, he raised his own glass and earnestly stated, "This glass is a tribute to Leader Tian." With that, he tilted his head back and consumed it in one gulp. Tiangang gazed at the glass before him, gently closing his eyes before slowly reopening them. He reached for the glass, gesturing to Wei Quan, and once again drank deeply. Wei Quan smiled instantly, a hint of certainty gracing his expression. "Welcome to our ranks," he declared, extending his hand. With one foot already aboard the vessel. Was there any possibility of retreat? It was too late. Ultimately, Wei Quan, with the persuasive eloquence of his articulate tongue, convinced Tiangang to join their cause. United by shared ambitions, the seed of resolve within Tiangang was fully awakened. He offered a symbolic handshake and inquired, "Can this plan truly succeed?" "Why not?" Wei Quan countered, lifting his gaze to the heavens. "Do you not find the sky too high, too dark? The places untouched by sunlight are where darkness breeds. Those idlers, they must be cleansed for the sake of Yun City's illumination." Tiangang sighed softly, murmuring, "Will their absence genuinely improve the state of Yun City?" Wei Quan replied with gravitas, "Captain Tian, that question should be directed at you. Moreover, even if the situation worsens, how much worse could it possibly get? Those old fogies are solely concerned with their own interests, indifferent to the demise of others. Retaining them is a calamity." Tiangang nodded, a touch disheartened. "Indeed, how much worse could it really be? During the last incident with the Corpse King, I bore the brunt of the blame as the main responsible party. A dignified fifth-tier transcendent, a military powerhouse, reduced to being berated by a mediocre old man. One can only imagine the bitterness that lingered. Had it not been for my status, would I have had to endure such humiliation?" Tiangang grasped the wine bottle and took a couple of swigs before coldly stating, "Understood. For the next 3 days, our regiment will assume defensive duties. You should expedite the deployment of your personnel. Congratulations on the success of our plan." Wei Quan offered a slight smile and turned to depart. Following the shift of defense by Tiangang's regiment, the extraordinary beings from Blue Sky began to enter the city one after another. Ordinarily, the entry of external extraordinary individuals required registration and inspection. Yet now, with Tiangang's forces in charge of security, this procedure was seamlessly omitted. 3 nights